After rebirth, I exchanged masters with my sister. Xie Liuyin, did you even listen to what I said? A furious shout jolted Xie Liuyin's muddled mind, causing her to shudder and regain her senses. Instinctively, she raised her gaze to survey her surroundings, only to meet the exasperated expressions of her parents, along with the barely concealed disdain in the eyes of the young girl in the pink dress beside them. Xie Liyin's moment of distraction was perceived by the Xie couple as a manifestation of her dissatisfaction with their decision. Father Xie's countenance darkened instantly. Are you showing us your displeasure? It is merely a matter of switching your master with your sister, yet you wear such a reluctant expression. In the future, when your mother and I grow old, can we still count on you? Do not be angry, father. Sister might just be momentarily confused. I will persuade her. The girl chimed in, her voice immediately capturing Xie Liyin's attention. With a faint smile, she turned to Xie Liuyin, her tone laced with a barely perceptible condescension. Sister, why resist so fiercely? I have even yielded the esteemed Master Xie Mingzhu to you. Father Xie interjected. To become a disciple of Master Xie Mingzhu is a fortune you cannot fathom if it were not for Mingzhu's desire to learn swordsmanship and her subsequent change of heart to join the school of the true monarch Chaoyan. Do you think such an opportunity would have fallen to you? Recalling the couple's past favoritism, Xie Liuyin could not suppress a quiet scoff within. Indeed, such opportunities had never been hers throughout her life. Any valuable possession had invariably found its way into the hands of her beloved sister, Xie Mingzhu. Even the Qingxiao sect, in light of the contributions made by the esteemed ancestor of the Xie family, graciously granted them 2 slots for entry into the sect with Xie Mingzhu Gi, then the privilege to choose first, leaving the remaining opportunity for herself. However, Xie Liuyin found herself perplexed, for in her previous life, Xie Mingzhu had unequivocally selected the esteemed Master Xie Mingzhu. She had favored Master Zanyu's esteemed lineage within the Qingxiao sect, paying little heed to the esteemed Jinju and Chaoyan, and thus had pushed this master towards Xie Liuyin. To her astonishment, Master Xie Mingzhu turned out to be an indolent recluse within the sect, idly residing on his Yari peak, reportedly spending the majority of his days in slumber. In stark contrast, Jinju and Chaoyan, though of a lower generation, had already attained the Yuan Ing stage at a young age and was the most cherished disciple of the sect leader, Lick Ili, to succeed the position in the future. Realizing this, Xie Mingzhu felt regret and began to cultivate a closer relationship with Jinju and Chaoyan. Before long, the master whom Xie Liuyin had perceived as aloof had taken Xie Mingzhu under his wing, showering her with affection. Gradually, the monthly offerings that should have belonged to Xie Liuyin were directly appropriated by Jinju and Chaoyan, adorning Xie Mingzhu in exquisite garments. The spiritual herbs and treasures she painstakingly procured from the secret realm were relinquished merely because Xie Mingzhu expressed a liking for them. The friends she had painstakingly befriended turned their backs, gravitating towards Xie Mingzhu, even accusing her of harboring malicious intentions towards her own sister. Ultimately, Xie Liuyin found herself compelled to immerse in relentless cultivation, yearning to swiftly attain the golden core stage, so she could relocate from the Yunchuan peak, governed by Jinju and Chaoyan, and distance herself from these individuals. Little did she anticipate that after arduously achieving the perfect golden elixir, the days of prosperity were finally within her grasp. However, a sudden and severe illness befalling Xie Mingzhu unveiled her identity as the reincarnation of a divine maiden. Consequently, the flawless golden elixir belonging to Xie Liuyin was forcibly extracted by her master, the true monarch Chaoyan, serving as a remedy to restore the divine maidens. Spiritual form. It was only then that she comprehended the gravity of their relationship. It was far from merely avoiding each other to coexist harmoniously. From the moment of their inception, the two were destined to be eternal adversaries. Xie Liuyin closed her eyes, striving to suppress the tempest of fury surging within her. Noticing Xie Liyin's persistent silence, Xie father became exasperated. If you insist on continuing this uproar, then forsake your cultivation at the Qingxiao sect and remain at home. Waiting for the right age to marry. It's merely a matter of changing masters. I shall agree to it. She finally spoke before Xie father could impose his decision upon her. Yet, before Xie's parents could display satisfaction, Xie Liuyin swiftly added, however, I demand double the spiritual stones and elixirs you have prepared for Xie Mingzhu. The smile that had just begun to form on Xie father's lips vanished instantly. his countenance darkening to that of coal. "Are you envious of your sister?" Unable to remain silent any longer, Xie mother interjected. "It is precisely because you deprived your sister of nourishment in the womb that she now suffers from frailty. You failed to care for her properly in the past, and now you dare to compete with her. You are simply—" This type of dialogue, which Xie Liuyin had undoubtedly heard countless times throughout her life, prompted her to impatiently interrupt the couple. "Whether her poor health is a result of someone's doing is not a debate I wish to engage in. In any case, whatever she has received, I demand double. If you refuse to comply, prepare for the news of your illicit trade of Qingxiao Sect's spirit rice to reach the ears of the Sect master." The brief statement struck the couple like a thunderclap. They had indeed taken advantage of their position in managing the spirit fields for Qingxiao Sect to clandestinely sell a batch of high-quality spirit rice. Yet, these actions had always been conducted with utmost secrecy. Even their youngest daughter was unaware. How had Xie Liuyin obtained such information? In disbelief, they turned to their eldest daughter. "How do you know this?" "That is of no concern to you. What I desire must be given. If I do not receive it by tomorrow, our family shall face ruin," Xie Liuyin declared coldly. "Do not even think of confining me to suppress the truth. I have contingency plans in place. Should anything happen to me, the entire Xie family will suffer the consequences." With that ominous warning, Xie Liuyin turned to leave the hall. However, just a few steps away, she was intercepted by Xie Mingzhu, clad in a pink dress. Xie Mingzhu scrutinized her sister from head to toe. "Sister, why are you in such a foul mood today?" "This is none of your concern," Xie Liuyin replied, sidestepping her without the intention of further conversation. "Sister, I have heard that Master Xianyu resides atop the Yunshuang Peak, a place perpetually shrouded in ice and snow, that if you choose to take him as your mentor, it would be wise to prepare several warm garments for yourself." The girl behind suddenly interjected with an abrupt remark. However, Xie Liuyin felt her heart skip a beat as a spark of realization illuminated her mind. She hurriedly replied, "I understand. I will prepare a few more clothes to take with me." Not detecting any unusual signs from Xie Liuyin, Xie Mingzhu's inquisitive gaze remained fixed on her back, unwavering. Yet under the scrutiny of her gaze, Xie Liyin's heart raced tumultuously. In her previous life, they were utterly oblivious to the location of the Qingxiao Sect's entrance. How could Xie Mingzhu possibly know where Master Xianyu resided? No wonder Xie Mingzhu had so suddenly pressured her to exchange mentors. It was clear that she had been reborn. Chapter 2. Spatial Treasures. Xie Liuyin's room was situated in the most secluded corner of the Xie residence, a small chamber shrouded in shadow. Perpetually damp and chilly during the winter months, rendering sleep elusive. In stark contrast, Xie Mingzhu's south quarters were conveniently close to her parents' main abode. The couple had even constructed a garden specifically for their daughter, filled with ever-blooming spiritual plants, as Xie Mingzhu had a fondness for flora. In truth, Xie Liuyin also cherished these blossoms and greenery. After the garden was completed, she had once dared to request the most inconspicuous little flower from her parents, only to be reprimanded by her mother for attempting to compete with Xie Mingzhu. From that moment onward, Xie Liuyin refrained from touching anything associated with her sister. She would not dare to engage with even the slightest semblance of competition. Not long after returning to her room, she heard a commotion outside. A maid had come bearing the storage pouch she had requested. Upon receiving the pouch, Xie Liuyin discerned at a glance that it was of inferior quality, utterly incomparable to Xie Mingzhu's. As she emptied its contents, she found only a few spirit fruits and some spirit stones. A cold smile escaped her lips. Her parents still reveled in their little deceptions. Though the items were scant, Xie Liuyin bore no disdain. In her previous life, no one had prepared a storage pouch for Xie Liuyin, and Yi Chaoyan showed not the slightest interest in her needs as a disciple. The pouch she eventually used was one she had painstakingly purchased after several months of saving her meager allowance, a slightly pricier option that she utilized until her untimely demise. At that time, she had departed from the Xie family with nothing to her name, and later, due to her refusal to relinquish the precious spiritual medicine she had fought to obtain for Xie Mingzhu, she was cast out by the couple. Despite their generous offerings of spirit stones and fruits to their frail youngest daughter, fearing that she might suffer indignities within the sect, they continued to demand from her, who had received nothing. In this lifetime, Xie Liuyin had at least acquired something, and she sought no more. After stowing away her storage bag, Xie Liuyin surveyed the room that had housed her memories for over a decade. Her chamber was modest, and over the years, her parents seldom provided her with new garments. Most of her clothing was hand-me-downs from Xie Mingzhu. She selected 2 relatively bright pieces to tuck into her storage bag, deciding against taking anything else. After all, upon her arrival at Qingxiozong, they would be issued disciple robes, which were more suitable for wear within the sect. Having completed this task, Xie Liuyin rummaged beneath her pillow and retrieved a small cloth pouch, from which she extracted a dark wooden bracelet. This trinket had been a gift from her parents during the month of her and Xie Mingzhu's birth. However, while Xie Mingzhu received a spirit jade bracelet, Xie Liuyin was left with this seemingly cheap and unattractive wooden piece. It starkly represented her parents' sentiments towards their 2 daughters. One was akin to gold and jade, the other mere wood and stone, irreconcilably different. Yet, unbeknownst to them, this wooden bracelet, which they had carelessly acquired from a street vendor, was, in fact, a spatial artifact that could only be crafted by a transcendent being at the tribulation stage. Regrettably, in her previous life, Xie Liuyin had not had the opportunity to uncover the bracelet's true nature before Xie Mingzhu forcibly snatched it away, claiming she would trade it for her spirit jade bracelet. Naturally, Xie Liuyin refused. She cherished her bracelet, despite its unappealing appearance, for it had accompanied her for many years. In a moment of public display, Xie Mingzhu broke into tears, prompting both Xie Liuyin and the assembled peers to cast reproachful glances at Xie Liuyin. Ultimately, the wooden bracelet was returned to Xie Mingzhu, while the spiritual jade bracelet remained firmly in her possession, leaving Xie Liuyin with nothing to show for her efforts. When Xie Mingzhu eventually recognized the uniqueness of the wooden bracelet and acknowledged it with her blood, she feigned an apology to Xie Liuyin. Xie Liuyin not only failed to acknowledge the loss of her disciple's fortune, but also sought to belittle Xie Liuyin, declaring that her misfortune was merely a sign that this opportunity was destined for Xie Mingzhu. Reflecting on these past events, a surge of emotion welled up in Xie Liuyin's eyes. With a disdainful scoff, she bit her finger, drawing forth a drop of blood to smear upon the bracelet. In an instant, the once dull wooden bracelet radiated a gentle luminosity. Xie Liuyin felt an inexplicable force invade her mind, forging a bond with her very soul. Upon closing her eyes abruptly and reopening them, she found herself standing on a dark expanse of land, with a shimmering spring glistening nearby. She had successfully contracted a spatial artifact. Overwhelmed by the strangeness of her surroundings, tears nearly fell from her eyes. Look, what was this so-called destined opportunity? But merely a reward for the capable? Her maidservants rushed to support her, while only Xie Mingzhu, clutching the broken spiritual jade bracelet, furrowed her brow, feeling an inexplicable sense of panic rise within her. Meanwhile, Xie Liuyin explored her new realm, confirming the absence of any living beings before investigating the spring. Regrettably, the water was not the spiritual spring described in tales, but merely ordinary liquid. Xie Liuyin felt little disappointment. She turned to grasp the black soil beneath her feet. Since this space allowed her entry, it should also be capable of accommodating other living beings, perhaps even providing a means for cultivation within. After a brief exploration of the space, Xie Liuyin grew concerned that her prolonged absence might arouse suspicion, prompting her to exit. It was at this moment that she noticed the originally black wooden bracelet had transformed into a brilliant crimson hue, adorned with exquisite and beautiful patterns that had emerged upon its previously smooth surface. The entire artifact radiated a gentle luminescence, unmistakably indicating its value. Xie Liuyin furrowed her brow, feeling uneasy about wearing such an object. She was not yet strong enough and lacked the protection that Xie Mingzhu had enjoyed from Xie Liuyin in the past. Should someone discover her possession of this artifact, it might lead to complications. How fortunate it would be if this treasure could transform into something inconspicuous at her will. Just as this thought crossed her mind, the bracelet, resembling red jade in its beauty, instantly diminished its glow, morphing into an ordinary wooden hairpin, devoid of any trace of its former grandeur. A surge of excitement coursed through Xie Liuyin. She examined the hairpin closely, ensuring it bore no discernible uniqueness before finally feeling reassured. This way, she need not worry about Xie Mingzhu uncovering her secret. However, she was not yet ready to sever ties with Xie Mingzhu. Having reincarnated earlier than herself, Xie Mingzhu might have prepared contingencies. Thus, it was unwise for Xie Liuyin to confront her directly at this juncture. She resolved to strengthen her cultivation and establish a firm foothold within the Qishao sect. By that time, even if Xie Mingzhu were to expose the secret of the bracelet, the sect would surely protect Xie Liuyin in order to safeguard its disciples. A whirlwind of complex thoughts raced through Xie Liuyin's mind as she deftly inserted a wooden hairpin into her hair. The following morning, she was summoned to the main hall by her maid, where disciples from the Qinshao sect awaited her arrival. However, the moment Xie Liuyin made eye contact with Xie Mingzhu, she keenly sensed the other's gaze sweeping over her wrist. "Sister, where is the bracelet that our parents gifted you? Why do I not see you wearing it?" This brief inquiry sent a shiver down Xie Liuyin's spine. "What interest do you have in my bracelet?" she replied. Her brow furrowed in confusion as she directed a questioning look at Xie Mingzhu. Xie Mingzhu forced a smile, her tone laced with feigned intimacy. "It's simply that the bracelet our parents gave me was accidentally broken yesterday, so I wanted to inquire about yours. Dear sister, do take care not to be as careless as I was and damage your bracelet." As she spoke these words, Xie Mingzhu's tone grew slightly more insistent. Xie Liuyin instinctively touched the storage pouch at her waist, subtly indicating that her wooden bracelet remained safely within. "You need to worry about my belongings instead. Be cautious yourself and refrain from breaking anything else." With that parting admonition, Xie Liuyin strode directly into the main hall. Such subtle exchanges did not escape Xie Mingzhu's notice. The sudden mishap with her own bracelet had instilled a sense of unease within her, leading her to suspect that something might have transpired with Xie Liuyin. And she couldn't help but worry about the wooden bracelet that should rightfully belong to her. Thus, she had deliberately probed for information today. But judging by Xie Liuyin's demeanor, it appeared that the wooden bracelet was indeed safe, and likely its secret remained undiscovered. The conversation between the two sisters was naturally overheard by the couple from the Xie family. Xie mother, who had never favored her eldest daughter, felt increasingly discontented upon witnessing Xie Liuyin's demeanor towards her younger sibling. However, considering the presence of the two celestial beings from Qinshao sect, she refrained from openly reprimanding her daughter, choosing instead to suppress her rising ire, feeling that her youngest daughter had been wronged. Xie mother gently patted Xie Mingzhu's hand before introducing the two young cultivators. The two immortals smiled and acknowledged, "This is our eldest daughter, Xie Liuyin. Liuyin is rather dull and lacks the cleverness of Mingzhu. Should she err in her words or actions upon entering the sect, we implore the esteemed cultivators to impose strict punishments without regard for us." The two cultivators exchanged glances, believing this to be mere politeness from Xie mother, and offered casual responses without much thought. Yet, Xie Liuyin understood all too well that her mother's words were a warning to refrain from speaking recklessly in front of the members of Qinshao sect. She cast a cold glance at her parents, her heart filled only with disdain. Xie father and mother, filled with reluctance, offered their youngest daughter a multitude of earnest reminders, assuring her that they would send spirit stones monthly and imploring her to take good care of herself. When it came to Xie Liuyin, however, her father delivered a curt remark: "If you still possess a shred of conscience, take better care of your sister. Do not forget, her frail health is due to you." Having heard this accusation countless times, Xie Liuyin, who once felt a twinge of guilt in her previous life, now only harbored annoyance. Xie father was immediately consumed by anger. Had the two disciples from Qinshao sect not been present, he would have struck this unlikable eldest daughter. Yet, witnessing her daughter's demeanor, which was devoid of pretense, even Xie Fu found himself ensnared by an unusual tension. Xie Liuyin, disinterested in engaging further with her biased parents, turned and followed the two young cultivators out of the Xie residence. She had long understood that no matter how commendably she performed, she would never fulfill the expectations of this couple. The small, boat-shaped flying artifact awaited her at the entrance, and as soon as she stepped out, she noticed a young man adorned with a jade crown waving at her. Following his gesture, she boarded the small vessel, and the crowned youth smiled at her, introducing himself. "I am Song Ming, and this is Lin Ji. You may address us as Senior Brother Song and Senior Brother Lin." Listening to this introduction, reminiscent of her previous life, Xie Liuyin nodded earnestly in acknowledgement. Both of these senior brothers were inner disciples, yet they had not yet been taken under the wing of any elder. In her past life, they were among the few who did not harbor animosity towards her due to Xie Mingzhu. Back then, Xie Liuyin could not fathom why. As if overnight, she had become the most unpopular individual within the Qinshao sect. It was perplexing. The senior sister who had shared laughter with her just the day before suddenly turned cold, accusing her of bullying Xie Mingzhu and speaking out on her behalf. This kindness was something Xie Liuyin had cherished until now. "Senior Brother Song, let us set forth swiftly. I am eager to witness what the Qinshao sect is truly like." Xie Mingzhu chimed in at the opportune moment, urging them onward. The two senior brothers ceased their conversation and activated the small vessel, which soared into the sky, heading towards the nearby mountain ranges. "Sister, I am genuinely delighted that we will be cultivating together in the Qingxiao sect from now on. We must support one another and stand by each other always. Xie Mingzhu stepped forward, attempting to grasp Xie Liuyin's hand. Xie Liuyin deftly evaded her touch, refraining from further conversation in the presence of Song Ming and the others. As the small boat soared steadily through the air, the more vivacious Song Ming took the initiative to share information regarding the Qingxiao sect with Xie Liuyin and her companions. The Qingxiao sect boasted 100 peaks, and any disciple who attained the golden core stage could establish their own peak and dwell in solitude. Within the sect, there were 12 main peaks, aside from Qingxiao Peak, where the sect leader resided, and Chubird Peak, designated for new disciples. The remaining 10 were allocated to the elders. Additionally, there were 2 miscellaneous peaks, one dedicated to the discipline of disciples and the other to internal affairs. From henceforth, your monthly allowances will be dispersed by the internal affairs peak. Although Xie Liuyin was already well aware of this information, she listened attentively. Meanwhile, Xie Mingzhu observed her demeanor, her gaze flickering with uncertainty. However, considering Xie Liuyin's previous indifference towards the wooden bracelet and her current unfamiliarity with Song Ming and the Qingxiao sect, Xie Mingzhu began to question her initial assumptions. She discreetly noted this observation, planning to allocate more attention to Xie Liuyin after successfully joining the Qingxiao sect. Should she discover that this individual had also received a chance at rebirth, Xie Mingzhu's eyes turned icy, a glimmer of danger flashing in their depths. Chapter 4. Sect Examination. The small boat traversed the clouds for a considerable duration, revealing a transformed world before them. Hundreds of peaks, both large and small, lay hidden within the mist, yet 12 towering summits stood resolutely, resembling delicate ink splatters upon a sheet of white silk. In the distance, the towering mountain gate radiated a golden glow, and behind this majestic entrance lay a vast, translucent dome that enveloped the entirety of the Qingxiao sect. This was none other than the sect's protective formation. Observing this, Song Ming cast a jade token towards the formation, which momentarily revealed a small opening, allowing the little boat to glide through. Instantly, an overwhelming surge of spiritual energy, far denser than before, washed over them, accompanied by the distant, melodious call of a crane. Having traversed the protective formation and the Grand Mountain Gate, the boat soared towards the main peak of the Qingxiao sect, eventually landing at the seemingly endless stone staircase. The sisters, Xie Liuyin and Xie Mingzhu, gracefully disembarked, just as Song Ming took the initiative to explain, "Dear junior sisters, the path of heart inquiry is a trial that every disciple of the Qingxiao sect must undergo. There are no exceptions. We may escort you only to this point today." The path of heart inquiry, often referred to by Qingxiao sect disciples as the path of trials, was a lengthy staircase laid out by the former Grand Master of Formations to temper the will of the sect's disciples. Every disciple must traverse it upon entry, after making mistakes, and ideally when advancing in their cultivation. According to the regulations of the Qingxiao sect, new entrants were deemed qualified upon successfully ascending 1,000 steps of the path of heart inquiry. Although Xie Liuyin and Xie Mingzhu had benefited from their family's esteemed lineage, securing 2 inner sect disciple positions, they still needed to complete the path of heart inquiry to fully claim these titles. In her past life, Xie Liuyin had also experienced this trial. It was merely that at that time, she believed the deceptive words of the Xie couple, truly thinking that Xie Mingzhu's frail constitution was due to her own shortcomings, as she carried her up nearly 1,000 steps. Just as they were on the verge of passing the assessment, Xie Mingzhu struggled to leap down from her back. Declaring her desire to rely on her own abilities to complete the trial, she resolutely ascended another 1,000 steps by herself, emerging as a standout among the new disciples. Conversely, Xie Liuyin, having exhausted too much energy earlier, nearly failed the assessment. At that moment, Xie Liuyin had even pleaded with Xie Mingzhu for a spiritual fruit, believing that it would at least restore some of her stamina. However, she was met with a firm refusal from Xie Mingzhu, who admonished her against seeking shortcuts. The mention of shortcuts displeased the elder who had been secretly observing them from behind the water mirror. Consequently, when Xie Liuyin was later betrayed by Yi Chaoyan, no one believed her to be a diligent and obedient disciple. Thoughts raced through her mind, yet reality passed in an instant. Song Ming elucidated the sect's regulations and did not forget to reassure the 2 junior sisters. "Do not fear. Exert all your strength to ascend the long stairs. And if you encounter danger, the formation shall protect you." Xie Liuyin nodded gratefully, while Xie Mingzhu smiled sweetly, and said, "Thank you, Senior Brother Song, for your guidance. My sister and I will certainly strive diligently." After this exchange, Song Ming and the small boat swiftly ascended into the clouds and vanished. With Song Ming gone, Xie Liuyin did not wish to converse further with Xie Mingzhu and ascended the stone steps on her own. Noticing that Xie Liuyin did not, as in her previous life, proactively offer assistance, Xie Mingzhu's eyes darkened. Tentatively, she spoke. "Sister, my health is so poor. Do you think I might fail to pass the Sect's assessment?" Xie Liuyin feigned ignorance to her sister's cryptic words and earnestly replied, "That is impossible. Did not my senior brother just mention that the path to enlightenment is protected by formations? You need only to ascend," she added with a hint of envy. "I truly admire your health. If only my body were as robust as yours, I would not be concerned about this trial." Suddenly, Xie Liuyin halted her steps, calmly regarding Xie Mingzhu. "Are you insinuating that I should assist you in cheating? Of course not. How could you misinterpret my words so? That is good to hear." As Xie Mingzhu appeared on the verge of tears, Xie Liuyin swiftly interrupted her, for this was an entrance examination, best completed independently. "Moreover, did our parents not provide you with ample spirit fruits? I believe that with those, you shall successfully ascend the 1,000 steps." With that, she dismissed Xie Mingzhu from her thoughts. Trailing by 2 steps, Xie Mingzhu gazed at her sister's figure ahead, momentarily unsure if she too had been reborn. After all, she was well aware of the torment Xie Liuyin had endured at her hands in their past life. Had she been in Xie Liuyin's position, her first act upon resurrection would have been to eliminate those who betrayed her. Yet, apart from a sudden emotional outburst yesterday and her request for a storage pouch from their parents, Xie Liuyin exhibited no peculiar behavior. Was this merely a consequence of her change in mentor? Xie Mingzhu found herself perplexed. Realizing she could no longer deceive her foolish sister into providing assistance as in her previous life, she retrieved a spirit fruit and took a few bites, hastening her pace to catch up. Although she did not receive assistance from Xie Liuyin this time, Xie Mingzhu remained undaunted. In this lifetime, she had prepared herself well in advance, specifically requesting her parents to procure an abundance of spiritual fruits for her. Xie Mingzhu firmly believed that even in the absence of Xie Liuyin, she could still successfully complete the assessment solely with the aid of these fruits. In fact, she was confident that she could surpass her previous achievements. Meanwhile, Xie Liuyin was destined to merely watch her retreating figure, desperately trying to catch up. As one spiritual fruit was consumed, Xie Mingzhu felt her strength surging, allowing her to swiftly surpass the sluggish Xie Liuyin. In that fleeting moment of overtaking, Xie Mingzhu cast a slight smile towards her sister, waving the high-quality spiritual fruit in her hand. "Sister, you were right. One must rely on oneself to pass the assessment. I shall take my leave now. You may ascend at your own pace." In just a few breaths, a considerable distance of several steps had already formed between Xie Mingzhu and Xie Liuyin. As this gap threatened to widen further, Xie Liuyin exhibited no signs of tension or concern. "Let me see how far you can climb without my assistance, and allow me to discover the heights I can reach unburdened by you." The grand image projected by the crystal stones depicted 2 figures, one clad in pink and the other in green, moving akin to snails upon the lengthy staircase. I have a fondness for this younger sister of mine, though physically frail. She exhibits relentless perseverance, and her gentle demeanor aligns with my tastes, an elder with a long, white beard remarked, stroking his snowy mustache in admiration. Indeed, in comparison, this elder sister appears rather ordinary. Struggling through the first 100 steps with such ease suggests that even if she were to pass the assessment, her journey would not extend far. Seated among the esteemed elders, the sect leader, Kunshin, inquired of his disciple below, "Chaoyun, what is your perspective?" The young true monarch known as Chaoyun displayed a demeanor of indifference. However, his gaze softened slightly upon perceiving the ascending pink figure. "Naturally, I support my own disciple." The bias in his words was glaringly obvious, for who did not know that Yi Chaoyun's disciple was the illustrious Xie Mingzhu? Upon hearing this, the first elder to respond chuckled. It seems that among this pair of sister blossoms, everyone favors the younger sister, Mingzhu. Not necessarily, a voice, slightly raspy, interjected, prompting all to glance upward. There lay a carefree youth sprawled across a recliner, entirely lacking decorum, who lazily opened his drowsy eyes and yawned. I find the elder sister far more intriguing. Chapter 5. My disciple shall not be defeated with his inky hair cascading loosely over his shoulders. The youth donned an ethereal white robe that hung languidly upon him, projecting an air of nonchalance. Among the solemnly seated sect leaders and elders, he was the sole individual audacious enough to bring a recliner into the main hall of the peak. Had it been anyone else who dared to display such a reverence before the sect leader, they would have undoubtedly been expelled from the chamber and condemned to reflect upon their actions on the path of inquiry. Yet, in this moment, no one possessed the audacity to reprimand him, for the youth before them was the sole, living disciple of the ascended elder, a figure whom even the sect leader addressed with the respectful title of Little Shu. The elder, previously humiliated, pouted slightly, feeling somewhat displeased yet reluctant to express it openly. Is the young master intending to support his disciple's reputation? Just as Xie Mingzhu is a disciple of Xie Liuyin, Xie Liuyin is to be the disciple bestowed upon this indolent young master by the sect. What, do you doubt my words? The young master, Xianhua, perceived the dissatisfaction emanating from the other party and deliberately inquired. The sixth elder, Qin Tian, hastily responded, "What do you mean, young master? How could my disciple dare to? I notice that you all have considerable faith in Xie Mingzhu. Conversely, I believe Xie Liuyin may surpass her in the long run. How about we make a wager?" Xianhua paid no heed to Qin Tian's perfunctory apology, instead proposing such a challenge. The elders exchanged glances, and Qin Tian instinctively looked towards the sect leader, Kunshan. Upon seeing Kunshan nod in approval, Qin Tian felt reassured. How does the young master wish to wager? Xianhua pondered, stroking his chin. Let us wager on which of these sisters can ascend more steps before being expelled by the formation. The loser will forfeit half a year's salary to the winner. Do you dare to accept this wager? Half a year's salary? The elder's remuneration is vastly different from that of ordinary disciples. Half a year's salary constitutes a significant sum. Qin Tian and the others hesitated, fearful of committing too hastily. What if Xie Mingzhu merely appears formidable now, but falters later? Yet their confidence in Xie Mingzhu was lacking, while Xie Liuyin was another matter entirely. Before the elders could voice their thoughts, he readily accepted the wager. Since the young master has taken such an interest, how about I, as a junior, challenge you to a game? The crescent moon-shaped peach blossom eyes gazed over, perfectly aligning with Xie Liuyin's indifferent brow. He smiled and nodded, saying, "All right, as long as you are not afraid of losing." Xie Liuyin pressed her lips together, her demeanor modest. Yet her words exuded undeniable pride. There is no need for my esteemed master to worry. My disciple will certainly not lose. As if to validate Xie Liuyin's assertion, the spiritual fruits within Xie Mingzhu's storage bag disappeared one by one, while the number of steps she ascended continued to increase. Initially, there were merely a dozen steps separating her from Xie Liuyin, but soon, that gap expanded to dozens, then hundreds. As it became evident that Xie Mingzhu was merely 200 steps away from completing the 1,000-step trial, Xie Liuyin remained ensnared at over 500 steps, struggling with each arduous step. Witnessing this, the elders who had previously hesitated to place bets began to reconsider. Qin Tian inquired, "Junior Master, is it still possible for us to join the wager you mentioned?" The smile at the corner of Xie Yu's mouth remained gentle. "It's not too late. Whom do you wish to bet on?" "Hee, we cannot compete with Junior Master's discerning eye, but we simply wish to support our disciple Liuyin. So we shall place our bets on her disciple." Qin Tian replied on behalf of the three elders eager to participate. Xie Yu responded, "Very well, then it's settled. You shall bet on Xie Mingzhu, and I shall bet on Xie Liuyin. Xiao Gufan, be quick to record this matter, lest someone deny it when the outcome is revealed." The elder known as Xiao Gufan, whose hair was entirely white, did not take offense at the title. Instead, he sighed resignedly and proceeded to document the affair. Qin Tian and the others were utterly indifferent to the situation, for they had already discerned the outcome from the current projection. At this moment, Xie Liuyin remained oblivious to the elder's decision to condemn her to death. She focused intently on regulating her breathing, cautiously placing her feet upon the azure stone steps, advancing step by step. After traversing several hundred steps, she distinctly sensed a sudden heaviness enveloping her body, her movements losing the lightness they once possessed. Logically speaking, Xie Mingzhu, who had been frail since childhood, should not have been able to outpace her so significantly, even with the nourishment of spiritual fruits. However, Xie Liuyin understood that, due to Xie Mingzhu's seemingly delicate appearance, the Xie couple had lavished the benefits they obtained from King Xiuzong entirely upon their younger daughter, providing her with pills and spiritual delicacies. In contrast, Xie Liuyin had seldom enjoyed any delicacies throughout her life, often facing scrutiny and punishment from Madame Xie for trivial matters, which resulted in her being deprived of meals. Thus, while Xie Mingzhu appeared healthier, the true measure of their inner strength remained uncertain. As Xie Mingzhu surged ahead, conquering the 1000th step, a flicker of joy ignited within her, only to be swiftly overshadowed by the renewed weight she felt upon her shoulders. Biting her lip, she realized her supply of spiritual fruits was nearly exhausted. Without Xie Liuyin's assistance, the effort she had expended to complete the assessment had already drained much of her energy, making it improbable for her to replicate her previous achievement of 2,000 steps. Yet, Xie Mingzhu was unwilling to concede defeat so easily. She had diligently prepared for this assessment, determined to surpass her past self and garner more attention. Leaving with a mere 1,000-step achievement was something Xie Mingzhu could not bear. Glancing at the last 5 spiritual fruits in her storage bag, she resolved to make one final push. Thus, Xie Mingzhu took out a spirit fruit, gently biting into it, and slowly continued her ascent. After traversing 1,100 steps, she began to gasp for breath. Upon reaching 1,300 steps, sweat started to bead on her forehead. Crossing 1,500 steps, she felt as though her feet were losing all sensation. Her ordinary garments were thoroughly soaked with perspiration, and by the time she stepped into 1,800, her entire being was on the verge of collapse. The elders observing from the projection could not help but praise Xie Mingzhu's determination, while also extending their congratulations to Yi Chaoyan, remarking on his fortune in acquiring such a promising disciple. Qin Tian, without reservation, quipped to Xianyu, "Little master uncle, if you concede now, it might still be timely." "Concede? Clearly, it is you who are celebrating prematurely," Xianyu retorted, her smile undiminished as she shifted into a more comfortable position to continue watching the grand projection. Qin Tian inwardly chuckled at Xianyu's stubbornness, convinced that her monthly stipend for the next half-year was assured. Just then, having painstakingly climbed to the 19th step, Xie Mingzhu could endure no longer and was directly transported out by the array. The elders in the hall did not feel a sense of loss. Rather, they thought it commendable that such a young lady, evidently in poor health, could achieve such results. As they contemplated whether to bring her into the main hall to assess her spiritual roots, someone suddenly pointed at the projection and exclaimed, "Look, when did that young girl climb up to this point?" Qin Tian and the others immediately raised their eyes and were astonished to see Xie Liuyin, whom they had previously overlooked, slowly ascending to the 1,700th step without their notice. When had she climbed this high? Qin Tian widened his eyes, doubting his own perception. Chapter 6. Epiphany. No matter how difficult it was for Qin Tian to accept, the girl in the projection had indeed reached the 1,700th step. Moreover, she showed no signs of stopping, gritting her teeth and continuing to climb. Previously, he had secretly mocked Xianyu for her poor judgment, but now he couldn't help but feel anxious, especially since the scores of the two sisters were so close. What if Xie Liuyin truly surpassed Xie Mingzhu? "I told you she would win," he thought, unbeknownst to Xianyu, who was oblivious to her disciple's inner turmoil. She looked at the determined and unyielding expression of the girl in the projection and couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. This elicited a strong discomfort in Qin Tian, who thought, "Little master uncle shouldn't celebrate too early. Xie Liuyin appears to be running out of steam, and there are still 200 stone steps between her and Xie Mingzhu." Xianyu's smile remained unwavering. "It's all right. Let us watch slowly." Hearing this, Qin Tian ground his teeth in frustration, and his gaze towards Xie Liuyin in the projection grew increasingly hostile. The elder's wager had no effect on Xie Liuyin. She wiped the sweat from her forehead and focused solely on climbing, ignoring the long staircase that vanished into the clouds above. She had not kept count of how many steps she had ascended, but was vaguely aware that she had certainly passed the entrance examination. Subsequently, Xie Liuyin sought to test her limits by ascending the long staircase, wishing to discover the extent of her capabilities. Time became an abstraction as she climbed. Enveloped in a state of profound immersion, the world around her faded, leaving only herself and the stone steps beneath her. The only sounds that reached her ears were her own labored breaths and the rhythmic pounding of her heart, quickening with each step. At last, as she ascended yet another step, an unexpected lightness washed over her, as if a barrier that had bound her for years was suddenly shattered. A surge of spiritual energy rushed into her being, bringing her an overwhelming sense of comfort. Was this enlightenment? In the grand hall, an elder gasped in astonishment. The expressions of the others present mirrored his surprise. For the once overlooked young girl had not only silently ascended 1,900 steps but had also achieved enlightenment upon reaching the 2,000th step. The elders could only watch in awe as the golden spiritual energy that had quietly surrounded Xie Liuyin found its home within her, flooding into her body with fervor. This girl, who had yet to formally join their ranks, had managed to draw an energy under such circumstances. Indeed, it was a moment of enlightenment. The sect leader of Kunshan couldn't help but smile and nod, recognizing the remarkable talent of the Xie family, particularly these two sisters. With proper guidance, it seemed the Qingxiao sect would soon gain two exceptional disciples. Upon hearing this, the elders promptly offered their congratulations, praising the sisters of the Xie family. However, beneath their smiles, those elders who had previously wagered against Xie Liuyin were now filled with regret, especially Qin Tian, who was exceptionally vain and held a low opinion of his lazy and unruly junior uncle, Xie Yu. Not only had he lost a bet to Xie Yu, but he also had to pay him half a year's salary. It was a bitter pill for Qin Tian to swallow. At that moment, Xie Yu, seemingly unsatisfied with Qin Tian's misfortune, reminded everyone, the outcome of the wager has been determined. Do not forget that half a year's salary owed to me. Qin Tian's heart seethed with resentment, yet he could only feign respect on the surface. After putting on a compliant facade before Xie Yu, he discreetly gathered a trace of spiritual energy and hurled it towards the projection of Xie Liuyin. Consequently, Xie Liuyin, who should have been immersed in her epiphany and climbing higher, suddenly stumbled, as if tripped by an unseen force, and fell hard onto the stone steps. Had she not previously drawn energy into her body to restore much of her strength, she would have likely tumbled down the stairs due to the severity of her fall. She pressed her lips together, feeling a twinge of regret, yet not sorrowful. She had already achieved considerable progress on the steps today. It was worth noting that in her previous life, it took her 3 days to complete the same energy absorption. Slowly rising and moving her limbs to ensure no injuries had occurred, she continued her ascent. However, Xie Liuyin could not discern the reason for her fortuitous opportunity dissipating. While Xie Yu in the main hall narrowed his peach blossom eyes and cast a fleeting glance at Qin Tian. Although his face bore a smile, the amusement did not reach his eyes. Qin Tian was utterly oblivious to the fact that he had caught the attention of Xie Yu. Instead, he lamented the missed opportunity of sending Xie Liuyin tumbling down the long staircase. If only that little girl could roll down all 1,900 steps. Qin Tian mused silently in his heart. However, the more he wished to avoid witnessing Xie Liuyin's display of prowess, the more the number of stone steps she ascended in the projection increased. By the time she reached the summit, she had exhausted every ounce of her strength, reduced to crawling on the steps, inching forward with great difficulty. Even as her hands and legs were bloodied and battered, she showed no signs of stopping. The elders watching this no longer held the initial disdain they had for the young girl. Even those among them, excluding Qin Tian, who had lost half a year's salary due to Xie Liuyin's failure, couldn't help but exclaim, if this child can mature successfully, her future accomplishments will surely rival those of Zhao Chaoyun. Hearing this remark, Yi Zhaoyun's fingers twitched slightly, and his cold gaze fell upon Xie Liuyin's eyes, which were brimming with vibrant vitality, suddenly feeling a stinging sensation. Frowning, he was inexplicably filled with aversion towards the child. In the end, Xie Liuyin was unaware of how many steps she had climbed. All she felt was the aching and soreness in her hands and legs, as if they were weighed down by lead. Eventually, she could move no more, and she collapsed in exhaustion on the steps. The moment the girl closed her eyes, the formation automatically transported her away from the staircase. As her figure vanished from the projection, the hall erupted once again in a fervent cheer. Splendid. 6,000 steps, an impressive total of 6,000. Many years ago, the venerable elder who astonished the entire realm of cultivation by achieving the monumental feat of ascension after a millennium had merely ascended 5,000 steps at the outset. This young lady's potential knows no bounds. My esteemed junior uncle is indeed fortunate. In his inaugural attempt at mentorship, he has serendipitously acquired such a promising disciple in the art of cultivation, truly enviable. Amidst a chorus of flattering remarks, a few slightly jarring voices emerged, cautioning, do not rejoice too soon. That Xie Liuyin has just begun to draw in her vital energy, and it remains uncertain what her future holds. It is essential to remember that the cultivation world has seen many a fallen genius. These words fell like a bucket of cold water onto a boiling pot, instantly altering the atmosphere within the hall. Meeting the peculiar gazes of the crowd, Qin Tian stubbornly retorted, what of it? I have not spoken incorrectly. Whether I can cultivate a gifted disciple is my concern. My junior nephew is merely overly concerned. In the midst of this uncomfortable silence, Xie Yu slowly spoke. Chapter 7. A lesson for him. Once Xie Yu had made her pronouncement, Even if Qin Tian harbored a multitude of grievances, he could only obediently remain silent. Observing the increasingly strange atmosphere within the hall, the sect leader of Kunshan remarked, "The Xie sisters have successfully passed their entrance examination. From this day forth, they shall be disciples of our Qingshao sect. My esteemed junior uncle, Xie Liuyin, still bears injuries and appears quite exhausted. Perhaps you should take the initiative and check on your future disciple?" To prevent further discord between Xian Yu and Qin Tian, the sect leader proactively suggested. Xian Yu perceived his intent to foster peace, and although she huffed in discontent, she ultimately conceded to the sect leader's wishes, turning to gather her lounging chair before departing the grand hall. Before departing, a minuscule trace of spiritual energy inadvertently dripped from his fingertips onto Qin Tian. This fragment of energy was so trivial that, aside from Xian Yu himself, no one present took notice. After Xian Yu's departure, many within the hall exhaled in relief. This young master uncle was notoriously languid, yet domineering, unwilling to relent once he had seized upon a grievance. Had he chosen to confront Qin Tian, it would likely have resulted in a tumultuous day for all. However, it was indeed unjust to place the blame solely upon the young master uncle. After all, anyone would feel discomfort if their apprentice, newly admitted to the sect, was disparaged as a talent on the verge of collapse. In response, Elder Wu Xiu could not help but grumble. "Old Six, you should really keep a tighter rein on your tongue. A word of caution may be unpalatable, but my intentions were rooted in concern for the young master uncle's disciple. Since he has chosen to spurn my goodwill, I shall refrain from further commentary." Qin Tian scoffed, and, with a flick of his sleeve, strode purposefully towards the hall's exit. Yet, just as he stepped beyond the threshold, he felt his foot slip. Before he could react, he tumbled down, rolling down the long staircase before his head collided violently with the stone floor. The onlookers within the hall naturally did not miss this spectacle and rushed to assist him. As a Yuanian cultivator, Qin Tian sustained no injuries, yet he suffered a profound loss of face. By the time several familiar elders helped him to his feet, his expression had darkened considerably. He was acutely aware that Xian Yu had orchestrated this embarrassment and likely deduced that the earlier incident involving Xie Liuyin's sudden fall on the steps was also his doing. Qin Tian refrained from voicing any accusations, recognizing that, ultimately, he was at fault. Yet, compelling him to swallow his indignation, Qin Tian was truly unwilling. He endured and contemplated, inevitably attributing the grievance to Xie Liuyin, for she was a soft target and a disciple of Huan Yu. Grinding his teeth, Qin Tian silently devised a plan to impart a lesson to this newly initiated disciple. Meanwhile, Xie Liuyin, having detached from the formation of the heart-seeking sect, remained in a daze, entirely unaware that her miserly and petty master had inadvertently offended a shameless scoundrel who had already schemed to vent his frustrations upon her. At this moment, Xie Liuyin was settled in the disciples' quarters on the main peak, a space designated for newly admitted disciples to recuperate their strength. The room was inscribed with a recuperation array, capable of mending even the gravest injuries with a mere moment of rest. Xie Mingzhu, who had entered the room slightly earlier, had already been escorted away by a disciple from the Yichaoyan Peak. When Xie Liuyin eventually regained consciousness, she found herself alone in the entire chamber. Instinctively, she attempted to move, only to be met with pain radiating throughout her limbs. The agony in her scraped hands and knees was particularly acute, eliciting a reflexive grimace. Fortunately, these were merely superficial wounds, which had already healed significantly, rendering them less alarming than at first. Beside the bed lay a clean garment. Upon seeing its color scheme, Xie Liuyin recognized it as the attire of a disciple from the Qingshao sect. The Qingshao sect, a grand sect with a lineage spanning millennia, boasted an abundance of spirit stone mines, thus providing excellent provisions for its disciples, including robes that were imbued with magical properties. Though uncertain of who had delivered the clothing, Xie Liuyin glanced at her own tattered garments and promptly donned the fresh attire. As she had just changed her attire, a knock echoed from outside. Xie Liuyin assumed it was her senior brother Song Ming and the others come to seek her, and hastily tidied her hair before rushing to the door. To her surprise, it was not Song Ming waiting outside, but rather a peculiar wooden puppet. One could only wonder about the whimsicality of its creator, for the puppet bore a doll-like visage with rosy cheeks, reminiscent of a traditional New Year painting. Adorned in a lovely light yellow dress, the puppet's expression was astonishingly animated. Upon locking eyes with Xie Liuyin, it greeted her with a gentle smile, piquing her curiosity even further. Your Highness has finally awakened. My master has sent me to deliver medicine to you. The puppet spoke, its voice sweet as honey. Taken aback, Xie Liuyin inquired, Might I ask if the master you mentioned is the esteemed Master Xianyu? The puppet squinted its eyes and replied, You are quite astute, Your Highness. You guessed it perfectly. When Alu arrived just now, my master mentioned that you might be frightened by me. I assured them that would not be the case. For Alu is far too pretty to frighten you. Introducing itself as Alu, the puppet attempted to step inside, and Xie Liuyin, filled with curiosity, did not impede its entrance but rather listened intently as it chattered on. Oh, I haven't properly introduced myself yet. My name is Alu, and I am the puppet responsible for various tasks at Daylight Peak. Being the sixth in line, I am called Alu. You may refer to me as such from now on. Xie Liuyin was already familiar with Daylight Peak, known to be under the stewardship of Master Xianyu. It is rumored that this venerable master possesses a peculiar temperament, shunning interactions with outsiders, leaving the summit of Yao Ri Peak devoid of any other living souls save for him. Initially, when Xie Liuyin learned of his willingness to accept disciples, she felt a surge of astonishment and curiosity about what kind of mentor this master would be. However, after Xie Mingzhu became his disciple, Xie Liuyin noticed that Xianyu had not engaged in further contact with outsiders. Moreover, Xie Mingzhu frequently visited Yichaoyan, causing Xie Liuyin's curiosity to dissipate swiftly. Alu, as a puppet, exhibited remarkable agility. She first presented Xie Liuyin with medicinal pills for healing, and after ensuring she consumed them, fetched clean water to wash her hands. Even the hairstyle that Xie Liuyin had hastily arranged was meticulously tidied by Alu. Upon catching sight of her intricate and beautiful twin buns in the mirror, Xie Liuyin could not help but feel an increased fondness for her yet-to-be-seen master. The mere fact that he allowed Alu to tend to her spoke volumes about his capabilities, far surpassing those of Yichaoyan. Now that you are ready, my lady, let us hasten to meet the master, who has been waiting for you for quite some time, Alu announced, pushing open the door and gesturing for Xie Liuyin to proceed. Without hesitation, Xie Liuyin followed Alu out of the room, making her way directly to the side hall where Xianyu resided. As the door swung open, a man draped in a loose azure robe lounged languidly in a rocking chair, exuding an indescribable charm and nonchalance. In contrast to the cultivators of Qingxiao Sect, Xie Liuyin inexplicably felt that he resembled a dashing young nobleman from the mortal realm. Chapter 8. Does your sister often bully you? The young noble seemed to have heard the commotion of the duo and turned his head to gaze in their direction. At that moment, a single glance made Xie Liuyin feel as though she were being scrutinized by a terrifying presence. A shiver ran down her spine, and cold sweat broke out inexplicably. Fortunately, the intimidation of that gaze dissipated almost instantaneously, and soon the man in the azure robe softened his expression. Little Liuyin, come, let your master have a look at you. He beckoned with a gesture that Xie Liuyin could not help but liken to calling a dog. She held her breath, reluctant to defy someone whose status and cultivation vastly surpassed her own. Pleased with her docility, the master, Xianyu, seized her wrist without granting her a moment's preparation and infused a strand of spiritual energy into her. Although Xie Liuyin had yet to embark on her journey of cultivation and could barely channel energy into her body, she instinctively sensed that something was amiss. Just as she attempted to struggle, Xianyu released her hand, a satisfied expression gracing his features. Excellent, excellent. As I suspected, you possess a singular golden spiritual root. Xie Liuyin was taken aback. So, this person had merely been probing her spiritual root? Shouldn't such an examination be conducted with a spirit stone? Why then did Xianyu employ this method? The distance between Riyao Peak and Qingxiao Peak was considerable, and understanding her limited cultivation, Xianyu lifted her onto his flying artifact. However, as Xie Liuyin felt the peculiar artifact beneath her, she hesitantly inquired, Master, why is your artifact a rocking chair? She found herself perched upon the armrest of a massive rocking chair. To her surprise, Xianyu seemed unfazed, instead questioning her. What? Can't a rocking chair serve as a magical artifact? This is not the case. Xie Liuyin pressed her lips together, gaining a more profound understanding of her master's eccentricities. The rocking chair, a magical artifact, sailed smoothly over a significant expanse of the Qingxiao Sect, drawing the attention of numerous disciples. Their expressions were filled with astonishment, seemingly taken aback by the uniqueness of someone's vision. Even though Xie Liuyin believed that having faced death once had fortified her resolve to the hardness of refined iron, she still felt a flush of embarrassment under the gaze of her fellow disciples. Fortunately, the rocking chair was swift. And soon the master and disciple safely alighted upon the Daylight Peak. On Daylight Peak, only the two of us exist. All other chores are managed by wooden puppets. Should you require anything, henceforth, consult a Liu. She will guide you in becoming acquainted with the entirety of Daylight Peak. After disembarking from the rocking chair, Xie Liuyin followed her master, Xie Mingzhu, who explained as they made their way to the Soul Palace within the peak. This palace was even grander and more opulent than the main hall of the sect leader that Xie Liuyin had previously observed at Qishao Peak. She could scarcely count the number of chambers within at a glance. I do not welcome outsiders. Should you wish to gather with friends or family, remember to find a place outside Daylight Peak. If I discover that you have brought outsiders inside, you will be punished with laboring to cultivate the spiritual fields on the back mountain, Xie Mingzhu declared coldly. Xie Liuyin nodded promptly, taking note of this. Having endured the ruthlessness of Yi Chaoyan, she now only hoped for Xie Mingzhu to possess a sound mind, harboring no further aspirations. Xie Mingzhu suddenly halted, pointing towards a grand door. I reside there. Choose your own quarters. I require 10 hours of sleep daily, only having free time during the hour of shun. If you wish to find me, do so at that time. As they conversed, Xie Mingzhu stifled a yawn and said, well, that's all I shall divulge for now. You may inquire about the other rules from a Liu. Oh, by the way, your talent is commendable. What cultivation method do you intend to pursue? This question left Xie Liuyin momentarily speechless, for in her previous life, she had little exposure to any cultivation techniques and had relied solely on her own exploration for advancement. Even the formation of her golden core had been achieved through sheer accumulation of spiritual energy. Noticing her frown and silence, Xie Mingzhu understood. If you are unfamiliar with these concepts, then you ought to visit the library. Your master ancestor has left behind a considerable collection of cultivation scriptures. Peruse them and see if any resonate with you. Once you have made your selection, return to seek my guidance. With that, Xie Mingzhu turned to retreat to his quarters. Adopting an air of indifference, Xie Liuyin hurriedly called out, but master, am I truly free to choose? What if I accidentally damage something within? She hesitated. Furthermore, can you teach me any method I select? Xie Mingzhu chuckled softly, as if he had heard something amusing. The library is fortified with numerous protective arrays. Should you truly manage to break something, I would commend you for your remarkable skills. As for the cultivation methods, his tone shifted to one of resignation, recalling how, in his youth, he had idly studied all the techniques in the library. Teaching them to a disciple should pose no challenge. Today, in his effort to assess his pupil's potential, he had already sacrificed a significant portion of his much-needed rest. If he continued to delay, he would be unable to endure any longer. The heavy red wooden door slammed shut with a dull thud. Xie Liuyin blinked twice, gazing uncertainly at a Liu. Did Master just mention that he has mastered all the techniques in the library? Her composed demeanor rendered Xie Liuyin's astonishment all the more pronounced. At that moment, Xie Liuyin truly wished to inquire. If Xie Mingzhu is indeed as formidable as he claims, then what affliction plagued her previous self, Xie Mingzhu, that led her to seek solace in Yi Chaoyan's embrace? Could it be that Xie Mingzhu harbors some secret? Unable to unravel her thoughts, Xie Liuyin decided to follow a Liu for a tour of the Daylight Hall while selecting her residence. Meanwhile, atop Yunchuang Peak, Xie Mingzhu and Yi Chaoyan enjoyed a far more harmonious rapport than the master and disciple below. Xie Mingzhu had been personally escorted to Yunchuang Peak by Yi Chaoyan, who was already quite pleased with this resilient and gentle disciple. Upon encountering the young girl's adoring gaze, even the coldest heart would soften. The lofty Yunchuang Peak, perpetually shrouded in snow, prompted him to worry about the potential harm the harsh weather could inflict upon his little disciple. Thus, he meticulously employed a protective spell to shield her securely. Xie Mingzhu was deeply touched by this gesture and presented Yi Chaoyan with a pouch she had crafted herself. As a token of gratitude to her master, Master has treated me so well, yet I possess nothing of worth to repay him. This small trinket shall serve as my humble token of appreciation. With a flushed face, she spoke softly. Yi Chaoyan accepted the gift, feeling that this offering was far more precious than any artifact he had previously received. This gift is splendid. I cherish it greatly. Really? As long as the master is pleased, that is sufficient. Previously, I crafted a pouch for my sister, but she did not take to it, and even discarded it. I had worried that the master might find my pouch unsightly as well. When speaking of this, Xie Mingzhu's tone was laced with sorrow. Upon hearing this, Yi Chaoyan couldn't help but furrow his brow. Does your sister frequently bully you? Chapter 9. Cultivation Techniques Master. Please do not misunderstand. Seemingly concerned that Yi Chaoyun might harbor resentment towards her sister, Xie Mingzhu hastily clarified, "She doesn't truly bully me. It's just that due to my frail constitution in childhood, my parents tended to indulge me a bit more, which has led to some resentment on her part." Seeing the despondent expression on Xie Mingzhu's face, Yi Chaoyun's brow tightened in concern. He spoke with a hint of discontent. "When I was on the path of introspection, I sensed that Xie Liuyin harbored ill intentions towards you. Now that she has taken Master Xian Yu as her teacher, I cannot fathom how she might conspire against you in the future, and yet you remain so soft-hearted," still speaking in her defense. Yi Chaoyun had never held any fondness for Xie Liuyin, who had overshadowed his own disciple. Now, upon learning that she seemed intent on troubling Xie Mingzhu, his disdain for her only deepened. Xie Mingzhu lowered her head, her voice tinged with vulnerability. "It's all right, master. After all, my sister and I have both taken our own masters, and it is unlikely we will have many opportunities to be together in the future. Moreover, I believe that you will protect me, won't you?" Hearing the unwavering trust in his disciple's voice, Yi Chaoyun nodded solemnly in agreement. Having just selected her room, Xie Liuyin, guided by Alu to explore other areas of the palace, suddenly sneezed. Observing this, Alu quickly inquired, "Is the young master unwell? I have some elixirs here." "It's nothing," Xie Liuyin waved her hand dismissively. "Perhaps someone is just speaking of me." This minor incident did not concern Xie Liuyin in the least, and seeing that she exhibited no signs of discomfort, Alu accepted her explanation. The Palace of the Sun was originally constructed by the esteemed elder and occupies a substantial portion of the land atop the Sun Peak. Within the palace, there are not only 300 chambers for residence, but also designated areas for alchemy, weapon forging, martial practice, and dining. At the heart of the palace lies a specially designated area for a medicinal herb garden and a spirit bee sanctuary. The herb garden is tended to by a air and a sand, as it has flourished significantly and has undergone 3 expansions. Conversely, the spirit beast sanctuary fell into disrepair after the first batch of spirit beast eggs hatched, as Qian Yu, disliking the noise, sent them directly to the sect. To prevent Xie Liuyin from getting lost within the Palace of the Sun, the chief steward, Ada, gifted her a living map. This device functions as a magical instrument. By inserting a spirit stone, Xie Liuyin's location can be indicated on it. With the aid of this map, Xie Liuyin swiftly familiarized herself with several key areas of the palace. The master had instructed that as the young master has just begun her cultivation, she still requires sustenance. Henceforth, a Xie will be responsible for the young master's meals. All you need to do is visit the dining hall daily, Alu casually mentioned. The meals served in the dining hall are far from ordinary, composed exclusively of the spiritual rice and vegetables cultivated by Air and his companions. Although the spiritual essence contained within is modest, it is perfectly suited for the newly initiated Xie Liuyin, aiding in the enhancement of her constitution. At this moment, Xie Liuyin begins to grasp why Xian Yu prefers to remain in the sunlit peak, choosing slumber over socializing. The wooden puppets are exceedingly considerate, anticipating her needs without requiring her to articulate them. Pondering this, Xie Liuyin cannot help but inquire once more, why did Xie Mingzhu ultimately decide to abandon her role as Xian Yu's disciple? After meandering through much of the sunlit palace, Xie Liuyin finally discovers the library that Xian Yu had previously mentioned. She had expected a modest study, perhaps capable of housing a few hundred volumes of techniques. However, upon pushing open the door, her eyes widen in astonishment at the sight of the towering library, standing over 10 meters high and spanning 3 stories. This repository predominantly contains the collections of the venerable ancestor, your master's grand forebear, with the uppermost level showcasing the techniques gathered by the master over the years from various locales. During the time when the venerable ancestor was actively engaged in the realm of cultivation, he relished in forming friendships, often receiving gifts of techniques or insights from others. As Alu speaks, he guides the somewhat dazed Xie Liuyin upward. The master has a penchant for collecting various techniques, and virtually all the inner sect teachings of major sects are represented here. Anything that piques the interest of the young master can be retrieved for consultation with the master. Alu points towards the distant row of towering bookshelves. Xie Liuyin raised her gaze and beheld a densely packed row of jade slips, each inscribed with characters such as sword, spear, and halberd. On the opposite side of the bookshelf, there lay elixirs, artifact refining, and talisman crafting. A sense of awe and envy surged within Xie Liuyin as she touched her heart, feeling a flicker of admiration for Xie Mingzhu for the first time. Had it not been for her insistence on exchanging masters at the last moment, Xie Liuyin would never have encountered such abundant resources for cultivation. However, this thought was fleeting. She soon plunged into the ocean of jade slips, determined to discover a suitable cultivation method for herself. In the realm of cultivation, the quality of techniques is classified into 4 tiers: celestial, earthly, mysterious, and yellow. The yellow tier methods are the most accessible, and it was the tier she had practiced in her previous life. Yet, the heart techniques designated for inner disciples of the Qingshao sect were not even categorized within the yellow tier. With a stroke of good fortune, one might find mysterious or earthly tier methods within secret realms. However, celestial tier techniques are exceedingly rare, according to Xie Liuyin's recollections from 2 lifetimes. She had never heard of anyone cultivating a celestial tier method. The collection of Xie Yu was certainly impressive. After a thorough examination, Xie Liuyin discovered that most of the slips were of mysterious tier, with a fair number at the earthly tier as well. She meticulously perused each one. Although her current cultivation level allowed her to comprehend only the first page, the wisdom of those who came before her left her in awe. Have you considered what kind of magical artifact you might wish to use in the future, young master? Alu, observing Xie Liuyin's relentless searching without success, could not help but inquire. Pondering for a moment, Xie Liuyin recalled her previous life, where she had dedicated herself to mastering the sword. As Yi Chaoyan was renowned as a prodigy in swordsmanship, she believed that mastering the sword would earn her a greater measure of her master's esteem, or at the very least, prevent her from being treated like an invisible presence. Although this wish ultimately went unfulfilled, Xie Liuyin found herself genuinely enamored with the sword through her daily practice. In this lifetime, she had no intention of changing her path. This time, she would learn the sword for her own sake. This thought took root in her heart as soon as it emerged. After sharing her intentions with Alu, the wooden puppet led Xie Liuyin directly to the rack displaying the sword techniques. The rack was 4 tiers high, and a cursory glance revealed several jade slips marked with the designation of earth-level techniques. She meticulously examined each one but failed to find one that truly resonated with her. It is said that when a cultivator encounters a technique that perfectly aligns with them, they will experience an inexplicable sensation. Xie Liuyin had yet to find such a feeling. After surveying the options, she ultimately selected a technique titled Flowing Cloud Sword Technique to practice. However, as soon as she retrieved the jade slip, an unremarkable gray booklet suddenly fell from the shelf. Instinctively, Xie Liuyin bent down to pick it up, but upon reading the title on the cover, she was momentarily stunned. It simply bore the words Heartless Sword Formula. Chapter 10. The so-called Path of Heartlessness. Heartless Sword Formula? What a rather trite name. After enduring a long night, Xie Liuyin rushed to find her master the following day as soon as the hour of Shun arrived, clutching the technique she had fortuitously discovered. To her surprise, as soon as Xian Yu laid eyes on the title, he immediately scoffed in derision. Xie Liuyin felt displeased, even though she too found the name lacking in grandeur. But what is it that draws her so irresistibly to this particular technique among the myriad of methods available? When she picked up the fallen manual from the ground, it felt as if she had been struck by some invisible force, and an immediate thought sprang to mind. This was the one. Although Xie Liuyin could not discern the rank of this technique, she felt an undeniable affinity for this sword art and chose it without hesitation. Later, Alu explained to her that such texts, lacking clear rank annotations, were ancient tomes collected during the era of the Grand Elder. These long-standing legacies are notoriously difficult to master. So Alu advised Xie Liuyin against recklessly experimenting on her own and suggested that it would be far safer to seek guidance from Xian Yu. Xie Liuyin shared this sentiment, and as soon as her inexpensive master awakened, she hurried to seek his counsel. You have a discerning eye. This is the only celestial-grade technique in the entire library, Xian Yu remarked while reclining in his rocking chair, casually flipping through the sword manual. His offhand comment nearly caused Xie Liuyin's jaw to drop. Master, is this truly a celestial-grade technique? She exclaimed, her eyes wide with astonishment. Xian Yu scoffed lightly. Would I deceive you? However, this technique is exceedingly difficult to learn. Since its inception, I have yet to encounter a sword cultivator who has successfully mastered this set of sword arts. He glanced at the young woman, his eyes gleaming with mischief. Do you realize that the 2 characters wuching preceding the sword technique signify the path of indifference? Xie Liuyin could not help but furrow her brow. Does that mean in order to master the sword technique, one must first embark upon the path of indifference? If I enter the path of indifference, will I become cold-hearted and detached, free from the shackles of emotion? As the conversation progressed, Xie Liuyin surprisingly felt a surge of eagerness. If she could sever her emotional ties and devote herself entirely to the path of cultivation, it would, in her view, be a beneficial endeavor. However, Xian Yu scoffed derisively, rudely rolling up the sword manual and striking Xie Liuyin on the head with it. Where did you hear such nonsense? Have you been reading too many tales about slaying one's wife for the sake of enlightenment? A fine orthodox doctrine, and yet it sounds perverse coming from your lips. He rolled his eyes dramatically, showing no regard for his image. His treatment of his only disciple was indeed without restraint. Xie Liuyin rubbed her head, but dared not retaliate. In her past life, she had indeed heard of a cultivator who, in pursuit of the path of emotionlessness, had slain their beloved on their wedding night. It was said that the cultivator's prowess immediately ascended by a minor realm, filling him with elation as he proclaimed that his partner had not died in vain. Unfortunately, the tale ended there, and no one knew the fate of that cultivator. Xie Liuyin had felt a twinge of regret then, wishing to know the name of that practitioner. Otherwise, she would have ensured that he faced the consequences of his actions. Little did Xian Yu realize that in the brief exchange, his impudent disciple's mind had wandered to such extensive thoughts. Seeing the young girl bow her head in silence, he mistakenly assumed she had recognized her error, prompting him to speak cheerfully. The so-called path of emotionlessness does not entail the obliteration of emotional bonds. Rather, it is precisely because of emotion that one can attain the path of emotionlessness. This path is about forgetting trivial affections while embracing a profound love for all beings without bias. When you can truly treat all living entities with equality, you will have comprehended the essence of the path of emotionlessness. To harbor no private feelings is to avoid bias. To show no favoritism towards any existence is akin to being devoid of emotion. Xian Yu's tone carried a hint of melancholy, as if recounting a tale of an old acquaintance, which stirred an inexplicable heaviness in Xie Liuyin's heart. Achieving such a state is profoundly challenging, and this is precisely why the path of emotional detachment is arduous to cultivate. Xian Yu further elucidated that the rumored practice of severing emotional ties and the so-called path of emotionlessness, which involves slaying one's wife to attain enlightenment, is merely a descent into demonic ways, although it may facilitate rapid enhancement of one's cultivation in the initial stages. It is prone to inciting inner demons in the later stages, ultimately yielding no fruitful outcomes. Having concluded his explanation, Xian Yu returned the manual to Xie Liuyin. If you truly wish to master the art of emotionless swordplay, set aside thoughts of the path of emotionlessness for now. Instead, go to the sunrise cliff and wield your sword 10,000 times daily. Only when you have mastered the foundational sword techniques of the Qingxiao sect should you contemplate this sword manual. He gestured, indicating his desire for rest. Xie Liuyin, perceptive as ever, withdrew from Xian Yu's chamber and enlisted Lu's assistance in procuring a wooden sword, obediently heading to the sunrise cliff to practice. Once Xie Liuyin had distanced herself, Xian Yu, who was meant to continue his slumber, abruptly opened his eyes and cast a glance in the direction of his little disciple's aura. What a discerning choice, he mused, to select the most challenging manual upon arrival, and a fragment at that. Xian Yu shook his head in resignation. He had previously stated that he had perused all the techniques housed in the library, and indeed, he had not overlooked this legendary celestial-level manual. Initially, Xian Yu had contemplated mastering it, only to discover it was a fragment. Learning it would lead to a dead end, as one could not find the latter half after grasping the initial portion, resulting in no conclusive outcome. He raised his hand and gently tapped his forehead, resignedly murmuring, "Forget it. After all, she is my disciple, so I shall devise a method to help her complete this technique." Unbeknownst to him, Xie Liuyin had spent several hours on the sunrise cliff wielding her sword. After 1,000 attempts, when she finally managed to synchronize her movements, she felt as though her entire right arm was no longer her own. Fortunately, her room was also equipped with a restorative array. After a brief slumber, she awoke the next day feeling rejuvenated. However, Xie Liuyin dared not indulge in laziness. As soon as she awoke and had a quick bite of breakfast that Lu had brought, she hastily seized her wooden sword and rushed back to the sunrise cliff. Her fervor did not escape her master, Xian Yu, who had been monitoring the entire daylight peak with his spiritual awareness. He was fully aware of his little disciple's daily endeavors. Observing that this young girl had nearly exhausted herself the previous day, yet returned resolutely to practice her swordsmanship, Xian Yu could not help but feel a surge of tolerance and patience towards this unexpectedly assigned disciple. Thus, before Xie Liuyin officially commenced her training. She spent 3 days swinging her sword atop daylight peak. On the 4th day, Xian, unusually rising early, called out to Xie Liuyin, who was preparing to practice, stating that he would take her down the mountain to attend the disciple initiation ceremony. Upon hearing this, Xie Liuyin smacked her forehead in realization. Indeed, Alu had reminded her that the initiation ceremony for new disciples would take place in 3 days, and both she and Xie Mingzhu were expected to attend. However, she had squandered the past few days on sword practice, completely forgetting such an important matter. As she put away the wooden sword and was about to descend the mountain with Xie, she was abruptly halted by her master's disapproving voice. "Are you truly going to wear that outfit out with me?" Xie Liuyin lowered her gaze to examine her pristine and neatly arranged disciple's attire, finding no fault in her appearance. Xianwei suppressed the urge to roll her eyes and coldly instructed Alu, take her to change into a different outfit, specifically, the exquisite golden-patterned butterfly gown made of fishscale silk. Chapter 11. Return the wooden bracelet you borrowed from me ultimately. Xie Liuyin not only changed her attire, but also replaced the standard shoes issued by the sect with those intricately embroidered with cloud patterns using jade silk. Xianwei, seemingly anxious that her sole disciple would not shine brightly enough, insisted that she adorn herself with 2 striking spirit pearl hairpins. The size of the pearls was quite imposing, and even Xie Liuyin, who had only recently begun her journey into the path, could clearly sense the spiritual energy emanating from them. She tilted her head, which felt somewhat heavy, and said with a hint of exasperation, "It is merely a master-apprentice ceremony. Must we be so ostentatious, master? What do you know? This concerns my reputation. My disciple must surpass all others in every aspect." Xianwei did not allow Xie Liuyin the chance to refuse. On their way to the ceremony, Xianwei took the opportunity to remind her disciple, there are many disciples from the Qingxiao sect, and inevitably, a few may lack proper manners. Now that you have become my disciple, your status within the sect is equivalent to that of the sect master and the elders. If anyone behaves poorly during the ceremony, do not hesitate to confront them. I will be here to support you. Hearing this, Xie Liuyin raised an eyebrow slightly, sensing that someone harbored discontent towards her. Although the pair had been delayed by the change of attire, they arrived at the venue without being late. Although Xianwei holds no substantial power within the sect, his esteemed position places him at the left hand of the leader of Kunshan, while the other elders are arranged in their respective seats. Xie Liuyin cast a glance and noted that Yu Chaoan was seated beside the 9th elder. Meanwhile, the long-absent Xie Mingzhu stood obediently behind Yu Chaoan. The moment her sister appeared, Xie Mingzhu discreetly directed her gaze towards Xie Liuyin, harboring a sense of anticipation for the unfolding drama. After all, in her previous life, Xie Mingzhu had not fared well under the tutelage of the esteemed Xianwei. Several times, she endeavored to approach this master, bringing delectable pastries as offerings, only to be thwarted by the wooden servant who attended him, stating that Xianwei was resting and should not be disturbed. Initially, Xie Mingzhu believed these claims, but eventually, regardless of whether it was morning or night, she was met with the same response. Xianwei was asleep. What kind of cultivator sleeps for over 10 hours a day? Thus, Xie Mingzhu concluded that Xianwei bore a grudge against her. Furthermore, despite his high status, Xianwei was indifferent and far less capable than the widely acknowledged future sect leader, Yu Chaoyan. Now that she had a more promising master in Yu Chaoyan, who regarded her with special favor, Xie Mingzhu felt that her sister, whom she had usurped as a disciple, would undoubtedly face hardships. Given her foolish sister's dull disposition, she likely would incur even greater disdain from Xianwei than Xie Mingzhu had in the past. However, to her surprise, Xie Mingzhu did not observe the anticipated sight of Xie Liuyin in despondency. Instead, she was adorned in a luxurious robe, and the hairpin atop her head gleamed dazzlingly. Xie Mingzhu was acutely aware that these items were certainly not brought by Xie Liuyin herself. The only plausible explanation was that they were bestowed upon her by Xianyu. The moment this thought crossed her mind, a profound sense of jealousy took root in Xie Mingzhu's heart. Why should Xianyu present Xie Liuyin with such exquisite garments and jewelry, while previously refusing even to grant her a mere audience? Xie Mingzhu's emotional turmoil was exceedingly evident, and naturally, Yu Chaoyan, who stood closest to her, took notice. Casting a glance at his disciple, he followed the direction of Xie Mingzhu's gaze. Upon realizing that she was observing the female cultivator named Xie Liuyin, his expression cooled even further. Do not be afraid, Mingzhu. Master shall not allow that person to bully you again. Assuming his disciple was recalling past grievances inflicted by Xie Liuyin, Xie Liuyin hastily spoke to reassure her. Yet, the more he endeavored to display magnanimity and gentleness, the deeper his disdain for Xie Liuyin grew. He frowned and cast another glance toward her, inwardly contemplating the need to consult his esteemed uncle in due course to ensure proper discipline for this wayward disciple. Today's grand ceremony was held to honor the 200 newly selected disciples admitted to the inner sect. Once all were gathered, the splendid festivities would commence. Xie Liuyin and her sister, Xie Mingzhu, could no longer remain on the observation platform. They were required to join the ranks of other new disciples to partake in the ceremony and receive the blessings of the sect leader. Just as Xie Liuyin took her place among the assembly, Xie Mingzhu's voice resonated from behind her. Sister, it has been a while. How have you fared atop Daylight Peak? However, to Xie Mingzhu, this smile appeared deeply ironic, piercing her eyes with pain. Xie Mingzhu yearned to inquire further. Yet the steward ahead had already proclaimed the commencement of the ceremony, urging all new disciples to maintain silence. Thus, Xie Mingzhu was compelled to stifle her grievances, planning to confront Xie Liuyin once the ceremony concluded. The apprenticeship ceremony of the Qingshao sect comprises several steps: igniting the soul lamp, receiving the jade talismans, and listening to admonitions. The new disciples must infuse a drop of their heart's blood into the soul lamp distributed by the sect. Henceforth, should they encounter peril while outside, the sect would be able to discern the danger through the soul lamp and extend assistance. The jade talismans of the Qingshao sect are classified into 3 tiers: white, blue, and red. The white talismans are designated for outer disciples, while the blue ones are exclusive to inner disciples. Only those qualified to wear the red jade talismans are the direct disciples of the elders. Xie Liuyin's red talisman bore an additional golden thread, distinguishing her from other direct disciples of the elders. After all, her master is the highest-ranking elder of the Qingshao sect, the esteemed Xianyu. Disciples like Xie Mingzhu would eventually have to address her as ancestor. Upon completion of the first 2 rites, the sect leader positioned himself at the center of the observation platform and addressed the 100 spirited young disciples below. Now that you have entered the Qingshao sect, you must adhere to the sect's regulations, respect your elders, foster camaraderie among peers, and devote yourselves diligently to your cultivation, eradicating all evils. Should you dare to betray your master or tarnish the sect's reputation, you shall be forsaken by both heaven and man, facing an ignoble end. Following this stern admonition, the sect leader casually formed a hand seal. Instantly, countless golden rays cascaded down upon the new disciples like a gentle rain, showering upon their heads. Those who were touched by the golden light felt an unexpected lightness in their bodies, and even their previously sluggish spiritual energy began to flow more smoothly. This is the blessing bestowed upon the new disciples by the sovereign. As long as these disciples remain within the Qingshao sect, they will be able to better absorb spiritual energy, making their cultivation considerably easier. Yet, before she could take any action, she was halted by Xie Mingzhu. Sister, please do not leave just yet. May I have back the wooden bracelet you borrowed from me? Chapter 12, The Madman. What did you just say? Xie Liuyin doubted her own ears, glancing at Xie Mingzhu several times, trying to discern whether this person was devoid of flesh on her face. For how else could she utter such shameless words? However, Xie Mingzhu seemed to have prepared for this confrontation, as she suddenly reddened around the eyes, appearing pale and fragile. A picture of pitiful vulnerability. I know you have never liked me, but that bracelet was a birthday gift from our parents when I turned 1. I have cherished it for many years. It is truly irreplaceable. You once claimed to admire it, and without hesitation, you took it from me. It is now time for its return, don't you think? Xie Liuyin let out a cold scoff, about to retort, when unexpectedly, Xie Liuyin descended from the viewing platform like a guardian, positioning herself protectively in front of Xie Mingzhu. You are Xie Liuyin, are you not? I have heard that during your time in the Xie family, you consistently bullied Mingzhu. In the past, she was magnanimous and valued sisterly bonds, choosing not to hold grudges against you. However, Mingzhu is now my disciple, and I will not permit you to torment her as you did before. Return her belongings at once, or I shall summon my master to address this matter, Xie Liuyin declared coldly. At this moment, Xie Liuyin found herself at a loss for words. She had once heard that some people referred to madness as frenzy, and now it seemed that this master and disciple truly embodied that term. Indeed, they were a pair of eccentric old fools. How laughable, the notion that I bully her. If you were to visit the Xie family, you would realize that it is not I who bullies her, but rather she and her family who conspire to torment me. Xie Liuyin had no intention of severing ties with Xie Mingzhu so early, but since the latter insisted on seeking conflict, she would naturally retaliate in kind. Throughout her life, while she indulged in sumptuous delicacies, I was left with mere scraps. She adorned herself in silks and satins, while I could only wear her cast-offs, the garments she deemed unworthy. She resided in the grandest, most spacious, and well-lit courtyard of the house, whereas my quarters were cramped against the servants' quarters, perpetually shrouded in darkness and dampness. For years, I had nearly grown accustomed to drifting off to sleep amidst the pervasive humidity. Xie Mingzhu's expression suddenly froze, her eyes widening in disbelief as she gazed at Xie Liuyin, taken aback by the latter's audacity to expose her scars for all to see. The others present shared similar incredulity. How could two sisters, born on the same day, receive such disparate treatment within their own home? The things she desired were handed to her on a silver platter by our parents, while mine were readily seized from my grasp at the mere flicker of her gaze. Is this what they call me bullying her? A cold laugh escaped Xie Liuyin's lips. The flicker of doubt that had lingered in her heart dissipated in an instant. Turning to Xie Liuyin, she declared, "These are merely your words. They are entirely untrustworthy." Xie Mingzhu, lost in her own narrative, insisted that I was the one who bullied her. Yet, when I speak the truth, it is dismissed as mere one-sided testimony, unworthy of belief. Yi Chaoyan, you truly possess the remarkable ability to discern the character of others. Xie Liuyin, when reproaching her former master from a past life, shows no restraint in her words. She has come to realize that in her previous life, she was overly concerned with maintaining her dignity, enduring grievances in silence while allowing those two individuals to tarnish her reputation, ultimately leading to her downfall. This time, Xie Liuyin is determined to speak out, not only voicing her grievances, but ensuring that the entire world is aware of her plight. She yanks the storage pouch from her waist and declares to the crowd, "This is the storage pouch I desperately pleaded for from my parents before departing. As you can see, it is of the lowest grade, containing merely a few shriveled spirit fruits and a single spirit stone." As she speaks, Xie Liuyin empties the contents of the pouch for all to see. She then gestures towards the storage pouch at Xie Mingzhu's waist. Now observe the stark contrast between her pouch and mine. It is evident whom the Xie couple favors. Pray tell, can a mere 12-year-old child truly bully such a favored sister under the watchful eyes of such biased parents? Prompted by her words, the crowd turns their attention to Xie Mingzhu. Indeed, they notice the pouch at her waist, distinctly embroidered with the character for Xie. Such a pouch would require individual refinement, costing countless times more in spirit stones than Xie Liuyin's. With such compelling evidence laid bare, there is no need for further words. The truth is apparent to all. Confronted with the peculiar gazes from all directions, Xie Mingzhu bites her lip, fully aware that she is unlikely to obtain that wooden bracelet this time. Perhaps she would lose face because of this, making her life in the Qingxiao sect exceedingly difficult. Xie Mingzhu hurriedly changed her expression. "I had no idea. It turns out that my sister has endured so many grievances at home. It is all my fault. If only I had received adequate nourishment in my mother's womb, I would not have been born frail. My parents would not have favored me so much just to preserve my life. It is all my fault. Henceforth, I shall certainly write to my parents and inform them that my sister did not seize my nourishment, but rather it is my own weakness that has rendered me so delicate." Upon finishing her words, a series of coughs erupted from her throat. Her already pale visage appeared even more haggard, and her lips lost their color. Many disciples surrounding her witnessed this, and all their previous discontent towards Xie Mingzhu dissipated entirely. Xie Liuyin even overheard someone softly remarking, "No wonder this Taoist Mingzhu looks so unwell. It turns out it is her sister's doing." How can this sister still have the audacity to blame their parents? Is it not natural for parents to dote a little more on a daughter who is unwell? Xie Liuyin turned her gaze in the direction of the voice and met a rather familiar face. In but a fleeting moment of distraction, she recalled the identity of this individual. His name was Feng Yele, also a newly admitted disciple of the Qingxiao sect this year, who, due to his dual spirit root talent, had been accepted as a disciple by Elder Qin Tian. In her past life, he had been Xie Mingzhu's sycophant, often working behind the scenes to undermine Xie Liuyin in order to avenge his beloved. It was unexpected that in this life, he had succumbed so quickly. Indeed, he possessed the potential to be a lackey. Do not hastily cast aspersions upon me. The frail condition of Xie Mingzhu stems from an incident during Madame Xie's pregnancy. when she insisted on confronting her unfaithful husband and was subsequently pushed by him, resulting in harm to the fetus. It is merely fortuitous that I was born healthy. It is not a consequence of me usurping anything from anyone. If you harbor doubts, I urge you to investigate for yourselves. This matter once stirred considerable commotion, and the surrounding families are well aware of it. Xie Liuyin fixed her gaze upon the speaker, articulating each word meticulously. Her voice was strikingly cold. I have elucidated all that requires explanation. Should anyone dare to bother me again with claims that I owe anything to Xie Mingzhu, they shall not find me accommodating. Chapter 13. Apologize to Master Xie. Xie Liuyin's words were delivered with such decisiveness that they felt like a resounding slap across Feng Yelei's face. His countenance fluctuated between shades of green and white, and ultimately, he uttered not a single word, retreating silently into the crowd, no longer daring to speak further. Xie Mingzhu was taken aback by Xie Liuyin's awareness of such private matters, especially spoken before so many witnesses. She felt her dignity slip away, and at that moment, she could not concern herself with the wooden bracelet. Her only desire was to escape this place swiftly. Even if the Xie family's parents have treated you poorly, what relevance does that hold for Mingzhu? She is merely a child. Can one truly defy their own parents? Yi Chaoyan countered, and besides, we are discussing the wooden bracelet. Since it belongs to Mingzhu, it is only right that it be returned to her. Before Yi Chaoyan could finish her statement, Xie Mingzhu interjected, Master, please cease. I no longer wish to keep this wooden bracelet. If my sister desires it, let this serve as my token of apology to her. Please clarify your words. What do you mean by you no longer want it? This is clearly my possession, and you have come here deliberately to demand it. How can this possibly be my fault? Upon hearing this, Xie Liuyin was seething with rage. Was she attempting to tarnish her reputation? Xie Mingzhu wore a look of grievance, saying, whatever my sister says goes. As long as it makes you happy, I am willing to give you anything. Xie Liuyin's expression hardened. If Xie Mingzhu were allowed to deceive her so easily today, the ownership of the wooden bracelet would indeed become ambiguous in the future. Just as she was about to explain, a foreign voice interjected amidst their dispute. Oh, we are all sisters here. Why must we be so calculative? Since Mingzhu is willing to apologize, Liuyin, why not let it go? A middle-aged cultivator, who had also descended from the observation platform, spoke up, seemingly attempting to mediate between the two parties. However, his bias towards Xie Mingzhu was evident to Xie Liuyin. She lifted her gaze and recognized him as Elder Qin Tian, the master of Feng Yelei, who had been subtly mocked by Xie Liuyin previously. This elder had a history of using his status to hinder Xie Liuyin due to his apprentice's actions, and it was clear that their fates were intertwined unfavorably in this lifetime as well, as he had come to take sides. The elder chuckled. It is not that I am holding on to this matter. It was your master and apprentice who instigated it from the very beginning. I am merely stating the facts. Xie Liuyin offered him a respectful bow, but had no intention of letting the matter slide. Qin Tian's expression momentarily stiffened, although a smile graced his face. It was evident that the mirth did not reach his eyes. Liuyin, regardless of circumstances, both Chaoyan and I are your elders. As a disciple of the Qingxiao sect, you ought to comprehend the principle of respecting your teachers and honoring your elders. Such blatant disrespect towards your superiors is rather inappropriate, wouldn't you agree? He had been enjoying the spectacle from the observation platform, only to be taken aback by Qin Tian's shameless descent into the fray. As the conversation escalated, Xian Yu could no longer remain passive. Pray tell, who exactly qualifies as my disciple's elder? Is it you or that Yi Chaoyan? Xian Yu's countenance was icy, a rare display of displeasure amidst the gathering. Qin Tian was momentarily taken aback before the realization struck him. The apprenticeship ceremony had concluded, and Xie Liuyin had officially become Xian Yu's disciple. By the standards of seniority, this girl was not only their junior, but also a peer. It was Yi Chaoyan who held the status of elder. At this revelation, Qin Tian's expression darkened considerably, prompting him to force a smile. Little master uncle, please do not take offense. My disciple was merely jesting with Liuyin. Now, not only was Qin Tian's demeanor grim, but even Yi Chaoyan's visage bore a layer of frost. As the situation spiraled further out of control, the sect master, observing that even Xian Yu had intervened, could no longer sit idly by. He stepped forward and cleared his throat, stating, "This matter is Chaoyan's fault for having acted without understanding the context. He has unjustly offended junior sister Xie. Perhaps it would be best for him to apologize, and we can consider the matter resolved." Xian Yu, however, chose to ignore him and turned her gaze towards Xie Liuyin. Xie Liuyin understood that Xian signified taking charge of one's own destiny, and thus she said, "Since the sect leader has intervened to mediate, to persist would only cast the blame upon the disciple. Although I have done no wrong from the beginning to the end, for the sake of tranquility in our Qingxiao sect, I am willing to concede. Sighing, your understanding truly pains me, my dear disciple. It is my inadequacy that, having finally taken on a student, I find myself embroiled in inexplicable troubles, unable to secure justice for you." As Xie Yu spoke, her voice quivered as if she were on the verge of tears. Qin Tian, witnessing this, widened his eyes in disbelief. The pure and innocent visage of Xie Yu starkly contrasted with the image of the little tyrant he remembered. The sect leader, at his wit's end, delivered a sharp kick to Yi Chaoyun's knee, commanding, "Apologize to your esteemed senior disciple at once, and vow to reign in your disciple henceforth, ensuring he does not cause further disturbances." Yi Chaoyun gazed at the sect leader in utter astonishment. His master had always favored him dearly, yet today he was met with such sternness. Naturally, Yi Chaoyun was reluctant to bow before Xie Liuyin. But the warning glances from the sect leader left him with no choice but to suppress his grievances. Ultimately, the onlookers beheld Yi Chaoyun, the most esteemed disciple of Qingxiao sect and the presumed next sect leader, slowly lowering his head towards the new disciple, Xie Liuyin, and solemnly uttering an apology. "Since my nephew has offered his apology, I can only accept it. I sincerely hope he will diligently discipline his disciple in the future, preventing any more of those filthy and troublesome matters from being foisted upon me." In light of the sect leader's authority, Xie Liuyin reluctantly accepted the apology. As the farcical episode finally drew to a close, the patriarch, fearing that Qin Tian might further complicate matters, positioned himself in front of the latter and addressed Xian Yu and Xie Liuyin. "In light of this, let us consider the matter settled for the time being. Henceforth, any discussion of this incident within the sect is strictly prohibited. Should I discover anyone spreading rumors, I shall not show leniency." After the patriarch's admonition, those present nodded in agreement. The new disciples, thoroughly intimidated, refrained from speaking, wishing fervently to distance themselves from Xie Liuyin and her companions. However, unbeknownst to anyone, Xian Yu discreetly sprinkled something onto Qin Tian before departing. Oblivious to this act, Qin Tian only expressed his dissatisfaction with a soft snort after the departure of the master and disciple duo. The patriarch, however, was unsympathetic. "Should you continue your incessant prattling, do not expect to involve yourself in sect affairs. Rather, retreat to your quarters and reflect." Qin Tian dared not utter another word, and, with his disciple Feng Yilei, slinked away in defeat. Chapter 14. Challenging the boundaries is no longer a dream. Upon returning to the daylight peak, Xie Liuyin was eager to shed her beautiful yet uncomfortable attire. The weight of the 2 hairpins was particularly burdensome, causing her neck to ache. Yet, Xian Yu promptly halted her, saying, "Do not rush off just yet. We must await news from your patriarch's senior brother." Xie Liuyin was taken aback, struggling to envision herself addressing the patriarch as her senior brother. Would he truly seek us out? Hadn't the matter been resolved? Confused, Xie Liuyin could not comprehend. With a flick of his wrist, Xian Yu conjured a folding fan that materialized in his palm. Umph. It would be unacceptable for him not to offer some form of recompense after his disciple and grand-disciple have wronged mine. As if to validate the words of Xian Yu, before Xie Liuyin could even muster a rebuttal, a paper crane carrying a message soared through the barrier of Ryu Peak, making its way toward them. With a casual flick of his folding fan, Xian Yu activated the crane, which then announced, "Master Uncle, I, Chang Yu, have come at my master's behest to present a gift to Master Uncle Xie." Xie Liuyin mused, "It seems my dear master has indeed guessed correctly. Given that a gift had been graciously offered, it would be unreasonable to decline it." Xian Yu casually conjured a spell, and a passage within the barrier of Ryu Peak opened. The disciple named Chang Yu, upon witnessing this, confidently ascended the peak with his offering. After bowing respectfully, he presented the gift, saying, "Esteemed Master Uncle, this is a token from my master, intended specifically for you as a welcoming gift. I hope you will accept it." Upon seeing the 2 figures before him, Chang Yu executed a deep bow. Xie Liuyin glanced at Xian Yu, who nodded in affirmation. She then reached out to accept the brocade box that Chang Yu had proffered. "We appreciate your master's kind intentions, but Ryu Peak does not entertain guests, so I shall not keep you any longer." Xian Yu's words were unmistakably dismissive. Xie Liuyin harbored a fleeting concern that Chang Yu might feel disheartened. Yet to her surprise, he appeared visibly relieved, promptly bidding farewell and departing with remarkable haste, faster than a rabbit. Goodness! What sort of notorious deeds has Xie Yu committed to instill such fear? She wondered. But do not linger. He has already vacated Ryu Peak. Instead, you should examine the welcoming gift from Kuan-Shan and see if it pleases you. If it does not meet your expectations, I shall accompany you in a couple of days to procure something more suitable. The tone in which she addressed the esteemed leader of the Kunshan sect was almost as if she regarded him as a Navi benefactor, evoking a sense of sorrow within Xie Liuyin for her master. Swiftly, she lifted the ornate box's lid, and her gaze fell upon a beautifully crafted storage ring nestled within. Holding up the evidently feminine ring for Xie Yu to see, he let out a soft huff, remarking, "At least that old fellow has some sense." He sent a 4th-grade magical artifact, which will suffice for you until the golden core stage. Should it possess a higher grade, it would be unsuitable for a Qi refining stage cultivator such as yourself. Though Xie Liuyin was already aware of this, she found Xie Yu's pointed advice to be exceedingly beneficial. "Thank you, Master, for your guidance. I shall accept this now." With that, Xie Liuyin slid the ring onto her left index finger, and it fits snugly, despite initially being a size too large. Xie Yu continued, "First, you must acknowledge its ownership. Otherwise, if someone else were to steal your ring, both the artifact and its treasures would rightfully belong to them." He imparted to Xie Liuyin a method for binding the spirit to the artifact, a technique accessible even to those of lower cultivation, requiring only a modicum of spiritual energy to firmly connect the artifact to the cultivator. Thus, even if she encountered someone of superior cultivation in the future, they would find it challenging to seize the artifact. Although this method was simple, it proved immensely useful. Xie Liuyin speculated that it was perhaps a secret technique not commonly shared outside the Daylight Peak, intensifying her curiosity about both the peak and Xie Yu himself. Xie Liuyin felt strongly that someone like Xie Yu ought not to remain unknown in the realm of cultivation. Well then, all matters are resolved. I shall take my leave to rest, Xie Yu yawned. You may now practice your swordplay. Do not disturb me unless necessary. Yes, master. After watching the person depart into the distance, Xie Liuyin went to retrieve her wooden sword from Alu. Today, due to the apprenticeship ceremony, she had been delayed for quite some time. By the time Xie Liuyin finished swinging her sword 1,000 times, the sky had darkened considerably. The master remarked that the young lady had been diligent in her practice, thus he decided to bestow upon her a reward. Ada smiled kindly. Upon hearing the word reward, Xie Liuyin felt a surge of energy coursing through her. She was led by Ada to the alchemy room, and just as she was about to inquire whether Xie Yu intended to grant her some elixir, she noticed a large vat within the chamber. The vat contained a dark, greenish liquid that emitted a pungent and acrid odor, with some unsightly substances bobbing and sinking within. Xie Liuyin inadvertently caught a whiff and felt a wave of nausea. Pinching her nose as she asked, "What is this?" "This is a medicinal bath specifically prepared for your constitution," Alu explained. "Although you have been diligent, your health is rather lacking. If you wish to master your swordsmanship, you must first restore your body. Henceforth, after each practice session, you will need to indulge in this medicinal bath." Xie Liuyin was not a naive 12-year-old. She could discern between good and bad. She simply inquired of the 2 wooden puppets, "Is this substance beneficial for me?" Ada smiled. "If you can absorb the medicinal properties fully, then challenging higher levels will not be a distant dream." Xie Liuyin's eyes brightened instantly. "Then what are we waiting for? I shall immerse myself at once." With that, she required no assistance from Alu, swiftly shedding her outer robe and kicking off her shoes, nimbly leaping into the vat. As soon as she fully submerged herself in the potion, an overwhelming wave of piercing pain surged through her, causing Xie Liuyin's complexion to turn ashen. The young mistress was indeed impatient. Alu lamented, having yet to finish his explanation. The elixirs employed were foundational, aged for 10,000 years, ensuring remarkable efficacy, but correspondingly, the agony endured would be even greater. The master had previously instructed that the young mistress should acclimate gradually, step by step. Xie Liuyin, without needing a reminder, was acutely aware of the potion's potency, tears nearly spilling from her eyes due to the pain. However, having already immersed herself, there was no way she could abandon her endeavor, regardless of the suffering. Gritting her teeth, she resolutely declared, "It is nothing. The sooner I adapt to my constitution, the sooner I shall see improvement. I shall endure this." Seeing that Xie Liuyin refused to emerge, Ada reluctantly informed Xie Yu, who was supposed to be resting. The azure-clad cultivator, upon hearing this, was not the slightest bit surprised. I had anticipated she would respond this way. It is of no concern. As long as she can endure, let her soak. After all, the contents are beneficial and cannot harm her. Having received the directive, Ada ceased to dwell on the matter, focusing solely on observing Xie Liuyin, ensuring she did not lose consciousness in the potion. Within the room, Xie Yu severed contact with Ada, casting forth several copper coins that shimmered with a green hue. Once the divination was revealed, he gently manipulated the coins and murmured, "What a fateful bond between master and disciple. I shall see what accomplishments this child, destined to be my apprentice, will achieve. Do not let me down, Xie Liuyin." Chapter 15. Qin Tian encounters misfortune again. At this moment, in the Qishao sect, Xie Liuyin was suffering, while merely a few peaks away. Qin Tian was writhing in agony on the ground. The distinction lay in the fact that Xie Liuyin was enduring this pain in pursuit of strength, whereas Qin Tian found himself inexplicably afflicted by a strange ailment. Initially, Qin Tian suspected he had ingested a poisonous substance, consuming antidotes one after another, yet to no avail. Subsequently, he hypothesized that someone had cast a curse upon him and promptly sought assistance from his most accomplished disciple to break the spell. However, after toiling for an extended period, neither Qin Tian's condition improved. Instead, it worsened, culminating in his uncontrollable writhing on the ground, an utterly pitiable sight. As several disciples were rendered panic-stricken, contemplating seeking aid from the Kunshin sect master, Qin Tian finally experienced a respite from the torment. Once his disciples helped him to his feet, he took several deep breaths, gradually regaining his composure. His eldest disciple, still shaken, suggested, "Master, perhaps it would be wise to invite the sect master to examine your condition. Your recent state has truly caused us great concern." Yet, Qin Tian's countenance darkened. "There is no need for that. It must surely be the work of that old scoundrel, Xie Yu. Even if you were to bring the sect master here, it would be futile. The sect master is currently preoccupied with maintaining his reputation and is likely supporting that old rogue. Upon learning the truth, he might not only refuse to assist me, but he could also compel me to apologize to that scoundrel." Upon hearing this, the disciple was puzzled. Why would Master Xie Yu suddenly turn against you? There has been no conflict between us. Qin Tian hesitated, unable to articulate that it was his own insistence on targeting the disciple of that old rogue that had led to his repeated misfortunes. Qin Tian could only feign indifference. And afterwards he cautioned his disciples, that old rascal and his apprentices are not to be trifled with. Should you encounter that Xie Liuyin in the future, avoid excessive interaction. The disciples nodded in agreement, particularly Feng Yele, who had seemingly already designated Xie Liuyin as an adversary. Unbeknownst to her, Xie Liuyin was oblivious to their sentiments. She was gritting her teeth, desperately absorbing the medicinal properties of the herbal bath, enduring a sensation akin to being pricked by countless needles. Once the dark, murky concoction gradually transformed into crystal-clear water, Ada finally declared it was complete. Alu promptly lifted his young mistress out and cast a spell over her, drying her garments in an instant. From now on, after each sword practice, she will seek me out. Unless unforeseen circumstances arise, I shall accompany her through the herbal bath. Ada said with a gentle smile directed at Xie Liuyin. The following morning, Xie Liuyin awoke and instinctively moved her body, anticipating the usual soreness that accompanied her sword practices. To her surprise, not only was there no pain, but she felt significantly more relaxed than before. Elated, she found her steps lighter even as she prepared for her training session. She reduced her sword practice time by half and had grown accustomed to the discomfort of the herbal bath. Just as she felt she was hitting her stride, the familiar figure of Xie Yu, absent for many days, reappeared. After completing her own practice, she tossed the sword back to Xie Liuyin and said, "Practice what I just demonstrated." Xie Liuyin's eyes sparkled with excitement. She realized that Xie Yu intended to teach her sword techniques. Without hesitation, she grasped her sword and stepped forward. Xie Liuyin possessed an exceptional memory, and after experiencing a rebirth, her consciousness became even more formidable, making it easier for her to master the sword techniques. In her past life, she had practiced swordsmanship. Although her skills were not exceedingly remarkable, she could execute the fundamental movements proficiently. After Xie Liuyin demonstrated the technique, Xie Yu nodded in approval, acknowledging, "Not bad. While you only exhibit a fraction of your master's grace, it suffices for you." Xie Liuyin gazed at Xie Yu with curiosity, pondering how he could utter such words with such confidence. She was instructed that from now on, She need not wield the sword but focus solely on this particular technique, practicing it 1,000 times before she could retire for the night. With a flick of his sleeve, Xie Yu yawned and departed once more. Xie Liuyin did not protest. She was not particularly shrewd, or else she would not have been ensnared by Xie Mingzhu, leading to her demise. Nevertheless, she possessed a sense of discernment. This technique, although simple, encompassed the essential movements of thrusts, slashes, and flicks. If Xie Liuyin could master these fundamentals to perfection, she would find it easier to learn more advanced sword techniques in the future. As Xie Liuyin diligently practiced, Xie Yu, hidden in the shadows, nodded in satisfaction. Ada, who accompanied him, expressed his contentment, remarking, "Such diligence and eagerness to learn from the young master suggest that the lineage will not falter." Humph. She still had much ground to cover. Xie Yu raised his chin, unwilling to admit that he had developed a fondness for this apprentice of his. Today's medicinal bath would be administered in a larger dosage, as she could now endure more. Ada obediently agreed, his smile unwavering until Xie Liuyin submerged herself in the medicinal bath, letting out a cry of pain that nearly caused her to leap out. "Young master, you must soak for a longer duration." Xie Liuyin wept bitterly. "You never informed me that it would hurt so much today." What previously felt like mere pinpricks now felt akin to a hand tearing at her flesh. The agony intensified, surpassing its former intensity by at least double, causing tears to fall from Xie Liuyin's eyes. Due to the increased dosage, she had to endure the infusion for a full 2 hours before finally absorbing the medicinal properties completely. "Do not worry, my lord. It won't be long before you acclimate, and the pain will subside," Alu said, blinking her large eyes in an effort to console Xie Liuyin. After a brief pause, Xie Liuyin replied, "I understand this is beneficial for me. Rest assured, I will persevere. By the way, did you manage to find the seeds I requested?" Alu nodded, and without knowing exactly what she had done, a compartment sprang open at the center of the wooden puppet, revealing a small pouch. She presented the pouch to Xie Liuyin. "The spiritual seeds you desired are not of high rank, and we had none at Yari Peak. I traded for these with other peaks. They are precisely what you need." Xie Liuyin contemplated, thinking it would be unwise to leave such a vast space unused. Cultivating some healing herbs would be advantageous, should she face peril during her future ventures. She could gather a handful to staunch any bleeding. Chapter 16. The Moon Fox Prince. After handing the seeds to Xie Liuyin, Alu discreetly exited her chamber, allowing her to rest peacefully. As soon as Alu stepped out, Xie Liuyin entered her spatial artifact with the spiritual seeds. The space appeared unchanged from her previous visit, with the sole addition of several spiritual fruit trees. This was when Xie Liuyin had just arrived at the Diyue Peak, having been given a few spiritual fruits by Ada, which she planted after consuming. At that time, Xie Liuyin merely intended to practice a bit, never anticipating that the abundant spiritual energy within this space would allow the seeds to thrive so effortlessly. To her astonishment, not only did they sprout, but they also grew at an astonishing rate. After just a few days of absence, the spiritual fruit tree had not only shot up considerably, but had even begun to blossom. Unfamiliar with the variety of the spiritual fruit, she planned to inquire with Ada whenever an opportunity arose. However, before that, she needed to fulfill today's task of planting spiritual herbs. Once the spatial treasure formed a soul contract with Xie Liuyin, she could alter everything within this space with merely a thought. Without the need for her to lift a finger, small pits emerged in the black soil beneath her feet. After scattering the spiritual seeds into the pits, a mere thought filled them back in. Several jets of water sprang forth from a nearby clear spring, diligently watering each pit in turn. Completing these tasks, Xie Liuyin quickly exited the spatial treasure, collapsing her weary body onto the bed, where she fell into a deep slumber. Fortunately, by the following day, the fatigue that had enveloped her was completely dispelled. However, before she could revel in her relief for long, a new round of tribulations descended upon her. A slight consolation for Xie Liuyin was that, having prepared herself this time, she refrained from crying out in pain. The Qingxiao sect lay in profound silence under the night sky, while the winds and snow continued to rage atop Yinshuang Peak. A figure, holding an umbrella, trudged against the storm, stepping carefully toward the back mountain. After an indeterminate amount of time, the figure finally paused before a hidden cave. Folding the oiled paper umbrella revealed the exquisite and ethereal face of Xie Mingzhu, concealed beneath its cover. She cautiously took a few steps inside, softly calling out, "Xiao Bai. Xiao Bai, are you still here? I've brought you something to eat." After a few moments, a fluffy white fox leaped out from the shadows. The little fox was entirely pure white, devoid of any blemish, and appeared both clever and endearing. Upon seeing the fox, Xie Mingzhu's face instantly lit up with delight. She hurriedly offered the food she had brought, saying, "Hurry and eat. This is a spiritual fruit gifted to me by my master, said to nourish the body. I specifically saved it for you." Though her last words were somewhat deliberate, the little fox felt only gratitude, carefully consuming the few spiritual fruits that he had previously disregarded. Observing the fox's obedience brought a satisfied smile to Xie Mingzhu's face. She cradled the little fox in her arms and, half complaining and half reflecting, said, "Why do you always seem so cheerful? I truly envy your carefree existence. Unlike me, who longs to bond with my sister, yet is perpetually misunderstood. Even dragging my master into the fray, forcing me to apologize to her." As she spoke, Xie Mingzhu sighed. "I wonder when my sister will be willing to return the wooden bracelet to me. It was a gift from our parents, specially sought for me. Although I cherish my sister dearly, I can part with everything else. This is the one thing I wish to keep." As she concluded her thoughts, Xie Mingzhu lifted the little fox and led him to the cave entrance, pointing toward a towering peak in the distance. "Do you see that? That is where my sister resides. She has now taken her great-uncle, the Moon Master, as her mentor and is increasingly reluctant to meet with me." Xie Mingzhu's eyes gradually reddened, and tears began to fall onto the small fox below her. The small fox had already narrowed its elongated, cunning eyes when Xie Mingzhu began to express her grievances. Upon witnessing her tears, it hastily stretched out its paw, attempting to wipe away her sorrow, its dissatisfaction with the so-called sister growing ever more intense. It seemed that the small fox's comforting presence brought Xie Mingzhu a semblance of joy, as she gently remarked, "Thank you for comforting me. Your company alleviates my distress." After conversing with the small fox for a while in the cave, Xie Mingzhu finally rose to prepare for her departure. Ever since she serendipitously stumbled upon this injured small fox 2 days ago on the back mountain of Yunshuang Peak, she had been stealthily avoiding Xie Liuyin to spend time with it. The moment the door closed behind her, the gentle and harmless expression on her face vanished completely. Fate indeed favored me. Otherwise, how could I have so effortlessly encountered the little prince of the Fox clan? A triumphant smile graced Xie Mingzhu's lips. The small fox she had previously met in the cave was no ordinary beast, but rather the most cherished little prince of the Fox clan. However, this little prince was quite mischievous, disregarding the admonitions of his elders as he ventured out of the demon city, only to suffer an injury and seek refuge in the Qishao sect. The Moon Fox clan possesses the innate ability to disregard barriers, and this little prince has inherited a unique gift from his ancestors, rendering him more capable than his peers. The Moon Fox thrives in cold environments, and by chance, Yunshuang Peak met his requirements, making it the perfect refuge for his recuperation. In a previous life, it was Xie Liuyin who saved the little fox, though at that time, the creature was gravely injured and still unconscious. Xie Mingzhu, who frequently visited Yunshuang Peak, noticed her sister's peculiar behavior and decided to follow her, eventually discovering the little fox. At that point, Xie Liuyin had limited knowledge of the matters concerning the cultivation world and failed to grasp the significance of the little fox that had stealthily entered Qishao sect. However, Xie Mingzhu was acutely aware of its importance. After Xie Liuyin departed, she quietly took away the still unconscious little fox and usurped Xie Liuyin's role as its savior. Reflecting on how the little fox, once it regained consciousness, obediently followed her while constantly undermining the true benefactor, Xie Liuyin, filled Xie Mingzhu with immense satisfaction. In her past life, she had managed to make Xie Liuyin suffer greatly by seizing accolades, and in this life, she was the genuine benefactor of the young prince. The fate awaiting Xie Liuyin was all too clear. Amused, Xie Mingzhu chuckled softly, "Dear sister, let me see if you possess the capability to cultivate a golden core amidst such malice." Meanwhile, the little fox, having listened to Xie Mingzhu's lamentations, fell for her deception. Shortly after she departed, he followed the path indicated by her, heading towards the direction of her Yo peak. Chapter 17. Raising a spirit pet. Xiangyue abruptly opened his eyes, sensing the presence of an unwelcome guest at her Yo peak. The unfamiliar aura was unmistakably strong, accompanied by an off-putting stench that repulsed Xiangyue, making it impossible for him to ignore. He sat up and gently waved his hand, causing a water mirror to materialize before him. Accompanying this scene was the sight of a pure white fox, diligently striving to ascend the summit of the daylight peak. Reflected in the water mirror, Xianyu instantly recognized the origins of the fox, causing her brow to furrow, What brings a youngling of the Moon Fox clan to the Qingxiao sect at this late hour? Why forsake slumber to intrude upon my domain? The more she observed, the more peculiar it seemed. Xie Liuyin summoned a modicum of spiritual energy, sending it into the water mirror, which promptly resonated with a voice. That detestable Xie Liuyin dares to pilfer Mingzhu's belongings. I shall ensure she learns a harsh lesson, so she never again dares to bully Mingzhu. The little fox, engrossed in its arduous climb, muttered incessantly, its tone rife with dissatisfaction towards Xie Liuyin. Initially intrigued by the sudden appearance of this small fox, Xie Liyu's gaze had now turned icy. With a mere thought, her loyal companions, Ada, a Si, and a Wu, who were patrolling the daylight hall, immediately responded. The little fox, utterly unprepared for such swift detection, struggled vehemently, issuing threats that if it were not released, it would inform its father, ensuring that the entire daylight peak would face dire consequences. However, Ada and the others paid no heed to the fox's words, promptly escorting it before Xie Liuyin. They unceremoniously tossed the little fox to the ground, offering not a single superfluous word before dutifully exiting the room. Infuriated, the little fox sprang to its feet, baring its teeth at Xie Liuyin. Do you know who I am, to dare capture me? Release me at once, or when my father arrives, you shall all face dire repercussions. The little fox spoke with audacity, yet Xie Liuyin merely chuckled disdainfully. When did the Moon Fox clan produce such a fool like you? You have fallen into my grasp, and still dare to utter threats? He raised his hand and lightly tapped the little fox's forehead. The little fox attempted to evade, but was unexpectedly ensnared by a force that rendered him unable to escape. Once Xie Liyu's spiritual energy flowed into the little fox through his fingertip, the creature suddenly found himself rendered speechless. Filled with terror, the little fox sought to flee from the room, but to his astonishment, he lacked even the strength to push open the door. Xie Liuyin observed the myriad expressions of fear that played across the fox's face for a moment before grasping the scruff of his neck and lifting him off the ground. The little fox flailed his paws in the air, longing to leave a few scars on the detestable face of Xie Liuyin, but all his attempts were deftly evaded. Considering you have not caused too much trouble for the Yo peak, I shall only impose a month's punishment on you. During this month, you shall obediently serve as a spirit pet to my disciple. Should you dare to misbehave, the duration of your punishment shall be extended, Xie Liuyin declared coldly. The little fox protested with a few dissatisfied cries, clearly not resembling a creature willing to serve Xie Liuyin as a spirit pet. Humph. Do not be too hasty in your protests. I will inform your father, the emperor, of this matter. Furthermore, serving as a spirit pet for my disciple is an opportunity that other demon clans would covet. Do not take advantage of your situation and act ungratefully. Xie Liuyin was indifferent to the little fox's thoughts. Once he had made a decision, no one could alter it. However, considering that his precious disciple had only recently begun to cultivate, Xie Liuyin was concerned that the little fox might resort to trickery that could harm her. After some contemplation, a mystical incantation was inscribed upon the little fox. Should it dare to lay a hand on Xie Liuyin, the spell would ensure it faced dire consequences. Having completed this task, Xie Liuyin decisively rendered the little fox unconscious. He then entrusted the creature to Ada, instructing him to deliver it to Xie Liuyin the following day, allowing her to keep it for amusement. Ada, without further inquiry, obediently accepted the task and departed with the little fox. Thus, at the break of dawn the next day, Xie Liuyin rose from her slumber, preparing to practice her swordsmanship. When Ada interrupted her, he presented a fluffy, snow-white little fox, saying, "My lady, this is the spirit companion that the master has caught for you, to keep you entertained." Xie Liuyin raised an eyebrow, somewhat perplexed by Xie Liyuin's intentions. However, upon observing the fox more closely, she found it undeniably beautiful and thought it would be delightful to care for it, so she accepted it with ease. I understand. But will such a small fox manage to stay safe? Xie Liuyin expressed her concern. In her 2 lifetimes, she had never cared for anything beyond herself, let alone a spirit companion, and was unsure how to tend to it. There is no need for worry, my lady. The barrier atop the Sun and Moon Peak ensures that the spirit companion cannot stray far. Alu will oversee its care. You need only to amuse yourself with it when you have leisure, Ada assured her. As he spoke, the little fox in Xie Liuyin's embrace glared at him furiously. Yet Ada appeared entirely oblivious, as if he had not noticed its ire. Frustrated, the little fox attempted to strike at Xie Liuyin with its paw, but in doing so, it broke all its claws, while Xie Liuyin remained unscathed, not even a hair out of place. Initially, he was somewhat reluctant, But after his forepaws had been thoroughly worn down and Xie Liuyin remained oblivious to any irregularities, the little fox finally surrendered to its predicament. Instead of struggling, it resorted to gnawing while secretly cursing Xie Liuyin within her embrace. Unbeknownst to her, Xie Liuyin was unaware of the torment the little fox had endured the previous night. Upon hearing Ada mention that she need not personally attend to the creature, she breathed a sigh of relief. She promptly entrusted the little fox to Liu and set off with her sword towards the daylight cliff. Liu, trailing behind Xie Liuyin, inquired, "My lady, shall we bestow a name upon this fox?" "Very well, from henceforth, this fox shall be called Snowball," she declared. Liu immediately acquiesced, with her eyes slightly narrowed. She seized the little fox's mouth when it attempted to nip at her. As a wooden puppet, Liu was well aware of the little fox's true identity. Having learned from Ada that it had come to Daylight Peak with the intent of pilfering from her mistress. Though wooden puppets were not meant to possess emotions or temper, this was her first occasion in many years to have a master, and she would allow no harm to befall her lady. The fox prince, with its mouth restrained, gazed with misty eyes, already regretting its impulsive actions from the previous day, having rushed to Daylight Peak after merely hearing Xie Mingzhu's tearful lamentations. The thought of enduring a month of such humiliation filled the little fox with despair. Meanwhile, far away at Cloudfrost Peak, Xie Mingzhu remained completely unaware of these developments. She had quietly visited the back mountain that morning, only to find the little fox absent. It seemed he had gone to assist her in stealing the wooden bracelet. A smile played upon her lips as she awaited the little fox to bring her the coveted item. Chapter 18. Ascending to the first layer of Qi refinement, whether it was the effect of the medicinal bath or not. Today, as Xie Liuyin practiced her swordsmanship, she distinctly felt her stamina had improved considerably. Not only that, but as she wielded the wooden sword, she faintly sensed a stream of spiritual energy being summoned, coursing along the blade. Xie Liuyin was unsure of what this phenomenon was, yet she recognized its undeniable advantage for her. Eager to grasp the essence of this spiritual energy, she continued to swing the wooden sword, repeatedly executing the same move. Once, twice, thrice. The wooden sword in Xie Liuyin's hands blurred into an afterimage as she gradually lost awareness of her surroundings, her mind and sight consumed solely by the sword she held. The spiritual energy on the sunlit cliff was instinctively drawn to her, surging into her body as if it had finally found its rightful place. Liu stepped back, cautious not to disturb her young mistress's practice, while the little fox, forcibly cradled in her arms, widened its eyes, observing the entranced girl not far away. Could it be that she had attained enlightenment? As if affirming the little fox's speculation, the aura surrounding Xie Liuyin gradually intensified, and the once unremarkable wooden sword, when swung, unexpectedly unleashed a wave of energy. This wave was exceedingly fierce. As the sword swept through the air, the grass below appeared to be severed by some invisible force. Suddenly, Xie Liuyin halted her movements. She stood still, sword in hand, and in that moment, it seemed as if the universe had fallen into a profound silence alongside her. Hidden in the shadows, Ada, quietly observing, sighed with admiration and remarked to Xianyu before him, "At such a young age, to be able to perceive sword energy. Our little mistress is indeed a born sword cultivator. Do not praise her, she is still quite inexperienced. To master the unfeeling sword technique, mere talent is insufficient." Although Xianyu expresses this sentiment, there is a distinct glimmer of admiration in her gaze when she looks at her sole disciple. Ada gently advises, "My lord, do not be too harsh on the young lady." Xianyu shakes her head softly, replying, "I am not being harsh. I merely know she is capable of so much more." Xie Liuyin feels as if she has drifted into slumber. Though it seems peculiar to fall asleep while practicing swordplay, the reality is undeniable. When she finally opens her eyes, the sky has turned an inky black. Startled, Xie Liuyin recalls that just before she closed her eyes, it was still morning. As she shifts, a wave of hunger grips her stomach, accompanied by an unpleasant odor that invades her senses, making her feel queasy. Fortunately, Liu has been vigilantly watching over her, waiting for her to awaken from her moment of enlightenment. Seeing her finally rouse, Liu approaches eagerly, saying, "Young lady, you have finally awakened. I dared not disturb you during your moment of realization. I thought you might remain here for an entire day." Xie Liuyin is taken aback. "I had a moment of enlightenment?" As a cultivator, she understands the rarity of such experiences. Yet, she never imagined that such a fortuitous opportunity would one day grace her. Moreover, her cultivation has ascended to the first layer of Qi refinement. Liu exclaims joyfully. Prompted by Lu's reminder, Xie Liuyin instinctively channels the spiritual energy from her dantian. She gazed inward with her spiritual consciousness and indeed discovered that she had attained the first level of qi training. Lowering her head, Xie Liuyin noticed a layer of sticky dirt on her body, a consequence of the impurities expelled following her formal practice. "Young mistress, please do not linger here. The medicinal bath is ready," Ada urged, adding that they would eat only after she had soaked. As the day was growing late, Lu hastily encouraged her to move. At that moment, Xie Liuyin felt a surge of joy and requested Ada to cast a few cleansing spells for her before obediently following Lu to the medicinal bath. As for the little fox, it had long succumbed to slumber. Before Xie Liuyin awoke from her moment of enlightenment, Lu had already placed the fox in the young mistress's room. However, prior to his departure, Lu had specifically warned the little fox not to venture onto the young mistress's bed. Whether the little fox would heed this warning remained uncertain. After soaking in the medicinal bath, likely due to her increased cultivation, Xie Liuyin felt a delightful tingling sensation throughout her body, far less painful than before. Within just half an hour, the bathwater had become crystal clear. Before leaving, Ada delivered some unfortunate news. The master had decreed that although the young mistress had delayed her sword practice due to her moment of enlightenment, she must make up for it the following day. Upon hearing this, Xie Liuyin's expression turned sorrowful. Yet, knowing she could not contend with Xianyu, she could only obediently acquiesce. Upon returning to her room, Xie Liuyin intended to collapse onto her bed and rise early the next day for sword practice. However, upon turning her head, she was met with the sight of a snow-white little fox nestled on her bed, the neatly arranged quilt now in disarray, and the pillow utterly tattered. The entire bed appeared as if it had endured a great calamity, looking pitiably wrecked. Snowball, Xie Liuyin was visibly angered. The little fox, noticing her expression, immediately felt a surge of anxiety. Having lost his demonic powers, he was incapable of inflicting harm upon Xie Liuyin. Should she become enraged and decide to retaliate, he would find himself at her mercy. Regret began to swell within the little fox. He should not have provoked her in his vulnerable state. As Xie Liuyin's hand reached out towards him, the little fox instinctively curled up, too frightened to move. To his surprise, there were no harsh words or violent reprimands. Instead, he felt a pair of warm, calloused hands gently lift him from the bed. Peeking through his half-closed eyes, the little fox observed the female cultivator as she let out a resigned sigh, quietly replacing the tattered bedding and pillow he had ruined. She fashioned a makeshift nest from these items and, disregarding his protests, placed him within it. "From now on, this shall be your nest. You are not permitted to climb onto my bed again," Xie Liuyin declared with a feigned sternness. The little fox longed to defiantly shred the bedding once more. Yet he couldn't ignore the fact that the woman before him had attained a cultivation level of qi refinement. Moreover, he was reluctant to admit that Xie Liuyin was rather gentle. Nestled in his new nest, the little fox settled down to sleep, unaware that he felt an unprecedented sense of security. Seeing that the little fox had finally quieted, Xie Liuyin breathed a sigh of relief. In a hidden corner, her cultivation steadily progressed, while the little fox's unresolved injuries gradually healed. That night, the Xie Sect remained tranquil and undisturbed. Not far from the Xie Sect, atop another mountain peak, two malevolent cultivators intensely fixed their gazes upon the imposing mountain gate. Yet the elusive moon fox they so fervently sought remained absent. "Brother, how much longer must we linger here?" grumbled the leaner of the two, his dissatisfaction palpable. The one referred to as elder brother cast a cold glance at him, replying, "No matter how long it takes, we must endure. That is the moon fox. Capturing it will lead to our prosperity." The emaciated cultivator was acutely aware of this truth, as their initial intent had been to capture the moon fox and sell it for a handsome price. They had recklessly set their sights on the small fox. However, the creature was far too astute. It sensed the impending trap and fled before they could ensnare it. The brothers had been forced to pursue desperately, ultimately injuring the small fox, which then found refuge within the protective boundaries of the Xie Sect. The sect's defensive array was formidable, and it was clear that the moon fox possessed extraordinary talent, as it could not easily breach this formidable barrier. Recognizing this fact, the brothers felt no fear. Rather, they were invigorated by the prospect. It was well known that the bounty for the moon fox stemmed from its unique abilities, and with such remarkable potential, they could secure an even higher price upon its capture. Yet, after so many days of waiting outside the Xie Sect without a glimpse of the fox, their patience began to wane. The leaner brother, lacking in endurance by nature, had abandoned the righteous path for the quicker gains of the dark arts, all in pursuit of ease. The elder brother exhibited a demeanor of greater composure, yet internally, he was not devoid of urgency. They harbored a profound fear that the bounty might be claimed by another, rendering their efforts futile. "Fear not," the elder consoled, "let us wait another couple of days. If the little fox does not emerge by then, we shall devise a way to enter." The emaciated and sinister cultivator was taken aback, harboring a certain reluctance regarding infiltrating the Xie sect. However, constrained by his elder brother's authoritative nature, he dared not voice his dissent, merely nodding in silent acquiescence. That night, Xie Liuyin enjoyed a remarkably restful slumber. Though her health was not robust, the prolonged medicinal bath had revitalized her to a significant extent, and her cultivation had ascended as well. Consequently, the minor ailments that had plagued her since childhood vanished, leaving her in a state of vitality that evoked envy. As she rose, the little fox, Snowball, nestled in its cozy nook, began to stir, having shared a night's companionship. The little fox was no longer as resistant to Xie Liuyin as before. Yet, recalling Xie Mingzhu's life-saving grace, and mindful of the wooden bracelet that had captured her heart, the little fox resolved to assist its benefactor in her quest. The little fox believed that Xie Mingzhu, who had saved its life, was undoubtedly a good person. Through their interactions the previous day, it also discerned that Xie Liuyin was not a heartless villain. It speculated that some misunderstanding must exist between the two sisters, thus intending to bridge the gap and foster harmony between them. At that moment, Xie Liuyin remained blissfully unaware of the innocent fox contemplating how to mend the rift between herself and Xie Mingzhu. She was preoccupied with catching up on her studies, as she had barely practiced her swordplay the day before being suddenly struck by enlightenment. It is akin to having twice the amount of homework today. If one does not act swiftly, it is likely that the night will stretch long before completion. Fortunately, Alu has been waiting at the door early in the morning to deliver breakfast to Xie Liuyin. Today's meal has been prepared by Awu, whose culinary skills are renowned. "My young master, come and savor this delicacy. Today's dish is made from the spirit wheat we cultivated in our backyard, ground into flour, and features tender bamboo shoots from the emerald bamboo, accompanied by the finest spirit pork." Alu cheerfully presented the meat bun to Xie Liuyin, encouraging her to indulge in several. The young master possesses modest cultivation and is not yet at the stage of fasting entirely. Moreover, the food produced on their peak is imbued with spiritual energy, making it beneficial for the body to consume more. Having slept throughout the night, Xie Liuyin was already quite hungry and the aroma of the meat bun was enticing. She took one, biting into it. The thin skin and ample filling yielded a delightful blend of chopped bamboo shoots and meat, with the fragrance intensifying. Before she could finish one bun, Xie Liuyin noticed a small fox curled up in the corner. Its little nose twitched, and its eyes were fixated on the meat bun in her hand, seemingly on the verge of drooling. The sight of the little creature brought a smile to Xie Liuyin's face, prompting her to take another meat bun and offer it to the small fox. Initially startled by her sudden approach, the fox hesitated, not knowing how to respond when the bun was brought close to its mouth. "Go on, eat. Awu made plenty, so don't be shy." Xie Liuyin smiled at the little fox. The fox tilted its head, scrutinizing Xie Liuyin's expression. Once assured of the other party's sincerity, he seized the meat bun and joyfully began to eat. Xie Liuyin, witnessing his delight, offered him another, while the remaining ones found their way into her own stomach. Recently, her extended practice with the sword had left her quite hungry, necessitating a hearty meal to muster the strength needed to refine her swordsmanship. The entire morning was devoted to compensating for the shortcomings of the previous day, and she discovered that after her cultivation had advanced, practicing the sword became significantly easier, with her movements growing notably more agile. At noon, Alu arrived once again to deliver a meal, this time bringing a fragrant chicken soup, enriched with a tender, flavorful spirit chicken. The moment the soup was served, a little fox, lazily napping atop a nearby tree, was roused by the enticing aroma. However, recalling that he had already feasted on meat buns that morning, he hesitated atop the tree, uncertain whether Xie Liuyin would be inclined to share the chicken soup with him. Yet, Xie Liuyin, oblivious to his reservations, beckoned him. "Come and eat." The little fox's eyes brightened instantaneously, and he leapt down from the tree, his pure white fur billowing in the wind, revealing his eager disposition. The meal proved satisfying for both master and pet, culminating in the little fox lying on the grass, basking in the sun with a full belly. In contrast, Xie Liuyin took only a brief respite before resuming her sword practice. This scene prompted a sense of embarrassment in the little fox. Despite his considerable talent and the abundant cultivation resources available to him within the Moonfox clan, he had previously indulged in mere play and feasting, never contemplating the importance of diligent training. Witnessing Xie Liuyin's relentless dedication to her practice stirred something within him. Xie Liuyin was oblivious to the myriad thoughts swirling in the little fox's mind. She had diligently practiced swordsmanship for over 10 days when Xie Mingzhu summoned her once again. This time, Xie Mingzhu did not instruct her to learn the basics. Instead, she directed Xie Liuyin to the library to seek out several advanced techniques in body movement and footwork to practice. Mastering swordsmanship to perfection could not be achieved in just a few days. However, prior to that, it was indeed prudent to equip oneself with some means of self-preservation. As Xie Mingzhu articulated, given Xie Liuyin's present level of cultivation, it would be impossible for her to withstand any danger head-on. Yet, by acquiring formidable body and foot techniques, she could substantially enhance her chances of escape. This realization dawned upon Xie Mingzhu only after the little fox's nocturnal raid on the daylight peak. Without a doubt, Xie Liuyin was a prodigy. But as Qin Tian asserted, a genius must mature to be of any use. A premature demise would render the matter moot. Nonetheless, Xie Liuyin discerned something more from Xie Mingzhu's words and curiously inquired, "Master, do you have some task for your disciple?" Xie Mingzhu raised an eyebrow slightly, taken aback by Xie Liuyin's perceptiveness. "Indeed, I was just about to tell you. A month from now, the Qishao Sect will hold a grand competition for new disciples. And I want you to emerge as the champion in this contest." Chapter 20. The Grand Competition for New Disciples. The tradition of holding a grand competition for newly admitted disciples is a hallmark of the Qishao Sect. Although every individual who gains entry into the sect has successfully passed rigorous assessments and possesses commendable talent and resilience, whether they can carve out a distinguished reputation within the sect remains uncertain. To prevent some novice disciples from erroneously believing that joining the Qingshao sect would grant them a life of ease, thereby neglecting their cultivation, the former sect leader organized a grand competition. This initiative aimed to instill a sense of urgency in these new disciples, urging them not to squander their innate talents. The succeeding leader of the Qingshao sect deemed this approach quite effective and thus continued its tradition, which has persisted to this day. Moreover, this grand competition is no trivial matter. The outcomes directly influence the allocation of places for entering the Nanshan Secret Realm. The Nanshan Secret Realm, the largest hidden domain within the Bishu realm, is under the jurisdiction of the Qingshao sect. However, it imposes stringent restrictions on the cultivation levels of participants, permitting only those at the Foundation Establishment and Golden Core stages to enter, and it opens its gates once every decade. Given that the Qingshao sect played a significant role in the discovery of the Nanshan Secret Realm, it was allocated 200 of the initial 1,000 entry spots. Nevertheless, with a multitude of disciples within the sect and nearly 1,000 of them meeting the requisite cultivation levels, competition for these limited slots inevitably breeds discord and disrupts internal harmony. To ensure fairness, the sect linked this opportunity to the grand competition. The top 100 newcomers in the contest earn the privilege to enter the Nanshan Secret Realm. However, if they have not advanced to the Foundation Establishment stage by the time the realm opens, their spots will be reassigned to other eligible disciples. Should they wish to re-enter the Nanshan Secret Realm, they would have to wait another decade, competing alongside their peers for the scant opportunities available. Thus, it can be said that this grand competition offers new disciples not merely fleeting glory, but also abundant resources for their future cultivation. In the present realm of cultivation, despite the multitude of sects and the fade of prosperity among various clans, the resources for cultivation remain scarce. Should one miss the opportunity to enter the Nanshan Secret Realm ahead of others, even if they later secure a spot, they will always lag behind their peers. A single misstep in timing leads to a cascade of disadvantages. Aware of the significance of this grand competition, the new disciples are fervently striving for commendable rankings. Xie Liuyin possesses commendable talent and demonstrates diligence in her training. However, among her contemporaries are numerous promising cultivators, all equally earnest in their pursuits. If Xie Liuyin aspires to claim the title of champion, she must exert considerable effort. Upon learning of Xie Mingzhu's expectations for her, Xie Liuyin earnestly assured that she would secure the first place to delight her master, Xie Mingzhu. Yet, upon hearing this, Xie Mingzhu let out a derisive laugh. "Your confidence is admirable, but do you know what rewards await the champion in this competition? Undoubtedly, the rewards are substantial. The Xie sect would not offer meager prizes. This was a revelation to Xie Liuyin, for in her previous life, she had also participated in a grand competition. But at that time, Xie Mingzhu had unexpectedly fallen gravely ill. Yi Chaoyan had insisted that her elder sister stay behind to care for her, forbidding her participation in the competition. By the time Xie Mingzhu recovered, the grand competition had long concluded, and due to her poor relations with the other new disciples, she had no connections to inquire about the champion's rewards. Xian Yu continued, "This year, the sect master has offered the reward of entry into the sword washing pool, where one may seek out a spiritual sword for themselves." This brief statement caused Xie Liuyin to sit up straight, leaning closer to Xian Yu. In the blink of an eye, she was pushed away by her inexpensive master with a fan. "Do not come so close, sit properly and speak." Xie Liuyin immediately adjusted her posture, sitting up straighter. "Master, do you truly mean it? Is the reward for the champion indeed the opportunity to seek a sword in the sword washing pool? Could there be any falsehood when the sect leader himself has spoken?" Xian Yu raised an eyebrow slightly. "However, do not rejoice too soon, setting aside whether you possess the ability to secure first place. It must be noted that the spiritual swords within the sword washing pool have already developed spiritual awareness and possess quite the temperament. If you fail to earn their recognition, even if you gain entry to the sword washing pool, do not expect to bring out any sword." Her words were candid. Yet Xie Liuyin did not feel a sense of disappointment. From the moment she became aware of the existence of the sword washing pool, she understood its rules. Qingshao sect is a major sect, and its founding ancestor was once a sword cultivator. Although the sect has since welcomed numerous talents and no longer focuses solely on training sword cultivators, the tradition of collecting spiritual swords has persisted. To this day, the number of spiritual swords within the sect is astonishing, leading to the establishment of a designated sword washing pool in the rear mountains, overseen by the second elder, who is a sword cultivator. The sword washing pool is a place rich in spiritual energy, where spiritual swords have continuously birthed awareness over the years. Every cultivator knows that once a spiritual sword develops awareness, it is highly likely to nurture a sword spirit in the future. Such spiritual swords are incredibly precious, not meant for just anyone to wield. Over the years, many disciples of the Qingshao sect have been granted the privilege to seek a spiritual sword that suits them. However, most of those who enter emerge empty-handed, as these exceedingly discerning spiritual swords are reluctant to easily choose a master. Yet, despite the knowledge that gaining the recognition of a spiritual sword is an arduous task, Xie Liuyin could not help but feel a surge of excitement. After all, which sword cultivator does not yearn to encounter a sword that has developed its own consciousness? Sensing the eagerness flickering in Xie Liuyin's eyes, Xian Yu chose not to dampen her spirits. "Since you desire to possess your own spiritual sword, continue to hone your skills. The opportunity lies before you. Whether you can seize it depends solely on you." The disciple acknowledged, "Thank you, Master, for your guidance." Suppressing the exhilaration within, Xie Liuyin bowed respectfully to Xian Yu before hastily departing his chamber. However, this time she did not rush to practice her swordplay. Instead, she followed Xian Yu's advice and proceeded to the library in search of suitable footwork and body techniques. There were numerous methods available, yet their quality was rather mediocre. After a lengthy search, Xie Liuyin finally discovered two appropriate earth-tier techniques, one for footwork, titled Ghostly Shadows in Pursuit, and the other for body technique, named Wind Without Trace. While the names felt somewhat antiquated, their tier indicated their value. With Xian Yu's affirmation, Xie Liuyin wasted no more time. She had only 1 month to prepare for the grand competition. Should she fail to elevate her cultivation and master these two techniques before then, her chances of victory would be significantly diminished. While Xie Liuyin diligently prepared for the imminent grand competition, Xie Mingzhu, on the other hand, was evidently not focused on her training, as she received hands-on instruction from Yi Chaoyan. Once again, a tranquil night enveloped the surroundings as Xie Mingzhu stealthily made her way to the rear mountain, only to find the familiar figure absent from the cave. For reasons unbeknownst to her, an unsettling feeling began to stir within her heart. Furrowing her brow, she contemplated seizing an opportunity to visit the daylight peak. Chapter 21. Have you acquired the wooden bracelet? Meanwhile, nestled comfortably in Xie Liuyin's room, the small fox lay sprawled in deep slumber, entirely oblivious to the fact that its benefactor was planning a personal expedition to Daylight Peak to capture it. Beside it, on the bed, Xie Liuyin noticed the small fox sleeping soundly and quietly slipped away to the small training room within the house. After locking the door, she plunged into her spatial artifact. Inside the space, The spiritual herbs she had planted earlier had already sprouted, indicating that it wouldn't be long before they could be harvested for medicinal use. However, Xie Liuyin had no immediate need for them. These herbs were quite resilient, and continuing to cultivate them here would not only prevent them from wilting, but also enhance their potency over time. In contrast, the towering spirit fruit tree beside her bore fruit that was nearly ripe. If not harvested soon, it would surely overripen. Xie Liuyin hurriedly plucked the fruits one by one, planning to construct a house within the space that night. This idea had long been on her mind. With such a vast expanse of space at her disposal, it would be a pity not to build a few rooms. Previously, Xie Liuyin had been preoccupied with sword training and lacking the necessary cultivation. The thought of constructing a house had seemed nothing short of a fantasy. Now, however, she was capable of harnessing spiritual energy, making the task of building a house significantly more feasible. Without further ado, she focused her intent on locating several suitable trees, promptly felling them to use as building materials. After several hours of diligent preparation, Xie Liuyin once again watered the spiritual herb field before exiting the space to continue her cultivation. A night passed, and the spiritual energy consumed in the space treasure had been completely replenished. As dawn broke, Xie Liuyin concluded her training and rose to practice her swordsmanship. Meanwhile, the little fox, oblivious to these activities, continued to slumber for over an hour before lazily emerging from its nest. Instinctively seeking Xie Liuyin, it hoped to enjoy another meal at her side. However, upon lifting its head, it found the room devoid of any presence, save for itself, which was breathing. The little fox immediately felt a surge of indignation and promptly leapt from its cozy abode, determined to seek out its companion. Outside, Alu awaited as usual and, upon seeing the little fox, handed it a prepared bowsy, saying, "Young master, you rose early today. She has already gone to practice her sword. She thought you might want to sleep a little longer, hence she did not rouse you." Though Alu softened the message, the little fox remained blissfully unaware, believing Xie Liuyin was being considerate of it. Today's bowsy was particularly delectable, and the little fox devoured one in mere bites, clutching the remaining dumpling. It made its way to the daylight cliff, where it spotted the familiar figure wielding a long sword against the rising sun. Despite having witnessed this scene countless times, for reasons unknown, the little fox could never tire of it. Not daring to interrupt Xie Liuyin, it stealthily climbed a tree to quietly observe her practice. However, Xie Liuyin had no intention of spending all her time here today. After sharing lunch with the little fox, she proceeded to the back mountain to refine her body techniques and footwork. Due to the tedious nature of this cultivation, coupled with Xie Liuyin's current obsession with the practice, he is utterly unable to spare any attention for the little fox. Noticing the lack of engagement, the little fox contemplated making his way to the foot of the Sunlight Peak for some amusement. This matter was beyond Ada's authority to handle casually, so he relayed the news to Xian Yu. Xian Yu's gaze drifted lightly towards the little fox, causing him to involuntarily shrink back, as if his trivial thoughts had been laid bare before the other. Before the little fox could revel in his moment of joy, he was met with Xian Yu's words, half veiled in threat. With a muffled huff of frustration, he ultimately acquiesced with a nod. The little fox was acutely aware that the most formidable presence atop Sunlight Peak was none other than the man before him. He retracted his neck and nodded earnestly, acknowledging the gravity of the situation. Presently, his demonic power and innate abilities were sealed by Xian Yu. Should he stray too far, he could encounter unknown dangers. Although he initially harbored a strong aversion to Sunlight Peak, after enduring many days of comfort, he had gradually grown accustomed to his surroundings and had no intention of fleeing easily. To prevent the token around his neck from being lost, the little fox tightened it further with his claws and teeth. Having completed these tasks, he joyfully dashed down the mountain. After repeating the incantation several times, Xie Liuyin unexpectedly leaped off the cliff right in front of Alu. At that moment, Alu was so startled that her very soul seemed to be on the verge of escaping. She hurriedly leapt forward, attempting to rescue her audacious little master. However, as she plunged into the abyss, she caught sight of her little master clinging precariously to a branch, struggling to execute his technique and ascend inch by inch. Alu gathered a fragment of spiritual energy and swiftly descended beside Xie Liuyin. "Do not be afraid, my young master. I shall take you up." "No, do not concern yourself with me. I can ascend on my own," Xie Liuyin promptly declined. Alu tilted his head, perplexed by Xie Liuyin's fervent insistence. "Progress gradually. One can master the technique in due time. Why must you risk your life, my young master?" If I were merely an ordinary cultivator, I could afford to take my time. But alas, I am not. She not only lacked the luxury of patience but needed to advance more swiftly than all her peers. This urgency stemmed not solely from the impending grand competition, but also from the memories of her past life, where Xie Mingzhu's illustrious acquaintances were soon to make their appearances. Each one boasted an extraordinary background and formidable strength. Should Xie Liuyin lack sufficient power, any conflict with Xie Mingzhu would inevitably spell her doom. Xie Liuyin refused to endure the humiliation of her previous existence. She intended to vanquish not only Xie Mingzhu but her so-called admirers as well. Once more, her internal spiritual energy surged, and the technique known as wind without trace transformed this energy into a gentle breeze that lifted Xie Liuyin's entire being. With a powerful push of her right leg, she soared upward in a momentous leap. In that instant, Xie Liuyin realized with clarity that she had mastered the first layer of this technique. The little fox silently traversed the vast expanse of Qingxiao's sect, skillfully evading the gaze of numerous onlookers, and stealthily ascended Yunshuang Peak. Thanks to the talisman hanging around his neck, which was capable of dismantling the majority of formations, he was fortunate. Otherwise, he would likely still be stranded at the foot of the mountain, anxiously pacing, following the path etched in his memory. The little fox dashed along until he finally discovered Xie Mingzhu's residence, where they fortuitously encountered one another right at the doorstep. However, just as a smile began to grace the little fox's face, he was met with Xie Mingzhu's eager inquiry. "So, did you manage to obtain the wooden bracelet?" Chapter 22. The little fox has disappeared. Wait, what wooden bracelet? At the sound of Xie Mingzhu's question, the smile that had just blossomed on the little fox's face instantly froze. She was aware that he had gone to assist her in stealing the bracelet, and thus, she had deliberately spoken those words in his presence earlier. In that moment, the little fox was at a loss for words, feeling as though a bucket of cold water had been thrown over his fervent enthusiasm. The innocent girl he had imagined was far from the naive and harmless being he had envisioned. Realizing this, the little fox felt a heaviness settle in his chest, yet, strangely, he also experienced an inexplicable sense of relief. Xie Mingzhu, sensing that her demeanor was amiss, hurriedly sought to shift the conversation. "Where have you been all these days? You haven't been injured, have you?" Had she posed this question upon their initial meeting, the little fox would undoubtedly have felt elated. Yet now, hearing it, he not only felt no joy but was instead increasingly vexed. He attempted to articulate something to Xie Mingzhu, but the incantation of the moonlit charm still held sway, rendering him unable to utter a single word. All he could do was shake his head in frustration, hoping that Xie Mingzhu might grasp his unspoken sentiments. Xie Mingzhu observed the little fox's silence and presumed he was displeased with her. She promptly retrieved a spirit fruit from her storage bag, attempting to coax him with it. However, despite consuming the fruit, the little fox remained indifferent to her. Strangely, Xie Mingzhu had the nagging sensation that the fox seemed less spirited than before. With a slight furrow of her brow, she tentatively inquired, "Little fox, have I done something to upset you, leading you to ignore me?" Previously, the fox had engaged in conversation, albeit with mere murmurs, revealing his ability to articulate human speech. Unbeknownst to Xie Mingzhu, the little fox felt a pang of bitterness within. He was not foolish. Moon foxes were inherently astute. Perhaps he had once been blinded by his gratitude for being saved, but now Xie Mingzhu's intentions were unmistakably apparent, and the little fox was acutely aware that she had been calculating from the very beginning. Silently gnawing on the spirit fruit, he found its once delightful flavor now tinged with a sense of bitterness. The buns from the daylight peak were far more delectable, he mused. To Xie Mingzhu, the little fox's demeanor suggested he had not understood her words at all, leading to his apparent apathy. A seed of doubt began to take root in her mind. Could this merely be an ordinary fox resembling the young prince of the Fox clan? Once that thought surfaced, it became increasingly difficult to suppress. Yet, after some contemplation, she dismissed it as implausible. The Yunshuang Peak was fortified with a barrier. If this were merely an ordinary fox, how could it traverse the barrier to appear at the summit? Xie Mingzhu had just managed to convince herself when she soon noticed the token hanging from the little fox's neck. The token was not particularly large, but faintly engraved upon it was the character for communication. Xie Mingzhu's eyes sparkled with intrigue. "Little fox, that token is quite beautiful. Might I borrow it for a moment?" As she spoke, she reached out to touch the token around the little fox's neck. The fox instinctively attempted to evade her grasp, yet it was unable to escape. Xie Mingzhu snatched the token away, fully confirming her suspicions. It was indeed just an ordinary fox. How disappointing. Feeling the powerful spiritual energy emanating from the token, Xie Mingzhu realized that the fox had gained access to Yunchuang Peak solely through this token. The thought that she had been deceived and had engaged in idle chatter with this naive creature for so long filled her with embarrassment. In her frustration, she kicked the little fox, who let out a pained yelp as it tumbled down the stone steps. The little fox, caught off guard by the kick, could scarcely believe what had just transpired. The very being it had regarded as a savior had turned and struck it. Infuriated, it longed to retaliate against Xie Mingzhu with a swipe of its paw. However, the force of her kick had rendered it momentarily immobile. At that moment, a servant disciple happened to pass by, and Xie Mingzhu called out to him, pointing at the white fox on the ground. I don't know where this wild fox came from, but you must quickly dispose of it. We cannot allow it to perish here at Yunchuang Peak and bring us misfortune. Upon hearing Xie Mingzhu's command, the disciple promptly seized the little fox by the scruff of its neck, intending to cast it away to the back mountain. Xie Shiji is the sole and most cherished disciple of their sect leader. Should she be provoked, the consequences would be dire. Thus, amidst the pitiful cries of the little fox, the servant disciple callously cast it over the precipice of Yunchuang Peak, and the token given to him by it became a new treasure for Xie Mingzhu. The sun in the west quickly dipped below the horizon, and the Qingshao sect gradually succumbed to the dense embrace of night. Earlier, while cultivating, Alu had informed Xie Liuyin that the little fox would venture out for a stroll today. Recalling the delicate and spoiled demeanor of Snowball, her anxiety deepened. Without a moment's hesitation, she sought out Ada, imploring him to accompany her in search of Snowball. Noticing the worry etched on Xie Liuyin's face, Ada hurried to reassure her, saying, "Do not fret, my young mistress. I have already dispatched a Xie and a Wu to track down Snowball." Although Ada had informed Snowball of the token's time limit when he was released, given that Snowball was nurtured by their young mistress, he was considered part of the Ryu Peak family. Consequently, in the evening, Ada had instructed a Xie and a Wu to keep an eye out for Snowball during their patrols. However, despite several hours of searching, they found no trace of the little fox. Frowning, Xie Liuyin pondered, Snowball is merely an ordinary little fox. Could it have encountered someone and been captured? The disciples of Qingshao sect were notably proud, and Xie Liuyin felt that, with Snowball's irksome nature, it was quite possible he had inadvertently offended someone. The more she contemplated, the more distressed she became, her mind conjuring images of the little fox in a woeful plight. After a moment of contemplation, she addressed Ada. "Do we possess any tools for locating missing persons or items at Yari Peak? I wish to find Shueqiu swiftly." "Indeed, we have such tools. My young master, please follow me," Ada replied, concerned about the encroaching darkness outside. He acquiesced to Xie Liuyin's request. The two promptly retrieved a low-tier tracking artifact from the treasure vault. The usage of this artifact was straightforward. One merely needed to find something imbued with the essence of the person or object sought. With the assistance of Fur, the compass-like artifact soon began to rotate, its needles steadfastly pointing in a particular direction. Without a moment's hesitation, Xie Liuyin led Alu in pursuit of the compass's guidance. Meanwhile, beneath a cliff near Yunchuang Peak, a bloodied little fox lay trembling beneath a massive stone. His injuries, which had yet to heal, had worsened due to today's calamity, resulting in a broken leg. Were it not for his identity as a moon fox, he would likely have perished by now. He lamented his decision to venture to Yunchuang Peak and to place his trust in Xie Mingzhu. In his heart, he vowed that if he survived this ordeal, he would ensure Xie Mingzhu faced dire consequences. Chapter 23. Rescued by her. It was September, and while the daytime temperatures were pleasant, the nights turned rather chilly. Though the little fox, inherently a moon fox, was not averse to cold and preferred the icy realms, he found himself deprived of his demonic powers and severely injured. As the temperature steadily dropped, he felt his body growing colder along with the blood seeping from his wounds. The little fox curled his body tightly, turning to lick his wound in hopes that it would scab over soon. At that moment, he could not help but harbor resentment towards the moon. Had it not been for the curse he had placed upon himself, he would not have fallen to such a dire state. As the chill enveloped him, he felt his hands and feet growing increasingly stiff. A profound weariness washed over him, and it seemed he was on the verge of succumbing to sleep. Regret filled his heart. Had he not taken the risk of venturing out today, he would still be nestled in the warmth of his cozy den on Sunlight Peak, free from such suffering. Perhaps Au would have prepared a delicious dinner, and Xie Liuyin, recognizing his relatively obedient nature, might have even treated him to an extra drumstick. As his consciousness began to fade, the cold and the specter of death drew ever closer. Just when he truly believed he would perish there, a familiar voice suddenly pierced the silence. Xie. The voice seemed to penetrate his very soul, instantly reviving his awareness. The little fox struggled to lift his head. Scanning his surroundings, he heard Xie Liuyin calling for him, that unmistakable voice. Yet, the pervasive darkness obscured his vision, and despite searching for a long while, he could not see Xie Liuyin's figure. Had he misheard? The flicker of hope that had briefly ignited within him gradually extinguished, and he let out a sorrowful whimper. However, in the next moment, a dim light broke through the oppressive darkness and pierced the little fox's eyes. Accompanying it was that long-awaited voice. Xie, where are you? Tears streamed down the little fox's face as he cried out, disregarding all semblance of dignity. In a time long past, he would never have emitted such an expectant call directed at Xie Liuyin. The plaintive cry of a small beast resonated through the tranquil valley, instantly capturing Xie Liuyin's attention. She hastened toward the source of the sound and, guided by her compass, soon discovered the little fox cautiously concealed within the crevices of the rocks. However, before she could breathe a sigh of relief, her gaze fell upon the fox's clearly injured leg and the crimson stain upon its belly. Do not worry, young master. Allow me to move the stone, Alu volunteered, swiftly displacing the boulder with ease. Xie Liuyin quickly scooped the little fox into her embrace, and fortunately, she had brought along a spirit elixir. Without hesitation, she administered a pill to the fox, and miraculously, its wounds began to heal, ceasing the flow of blood. Despite this, Xie Liuyin was overwhelmed with sorrow. This was her first experience caring for a spiritual pet, and seeing the little fox in such a state made her feel utterly remiss in her duties. Once the fox's condition stabilized, Xie Liuyin promptly departed the valley, cradling it in her arms alongside Alu. This place was within the territory of Yunshuang Peak, and she wished to linger no longer. Observing the distress upon his young master's face, Alu reached out to touch the snowball, quickly offering reassurance. Do not fret, young master. The majority of the injuries on the snowball have been healed by the elixir. However, the broken leg will require a few more days to mend. In the realm of cultivation, as long as the soul is unharmed, recovery is swift. Fortunately, the little fox was not struck with a sword to the neck. Otherwise, even the arrival of Xian Yu would not have been able to save it. On Daylight Peak, 6 wooden puppets roamed, each possessing unique abilities. Ada served as the steward, overseeing all matters. Aer is skilled in medicine and also proficient in alchemy. Awu possesses the finest culinary skills. Ever since Xie Liuyin ascended to Yuri Peak, her daily meals have been the responsibility of Awu. Ada nodded and remarked, "This matter will be handled by the master. Inform the young mistress not to worry. The master has always been protective." Alu concurred with this sentiment. Meanwhile, Xie Liuyin, who had been tirelessly attending to matters, soon saw Aer administer new medicine to the little fox and assist in stabilizing its fractured leg. In approximately 3 days, the leg would return to its original state, but it was advised to avoid unnecessary movement and to refrain from touching the injured limb. After offering a few words of caution, Aer did not prescribe any medicine. Upon hearing this, Xie Liuyin exhaled a deep sigh of relief. Alu had been waiting at the door, carrying a large bowl of bone soup. "This is from Awu. He said it would be beneficial for Xie to drink more," she said with a bright smile. The little fox had been hungry for quite some time and could not help but fidget in Xie Liuyin's embrace at the sight of food. Fearing it would inadvertently touch its injured leg, Xie Liuyin scolded gently, "Stop that. Once we enter the house, I will prepare a small table for you, and then you can eat after we properly position your injured leg." The little fox had never been spanked before, and its face flushed a deep crimson. Had it not been for its thick fur, Xie Liuyin might have been greeted by a completely red fox. It let out a few disgruntled whines, but ultimately refrained from displaying its claws as it had during their initial encounter. Soon, Xie Liuyin had settled the little fox comfortably in its nest, ensuring its broken leg was securely elevated. Xie Liuyin tenderly placed the bone broth before the little fox, who, having endured hunger throughout the day, immediately immersed himself in his meal. It was at this moment that Xie Liuyin began to feel the weight of fatigue. She had significantly increased her training regimen that day, dedicating the entire afternoon to mastering her movements at the base of the cliff. Ideally, after indulging in a medicinal bath, she should have granted herself some well-deserved rest, yet the matter of the little fox had occupied her for an additional hour. Now, as she finally sat down, exhaustion washed over her completely. However, she did not rest immediately. Instead, She waited until the little fox finished his meal, wiped his paws clean, and then placed the empty bowl outside the door, intending for Liu to collect it the following morning. The little fox observed her every action, and upon seeing Xie Liuyin finally succumb to sleep, he energetically leaped to the bedside, eager to take some action. Yet, before he could even move, in the blink of an eye, the world around him transformed abruptly. He barely had time to feel apprehensive before realizing he had seemingly been whisked away from Xie Liuyin's abode by some mysterious force. However, the little fox quickly recognized that this place was unmistakably Xie Yu's residence. Now do tell, what foolish deeds did you engage in today that have led you to this predicament? Resonated the timely voice of Xie Yu from behind him. Chapter 24. Let me punish Mingzhu. As Xie Yu's words fell, a surge of spiritual energy enveloped the little fox. Instantly, all discomfort within him dissipated, and the sensation that had felt like a blockage in his throat vanished. The little fox attempted to speak. I merely wished to meet my savior. I never anticipated that events would unfold in such a manner. Indeed, he was able to articulate his thoughts. Did this mean that the spiritual seal upon him had been lifted? The little fox had not yet savored the joy of regaining his powers when Xie Yu shattered his illusions, in light of your injuries. I shall temporarily restore a portion of your demonic energy, but only for tonight. Until you repay the debt incurred from trespassing on the daylight peak and attempting to harm my disciple, you shall obediently serve Liuyin as a spirit pet. Detecting the subtle threat in Xie Yu's tone, the little fox let out a disgruntled huff, but surprisingly refrained from retorting. However, he soon added, how dare anyone from your sect lay hands on this prince? If not for my fortuitous fate, I would have met my demise at your Qingxiao sect today. Xie Yu gently waved the folding fan in his hand, assuring, rest assured, I shall provide you with an explanation regarding this matter. The following morning, an unexpected visitor arrived at Yinshuang Peak. Just as Xie Mingzhu awakened, she was summoned by a servant disciple to Yi Chaoyun's quarters. She initially believed that Yi Chaoyun had acquired some treasure to bestow upon her. However, as she cheerfully entered his cave abode and was about to greet him, his gaze halted her. Following the direction of Yi Chaoyun's eyes, Xie Mingzhu was startled to find the sect leader, whom she had not seen in many days, seated at the head of the room. A sudden tension gripped her heart, and she hastily bowed her head in respect. Yet this time, the sect leader's demeanor was far from welcoming. He did not permit her to rise and coldly inquired, did you injure a white fox yesterday and instruct the servant disciples of your peak to cast it into the ravine? Upon hearing this, Xie Mingzhu sensed that the situation had taken a serious turn. However, she still forced a smile and said, indeed, a wild fox came to Yinshuang Peak yesterday. I was concerned that it might cause trouble, so I instructed the servants to drive it away. Could it be that the servants actually threw the wild fox off the cliff? Her expression appeared quite genuine, and Yi Chaoyun believed her with just a glance. However, the sect leader was clearly not so easily deceived. Humph, this trick might work on Chaoyun alone. Suddenly, the Kunshin sect leader waved his wide sleeves, and a water mirror materialized out of thin air. Consequently, the visage of Xie Mingzhu and the snow-white fox emerged within it. Indeed, it was merely an ordinary fox, utterly uninteresting. Hearing this voice, Xie Mingzhu's eyes widened in shock. She gazed at the water mirror, and her entire being began to tremble. No, it wasn't like this. The scene in the water mirror continued to unfold, replaying the moment when Xie Mingzhu kicked the little fox and commanded the servant disciples to dispose of it. Her sharp and caustic demeanor was witnessed clearly by everyone present. Even though Yi Chaoyun had always believed his disciple to be well-mannered, gentle, and pitiable, at that moment, he found himself uncertain of whether he truly understood the young girl before him. Do you see clearly now? This is the spirit pet nurtured by your grandmaster, and the token hanging around its neck was crafted by the daylight peak. Kunshin pointed at the pitiable little fox in the water mirror and sternly addressed his most valued disciple. When the little fox was discovered, it was covered in wounds. Had it not been for the timely intervention of the Daylight Peak's people, it would have surely perished by now. Chaoyun, you have raised a fine disciple. The words of the Kunshin sect master resonated in Xie Mingzhu's ears like a thunderous explosion. With a pale visage, she cast a pleading glance towards Yi Chaoyun, desperately seeking his protection. Yi Chaoyun, moved by her gaze, could not restrain himself from stepping forward to address the sect master, saying, Master, Mingzhu did not act with malice. She merely, your explanations are better suited for your sure shoe. The Kunshin sect master interjected, raising a hand to silence him. The water mirror that had hung in the air had vanished, Yet the chill emanating from the sect master was now even more palpable. Your disciple has unjustly harmed Xinyu's spiritual pet and seized its passage token. Naturally, your Shu will come to demand an explanation from you regarding this matter. I shall rise now. However, your apprentice has demonstrated a lack of decorum and respect for her elders, thereby violating the sect's rules. As the sect master, I am compelled to impose punishment upon her. Xie Mingzhu hurriedly retreated behind Xie Liuyin, tugging at his sleeve and whispering, "Master, please save me. Master, I take full responsibility for failing to notice the presence of a fox on Yunshuang Peak. I am willing to accept the punishment on behalf of Mingzhu," Xie Liuyin declared resolutely, shielding Xie Mingzhu. The Kunshin sect master's gaze towards this young disciple grew increasingly disillusioned. "Very well, since you insist on playing the hero, I shall grant your wish. From this day forth, you shall be sent to Frostblade Windsword Cliff, where you shall remain for 10 years without stepping foot beyond its confines." Xie Liuyin was taken aback by the severity of the punishment, and the thought of the terrifying Frostblade Windsword Cliff caused him to waver momentarily. However, at that moment, Xie Mingzhu let out a sorrowful cry. Xie Liuyin, unable to bear seeing his only disciple suffer, simply acknowledged the Kunshin sect master with a soft yes. The Kunshin sect master cast a cold glance at Xie Mingzhu, thereafter neglecting to spare Xie Liuyin another look. He waved his sleeve and departed from the cave, leaving behind a chilling remark. "Since you are to be punished, it would be wise to set off promptly, preferably before the day concludes, to Frostblade Windsword Cliff." As soon as the Kunshin sect master's figure transformed into a streak of light and vanished from Yunshuang Peak, Xie Mingzhu burst into tears. "I am sorry, master. I truly did not realize that the fox was a spirit pet raised by my granduncle," the disciple explained, seeing that the fox exhibited a fierce temperament. "I feared it might wreak havoc on the flowers and plants you have lovingly cultivated, which led me to instruct the servants to cast it out." Xie Mingzhu's eyes were swollen from crying, and her originally pure and delicate appearance became even more heart-wrenching. The questions Xie Liuyin had prepared faltered on his lips. He reached out and gently stroked Xie Mingzhu's head, saying, "It is all right, but from now on, you must exercise utmost caution and refrain from provoking those at the Daylight Peak. Your sister is not an easy opponent. For the next 10 years, Master will remain at Frostblade Windsword Cliff, so I entrust Yunshuang Peak to you for the time being. I have always had a close relationship with your Aunt Miaoyu. Should you encounter any difficulties, seek her out, for she will undoubtedly assist you." Fearing that his absence from Yunshuang Peak would lead to his disciple's distress, Xie Liuyin not only bequeathed all the spiritual stones he had accumulated over the years to Xie Mingzhu, but also meticulously paved her path forward. Upon hearing Miaoyu's name, Xie Mingzhu's eyelashes fluttered slightly. She obediently acknowledged Xie Liuyin's words, yet in her heart, she pondered that in 3 months' time, it would mark the day of the peril faced by the young master Su He. It was high time she sought a new pillar of support for herself. Chapter 25. The Stone Forest Sword Array in the Cloud Frost Peak. The esteemed Lord Liuyin faced punishment from the sect leader for inadvertently injuring the spiritual pet of the revered master Xianwei and seizing the passage token of the Daylight Peak, resulting in a decade of arduous cultivation at the Frostblade Windsword Cliff. This news stirred quite a commotion within the Qingxiao sect, not only due to Lord Liuyin being the designated successor to the sect leader, holding a distinguished position, but also because the Frostblade Windsword Cliff was home to a natural formation that suppressed the cultivation of any practitioner who ascended its heights to the Qi refinement stage. The biting winds and frost atop the cliff were akin to razor blades, relentlessly assaulting the practitioners, inflicting a ceaseless agony as though their bodies were perpetually pierced by daggers. Yet, this natural formation, while discomforting, would not inflict genuine harm upon the practitioners' bodies. Traditionally, the sect's punishments would last a mere month or 2 at most, but never before had a term as lengthy as 10 years been imposed. Curious about the underlying circumstances, some discreetly inquired and discovered that the true culprit was not Lord Liuyin, but rather his disciple, Xie Mingzhu. In a display of affection for his student, Lord Liuyin had shouldered the entirety of the blame, inciting the sect leader's wrath and resulting in a severe punishment for his most cherished disciple. Naturally, this news also reached Xie Liuyin, who at that moment was engaged in tending to a little fox, removing the wooden board that had been used to secure its leg. The little fox's injuries should have healed after regaining a portion of its demonic power. However, in order to conceal its unique identity, it feigned being wounded, allowing Xie Liuyin to care for it for several days. Upon hearing about Yu Chaoyan's fate, the little fox huffed in discontent. It was clearly Xie Mingzhu who had harmed it. Why should that woman escape unpunished? The little fox had entirely forgotten how fond it once was of this seemingly innocent and beautiful girl. The most vivid memory it held of Xie Mingzhu was the kick she had delivered to its abdomen. Xie Liuyin also felt a sense of dissatisfaction with the outcome. In the past, whenever Xie Mingzhu erred, someone would invariably intervene on her behalf. "Do not be upset, my young master," Liu gently consoled. Though Xie Mingzhu faced no tangible punishment, Master Yi is about to endure 10 years of arduous training without his mentor's protection. And Xie Mingzhu's life will not be easy either. Xie Liuyin shook her head, stating, "I am not angry. Ultimately, Xie Mingzhu and her mentor have offended me beyond measure. While I may not be able to act against Yu Chaoyan for now, I will certainly find an opportunity to teach Xie Mingzhu a lesson." With a hint of shyness, the little fox gently touched Xie Liuyin's face with its long, delicate snout, as though kissing the girl before it. In that moment, the little fox even felt a semblance of gratitude towards Xie Mingzhu. Had it not been for believing her sweet words, it would never have encountered Xie Liuyin on the daylight peak. As the day of the new disciples competition drew near, Xie Liuyin was compelled to intensify her training regimen. She not only practiced her swordplay with her right hand, but also began to learn with her left. After each day's practice, she found herself utterly drained, her hands trembling such that even lifting a teacup became a laborious task. Ultimately, she had to rely on Liu to assist her with meals. The two foundational techniques she was diligently perfecting consumed her to the point of exhausting her spiritual energy multiple times each day. The sensation of depleting every ounce of strength only to gather it anew, then expending it once more, was a routine experience for Xie Liuyin. Amidst this grueling training, her cultivation level continued to ascend. By the time only 3 days remained before the grand competition, Xie Liuyin had achieved the 4th layer of Qi training. Such a rapid advancement startled even Xianyu, who considered herself a prodigy. As for the usually indolent little fox, he watched Xie Liuyin with keen eyes, fearful that she might inadvertently overexert herself. Fortunately, Xie Liuyin's efforts bore fruit. Upon witnessing her mastery of the foundational sword techniques, Xianyu finally allowed her to begin practicing the 1st layer of the ruthless sword technique. This technique comprises 9 layers, divided into both mental and sword techniques. Xianyu did not permit her disciple to dive directly into the sword techniques. Instead, she insisted that Xie Liuyin first memorize the mental aspect. Given Xie Liuyin's excellent memory and the technique's remarkable resonance with her, she quickly committed the 1st layer of the mental aspect to memory. By the time she began to learn the sword techniques, the grand competition loomed just days away. Xie Liuyin aspired to master the 1st layer before the event, intending to wield this sword technique as her trump card. Upon discerning her disciple's thoughts, Xianyu deliberately summoned her to offer solace. "Your current cultivation has already surpassed that of all the new disciples. Even if others encounter fortuitous opportunities, they shall not withstand your solid swordsmanship. The heartless sword technique is indeed arduous to master. Do not press yourself too fiercely." Such words would have been inconceivable for Xianyu to utter in the past, yet the extraordinary dedication of this disciple terrified her. She feared that in her relentless pursuit of strength, she might succumb to inner demons. After speaking, she grasped her wooden sword and turned to continue her own training. Left behind, Xianyu felt a sense of unease. How could a disciple's languor provoke anxiety, yet their diligence evoke dread? To prevent Xie Liuyin from truly clashing with the heartless sword technique, and to enable her to better wield fundamental swordsmanship, Xianyu led Xie Liuyin to a secluded stone forest on Daylight Peak, just a day and a night before the grand competition. This stone forest is extensive, filled with pillars of various shapes. Within lies the 33 sword formations left by your ancestral master. Today, I shall grant you access to the 1st formation. As long as you can successfully navigate through it, you shall have no rivals in the upcoming contest, Xianyu stated earnestly, gesturing towards the stone forest. It was Xie Liuyin's first encounter with such a place on Daylight Peak. She had wandered the area numerous times before, yet had never discovered it. "Master, please activate the sword formation for me. There is little time left, and I must hasten to refine my sword technique," Xie Liuyin urged. Xianyu offered no response. Instead, he withdrew the wooden sword from her grasp. "Your master's ancestor is indeed a true sword deity. To traverse his sword array armed with merely a wooden sword is utterly insufficient." With that, Xianyu flicked his wrist, transforming the fan he held into a resplendent white longsword. The blade, forged from an unknown yet exquisite material, boasted a handle equally pristine, adorned with subtle scales that glimmered enchanting beauty. This is the first sword I ever wielded in service to my master. For now, I shall lend it to you. Go forth, and do not let me down. After entrusting the long sword to Xie Liuyin, Xie tilted his chin towards the stone forest, eagerly awaiting her performance. Chapter 26. A chance for vengeance from my master. Grasping the long sword firmly, Xie Liuyin nodded to her companions behind her, then decisively plunged into the depths of the stone forest. The surrounding barrier of the stone forest rippled slightly, swiftly engulfing the young woman's figure. The little fox, cradled in Alu's arms, could not resist peeking out, yearning for a clearer view, only to be met with towering stone pillars. Stop hoping. The sword array is veiled by a barrier. You cannot discern what transpires within, Xie remarked, casting a disdainful glance at the little fox. This creature had become increasingly pampered under Xie Liuyin's care, despite having healed for quite some time. It still insisted on being carried, refusing to set foot on the ground. The moment Xie Liuyin stepped into the sword array, a tremendous pressure assailed her without mercy. It felt as if she were suddenly bound by iron rings, each slight movement of her wrist requiring several times the effort compared to her usual ease. It was evident that wielding a sword here posed a far greater challenge than outside. Xie Liuyin finally grasped the reason why Xianyu had boldly proclaimed that the stone forest sword array was the most formidable sword formation in the realm of cultivation. After adapting to the immense pressure within the array, she firmly gripped her snow-white longsword and approached the imposing door ahead. Curiosity propelled her forward, but as soon as she made a move, the solitary stone pillar immediately disassembled and reformed, transforming within mere blinks into a stone figure wielding a sword. The stone figure towered over Xie Liuyin by at least 2 heads, its robust frame exuding an air of superiority. In its grasp was a stone longsword, radiating an aura of an eminent being. Xie Liuyin had previously glimpsed the phantoms left by her forebear in the library, and she instantly recognized that the unadorned gray figure was a manifestation of her ancestor's likeness. Thus, the so-called stone forest sword array was designed to pit her against her own forebear? The mere thought of her opponent's renowned title as the Sword God, celebrated across the lands, sent thrilling shivers down her spine rather than instilling fear. Suddenly, the stone figure opened its hollow eyes, gripping its sword and addressing Xie Liuyin in a chilling tone. Come. A surge of combat fervor ignited within Xie Liuyin. Her eyes gleamed with intensity as she charged forward with her long sword raised. The clash between the snow-white longsword and the stone sword erupted in a shower of sparks. The sheer strength of the stone figure was astonishing. Had Xie Liuyin not already attained the 4th level of Qi refinement, she would have been sent sprawling several meters back upon their initial encounter. She understood well that while the stone figure possessed immense power and a formidable exterior, even the exquisitely sharp sword bestowed upon her by Xianyu would struggle to inflict significant harm upon it. In contrast, she exhibited greater agility than the stone figure. Though her swordsmanship paled in comparison to her opponent's, her foundational skills were solidly established. By employing the most elementary sword techniques and targeting the stone figure's vulnerabilities, it would not be a formidable challenge to vanquish him. A swift idea blossomed in her mind, and Xie Liuyin commenced a series of probing assaults around the stone figure. Discovering the weaknesses of the stone figure proved to be quite arduous, as he was entirely encased in a stony armor. After several hours of skirmishing, Xie Liuyin finally managed to pierce the armpit of the stone figure with her sword, only to observe his movements suddenly falter. A glimmer of realization illuminated her thoughts. This was indeed the stone figure's Achilles heel. Just as she prepared to deliver a decisive thrust to this vulnerable spot, the stone figure unleashed a surge of power several times greater than before, delivering a punishing blow directly to Xie Liuyin's chest. She was sent flying, blood spilling from her mouth as she succumbed to death. Xie Liuyin instinctively rubbed her chest, although she had not sustained any real injury. The lingering agony from the prior encounter gnawed at her, inducing a wave of anxiety. This initial foray into the sword formation could be deemed a failure, yet she had successfully discerned the stone figure's weakness, rendering the subsequent attempts significantly easier. She swiftly composed herself and once more plunged into the first layer of the sword formation. However, after a mere half hour, she found herself again targeting the stone figure's armpit, only to be met with yet another fatal blow from his fist. Awakening anew in the pristine white space, Xie Liuyin felt her heart ache with frustration. Was this supposed to be a sword formation? Why did the stone figure suddenly resort to using his fist against her? Gritting her teeth in determination, she grasped her long sword and charged back in, resolute in her belief that she would conquer this first trial today. Within the confines of the sword array, Xie Liuyin felt no passage of time, yet outside the array, Xie Mingzhu gazed at the inky black sky, her heart shrouded in clouds of melancholy. She had presumed that without Xie Liuyin by her side, she would merely miss the guidance of a single mentor. After all, the Qingxiao sect boasted a disciples' lecture hall, where elders occasionally appeared to offer their wisdom on cultivation. Thus, she believed studying there would suffice. However, to her astonishment, after Xie Liuyin departed for Frost Blade Wind Sword Cliff, the once vibrant Yunshuang Peak fell instantly silent, and the uncles who frequently visited vanished without a trace. It did not take long for her to sense something amiss, as no one came to inform her of the significant new disciple competition. In her previous life, shortly after entering the sect, Xie Mingzhu had surreptitiously consumed a spiritual elixir hidden away by Xianyu, resulting in a sudden grave illness that caused her to miss the competition. Yet in this lifetime, she was evidently in good health. Yet not a soul had notified her of this crucial event. Had she not inadvertently overheard other new disciples discussing it, she would have again missed such an important contest. Frustrated, Xie Mingzhu confronted the miscellaneous disciples of Yunshuang Peak, seeking answers. However, these disciples, preoccupied with their menial tasks, were indifferent to the significant affairs of the sect and lacked any channels of information. With only a few days remaining until the competition, Xie Mingzhu found herself utterly unprepared, resigned to her misfortune, and seething with indignation. Each incident stirred the tumultuous waves of jealousy within her, an unrest that refused to be quelled. She could accept being eliminated from the competition, but she would not tolerate Xie Liuyin outshining her. As the dawn of the grand competition approached, Xie Mingzhu hesitated momentarily before finally activating the sound transmission device left to her by Xie Liuyin, establishing contact with a certain individual. After the device flickered a few times, a somewhat aloof female voice resonated from the other end. A trace of a sob escaped Xie Mingzhu's voice as she pitifully began, "Master Miaoyu, after much contemplation, I still feel discontent on behalf of my master. Yet, within the entire sect, you are the only one who seems to care for our revered master. So I have no choice but to seek your assistance." On the other end of the sound transmission, the female cultivator known as Miaoyu maintained a stern expression. Upon hearing Xie Mingzhu mention their master, her brows furrowed immediately. "Pray tell, what has befallen your master?" "It is the ancestor Shanhua. He has deliberately used spiritual pets to frame my master in order to curry favor with his own disciple. Master Miaoyu, you must help my master seek justice." Chapter 27. I thought you were afraid of me outside the Shilin sword formation. The little fox and Alu had been waiting for a full day and night. As the eastern sun began to rise, only half an hour remained before the grand competition commenced, yet there was not a hint of movement from within the sword formation. Were it not for the little fox having witnessed Xie Liuyin enter, he would have doubted her presence inside. Recalling Xie Liuyin's keen interest in the competition, he worried that if she were trapped within the formation and missed her chance, she would surely be heartbroken. The little fox grew increasingly anxious. Had he not been held by Alu, he might have charged into search for Xie Liuyin. Unbeknownst to Xie Liuyin, who was ensconced within the formation, she had exhausted her spiritual energy countless times during that day and night, perishing at the hands of the stone guardian more times than she could count. In her final moments, she had grown so accustomed to the pain that only one thought remained in her mind. She must rise swiftly and vanquish the stone figure before her. Regardless of whether it was a manifestation of her ancestral power, she was determined to defeat it. With this resolve, Xie Liuyin relentlessly pushed herself to her limits. Once more, when the stone figure exposed a vulnerability, she astonishingly unleashed the first layer of the ruthless sword technique, piercing through its armpit and directly through its head. The stone figure instantly lost its vitality, crumbling into ashes. A voice, resonant with authority yet tinged with admiration, echoed around the formation. "Well done, continue to strive." Even the symbols on the gate before her transformed from 1 to 2. She had successfully passed the first level of the sword formation. After a brief moment of self-congratulation, Xie Liuyin rose and exited the stone forest sword formation. The little fox, waiting outside, was overjoyed upon seeing her, promptly leaping from Alu's arms to bound at her feet. Alu quickly urged her, "My lady, prepare yourself. The new disciples' grand tournament has already commenced. To be precise, the grand tournament had begun an hour ago. Fortunately, this event was a significant celebration for the Qingxiao sect. which had been preparing for it a month in advance. In the past few days, the tournament stage had been rapidly constructed, with the formations meticulously drawn by an elder specializing in this craft. It was reported that to ensure the tournament's fairness, the stern and righteous Xie Liuyin had volunteered to serve as the judge. Anyone daring to play tricks beneath her watchful gaze would surely face dire consequences. The significance of the grand competition is well understood by the new disciples. Thus, with the exception of 2 unique cases, all others are required to participate. The event spans 3 days, with the first day dedicated to drawing lots for head-to-head duels. From the 600 participants, including external disciples, half will be selected. On the second day, the remaining 300 will be further narrowed down to the final 100. By the third day, these 100 fortunate new disciples will enter the Sect's trial formation, where the one who accumulates the highest points will be crowned the champion of this year's competition. Among this batch of new disciples, there are many with exceptional talents akin to Xie Liuyin, and several have already become apprentices of the elders, rapidly advancing in their cultivation. Notably, Qin Tian's disciple, Feng Yelei, and Elder Wu's apprentice, Hua Lingxue, stand out the most. Both have reached the 3rd level of qi refinement and are on the verge of advancing to the 4th. Their remarkable prowess eclipses many of their peers, and upon learning of their cultivation levels, numerous disciples fervently hope to avoid encountering them in the first round of the competition. Fortunately, their prayers bore fruit. When the first round of draws determined the opponents, Hua Lingxue drew another disciple with a single fire root, perfectly countering her single water root. In a striking coincidence, Feng Yelei drew Xie Liuyin. At the mere sight of her name, a glimmer of triumph flickered in Feng Yelei's eyes. He intended for Xie Liuyin to falter in the first round, thereby depriving her of the opportunity to qualify for the secret realm. Consequently, the gap between Xie Liuyin and him would only widen from that moment on. Even if she were the disciple of his granduncle, it would matter little. In the realm of cultivation, strength reigns supreme, and he would no longer need to heed her gaze. These thoughts fleetingly crossed Feng Yelei's mind as he eagerly handed the name tags to the senior brother in charge of this matter. The latter noted down the names of the 2 combatants and was about to schedule them for the 50th match when an abrupt voice interjected, "I beg your pardon, esteemed junior, but my young master is currently in seclusion. I would appreciate it if her match could be postponed." Both turned to see the gentle and benevolent wooden visage of it. Feng Yelei was momentarily startled by a duh. He was already aware that Master Xie Liuyin, their ancestral uncle, preferred not to have the living dwell upon his peak, hence the creation of numerous wooden puppets for his tasks. However, seeing such a lifelike puppet at such close quarters sent shivers down his spine. "If you are unwilling, you may choose another opponent. I can assist in having my young master placed at the end of the lineup," Ada cheerfully suggested. This was also a form of compensation from the sect leader to their Ri Yao peak. After all, who could blame him for his disciple and grand disciple provoking their own master? It was only that the young master could only adjust the match time once throughout the event. Having used it this time, she could not do so again later. Feng Yelei was quite incensed, but he realized that if he truly refused, he would miss the chance to personally defeat Xie Liuyin. Thus, he nodded in acceptance, temporarily swallowing his indignation, planning to settle the score with Xie Liuyin on the arena. With Ada's assistance, Xie Liuyin, who had managed to break through the first layer of the sword formation, dangerously caught up to the first round of matches. By the time she arrived at the venue with a Lu and the little fox, the judge was calling out loudly, "In this match, Feng Yelei versus Xie Liuyin." Feng Yelei lightly sprang onto the arena with a graceful leap. He slightly tilted his head, coincidentally locking eyes with Xie Liuyin as she glanced over. "Finally, you have arrived. Master Xie, I thought you might have been frightened of me and fled in cowardice after such a prolonged absence." Feng Yelei taunted deliberately. Xie Liuyin stepped onto the arena, retorting, "You are quite shameless to utter such brazen words." Without a glance at Feng Yelei's suddenly altered expression, Xie Liuyin confidently positioned herself on the opposite side of the stage. "Master Xie, your tongue is indeed sharp. I wonder if you will still possess the audacity to speak so boldly after you have tasted defeat at my hands." Feng Yelei lowered his brows, his gaze darkening as it fixated on Xie Liuyin. At the sound of a gong from below the stage, their combative spirits ignited simultaneously. With swords drawn, the 2 figures were instantly entwined in battle. Chapter 28. The ambush. Feng Yelei was also a practitioner of swordplay, having trained in the fierce Qi Shao sword technique, which his master, Qin Tian, had honed over many years. This technique was exceptionally potent, characterized by its ruthless intent to incapacitate opponents without mercy. However, The Qi sword technique bore significant drawbacks. It was a fire-based style, best suited for disciples with a fiery disposition. Yet, those with fiery roots were often impetuous, and this technique could easily lead practitioners into a state of rage. Under such dual influences, a practitioner using the Qi sword technique might excel in favorable circumstances. But once they found themselves at a disadvantage, they were prone to making reckless mistakes, ultimately leading to their downfall. Feng Yelei was well aware of the flaws inherent in this technique. However, he believed himself to be more skilled than Xie Liuyin and thought he could swiftly dispatch her in the tournament solely based on his strength. Yet, he underestimated Xie Liuyin while overestimating his own abilities. As the two long swords clashed, a shrill sound of friction erupted. Xie Liuyin's formidable strength left Feng Yelei's hands tingling, making him acutely aware that the female cultivator before him was far from ordinary. Both of them ranked among the most formidable of their peers, and their duel promised to be far more captivating than the skirmishes on the other platforms. Before long, numerous new disciples were drawn to the scene, gathering around the arena and quickly recognizing the combatants. Xie Liuyin had risen to fame during the previous master-disciple ceremony, compelling Yi Chao to bow to her publicly. A moment many still recalled. Even Feng Yelei, who had previously defended Xie Mingzhu, was recognized by the onlookers. I know the female cultivator. Her name is Xie Liuyin, a disciple of Master Xianyue. It is said she has been cultivating at the daylight peak and seldom interacts with us. One person chimed in. Another added, the male cultivator is also familiar. He is the little disciple of our sixth elder, named Feng Yelei. It is rumored he possesses both fire and wood spiritual roots, with a predominance of fire. My master mentioned he trains diligently and recently broke through to the third level of Qi refinement, making him one of the most talented disciples among us. As for Xie Liuyin's cultivation level, none present could ascertain it, and those who could would not easily reveal it. A male disciple, upon hearing this, exclaimed with delight, "Does that mean Brother Feng is sure to win this match?" Not necessarily. It is said that Junior Xie possesses a single spiritual root, and I believe her chances of victory are greater, retorted a female disciple defiantly. The male disciple scoffed lightly. Very well, then let us wager on this match. I shall bet on Brother Feng, while you place your wager on Junior Xie. The female disciple, undeterred, responded resolutely. Let us wager. I shall stake my allowance for the coming month against you. The male disciple hesitated, aware that his allowance was swiftly depleted, often spent on elixirs or magical artifacts. Should he inadvertently lose this bet, he would be left to subsist solely on the meager provisions of a fasting pill next month. What, are you afraid? The female disciple raised an eyebrow slightly. Spurred by her challenge, the male disciple retorted, Who says I am afraid? Let us wager. He then sought the presence of the other onlookers among the new disciples to bear witness to this challenge, insistent on pursuing the bet with the female disciple. Meanwhile, the two combatants on the stage were nearing the conclusion of their duel. Feng Yelei, lacking in cultivation compared to Xie Liuyin, found his spiritual energy insufficient. Had he managed to eliminate Xie Liuyin swiftly upon taking the stage, he might have fared better. However, the prolonged encounter had drained his advantages. The spiritual energy of a Qi refining stage disciple was inherently limited, and the formidable prowess of the Qi sword technique demanded even greater reserves. Under normal circumstances, Feng Yelei would not have been pressed to the brink against any other opponent. Yet, in his desire to teach Xie Liuyin a lesson, he had manipulated the draw to face her. He succeeded in drawing her as his opponent, but at the cost of facing defeat in the very first round. As he sensed his spiritual energy waning, his sword gradually became a burden in his grasp. Feng Yelei yearned to raise his hand to block the long sword descending from Xie Liuyin, but his movements proved a beat too slow. When the new disciples below the arena finally discerned their actions, they were met with the sight of Xie Liuyin pressing her sword against Feng Yelei's throat, his countenance pale and filled with indignation. The outcome has been determined, and the senior brother responsible for the arena promptly struck the bronze gong, heralding Xie Liuyin's victory. However, Feng Yelei could hardly withstand such a blow. He had never envisioned himself facing defeat, let alone so effortlessly. What infuriated him further was Xie Liuyin's utter refusal to exchange even a single word with him, as if mocking him for his loss. Feng Yelei's eyes burned crimson, rage consuming his reason, compelling him to raise his sword and lunge towards the vulnerable spot behind Xie Liuyin. The onlookers gasped in shock at this scene, while the overseeing senior brother hastily formed a hand seal, intending to disarm Feng Yelei, but it was already too late. Just as everyone feared that Xie Liuyin might meet her demise on the stage, she seemed to possess eyes on the back of her head. Swiftly, she turned, wielding her sword to sever Feng Yele's tendons with precision and decisiveness. Feng Yele let out a piercing scream as the sword slipped from his grasp. Ignoring everything else, he clutched his wrist, howling in agony. This spectacle startled the new disciples, prompting the senior brother below the stage to swiftly dismantle the formation and rush forward. He first administered a hemostatic powder to Feng Yele before turning to Xie Liuyin, inquiring, "Are you unharmed, junior sister?" "I'm fine, senior brother, please rest assured." Xie Liuyin replied with a gentle demeanor. The new disciples erupted into laughter, playfully teasing the senior brother. "You mustn't call her junior sister. She is our esteemed Xie Xiaoshishu." The senior brother was taken aback, and upon noticing the distinctive red jade talisman at Xie Liuyin's waist, he quickly comprehended her identity. She was, in fact, the disciple of Master Xianyu. "My apologies for the oversight. I beg for your forgiveness, esteemed junior," he said, bowing respectfully to Xie Liuyin. Xie Liuyin waved her hand dismissively. "Senior brother, do not be anxious. It is merely a title, nothing more." Only then did the senior brother feel at ease, summoning the awaiting medical practitioners to carry Feng Yele away for treatment. However, his earlier ambush on Xie Liuyin had already been duly noted by the referee, and once the injuries were tended to, the matter would be forwarded to the sect for further action. This scene did not escape the discerning eyes of the esteemed Miao Yuzhenjuan perched on the high platform. Her brow furrowed slightly, and her typically stern countenance bore a hint of severity. The thought of her junior brother, Chaoyan, who had been ensnared by that little girl leveraging the influence of her master, the venerable Xianyu, prompted Miao Yuzhenjuan to harbor a sense of aversion towards Xie Liuyin. It seemed inappropriate to her that such a person should lead the new disciples of Qinshao sect this year. Chapter 29, Punishing My Disciple? Feng Yele's wrist injury was quite severe, and the incident stirred considerable commotion, naturally reaching the ears of Elder Qin Tian. Having never held a fondness for Xie Liuyin, he was incensed to learn that she had harmed his disciple, and he immediately sought her out. Upon discovering that Feng Yele had suffered a severed tendon in his right hand, he erupted in outrage, demanding that the sect leader take responsibility for the matter and impose a harsh penalty on Xie Liuyin. Just as he concluded his statement, Xianyu's voice resonated. "Punishing my disciple? Perfect. I too seek to demand justice from you." Qin Tian turned to see Xianyu gracefully entering with a folding fan in hand, accompanied by a wooden puppet. "What are you saying, little master uncle? The one injured here is my disciple, and it is evident that your disciple continued to persist even after the competition had concluded, resulting in the harm done to mine. I have yet to seek an explanation from you, so how dare you come to me demanding justice?" Qin Tian scoffed coldly, his words laced with rudeness. However, the expressions of those present in the room grew peculiar upon hearing this. Oblivious to the underlying circumstances, Qin Tian intended to continue his quarrel with Xianyu. Fortunately, the sect master of Kunshin had already received word and arrived promptly. Before Qin Tian could utter any further reckless remarks, the master strode into the room and bellowed, "Silence." Startled, Qin Tian recognized him and hurriedly approached to voice his grievances. "Master brother, you must arbitrate for us. Look at what that Xie Liuyin has done to my disciple." The Kunshin sect master cast a fleeting glance at the unconscious Feng Yele lying on the bed, devoid of any sympathy. In fact, he deemed the boy's plight a result of his own folly. "How dare you speak to me of this? Before questioning your junior master, did you ever consider what your disciple had done?" The sect master retorted angrily. Qin Tian was taken aback. What could he have done? It was clearly that Xie Liuyin. Observing his obstinacy, the sect master exhaled in exasperation and addressed the other disciples present in the room. "Quickly, speak with your sixth elder and recount the actions of his precious disciple in the arena." Fortunately, the junior master was astute enough to evade the ambush. While it was Feng Yele himself who suffered injury at the hands of the junior master, numerous new disciples had witnessed the event. And if the sixth elder remained skeptical, we have recordings of the incident. A young disciple who stepped forward to respond added, eager to show Qin Tian the recorded footage of that perilous moment. The grand competition pertains to the Nanshan secret realm, and to prevent any potential cheating or malicious harm, the Qingshao sect installed surveillance artifacts on each arena to verify circumstances promptly in the event of an incident. Initially, it was assumed that these devices would only be utilized later on, yet, unexpectedly, during the very first round of competition, someone resorted to reckless actions. Upon hearing that these individuals had even mentioned the surveillance, Qin Tian realized that the fault lay squarely with his own disciple. His face shifted from pale to flushed, feeling utterly humiliated. Nonetheless, Qin Tian insisted on defending his disciple. My apprentice acted out of impatience and inadvertently attacked Xie Liuyin, which is indeed wrong. However, why should Xie Liuyin inflict such severe harm on my disciple? He is a swordsman, and having his tendons severed affects his agility significantly, which could impact him for the rest of his life. Just as Qin Tian finished his complaints, Xian Yu, who had been observing the scene, finally spoke up. This is quite amusing. I have not chastised you for failing to properly instruct your disciple in such a crucial competition. Your disciple's malicious sneak attack is indeed a concern, yet you choose to blame my disciple for being ruthless? He scoffed coldly. If I were in Liuyin's position and faced a sneak attack today, I would not merely sever that fool's tendons. I would ensure his entire hand was broken. Confronted with Xian Yu's icy demeanor, Qin Tian felt a chill run down his spine, and the arrogance he previously held began to diminish. However, the fact remained that his disciple had suffered a loss, and it would be unjust for Xie Liuyin to face no repercussions at all. In the end, Qin Tian remained obstinate in his defense. The Lord of Kunshan secretly rolled his eyes, pondering how he had overlooked the multitude of fools within his sect. First, his disciple had acted foolishly, and now the seemingly astute Qin Tian revealed himself to be equally dim-witted. Xian Yu, undeterred, stated plainly, "Very well. Let us proceed according to the sect's regulations. My disciple has inadvertently harmed yours. Thus, the appropriate penalties must be enforced." Upon hearing this, Qin Tian's initial elation quickly dissipated as Xian Yu continued. As for your disciple, having intentionally harmed a fellow sect member, he should, according to our customs, have his cultivation revoked and be expelled from Qishao sect, correct? When do you plan to cast him out? At this proclamation, Qin Tian's countenance darkened significantly. How could he have forgotten that Xian Yu was no benevolent figure? In the face of adversity, Xian Yu was capable of inflicting 100-fold harm upon his adversary. Alas, this Feng Yele, with his narrow-mindedness, had deliberately caused injury. Although he had brought this upon himself, he would still have to endure 3 years of punishment at Frostblade Windsword Cliff after recovering. As for Sister Xie, considering her actions were merely for self-preservation, this matter would be put to rest. As the two remained at an impasse, the Lord of Kunshan felt compelled to step in to restore order. Both Xian Yu and Qin Tian were dissatisfied with the outcome, yet they understood that persisting further would yield no better resolution. Xian Yu felt content that his disciple had suffered no loss. In a couple of days, he intended to spread word of the incident, ensuring that only Qin Tian and his disciple would face the misfortune. Meanwhile, Qin Tian was reluctant to escalate matters any further. Acutely aware that Xian Yu had taken a stance to support Xie Liuyin, he feared that if he persisted in his demands, Xian Yu might retaliate severely. Qin Tian had long harbored suspicions that Xian Yu was behind the inexplicable pain that had afflicted him previously. What if the opponent takes a disliking to him and resorts to another trick? Qin Tian is genuinely reluctant to invite trouble upon himself. Thus, the unconscious Feng Yile, in a state of utter unawareness, finds himself in a dire predicament, facing not only the impending disgrace of his reputation but also the prospect of being trapped on Frostblade Windsword Cliff for a full 3 years. Just moments ago, the master had already sought out Feng Yilei's mentor to demand an explanation, and it would not be long before the punishment is rendered. The young master need not worry excessively. Alu, noticing her tranquility as she practiced, took the initiative to discuss the matter of Feng Yilei. Xie Liuyin remained remarkably composed. I am not concerned. He won't even pass the first round of the grand competition. The gap between us will only widen from here on. So what is there to fret about? Despite her words, both Alu and the little fox were startled when Feng Yilei made his sudden move. The little fox, in particular, nearly leapt onto the stage to confront Feng Yilei personally. Fortunately, Xie Liuyin's exceptional prowess ensured that he never had the chance to harm her. There are still 2 more matches to come. I wonder who the young master will be paired against next. Alu mused with curiosity. Xie Liuyin was uncertain. Yet an inexplicable premonition stirred within her, suggesting that her next opponent would not be a mere triviality. Chapter 30. In the second round, Xie Liuyin triumphs. Whether it be due to the ancestral lineage of the Xie family harboring a raven's blood, it seems that Xie Liuyin's intuition was indeed accurate. Early the following morning, Alu presented her with the new competition roster. Upon glancing at it, Xie Liuyin could not help but feel a mix of emotions. She had once again encountered a formidable adversary. This individual was a disciple of the 9th Elder, Zhong Haoqi, inheriting the unique wind spirit root characteristic of his lineage. This particular spiritual route is renowned for its agility and cunning, which coincidentally aligns with the unique cultivation technique practiced by Zhong Haoqi. Once this technique is activated, it renders the practitioner nearly invisible, making it exceedingly difficult to locate them, let alone inflict harm. This directly counters Xie Liuyin's swordsmanship. If she is unable to strike her opponent while they can effortlessly reach her, it would be a simple matter for her to be eliminated. Contemplating this, Xie Liuyin could not help but furrow her brow. Even before stepping onto the arena, she felt the challenge looming ahead. Zhong Haoqi's newly accepted disciple is named Xie Liuyin, who is merely a year older than Xie Liuyin. Under normal circumstances, he would have begun his cultivation by now. However, Xie Liuyin was born into a mundane family, where the concept of a spiritual route was utterly foreign. Had it not been for this year's recruitment by the Qinxiao sect in ordinary villages, he might have missed the opportunity to fulfill his potential. Xie Liyuin's family has enjoyed a better life due to his spiritual route, and thus, upon joining the Qinxiao sect, he devoted himself wholeheartedly to cultivation, determined not to squander his innate talent. When Xie Liuyin finally faced him in the arena, she was astonished to find that his cultivation was on the verge of reaching the 4th level of qi refinement. She marveled at this, for her own rapid advancement was partly due to her status as a reincarnate. In her past life, Xie Liuyin had achieved the golden core stage, granting her valuable insights into absorbing spiritual energy and progressing through the ranks. Moreover, this lifetime's connection to the Xianyu sect provided her with exceptional resources for cultivation, and she had never once faltered in her dedication. All these factors contributed to her swift growth and power. Yet, Xie Liuyin, primarily relying on his own efforts, had managed to keep pace with her. A desire to forge a connection with him began to blossom in Xie Liuyin's heart. Xie Liuyin harbored a deep fondness for his junior martial uncle, Xie Liuyin. Unlike other disciples, he hailed from humble beginnings and had to continually enhance his cultivation to establish his position within the Qingxiozong. Thus, upon learning that his junior martial uncle was equally devoted to relentless training, he developed a profound admiration for Xie Liuyin. When he heard that he would be facing Xie Liuyin in battle today, rather than feeling disheartened, he was filled with joy. He clasped his hands in greeting and said, "I have long heard of your extraordinary talent in the sword arts, and it is a privilege to be your opponent today. I hope you will graciously impart your wisdom." Xie Liuyin, recognizing the sincerity in his words, nodded in response. "I am equally pleased to have this match with you. Rest assured, I shall not hold back." Upon hearing this, Xie Liyuin's anticipation for the duel grew even more fervent. As the gongs sounded, the protective barrier surrounding the arena rose instantly, and the two combatants wasted no time in engaging. Aware of Xie Liuyin's prowess from previous matches, Xie Liuyin knew that confronting her directly would likely lead to his defeat. Therefore, he swiftly unleashed his technique, transforming himself into a wisp of breeze and vanishing from the arena. The spectators, comprising new disciples, gasped in astonishment, their hearts racing for Xie Liuyin. Initially startled by Xie Liyuin's disappearance, Xie Liuyin was momentarily thrown off, having never encountered such a technique before. She was uncertain how to respond. However, she soon sensed a gust of wind approaching her side and instinctively dodged, narrowly evading Xie Liyuin's attack. It was then that she realized Xie Liuyin had not truly vanished. He existed, merely concealed from her sight. Since she had not truly transformed into a wisp of gentle breeze, the subsequent course of action became considerably simpler. Xie Liuyin decisively severed a corner of her garment with her sword, effectively shrouding her own eyes. The onlookers among the disciples were immediately stirred into speculation. What was Xie Shixiang up to? Did she perhaps perceive Xu Shixiang as overwhelmingly formidable and wish to concede? Certainly not. A female cultivator who had successfully wagered on a month's worth of resources the previous day retorted, "Xie Shixiang must have devised a strategy, which is why she has covered her eyes." Yet, her assertion was met with skepticism. Xie Liyuin's profound cultivation level was indisputable, and his unique martial arts were said to be inscrutable to most sword practitioners. Although Xie Shixiang possessed remarkable talent in swordsmanship, she had only been studying for a few months and likely hadn't even mastered a complete set of sword techniques. How could she possibly compete with Xie Liuyin? Observing the disbelief etched on the faces of the new disciples, the female cultivator scoffed, "Do you dare to wager against me?" The supporters of Xie Liuyin shook their heads in unison. The disciple who had lost the previous day's wager had wept through the night, and upon encountering him this morning, they noticed his eyes were swollen from crying. With such a cautionary tale before them, they were reluctant to engage in further wagers. What if Xie Shixiang's fortune turned favorable once again, enabling her to navigate peril with ease? At that moment, Xie Liuyin had entirely relinquished her reliance on sight. She no longer depended on her eyes, but instead maximized the use of her hearing. Simultaneously, she began to disperse the spiritual energy from her dantian like a gentle rain, evenly saturating the entire arena. As the spiritual energy enveloped the arena like a pervasive mist, Xie Liuyin finally caught sight of Xie Mingzhu. At that moment, Xie Mingzhu suddenly launched an attack on Xie Liuyin, attempting to strike her down from the platform. Fortunately, Xie Liuyin reacted swiftly, and Xie Mingzhu's strike merely grazed the hem of her garment, crashing onto the arena. The specially crafted platform bore a mark from the impact, and the spectators below instantly realized that their young master, Xie, had evaded Xu's assault with her eyes closed. Xie Mingzhu, too, recognized this feat, but was not overly astonished. Having witnessed Xie Liuyin's duel with Feng Yele the previous day, he was well aware that she was not to be underestimated. Indeed, in the next moment, Xie Mingzhu saw Xie Liuyin hurl her pristine white sword, which seemed to have a life of its own, pursuing him with deadly intent. Xie Mingzhu hurriedly dodged. Yet the sword relentlessly followed him, as if it had locked on to its target. Realizing that the standoff had persisted long enough, Xie Liuyin subtly moved her fingers, manipulating the sword. The blade, trailing closely behind Xie Mingzhu, suddenly quivered, altering its trajectory and curving back to strike at his head. Had Xie Mingzhu not been sufficiently vigilant, he might have faced a fatal blow from Xie Liuyin's sword. He gazed at the blade, mere inches from his throat, his heart racing wildly. It was evident that she had deciphered his technique. Thus, Xie Mingzhu chose to reveal himself fully, acknowledging the prowess of his opponent. Indeed, your swordsmanship is formidable, and I concede this round, he declared, flashing a grin at Xie Liuyin as he gracefully accepted his defeat. Xie Liuyin clasped her hands in a gesture of respect, saying, "Thank you for your guidance." The judges below the stage quickly struck the gong, and amidst a chorus of cheers, announced that Xie Liuyin had successfully triumphed in her second contest, thereby securing a position in the coveted Nanshan secret realm. Chapter 31. His fate-sealed Xie Liuyin's defeat at the hands of Xie Liuyin did not entirely preclude him from the opportunity to enter the Nanshan secret realm. The second round of competitions was arranged for the defeated disciples, allowing them a chance to compete again. Should they emerge victorious in 2 consecutive matches, they could progress to the third round. However, those like Xie Liuyin, who had won in the first round, were exempt from further contests. Understanding this rule, Xie Liuyin, upon stepping down from the stage, encouraged Xie Liuyin, saying, "Keep going. I shall await you in tomorrow's trial formation. Indeed, I will not disappoint my esteemed junior master." Xie Liuyin replied with a cheerful promise. As for Xie Mingzhu, her fortune seemed particularly fortuitous. She faced an outer disciple in the first round who had only achieved the first layer of qi cultivation. Her opponent had yet to truly grasp the art of cultivation and was no match for Xie Mingzhu, who easily overcame her. In the second round, she encountered a disciple who had unfortunately fractured his leg the night before and limped onto the stage despite his injury. As expected, Xie Mingzhu, with her cultivation at the second layer of qi, secured one of the 100 highly coveted spots without difficulty. Xie Liuyin was not the least bit surprised by this outcome. She had witnessed her sister's extraordinary luck in her past life. No matter what she desired, it always seemed to materialize due to a myriad of peculiar circumstances. And her participation in contests was often marked by unforeseen events that led to her success. Xie Liuyin had once believed that this was a privilege bestowed upon her younger sister due to her reincarnation as a divine being. Yet now, reflecting upon the inexplicable rebirth of the two, Xie Liuyin suddenly felt that if Xie Mingzhu were a goddess, then she would be the goddess's great uncle. This time, she was determined to observe how much influence so-called luck could wield in the face of absolute strength. On the arena, Xie Mingzhu had scarcely savored her triumph from the second round of competition when she caught a glimpse of Xie Liuyin's retreating figure from the corner of her eye. In recent days, the latter had risen to prominence within the sect, a prodigy who had ascended to the 4th layer of qi refinement within mere months, outshining even the once illustrious Xie Liuyin. Even without seeking information, countless voices sang praises of Xie Liuyin's exceptional talents in her ears. Such remarks pierced Xie Mingzhu's ears like thorns. She felt that it should be herself, not Xie Liuyin, who was deserving of admiration. Furthermore, hadn't Master Miaoyu assured her that she would ensure Xie Liuyin's defeat and prevent her from claiming the title of champion? Yet, Xie Liuyin had already triumphed in 2 consecutive matches, merely awaiting the final round to accumulate sufficient points thereby securing her position as the indisputable new disciple champion. Biting her lip in contemplation, Xie Mingzhu ultimately decided to seek out a secluded area, retrieving her sound once more to contact Master Miaoyu. Master Miaoyu, I have heard that Xie Liuyin has successfully passed the second round of the competition. If she continues on this path unimpeded, it seems inevitable that she will claim the title of this year's new disciple champion. From the other end of the sound, a cold and serious female voice replied, "What purpose do you serve in bringing this to my attention? Please do not misunderstand, Master. I merely express my regret that our Qishao sect, having taken in so many new disciples this year, finds itself overshadowed by a shameless and cunning Xie Liuyin. This truly is a matter of lament." Xie Mingzhu let out a sigh, her tone heavy with resignation. "Xie Mingzhu, it would be prudent to refrain from displaying your little schemes before me." The female cultivator scoffed. "Xie Liuyin, as her sister, you are not in a much better position." Xie Mingzhu's voice faltered as she absorbed the reprimand, a flicker of shame and indignation crossing her features. Once the sound ruler in her hand returned to its original azure hue, her expression momentarily twisted in discomfort. Recalling how the illustrious Master Miaoyin, taking advantage of her status as Yu Chaoyun Sr., had once again plotted against her, resentment bubbled within Xie Mingzhu. She had initially considered that if Miaoyin would obediently assist her in dealing with Xie Liuyin, she might grant Miaoyin a more comfortable demise in this lifetime, sparing Yu Chaoyun the trouble of intervening. Yet, it appeared that some loathsome individuals remained so, regardless of the passage of time. Let her relish once more the sensation of being pierced by the sword of her beloved junior. A sardonic smile crept across Xie Mingzhu's lips as she turned to exit the arena of the grand competition. Meanwhile, the recently awakened Feng Yele was acutely aware of a persistent agony radiating from his right hand, causing him considerable distress. He instinctively moved his wrist, only to discover that his entire right arm felt unresponsive. A sense of foreboding washed over him as he raised his hand and beheld a grotesque, gnarled scar stretching across his wrist, an unsightly sight indeed. "Little Junior, you have finally awakened." A figure entered, and upon seeing Feng Yele's open eyes, joy sparked in their expression. Feng Yele turned to meet the delighted gaze of his senior brother, yet within him, there was not a trace of elation. He raised his feeble right hand and exclaimed, "Senior brother, what has happened to my hand? Why can it no longer move?" The elder brother sighed. "Your hand has suffered damage to its meridians. It will require some time to heal. However, do not fret. In the future, this hand will still wield a sword, albeit not with the agility of a normal right hand." The younger brother, "You must accept that what has occurred is beyond remedy for now. Focus on your recovery and let go of your worries." The elder brother's expression was somewhat troubled. Upon hearing this, Feng Yele became furious. "What do you mean? I have been injured by Xie Liuyin to this extent, and you do not seek justice for me? Are you afraid of Master Uncle Xianhua?" Observing Feng Yele's increasing obstinacy, the elder brother felt compelled to explain, "Do not speak rashly. Our master genuinely wished to assist you. However, you attacked junior Uncle Xie and were seen in the act." After learning of this, Master Uncle Xianhui came personally to seek accountability, and even the sect leader intervened, suppressing any punishment against junior Uncle Xie. As it stands, you are still recovering. Once your right hand has healed sufficiently, you will be sent to Frostblade Windsword Cliff for 3 years of reflection. Having lost his opportunity in the Nanshan secret realm, bearing the infamy of ambushing a fellow disciple, and now facing banishment to Frostblade Windsword Cliff, he felt utterly defeated. In this moment, Feng Yele realized with striking clarity that he had been thoroughly ruined by Xie Liuyin. Chapter 32. Mind Your Own Affairs. While Feng Yele was consumed by regret, Xie Liuyin remained blissfully unaware, obediently absorbing the teachings of Xianhua. The trial array of Qingxiao sect was renowned as the greatest formation in the Bishu realm, harboring numerous monstrous beasts and exotic flora within its confines. Xianhua took a sip of tea and continued to explain to Xie Liuyin, "Rest assured, the sect has designated trial areas for disciples. Given your current cultivation, you will likely compete in the Qi refinement zone." Xie Liuyin was well aware of this. In her previous life, she had ventured into the foundation establishment zone of the trial formation, fully cognizant of the dangers within. "You should review the rules of the third match several times," Xianhua advised, his tone laced with sarcasm, "lest you find yourself holding the position of champion, only to be outmaneuvered by the very rules of the competition, ultimately failing to secure a place in the top 10. His words seemed to target someone, though it was unclear who. Hearing this, Xie Liuyin felt a wave of anxiety wash over her. Xianhua was not one to indulge in idle chatter. His deliberate approach the day before the third round indicated he had received some troubling news. After a moment of contemplation, she cautiously inquired, "Master, is there someone who harbors ill feelings towards me and intends to target me deliberately? Do not think to extract information from me. Just exercise caution," Xie Liuyin replied, remaining unyielding. He had no intention of revealing what he had discovered to Xie Liuyin. She simply needed to focus on the competition, and he would handle the rest. Previously, she had grasped the first layer of the Heartless Sword technique within the first level of the Stone Forest Sword formation, a formidable skill that could enable her to fight beyond her realm. Thus, Xie Liuyin felt no concern. She was confident that her strength was sufficient to overwhelm her fellow new disciples. Once she departed, Ada, who had been waiting anxiously nearby, finally voiced his concern, "Master, are you truly not going to inform the young lady about that matter? If the young master were to learn of this, she could prepare herself in advance. However, there is no need, for although the little girl, Miaoyin, possesses a rather stubborn temperament, she is not of ill character. Her willingness to approach me directly regarding this matter signifies that she would not intentionally sabotage Liuyin during the competition," Xie Liuyin explained. Not long ago, Xie Liuyin had just claimed victory in the second round of the contest, and the esteemed Miaoyu, responsible for this new disciple tournament, had specifically sought him out. She had apparently heard unfavorable remarks about Xie Liuyin from some source, insisting that the child exhibited a poor disposition and urging Xie Liuyin, as her master, to discipline her more rigorously. Miaoyu even went so far as to openly suggest that if possible, her elder uncle should impose restrictions on the young disciple Xie. With her commendable talent, if only she could rectify her character and become an upright and aspiring disciple, she might just qualify to lead the new disciples. Xie Liuyin found these remarks somewhat amusing, well aware that his disciple was indeed obstinate, rigid in her beliefs, and rather serious, making her susceptible to being used as a pawn. Otherwise, had Miaoyu begun speaking thus, he would have promptly kicked her out of the daylight peak. "My disciple possesses a poor disposition? Who conveyed such information to you?" Xie Liuyin inquired with raised eyebrows. Miaoyu shook her head, unwilling to disclose. "I can discern it without needing others to tell me. Yesterday, on the arena, that Brother Feng's ambush was indeed improper, yet Xie, with her superior cultivation, could have easily evaded it. She merely needed to dodge that attack, and the referee would have rushed in to subdue Feng Yele immediately. Instead, she chose not to do so and struck fiercely, severing Feng Yele's tendons with a single sword stroke. How can one not describe such a person as having a poor disposition? When one's cultivation is still superficial, exhibiting such ruthlessness towards fellow disciples is concerning. What will transpire when her cultivation ascends? Will she not then become a tyrant, oppressing the weak?" Xie Liuyin let out a soft scoff, remarking, "Not to mention that Feng Yile has an old grievance with my disciple. His jealousy led him to harm my student, thus forgetting the bonds of brotherhood. My disciple merely retaliated in kind." Yet, Miaoyu frowned, clearly disapproving. "Miaoyu's disciple," Xie Liuyin interjected. "Have you been in seclusion within the sect for so long that you have only absorbed the doctrines of camaraderie, forgetting even the principle of not overstepping the bounds of others?" He raised his hand, directing the spout of the teapot towards Miaoyu, adopting an attitude of dismissal. "Lastly, I shall impart this to you, my dear disciple. Tend to your own affairs." Xie Liuyin lifted his teacup and offered Miaoyu a gentle smile. With such a clear stance, Miaoyu found herself without recourse, ultimately departing in compliance. However, it was this visit that illuminated for Xie Liuyin the palpable animosity towards Xie Liuyin within the Qingxiao sect. Previously, having encountered the exceptional newcomers Feng Yile and Su Wuyin, he had presumed his good fortune. Now, it became evident that there were those who deliberately sought to ensure Xie Liuyin's premature elimination. Xie Liuyin began to comprehend why his disciple had previously thrown herself into her cultivation with such fervor. Indeed, in the realm of cultivation, possessing strength proves paramount. With this thought, he turned to Ada and instructed, "Tonight, increase the dosage in her medicinal bath." Upon hearing, Ada instantly recognized who his master was referring to. Yet the obedient servant hesitated momentarily. "But master, the dosage has already been increased twice. The young lady is only at the initial stage of qi training and has yet to break through to the intermediate stage. Such a substantial dosage, will she be able to withstand it?" "Of course she will. Others may falter, but she will undoubtedly prevail." This was the unwavering confidence that Xie Liuyin had in Xie Liuyin. Indeed, as Xie Liuyin had predicted, although Xie Liuyin was aware that the intensified dosage would inflict far greater pain than before, She gritted her teeth and plunged into the medicinal liquid, determined to grow stronger. The new concoction did not merely manifest as a myriad of sharp stings. It also introduced a sensation akin to being scorched by fierce flames. Fortunately, the pain was not overwhelmingly pronounced, and with her improved cultivation, Xie Liuyin managed to endure without uttering a sound. Throughout this ordeal, the little fox dutifully stayed by her side, its beautiful eyes reflecting deep concern for Xie Liuyin. Upon noticing its adorable demeanor, Xie Liuyin reached out to gently ruffle its fluffy head. "Don't worry, Xie. I will recover swiftly." The little fox emitted a soft sound, cautiously nuzzling her face. Observing its eagerness to accompany her during her rest, Xie Liuyin pondered for a moment, realizing that Xie was not as fierce as it had initially appeared. Allowing it to stay for the night on her bed seemed harmless, so she decided to permit it to remain. The little fox sensed her leniency and snuggled closer to Xie Liuyin. Its injuries were nearing full recovery, and Xie had also contacted the Moon Fox clan. Soon, he would be departing from the Qingxiao sect. The little fox felt a profound sense of reluctance. Yet he could not oppose the decisions made by the moon and his father. He could only firmly engrave the image of Xie Liuyin in his heart, vowing that when his strength was sufficient, he would transform into human form once again to reintroduce himself to her. Chapter 33. The notorious junior uncle, a night devoid of dreams, allowed Xie Liuyin's body to swiftly absorb the residual medicinal essence, restoring her to optimal condition. At the break of dawn, without the need for a Lu to summon her, Xie Liuyin had already donned her attire and stepped out of her chamber, wielding the sword temporarily lent to her by the moon. This day marked the final round of the grand tournament, requiring not only the presence of the responsible Miaoyu Xinjuan, but also the participation of Xianyu and others. The duration of their attendance was entirely at the discretion of the elders, with the sect imposing no obligations. Thus, when Xie Liuyin, a Lu, and the little fox approached the vicinity of the trial array, Xianyu had already convened with the other elders atop the Qingxiao peak under the sect leader's guidance. As Xianyu entered the grand hall, he spotted a familiar figure seated in a corner. He raised an eyebrow at the sect leader, silently demanding an explanation. The Kunshin sect leader cleared his throat, making a deliberate effort to evade Xianyu's gaze. The new disciples tournament is indeed a rare grand event for our Qingxiao sect. And this time, a disciple from Chaoyin has made it to the finals. Thus, I permitted Chaoyin to attend as an observer. This was a matter concerning the sect leader's disciple, and the punishment was likewise dictated by him. As an outsider, I shall refrain from intervening. Xianyu yawned, nonchalantly gesturing to a reclining chair, settling into it with an air of indifference, seemingly unconcerned by the proceedings. Seeing that he had no intention of pursuing the matter further, the master of the Kunshin sect finally breathed a sigh of relief and cast a reassuring glance at his young disciple. Each day, he endured the torment of the Frostblade's piercing chill, and even the mere act of sitting there was nearly enough to drive him to madness. More than once, Yi Chaoyin found himself regretting his decisions. Had he known the days on the cliff would be so arduous, he would have heeded his master's advice and not insisted on bearing the blame alone, having suffered greatly on the cliff. When the sect master presented him with the opportunity to witness the competition, Yi Chaoyin readily agreed without a second thought. It was only upon encountering Xianyue that he began to sense something amiss. Once the sect master and the elders took their seats, a colossal water screen gradually emerged before everyone, revealing the scene of the new disciples preparing in front of the trial array. Xianyue quickly spotted her unassuming apprentice amidst the throng of similarly attired disciples, who was in the process of handing over her storage bag to the responsible disciple. The rules of the trial array were numerous, one of which dictated that aside from a single weapon, no other items were permitted. This regulation was said to test the new disciples' ability to preserve themselves in extreme conditions. Thus, they were prohibited from bringing additional artifacts, talismans, or elixirs. In the event of injury, they could choose to shatter the jade orb provided by the sect, thereby instantly forfeiting their participation and being immediately transported out of the array. Xie Liuyin had been advised by Xianyue the previous day and was aware that many eyes would be upon her today, prompting her to promptly divest herself of any removable items. Even the storage ring that the sect master had previously gifted her was handed over to that disciple. However, upon noticing the additional storage ring in his hand, the young disciple was instantly drenched in cold sweat. This item was exceedingly precious. Should he carelessly misplace it, he would find himself in debt for a decade, unable to repay the loss. Curious about who this affluent benefactor might be, he looked up. only to be met by the piercing gaze of Xie Liuyin. It turned out to be the esteemed junior aunt. It was prudent to keep the belongings of junior Aunt Xie together and label them, lest they become disorganized and difficult to locate later. Upon seeing Xie Liuyin, the female disciple's face brightened with a smile. She eagerly fetched a cloth bag, gathered Xie Liuyin's items, and inscribed her name upon it. Xie Liuyin was somewhat taken aback. She had seldom accepted kindness from others and had never engaged in such amicable exchanges with her peers in her past life. Intrigued, she inquired, "Do you know me?" "Who in the entire Qingxiao sect is unaware of Junior Aunt Xie?" replied the female disciple with a faint smile. Junior Aunt's exceptional talent and diligence had enabled her to attain the 4th level of qi refinement within mere months of entering the sect. For others, it would likely require years of arduous training to achieve such a level of cultivation. Cultivators naturally gravitate towards the strong. Although Xie Liuyin had yet to reach a status that warranted their reverence, the potential she had exhibited thus far suggested that her future accomplishments would undoubtedly rival those of the esteemed Jinjuan Chaoyan. It would be wise for them to forge a good relationship with Xie Liuyin while she was still young, rather than waiting until she had achieved greatness to ingratiate themselves with her. The young disciple's mind was a whirlpool of thoughts, yet her smile remained unchanged as she addressed Xie Liuyin, encouragingly stating, "Dear Junior Master, you must strive today. I am wholeheartedly supporting your quest for victory." Unsure of how to address her, Xie Liuyin graciously accepted the goodwill. The disciple's laughter grew even more radiant as she introduced herself. "I am Lu Yu. You may simply call me a Yu." Xie Liuyin refrained from using this address, as their acquaintance was still tenuous. She dutifully surrendered everything aside from her Ingxue sword and received a jade orb from Lu Yu, fastening it securely to her waist. Lu Yu reiterated, "You must safeguard your jade orb. If it happens to sustain any damage, you might be prematurely transported out of the formation." Xie Liuyin nodded, committing her words to memory. Once they retreated to a secluded area, Xie Liuyin pondered for a moment before uneasily extracting a strand of gold thread from her robe, wrapping it around the jade orb several times and securing it to her belt with additional knots. Positioned amidst a throng of onlookers, her subtle actions went unnoticed by the elders before the water curtain. After all 100 qualifying disciples had completed their registration, the trial formation on the back mountain finally activated under the gaze of countless eager eyes. The towering stone door, resembling the head of a primordial beast, erupted from the ground with a thunderous roar, causing the very earth beneath their feet to tremble. The menacing maw of the stone door yawned open, revealing the passageway into the formation nestled within its jaws. Beyond the beast's head lay a vast expanse shrouded in an impenetrable barrier, obscuring what secrets lay concealed within. "Are you feeling anxious, dear Junior Master?" Suddenly, someone beside Xie Liuyin posed a question. Turning her head, Xie Liuyin was met with a pure and beautiful visage. The young girl donned a blue disciple's robe, the hem adorned with distinctive swirling patterns resembling waves. Noticing the unfamiliarity in Xie Liuyin's eyes, the girl smiled warmly and introduced herself. "Little Master Uncle, I am Hua Lingxue, a disciple of Feng Hongqiu from Zhuaqing Peak." So this was Hua Lingxue? At last, Xie Liuyin recognized her. Chapter 34. The first kill emerges just as Feng Yele stood out among the male disciples. Hua Lingxue was the most notable female disciple among this batch of newcomers. Xie Liuyin had heard much about her, but was meeting her for the first time today. Hua Lingxue possessed a singular water spiritual root, identical to that of her master, Feng Hongqiu. Unlike the previously arrogant and flamboyant Feng Yele, this equally remarkable new disciple exhibited a much more modest demeanor. Xie Liuyin felt a strong affinity for Hua Lingxue. Upon her friendly approach, she eagerly responded, "I have heard of you before, and indeed, seeing is believing. You are even more impressive than I had imagined." Hua Lingxue's cheeks flushed, and she softly replied, "Little Master Uncle, you are the one who is outstanding. You are truly remarkable." Her shy nature made her easily flustered. Had she not previously witnessed Xie Liuyin's competition and admired her greatly, she would not have mustered the courage to initiate conversation. Now, receiving compliments from someone she admired left her blushing. As their turn to enter the trial formation approached, Hua Lingxue quickly wished Xie Liuyin, "Little Master Uncle, may all go smoothly for you. I will be waiting to celebrate your victory." As the final syllable of her words lingered in the air, the figures of the two women vanished into the jaws of the beast. Both possessed exceptional talents and noble identities, drawing the attention of numerous elders. Their conversation was meticulously recorded by the water curtain and had now reached the ears of everyone within the hall. The ninth elder, Zhong Haoqi, could not contain his laughter upon hearing this. Hongxiu, do listen to your disciple's words. Clearly, she is not lacking. Why then does she wish for another to take the lead? Humph, my disciple possesses self-awareness. Have you considered how your own disciple lost? He utilized every technique at his disposal, yet Xie Shimi revealed not a hint of her capabilities. Such a person, do you believe, lacks the strength to claim the top position? Feng Hongxiu remained unfazed by Zhong Haoqi's jest, readily acknowledging her disciple's shortcomings. She understood that her apprentice was of a gentle disposition, thus she held no further expectations for Hua Lingxue, merely wishing for her to diligently cultivate. However, Xie Liuyin appeared to possess immense potential. Should her disciple form a friendship with her, it could potentially offer a measure of protection in the future. Feng Hongxiu found this perspective agreeable, choosing to disregard the provocations of outsiders. Seeing Feng Hongxiu unresponsive to his taunts, Zhong Haoqi scratched his nose and turned to provoke another. Qin Tian, I have heard that your disciple's injuries have nearly healed. When shall you send him to Frostblade Windsword Cliff, so he may accompany our nephew Yi? Qin Tian's lips curled downward, his gaze dark and ominous as he looked towards Zhong Haoqi. Zhong Haoqi felt a chill run down his spine under that scrutinizing gaze. What is with that expression? Are you dissatisfied with the decision of the sect master? I did not utter such words. Naturally, I shall heed the rightful judgment of the sect leader, Qin Tian said, his gaze averted from Zhong Haoqi, suppressing his inner fury with a cold indifference. Witnessing even the notoriously fiery Qin Tian remain unfazed, Zhong Haoqi sighed in disappointment, refraining from further stirring the waters. As the crowd realized there was no spectacle to behold, they redirected their attention to the water screen, eager to observe the performance of the new disciples within the trial formation. Only Xianyu, who feigned slumber with closed eyes, discreetly opened one eyelid, her gaze settling on Qin Tian's face, capturing the fleeting glimmer of malice in his eyes. It seemed this old rascal had indeed tampered with the formation. However, Xianyu felt no worry, for she had already secured sufficient contingencies for her disciple. Now, she merely needed to watch how far Xie Liuyin could go. In a flash, her surroundings shifted, and upon the reopening of her eyes, Xie Liuyin found herself transported into the trial formation. She stood amidst a dense forest, entirely alone, with not a single soul in sight. The silence was profound, devoid of even the faintest chirp of birds. Rather than act immediately, Xie Liuyin first drew her inconsequential sword, gripping it firmly before cautiously advancing into the woods. Yet, reality soon validated her prudence, for as she took her first step, she seemed to tread upon something. A robust tree root suddenly sprang to life, swiftly ensnaring her ankle. The root yanked Xie Liuyin into the air, threatening to hurl her violently to the ground. Fortunately, Xie Liuyin reacted swiftly. With a flick of her wrist, her sword severed the root in an instant. The section entangled around her ankle tightened with a conscious intent, resembling a vow to snap Xie Liuyin's foot. This quickly made Xie Liuyin realize that unless she dealt with the root's core, she could not free herself from this binding. Without hesitation, she grasped the remaining writhing portion of the root and, with a determined force, yanked it from the earth. The disturbed soil erupted in a cloud of dust, and amidst the gray haze, a massive root clump emerged before Xie Liuyin. Having previously faced various demon beasts and botanical anomalies, Xie Liuyin recognized it immediately as a first-tier demon plant, the chaos grass. Aware that its concealment was futile, the chaos grass unleashed its numerous, robust tendrils, striking towards Xie Liuyin. Her expression remained unchanged as her snow-white longsword traced elegant arcs through the air. In the next instant, the fearsome chaos grass was reduced to a heap of severed roots. Light-footed, Xie Liuyin approached the colossal root clump and extracted a green stone from within. It was the demon core of the plant. Simultaneously, a cross appeared next to her name on the steel outside the trial array, marking her as the first disciple to earn points. Indeed, it was Xie, the junior sister. Truly, she is a remarkable disciple trained by the esteemed Xianwei. Her swordplay is nothing short of breathtaking, mused the third elder, Gu Fan, who had a favorable rapport with Xianwei. Although Xie Liuyin's recent movement appeared to be merely a casual swing of her sword, the ability to slay a demon plant comparable to a first-tier Qi refinement cultivator is a testament to her remarkable prowess. However, Xian Yu's expression bore no trace of mirth. After all, vanquishing a low-tier demon plant was hardly an impressive feat. Any disciple capable of entering the top 100 could easily achieve such a task. She thought it wiser to reserve her praise until Xie Liuyin secured the first position. As the crowd absorbed Xie Yu's unvarnished remarks, their minds churned with myriad thoughts. A few elders, who had cordial relations with Qin Tian, contemplated dousing the fervor, yet upon witnessing Xie Liuyin dispatch another demon bird with a swift stroke, they promptly sealed their lips. One could not deny the ferocity of Xie Liuyin. She was, indeed, formidable. Meanwhile, Xie Liuyin, who had remained silent, furrowed his brow at this display. With Xie Liuyin's formidable skills, who would dare to assist Mingzhu should she find herself in need? He resolved that to safeguard Mingzhu, he must devise a means to depart from Frostblade Windsword Cliff without delay. Otherwise, he genuinely feared that his sister would be bullied to the brink of despair. Just as these thoughts occupied his mind, the image of Xie Mingzhu finally appeared in the water screen. At that moment, she was seen walking alongside another new disciple. To Xie Liuyin's surprise, the male disciple accompanying Xie Mingzhu generously offered his prey to her. The young man, possessing a delicate countenance and an air of shyness, seemed to have acted on impulse. After receiving a few compliments from Xie Mingzhu regarding his prowess, he relinquished the nearly defeated demon beast, allowing her to deliver the final blow. Naturally, the demon cores obtained from slain demon beasts belonged to Xie Mingzhu. This scene did not escape the watchful eyes of the sect leader and the elders, causing Xie Liuyin's brow to furrow momentarily. Just then, Xie Yu spoke up. Dear disciple Yi, how fortunate you are. Your apprentice possesses such charm that mere words can coax the demon cores into willing hands. I wonder, if she were placed in the forest of demon beasts, could she persuade them to offer their cores voluntarily? Xie Liuyin cast a cold glance in her direction, but, constrained by Xie Yu's status, refrained from uttering anything too harsh. After a lengthy pause, he managed only to utter, Uncle Master, you flatter her. Xie Yu scoffed lightly, her tone dripping with sarcasm that was unmistakable to all. Miaoyin, responsible for overseeing the grand competition, also took note of this moment. She had never been particularly fond of Xie Mingzhu, who had a penchant for stirring trouble. Witnessing such antics during such a significant contest only deepened her displeasure towards Xie Mingzhu. Unbeknownst to Xie Mingzhu, her actions were being displayed for all to see on the water screen. Having missed this grand event in her previous life, and with Xie Liuyin penalized in this incarnation, she had not sought anyone out to inquire about the rules in detail. Thus, she perceived no wrongdoing in her conduct, and even contemplated enlisting a few more individuals to assist her in accumulating points. While she toiled to secure first place, outside the water screen, Zhong Haoqi was equally intent on stirring up trouble. With a sweeping gesture, he divided the water screen before him. On the left, the scene of Xie Liuyin fiercely slaying demon beasts with her sword unfolded, a gruesome tableau of bloodshed, while on the right, Xie Mingzhu was seen deceiving new disciples into relinquishing their demon cores to her. It remains a mystery how Xie Mingzhu managed to charm several male disciples into relinquishing their demon cores, with even a few female disciples softening their hearts to cede some of their points. However, her tactic did not yield the same results with everyone. At least when she encountered Xie Liuyin, she found herself at a disadvantage. Upon hearing that many of the demon cores in Xie Mingzhu's possession were gifts from others, Xie Liuyin was tempted to seize them for herself. Fortunately, Xie Mingzhu was swift enough to escape, and Xie Liuyin ultimately chose to let her go, allowing Xie Mingzhu to evade a dire fate. Yet, despite the multitude of assistants, Xie Mingzhu's collection of demon cores was still significantly inferior to that of Xie Liuyin. Xie Liuyin, fortunate in her pursuit, followed the trail of the strongest blood evil aura and discovered a group of low-tier demon beasts. She tossed the Inque sword above her head and swiftly formed a spell with her hands. Countless sword shadows descended like falling petals, and amidst the cacophony of wails, the ground was strewn with the carcasses of demon beasts. Xie Liuyin, treading upon the blood-soaked earth, gathered the demon cores scattered around her. Upon witnessing this scene, Qin Tian felt a twitch in his eyelid. Such a fervent thirst for blood might lead one astray. Not necessarily, Xie Yu countered, after all. My disciple only slays the wicked demon beasts, unlike your disciple, who seems fond of striking at others, particularly from behind. Qin Tian looked up to meet Xie Yu's unkind smile. Zhong Hao, reveling in the unfolding drama, remarked, interestingly, these two appear to be biological sisters, born on the same day. It's curious how, despite having the same parents, their temperaments differ so greatly. Could it be due to their different masters? Xie Liuyin could no longer contain herself. In the grand competition for new disciples, as long as one acted within the bounds of the rules, there was no wrongdoing. Although Mingzhu's actions bore the sin of cunning, Her ability to compel others to willingly part with their demon cores was a testament to her skill. At that moment, the blood-soaked Xie Liuyin collided with Xie Mingzhu, who had just escaped from Su Wuyin's grasp. The sisters found themselves at a crossroads, and realizing the peril, Mingzhu turned to flee. However, Liuyin swiftly struck her leg, causing Mingzhu to collapse to the ground, unable to escape any longer. "Sister, what are you doing? I am your sister. How could you turn against me?" Mingzhu bit her lip, her pitiful demeanor eliciting a frown of concern from Xie Liuyin outside the curtain of water. Yet, Liuyin remained unfazed, decisively seizing the bag containing the demon cores from Mingzhu's waist. Weighing it in her hands, she found it substantial. A rare smile graced Liuyin's face as she addressed her younger sister. "Thanks. If you could gather more, I shall seek you out again shortly." Mingzhu clenched her fists, a desire to resist bubbling within her, yet the sight of Liuyin's blood-stained sword instilled a deep-seated fear. She knew she was no match for her sister. "Sister, if you treat me this way, what if our parents find out? They would surely be furious. Are you not afraid of their anger?" Mingzhu retorted lightly. Aiming to evoke a reaction, Liuyin cast her a cold glance. "Let them be angry. It is of no concern to me. But should they dare to come before me with their incessant prattle and provoke my ire, you, as their daughter, will bear the brunt of it." The smile on Xie Mingzhu's face gradually faded. "Sister, what does this mean?" The literal interpretation was clear. "They provoke me, and I retaliate against you. Should I report them? Weigh your options carefully." After issuing her warning, Xie Liuyin had no intention of lingering any longer. She extracted Xie Mingzhu's demon core, leaving the empty pouch behind, and turned to seek out other areas tainted by blood and malice. Xie Mingzhu clenched the empty pouch tightly, her nails digging deep into her palm. Despite having been granted a second chance at life, why did she, as one who held the advantage, continually encounter setbacks? Where had she gone astray? Pursing her lips, Xie Mingzhu found herself perplexed. Yet her confusion was of no concern to Xie Liuyin, who was focused on accumulating her own points. The dense aura of malice she detected was coalescing into a dark red cloud above the nearby forest. Xie Liuyin recognized that there must be a considerable number of demon beasts or demon plants in that vicinity. If she could acquire those demon cores, her points would undoubtedly surge significantly. Just as Xie Liuyin was about to reach the area rife with malevolence, in the Grand Hall, Yi Chaoan suddenly waved his hand, switching the image in the water screen to that of other new disciples. Zhong Haoi, who had been enjoying the show, immediately felt displeased as Xie Liuyin vanished from view. "Chaoan, what are you doing?" That girl was so excited, clearly having found numerous demon beasts. "I wanted to see how she would strike. Why did you change it?" The sovereign also found merit in these words and supported his disciple's argument. "Indeed, we have observed Xie Liuyin for quite some time. It is now appropriate to witness the performances of other disciples. I recall we have yet to see Hong Qiu's disciple. Let us take a look at her situation." With that, Kunshin decisively changed the scene, completely casting Xie Liuyin from his thoughts, unbeknownst to anyone. At the same moment Yi Chaoyan made his move, Qin Tian also raised his hand. Yet, before he could act, Yi Chaoyan accomplished what he had intended. "Heaven is indeed aiding me," Qin Tian exclaimed with fervor. He could hardly contain his anticipation to witness the demise of Xie Liuyin within the trial formation. Chapter 36, Foundation Establishment Period. The forest before her was more expansive than the one Xie Liuyin had previously traversed, with the trees appearing more towering and lush. The light within the woods was dim, as most of the sunlight was obscured by the leaves, leaving only a few beams to pierce through, creating an extraordinarily beautiful scene. As Xie Liuyin stepped forward a few paces, she suddenly halted, sensing an ominous premonition arise within her heart, as though continuing onward would lead to some peril. Initially unnoticed, upon closer inspection, it was evident that the woods before her were distinctly out of place with the surrounding area, exuding a malevolent aura far more potent than that of this region, which nurtured lower-tier beasts. Xie Liyuin's heart skipped a beat, as she sensed a vague familiarity emanating from the forest. The intuition of a cultivator is seldom mistaken, and Xie Liuyin firmly believed that her apprehension towards this grove was not unfounded. Recalling her meager cultivation at the fourth layer of Qi, Xie Liuyin silently withdrew, resolved not to venture into perilous territory. Some risks are worthy of undertaking, yet the one before her was manifestly unnecessary. All she needed was to diligently hunt demonic beasts and plants to secure her position as the foremost contender. With these thoughts clear in her mind, Xie Liuyin intended to distance herself from the grove. However, she could hardly anticipate that the trap meticulously laid by others would not permit her to evade it so easily. The ground beneath her suddenly trembled violently, and Xie Liuyin sensed a formidable presence hurtling toward her with alarming speed. A chill ran through her, and goosebumps prickled her skin. With no time to ponder further, she instinctively activated her footwork to flee the scene. Yet, she was ultimately a moment too late. A crimson tongue shot forth from behind, seemingly guided by an unseen eye, crashing down toward her with tremendous force. Xie Liuyin swiftly employed the technique of ghostly shadow pursuit, narrowly evading the strike by brushing against the edge of the long tongue. However, a drop of its foul, viscous saliva splattered onto her, corroding a hole in the sleeve of her garment, crafted from the finest fish silk. Pressing her lips together, she realized she had encountered a formidable adversary. The towering trees in the forest toppled one after another as the colossal creature approached, echoing with resounding crashes. Xie Liuyin nearly pushed ghostly shadow pursuit to its limits, glancing back at the beast in pursuit. As the last of the great trees fell, the true form of the demonic creature was finally revealed. It was a swamp toad, its entire body covered in greenish warts. At the Foundation establishment stage, Xie Liuyin had perused the information regarding such a beast. Swamp toads typically inhabit marshes and are known for their long tongues, which they use to ambush passing creatures. Their tongues are remarkably sensitive, and the mucus upon them is venomous. The small warts on their backs can also project toxic fluid, which, upon contact with human flesh, can sear through skin in mere moments. However, this venom is ineffective against golden core cultivators, yet it poses a lethal threat to those of the Qi refinement stage. Gritting her teeth in frustration, Xie Liuyin could not fathom why a Foundation establishment beast would venture into the Qi refinement trial zone. She was equally perplexed as to why a creature that typically resided in marshes would traverse such a distance to attack her. What she did comprehend was that she had been ensnared in a trap. Was it Xie Mingzhu or Qin Tian? It likely wasn't Xie Mingzhu. As she too was within the trial formation, this Foundation establishment beast was far too unpredictable and could easily injure her as well. Moreover, given her current capabilities, she could not orchestrate such a significant event without the assistance of Yi Zhaoyan. Thus, it must be Qin Tian. Recalling their initial encounter, where he had displayed bias, followed by his disciple's subsequent defeat at her hands, tarnishing his reputation, Xie Liuyin quickly concluded that Qin Tian was indeed the instigator. Just as this thought crossed her mind, a fierce gust of wind rushed from behind, and Xie Liuyin, unable to evade in time, fell to the ground. At this point, she had already fled quite a distance, and a mere 20 meters away stood several unfamiliar fellow disciples. Xie Liuyin hastily shouted to them, "Run. There is a Foundation establishment beast here. Quickly leave the formation and notify the senior sisters and brothers stationed outside." The few disciples were initially startled by the tremendous commotion, as the strength of a demonic beast is often reflected in its size. Beasts in the Qi refinement stage typically only reach the height of an adult, making such a ruckus impossible. Upon hearing Xie Liuyin's warning, they hastily fled without a second thought. However, they proved to be astute, as they ran while also spreading the news. One disciple, who had fortuitously made it into the top 10, gritted his teeth and shattered the jade orb at his waist. He was acutely aware that he lacked the ability to survive beneath the claws of the beast, so he chose to seek help, hoping to forge a beneficial connection. The uproar had drawn the attention of other disciples within the formation, who sensed something amiss. Hua Lingxue, with her keen sensitivity to aura, felt the chilling presence of a Foundation establishment beast even from a distance. Frowning, she hurried toward the direction of the beast and Xie Liuyin. What has gotten into Lingxue? That beast is on its last breath. Why has she given up? Elder Gu Fan, the third elder, questioned, sensing the situation had turned dire. Feng Hongqiu, who prided herself on understanding her disciple well, furrowed her brow, asserting she must have discovered something unusual and gone to investigate. No sooner had Feng Hongqiu spoken than the ground trembled once more. The heavyweights within the hall also realized the shift in circumstances. Elder Du Wan, who had extensive knowledge of demonic beasts, remarked, "What is happening? Is this commotion caused by a beast?" "Impossible." Miao Yin was the first to object. "I have personally examined every beast in the trial area. Those of such strength have all been eliminated." Miao Yin, the person in charge of the grand competition, has always approached her duties with utmost seriousness. When it comes to matters involving the lives of her disciples, she exercises extraordinary caution. She would never commit such an error. Just because you have cleared it does not mean that those with ill intentions cannot find a way to introduce another into the mix. The vicinity of Qi refinement leads directly to the Foundation establishment area. Amidst the profound silence, the sound of Xian Yu resonated softly. Miao Yin's previously resolute expression transformed into one of astonishment in an instant. Not only that, but soon her sound measuring device began to flicker, and she hastily picked it up, hearing the frantic voice of her eldest disciple, Master. A Foundation Establishment period swamp toad has appeared in the trial formation and is attacking the new disciples. Several of them have been forced to withdraw from the formation. Should we arrange for someone to enter and eliminate it? Immediately send someone. Wait a moment, Qin Tian interjected leisurely, halting Miao Yin's urgency. There's no need to rush. Although Foundation Establishment beasts are indeed ferocious, the cultivation world is inherently fraught with peril. It would be beneficial for the new disciples to experience this danger firsthand. It will encourage them to cultivate more diligently in the future. Moreover, do the new disciples not carry jade beads with them? If they truly encounter a life-threatening situation, they will surely crush the jade beads to escape. No. Without a moment's hesitation, Miao Yin rejected Qin Tian's proposal. Among the new disciples, the highest cultivation level was merely at the 4th layer of qi refinement, a chasm separating them from the Foundation Establishment beasts. Furthermore, the swamp toad is exceptionally dangerous. A mere brush with its venom could result in severed limbs. These newly initiated disciples have barely been training for half a year, and some of them cannot even wield a sword steadily. They are utterly unprepared to confront the ferocity of the demon beasts. Should the marsh frog become enraged, it would not merely crush the jade orb. They would scarcely have the opportunity to even touch it. Amidst Qin Tian's grim expression, Miao Yu exhibited no hesitation as she commanded the senior disciple on the other side of the sound ruler, "Go in and rescue them, immediately." Yes, the senior disciple responded promptly. Initially, when he heard Elder Qin Tian's objections, he harbored genuine concerns that his master might acquiesce. After all, his master had always been stern with them, and he feared that, in a bid to stimulate the disciples' potential, she might allow a foundation-building demon beast to rampage within the formation. Fortunately, his master was remarkably rational and decisively refuted Elder Qin Tian's arguments. This instilled an inexplicable sense of reassurance in the senior disciple. Although his master was strict, her genuine care for her students was evident. In stark contrast, Elder Qin Tian, who usually appeared gentle and harmless, harbored far more sinister intentions. With Miao Yu's orders given, several Golden Core disciples stationed outside the formation swiftly entered, embarking on a mission to hunt down the foundation-building demon beasts that had escaped. Upon witnessing the new disciples flee at her prompting, Xie Liuyin finally felt relieved. It was not out of a sense of maternal compassion. Rather, she perceived the demon beast as a trouble of her own making, and if others were harmed because of it, she would incur an unwarranted karmic burden. Moreover, with others present, it was not convenient for her to draw her sword. The heartless sword technique, characterized by its grand and sweeping movements, could evoke the emotions of those nearby when mastered to its fullest extent. It can be said that as long as Xie Liuyin's opponent is alive, they will be swayed by the influence of her swordplay. This is the terrifying essence of the heartless sword technique. Xie Liuyin silently rose from the ground, brushing off the dust that clung to her, while anticipating the moment when assistance would arrive. Having just mastered the first level of the sword technique, she had yet to truly employ it against a living target. "Since you have relentlessly pursued me, I might as well test it on you." The swamp toad, unable to comprehend human speech and oblivious to the latent danger in Xie Liuyin's words, only perceived that its quarry had finally come to a halt. Elated, it lunged forward. Xie Liuyin took a deep breath, unapologetically drawing in the surrounding gold attribute spiritual energy into her being. All of this spiritual power was distributed throughout her meridians, ultimately converging into the snow-white drinking snow sword in her hand. The sword emanated a golden halo, resembling a magnificent work of art. No one noticed that at this moment. A ring of golden light also radiated from around Xie Liuyin's pupils. The 3 pure ones of Tai, the mundane begins, the spiritual platform is clear, and the body feels light. Casting aside the 3,000 tribulations of the mortal realm, one leaps into the void of purity. The verses of the cultivation mantra echoed involuntarily in her mind, and Xie Liuyin felt as though she had transcended into another realm. Everything around her faded away, leaving only the swamp toad before her. As the distance between predator and prey diminished, the swamp toad let out an excited croak, its speed increasing with fervor. Its long tongue, eager and impatient, surged towards Xie Liuyin, as if intent on swallowing her whole. As Hualing Xue and Miao Yin's disciples hurriedly arrived, they beheld the immense long tongue darting swiftly towards Xie Liuyin, threatening to engulf her within moments. "Little Master Uncle, be careful," Hua Lingxue exclaimed in an uncontrolled panic. The rescuers hastily formed hand seals, desperate to intervene, yet both understood that given the proximity, their speed was insufficient to save Xie Liuyin. This scene was equally witnessed by the onlookers before the water curtain. They furrowed their brows, lamenting the loss of such a talented disciple from Qingxiao Sect, while also mourning the fate of Xie Liuyin. Only Qin Tian harbored a glint of amusement in his eyes, eagerly awaiting the spectacle of Xie Liuyin's demise. Remarkably, no one noticed that Xie Liuyin's master, the one who should have felt the most sorrow, Xianyu, displayed not a hint of tension, instead wearing an expression akin to that of a spectator relishing a performance. In a swift motion, the long tongue reached its target, and the colossal beast leaped into the air, about to descend upon Xie Liuyin. Yet, in this moment, when all assumed her fate was sealed, Xie Liuyin sprang into action. She brandished her sword with fervor, the snow-white spirit sword merely slicing through the air. Before the astonished eyes of the crowd, a blinding light erupted, compelling them to shut their eyes, too fearful to gaze directly at its brilliance. When they finally dared to open their eyes, they beheld the long tongue, along with its master, the swamp toad, shattered into countless flesh fragments. The stench of beastly blood and raining chunks filled the air. Yet Xie Liuyin remained utterly pristine amidst the carnage. This scene, undeniably gruesome, evoked horror at a mere glance. However, enveloped in the sanguine downpour, Xie Liuyin appeared almost like a bodhisattva, inexplicably invoking a sense of compassion. Dead? Is it truly dead? The foundational period of the demon beast has come to a sudden end. Wen Yi, who rushed over to rescue, stood in a daze, staring at the demon beast's head that had rolled to Xie Liuyin's feet, unable to believe what had transpired. Xie Liuyin, having been entirely drained of her spiritual power by that single strike, staggered and nearly collapsed to the ground. Fortunately, Hua Lingxue was quick to extend her hand, preventing Xie Liuyin from falling. In the grand hall, the expressions of the onlookers varied as they comprehended how Xie Liuyin had ascended to slay the marsh frog with a single stroke. Gu Fan and Zhong Hao were filled with astonishment and joy at Xie Liuyin's prowess, while Qin Tian's gaze subtly betrayed a hint of apprehension. Yi Chaoyun furrowed his brow, feeling an inexplicable sense of repulsion towards Xie Liuyin in this moment. It was as though she was not meant to shine so brightly, nor to possess such formidable strength. Ah, splendid. With such a new disciple in our Qingxiao sect, are we still to worry about a lack of successors? If this batch of disciples flourishes in 10 years, during the great competition of the 5 realms, our Qingxiao sect shall undoubtedly gain renown throughout the entire Bishu realm. Suddenly, the master of Kuan Mountain broke the silence that enveloped the hall, his voice brimming with joy and excitement, which only deepened Yi Chaoyun's discomfort. It felt as though the attention and brilliance that rightfully belonged to him were gradually being overshadowed by another. The other elders, perceptively, began to congratulate Kuan Mountain, repeatedly proclaiming the fortuitous destiny of their Qingxiao sect and the quality of the disciples they had received. Unbeknownst to all, Miao Yu, who should have been seated in the hall to observe the competition, had already set off towards the trial formation. She intended to uncover who had meddled and sabotaged the grand tournament she had organized. Chapter 38. I shall lodge a complaint. Within the trial array, as the esteemed disciple of Miao Yu, Wen Yi hastened to assess Xie Liuyin's condition. Upon discovering that her attire had merely been scorched by venom, leaving her unharmed in essence, he finally felt a sense of relief. Nevertheless, Wen Yi reassured her, "Rest assured, Junior Marshal Uncle Xie, we shall thoroughly investigate this matter and provide you with a satisfactory explanation. Then I shall extend my gratitude in advance," she replied, though skepticism lingered in her heart regarding their ability to uncover the truth. She had nearly concluded that this incident was connected to Qin Tian, an elder of the Qingxiao sect, who was reputedly entrusted with numerous internal affairs and held in high regard by sect leader Kunshan. As she had emerged unscathed today and the other new disciples remained untroubled, even if the esteemed Jun Yaoyin were to unveil the truth, the reputation of the Qingxiao sect would likely suppress the matter. Xie Liuyin licked her back teeth, resolute that she could not suffer such a grave injustice. No, she must seek her master to lodge a complaint. What are your plans for the upcoming competition? After a moment's contemplation, Xie Liuyin inquired. As for the competition, whether we will proceed with a rematch for the 3rd round or accept the current standings, we shall deliberate and reach a conclusion thereafter, replied not Wen Yi, but the swiftly arriving Jun Yaoyin. Her gaze swept over Xie Liuyin before swiftly honing in on the jade pendant at her waist. Might I trouble you, Junior Marshal Uncle Xie, to present the jade pendant for my inspection? Seeing her demeanor was relatively gentle, Xie Liuyin unfastened the golden thread and handed it over. Miaoyu Xinjuan carefully removed the golden thread that bound the jade bead, her expression quickly darkening. Indeed, the jade bead had been tampered with. Upon her revelation, the others finally discerned that the cord securing the jade bead had silently severed. Had it not been for Xie Liuyin's own reservations, who had purposely wrapped the golden thread around it several times, the jade bead might have long been lost in some obscure corner. Who provided you with this jade bead? It is tainted with beast-attracting powder, Miaoyu inquired with a grave demeanor. Upon hearing this, Xie Liuyin's brow furrowed in concern. I received it from a female disciple named Liu. At that time, I perceived no distinction between this bead and others. Fetch Liu. Miaoyu commanded her disciple without further inquiry. This jade bead bore not only the beast-attracting powder, but also failed to harmonize with the trial formation. Should you encounter peril and shatter the jade bead, you would remain ensnared within the trial's grand array. At this moment, Miaoyu fully comprehended. The unexpected appearance of a beast was unmistakably aligned with what Master Shi Huanyu had surmised. Someone was deliberately targeting Xie Liuyin, intent on her demise. Rage ignited within Miaoyu's heart. Despite her personal feelings towards Xie Liuyin, she could not deny the girl's exceptional talent. With proper guidance and a modification of her vengeful temperament, she could very well become a pillar of the Qingshao sect in the future. Yet, such a promising talent nearly perished within the trial due to the selfishness of others. Had it not been for her own capabilities, any other individual would likely have awaited rescue in vain, left with naught but a lifeless body in this place. Rest assured, Shu, I shall ensure this matter is addressed, Miaoyu earnestly assured. Meanwhile, Liu, responsible for distributing the jade beads, remained near the grand formation, assisting the new disciples who had encountered danger and strayed from their trials. When she was approached by Wen Yi, she was utterly taken aback. The emergence of foundation-building stage demonic beasts in the Qi refining area was something Liu had heard about, yet she never anticipated that it would involve her directly. That jade bead? I merely oversee its distribution. I truly had no knowledge of any issues regarding it. Liu became increasingly flustered, not only because she was regarded as a suspect, but also due to the alarming news of Xie Liuyin's near-fatal incident. Liu was not one to lie, and when he could instantly discern her genuine ignorance of the matter, he then inquired, "Do not be anxious. The investigation is ongoing, and we shall uncover the truth." However, to ponder if anyone else might have come into contact with the jade bead. At that time, many had come to collect the jade beads, and Liu, engaged in conversation with Xie Liuyin, had not paid much attention to her surroundings. When she needed a jade bead, someone conveniently handed one to her, and without further thought, she passed it directly to Xie Liuyin. Upon hearing this, when he promptly summoned the sect's physician to examine Liu's hands, where remnants of beast-attracting powder were indeed discovered. Do you recall who provided you with the jade bead? When he continued to question, Liu pondered for a moment. It seems to have been a male disciple from the same peak, and his surname appeared to be Gao. I have encountered him a few times and only know that his surname is Gao. Beyond that, I am rather unclear. Liu is a disciple of Gu Fan at Qingmu Peak. Wen Yi immediately dispatched someone to investigate individuals with the surname Gao at Qingmu Peak, while also ensuring that any findings were communicated to his master. Upon hearing this news, Liu was startled, and a chill ran down her spine. She pondered whether, had Wen Yi and the others not found her promptly after the incident, she too might have resorted to self-destruction. This thought deepened her loathing for the mastermind behind it all. Were it not for that person's deliberate scheming against her junior uncle, she would never have been embroiled in this affair. Do not worry, we will assign disciples to continually monitor your situation and ensure your safety, Wen Yi reassured. Having discerned Liu's trepidation, only Xie Liuyin remained, awaiting Qianyu's arrival to report the circumstances. Qianyu certainly did not disappoint her eager disciple. Soon, she appeared near the trial formation and inquired about the situation with Miaoyu. So, have any leads been discovered? Miaoyu dared not conceal the truth and recounted the findings of several disciples. This matter is a result of my negligence, but rest assured, I will uncover the mastermind. If you lack direction, I could suggest a candidate, Qianyu offered. Miaoyu was taken aback. Does my uncle know who is responsible? Although there was no concrete evidence, it was apparent who in the sect possessed the capability to orchestrate such events and who harbored the greatest animosity towards me and my disciples. It could only be Qin Tian. Without further ado, Xie Yu stated her targeted suspect outright, approximately recalling the time when the demonic beasts wreaked havoc. Miao Yu did not contest Qin Tian's decision to refrain from immediate assistance. Instead, she asserted, "I understand, and I shall thoroughly investigate the matter. If it is indeed Qin Tian's doing, then regardless of his status as an elder, he must face consequences." Chapter 39. The little fox departed after reporting Qin Tian's misdeeds to Miao Yu. Xie Yu finally found the opportunity to converse with Xie Liuyin. Unlike other masters, who would first express concern for their disciples' safety, he instead remarked, "Well done, you have not brought shame upon your teacher." Having anticipated that Xie Yu would offer no commendation, Xie Liuyin felt no sorrow upon hearing his words. Instead, she replied, "Indeed, I have done well. Now it is up to you, my esteemed master, to act." Xie Yu scoffed, "Rest assured, your master partakes in all, but never suffers loss." With his assurance, and having received the information she sought from the esteemed Miao Yu, Xie Liuyin felt no desire to linger and squander time. "Snowball is missing. Ada and I searched every corner of the Daylight Peak, but we did not find him," Alu reported candidly. Furrowing her brow, Xie Liuyin immediately headed to her quarters. After searching thoroughly, even turning over her blankets, she found no trace of Snowball. Xie Liuyin was taken aback. "Isn't Snowball a spirit pet? How could he have family come to collect him?" The master did not elaborate, only stating that Snowball is safe now, and that you need not worry, Ada replied. Xie Liuyin opened her mouth, intending to inquire further, but ultimately chose to remain silent. "There is little to say. Xueqiu has departed, and from this day forth, he shall no longer be her spirit companion." Xie Liuyin felt a sense of despondency for reasons unknown, having once believed that Xueqiu would accompany her for a lifetime. "If the young master desires, perhaps I could find another fox spirit companion for you," Ada suggested, noticing the melancholy that seemed to envelop Xie Liuyin. She shook her head, saying, "No need. Caring for a spirit companion distracts me from my sword training. I shall let it be." The decision to nurture Xueqiu had originally stemmed from Xie Yu's directive, rather than her own volition. Now that he had departed, she had no intention of seeking a substitute. Ada, seeing her resolute refusal, chose not to press further and silently withdrew. Having completed these matters, she proceeded to meditate and restore her spiritual energy. Mastery of the sword demanded daily diligence, and due to her participation in the grand tournament, she had not practiced adequately in several days. Xie Liuyin aspired to secure her position as the strongest among the new disciples, necessitating unwavering effort and diligence. She did not perceive her exertions as burdensome, rather, she found joy and fulfillment in her endeavors. In her previous life, she had cherished the pursuit of cultivation. Had it not been for the treachery of Xie Liuyin and Xie Mingzhu, she believed she would have made a name for herself in the realm of cultivation. This time, she had finally distanced herself from those calamities and was fortunate to enjoy a favorable environment for cultivation, thanks to Xie Yu. Xie Liuyin mused that if she were to fail in becoming an immortal, it would be a disservice to the resources she currently enjoyed. Thus, trivial matters such as spirit companions and schemes were insignificant in the face of the grand path. With her mind steadied, Xie Liuyin swiftly restored her spiritual energy to its peak state. She rose with agility, grasped her familiar wooden sword, and made her way to the sunlight cliff to practice her swordsmanship. Observing the lively demeanor of her little master, Alu naturally refrained from intruding. As for the esteemed Miao Yu, she had already discerned the reason behind the swamp creature's incursion into the Qi training area. It stemmed from a grove previously traversed by Xie Liuyin, which lay at the intersection of two zones. The barrier between these zones had been intentionally breached, leaving a clever little opening. This aperture, once crossed by a single beast, would gradually mend itself, returning to its original state. Had Miao Yu and her companions not discovered it in time, the boundary would have completely healed, concealing a fist-sized hole and leading them to miss this vital clue. The more they investigated, the more Miao Yu felt that Xie Yu was indeed correct. Only Qin Tian possessed the extraordinary capability to orchestrate such elaborate arrangements. Yet, despite Qin Tian's prowess, such actions would inevitably leave traces. Following the lead of the deceased Gao Yuan, Wen Yi and his companions continued their inquiry and soon stumbled upon a staggering discovery. Gao Yuan's storage bag contained an astonishing 50,000 spirit stones. Given Gao Yuan's status as an ordinary inner sect disciple, it would be nearly impossible for him to amass such wealth solely from his monthly allocations. When he further examined Gao Yuan's travel records over the past few years and noted that he seemed disinclined to venture out. Whenever the task peak issued assignments requiring external travel, he never accepted any. With no opportunities for external missions, his sect duties were sparse, and he frequently indulged in purchasing magical artifacts. Under such circumstances, it was implausible for Gao Yuan to accumulate such an abundance of spirit stones. The origin of this fortune was suspect. Unfortunately, the spirit stones bore no markings, leaving Wen Yi and his companions with no option but to investigate those with whom Gao Yuan interacted regularly. At this juncture, a female cultivator approached Wen Yi, revealing to him an extraordinary matter. Just a few days prior, individuals from Qian Peak had come, requesting that Gao Yuan be transferred there. The female cultivator, who shared a close bond with Liu Yu, upon learning that her companion had nearly fallen victim to a scheme involving Gao Yuan, began to assist in uncovering the truth. Being a sociable individual, she diligently sought information and uncovered this crucial lead. While others remained oblivious, the cultivator astutely sensed something amiss and promptly informed Wen Yi. Gao Yuan was a disciple of Qingmu Peak, while Qian Peak was the territory of Elder Qin Tian. With this lead in hand, subsequent inquiries progressed much more smoothly. Miao Yu swiftly located the disciple from Qian Peak who had come to transfer Gao Yuan, and through this individual, she traced the matter back to Qin Tian's apprentice. Naturally, Qin Tian's disciple was reluctant to implicate his master, merely stating that he acted out of a desire for vengeance against Xie Liuyin for the harm wrought upon his junior brother, Feng Yele. However, upon questioning other disciples from Qian Peak, it became evident that he had no significant connection with Feng Yele. Rather, he had harbored jealousy towards Feng Yele for receiving his master's favor, often speaking ill of the young disciple behind his back. The situation was clearly linked to Qin Tian. Yet due to the uncooperative nature of this disciple, they could not uncover any incriminating evidence against him. Miao Yu was both infuriated and exasperated, never having imagined that the seemingly benevolent sixth elder would turn out to be such a shameless and cunning old fox. Just as Miao Yu found herself at a loss, Qin Tian's disciple took his own life in the dungeon by severing his meridians. Chapter 40. This punishment displeases her. What did you say? He is dead? How could Kong Gaofei possibly die? Wasn't I clear in instructing you to keep a close watch on him? Upon hearing the news of his demise, Miao Yu's already stern expression grew even more frosty. She had intended to petition her master, the sect leader, to employ the soul-searching technique. Once that method was invoked, Kong Gaofei's attempts at concealment would have proven futile. Yet, before she could take any action, he had perished in such an unforeseen manner. Miao Yu raised a hand to massage her temples, a sense of increasing defeat swelling within her. I apologize, master. We failed to protect the witness. Wang Yi lowered his head in shame. He had previously assured his master that Kong Gaofei would be safe in his custody, and yet here they were, faced with his untimely death. Furthermore, there was another troubling matter that would likely weigh on her master's mind. Having delivered one piece of bad news, Wang Yi then presented another. Please, enlighten me as to what news could possibly be worse than this, Miao Yu replied. Wang Yi pressed his lips together. Rumors have begun to circulate within the sect, suggesting that you, master, are deliberately targeting Elder Liu. It is said that Elder Liu's disciple has been imprisoned for an extended period, having already confessed, yet no punishment has been meted out. All because you wish to compel the disciple to falsely exonerate Elder Liu. Under Miao Yu's increasingly piercing gaze, Wang Yi's voice dwindled to a whisper. Innocent? When had Qin Tian ever merited such a designation? Miao Yu could hardly contain her incredulity and anger. She was finally witnessing the depths of Qin Tian's audacity. Wen Yi was acutely aware of his master's displeasure, yet he felt compelled to continue. The rumor had spread rapidly, and now most members of the Qingshao sect were aware of the situation. Some disciples, lacking understanding of the true circumstances, had begun to regard their master as a formidable threat. Master, what shall we do? Qin Tian's machinations were beyond the comprehension of the younger generation. Yet the sect leader and the other elders were fully cognizant of the situation. As long as he could secure his master's support, no matter how convincingly Qin Tian portrayed himself, he would inevitably face the consequences. Having grasped this, Miao Yu swiftly made her way to Qingshao Peak. However, upon reaching the residence of the Kunshan sect leader, she was halted by a young attendant at the door. Senior sister, please wait. The sect leader is currently receiving guests. The young attendant informed her, stating that they needed to announce her presence before deciding whether to admit her. Upon hearing this, Miao Yu's anxiety surged. Who could Master be meeting? It couldn't possibly be Elder Liu, could it? No, it is Uncle Master Xianyu, the attendant replied, with the vengeful Uncle Master present. It seemed her matters would proceed much more smoothly. The young attendant soon went inside to report, and shortly thereafter, he returned to invite Miao Yu in. In a spacious reception room, the Kunchen sect leader sat before a bamboo table, upon which rested a pot of spiritual tea. This tea was no ordinary brew. Just inhaling its fragrance felt as though one were drawing in a breath of spiritual energy. Miao Yu has arrived. Please, take a seat, the Kunchen sect leader gestured. And a chair materialized out of thin air. Miao Yu expressed her gratitude to her master before sitting up straight. The Kunchen sect leader, upon observing her upright demeanor, could hardly suppress a feeling of unease. This disciple possesses many commendable qualities, yet his demeanor is excessively solemn and austere. At times, even the esteemed Miao Yu and the leader of the Kunchen sect find themselves questioning who truly holds the role of master. Master, I have come to seek your counsel regarding the matter of Elder Liu, the disciple began. I have discovered that Elder Liu's apprentice, Kong Gaofei, is the one who orchestrated the harm against our beloved Uncle Xie. However, I sense that the situation is far more intricate than it appears. Miao Yu spoke succinctly, refraining from elaborating further. The Kunchen sect leader nodded in acknowledgement, stating, I am already aware of what you have shared. Our ancestral uncle has also arrived for this very reason. What is your plan, master? Although Elder Liu feigns innocence, we all understand his true nature, despite being somewhat proud. Uncle Xie has not committed any transgressions during his time at the Qinshao sect. Elder Liu, driven by personal vendetta, sought to take Uncle Xie's life, resulting in the untimely demise of his own disciple. Such a person is unworthy of holding the esteemed title of elder within our Qinshao sect. Miao Yu harbored little fondness for Xie Liuyin, a sentiment that had persisted to this day. Nonetheless, even her disdain did not cloud her judgment. She recognized that in this instance, Xie Liuyin was blameless. Kunchen, observe how perceptive your disciple is. As a master, one cannot allow oneself to be outshone by one's own apprentice, she remarked. Xiang Yue listened with a smile as the two exchanged words, ultimately adding a single, poignant remark. Yet, the weight of his words carried more significance than countless utterances from Miao Yu. Alas, Kunchen sighed in resignation. For his transgressions, Kong Gaofei shall be expelled from the sect. Inform his family to retrieve his remains. As for Qin Tian, the disciples had no recourse. The position of peak master and elder was stripped away, and he was commanded to enter seclusion for a century, without the possibility of leaving. And his monthly stipend was halted. Miao Yu waited in vain for an extended period, yet no further word came from the Lord of Kunchen, which caused her discontent to swell. Master, this is clearly not the truth. This is indeed the truth. If it were to become known that the elders of Qinshao sect had targeted a new disciple, ultimately leading to a loss of life, our sect's reputation would be utterly ruined. The Lord of Kunchen was resolute this time, yet he dared not even look at Xian Yu, fearful of incurring her displeasure. Surprisingly, Xian Yu did not counter his decision. She merely stated, since this is the Lord's decree, we shall proceed as you have directed. The Lord of Kunchen was taken aback, harboring doubts about whether Xian Yu had a hidden agenda. After all, it was well known among the old men that this junior master was not one to suffer losses lightly. Anyone who dared to provoke her in the past had invariably met with dire consequences. Seeing that Xian Yu remained silent, the Lord of Kunchen finally felt at ease and instructed his disciple. Very well, let us act as I have said. The dignity of Qinshao sect must not be tarnished. Miao Yu ground her teeth in frustration, turning away from Qinshao Peak. Previously, due to the matter concerning Xie Liuyin, she had personally visited her junior master Xian Yu, and the latter's protective demeanor had led Miao Yu to believe that her master held a deep affection for her disciple. However, it now seemed that Xie Shao Shishu held little weight in her master's eyes. Contemplating this, Miao Yu couldn't help but feel a tinge of sympathy for this junior master. Xian Yu remarked, there is nothing more to discuss. The Lord has stripped Qin Tian of his elder and peak master positions, commanding him to enter seclusion for a century. What difference does it make if he is not punished? Xie Liuyin frowned, dissatisfied with this punishment. Chapter 41. Revenge must be taken, compensation demanded. Xian Yu, a keen observer, immediately discerned Xie Liyuin's unspoken thoughts. He nodded and said, I too am unsatisfied with this outcome. Therefore, I intend for you to take matters into your own hands to exact revenge. Xie Liyuin's eyes sparkled with interest. Master, could you elaborate further? At this moment, she remembered to address him properly as master, despite having called him an old fool on several occasions behind his back. Xian Yu let out a soft huff, but chose to guide his disciple nonetheless. The sect leader has punished Qin Tian with 100 years of seclusion. which is no trivial matter. He must dismantle the spirit-gathering array in his chamber and replace it with a spirit-severing array. This means he will be unable to cultivate for the entirety of that century, enduring only hardship. However, you are different. You can still cultivate and, within this 100 years, catch up to Qin Tian's level of mastery. When he finally emerges from seclusion, you can challenge him under the guise of sparring, and then you can dictate the terms as you wish. This strategy might not work for others, but first, Xie Liuyin possessed a fierce determination. Once she set her mind on avenging herself against Qin Tian, she would surely catch up to, or even surpass him within a century. Second, as Xian Yu's disciple, she was of the same generation as Qin Tian. Therefore, calling him to the arena would not be seen as disrespecting an elder. On the contrary, it would earn her praise for being a talented young talent. The more Xie Liuyin listened, the brighter her eyes gleamed, and finally, with a beaming smile, she said, "Truly, you are my master. Your ideas are indeed abundant." Xian Yu feigned ignorance to her veiled insinuation of treachery and shifted the conversation regarding the grand competition. The sect has reached a decision. The third round of the contest was interrupted, leaving many disciples' true capabilities unassessed, thus necessitating a rematch. However, due to your extraordinary feat of slaying a foundation-building beast and indirectly safeguarding numerous new disciples, you are granted the privilege to enter the sword-washing pool in pursuit of a blade, regardless of whether you claim the title of champion this time. What sort of compensation is this? Xie Liuyin expressed her dissatisfaction, asserting, "I was destined to be the champion. Once I enter the sword-washing pool, the favor of a spiritual sword will be determined in an instant. What use is it to enter twice?" Her displeasure deepened as she thought. The sect leader is rather stingy. Instead of offering me this opportunity, it would be more beneficial to provide me with additional spirit stones. Since her rebirth, she had yet to explore places beyond the sect. Xie Liuyin initially planned to visit Yinhua Town, located near Qingshao Sect, after the competition. However, the treasures within the cultivation world were not inexpensive, and she was somewhat concerned about her limited supply of spirit stones. Fortunately, Yinhua Town boasted a grand arena funded by the wealthiest individual in the cultivation realm, Qian Duoduo. The arena was divided into 3 tiers: Qi Refinement, Foundation Building, and Golden Core stages. A single victory would yield spirit stones, and if one possessed sufficient strength to become the arena champion, a day of reigning would reward them with 500 spirit stones. While Xie Liuyin could not guarantee her ascendance to champion, she believed that with her abilities, winning a few matches to earn some spirit stones would be quite feasible. Unbeknownst to her, Xian Yu was unaware of Xie Liuyin's plans. Upon hearing her disciple's audacious request for spirit stones from the sect leader, Xian Yu paused in surprise. "Did it not inform you? I have set aside some pocket money for you, and it is kept with him. Whenever you require it, simply approach him to receive the spiritual stones." Xie Liuyin was taken aback, exclaiming, "I had no idea. How many spiritual stones did Master allocate to me?" "For the time being, it is 200,000. Once you advance to the foundation establishment stage, it will increase to 1 million, and during the core formation stage, it will triple." Xian Yu spoke of these matters as casually as discussing what to have for lunch, seemingly unfazed by the significance of the spiritual stones. Xie Liuyin couldn't help but gasp at such a substantial sum. From where did he acquire so many? What was the purpose of her master's efforts? Shouldn't a master provide pocket money to their disciple? Xian Yu couldn't tolerate her astonishment at the commonplace. He continued, "The expenses for cultivators are inherently substantial. While practitioners of other paths may refine pills or weapons to earn spiritual stones, sword cultivators have limited avenues for income. Those like Xie Liuyin, who belong to a resource-rich sect with access to a sword-cleansing pool that can provide her with spiritual swords, are relatively fortunate. Other cultivators must purchase suitable spiritual swords from weapon shops, and if they cannot find suitable ones or have higher demands, they must part with even more spiritual stones to request a blacksmith to craft a custom sword. Furthermore, robes and elixirs also require spiritual stones to grow stronger. A sword cultivator must continuously engage in combat. Winning incurs a cost of spiritual stones, while losing leads to even greater expenses for recovery. Thus, from the moment my dear disciple determined her future path, I was aware of the resources and effort I would need to invest in her. Yet, I do not find this burdensome. Rather, I feel an inexplicable sense of satisfaction. I relish the sensation of transforming a piece of unrefined jade into something exquisite in my hands. So, does this mean that whenever I require it, I can simply ask Ada for spiritual stones, correct?" Xie Liuyin was genuinely exhilarated. Xie nodded, saying, "If you wish to make any purchases, you can always approach Ada. Should he lack sufficient spirit stones, I will supplement him. However, if you intend to visit places like the auction house, do come to me. I possess the exclusive black gold seals bestowed by the various auction houses, each marked with Xie Yu's distinctive emblem. At that time, should Xie Liuyin acquire any items, she merely needs to present the seal, and the auctioneer will deduct the corresponding amount from her pre-deposited spirit stones, sparing her the need to part with any herself." At this moment, Xie Liuyin finally grasped the extent of her generous master's wealth. Having suffered a significant loss this time, she realized that while the sect leader sought to placate her, it was utterly unacceptable to let it slide. Xie Yu shared this sentiment. They sought vengeance, and they demanded compensation. Xie Yu declared, "Rest assured, I will oversee this matter. All you need to do is focus on the competition." With Xie Yu's assurance, Xie Liuyin ceased to worry about the issue. After inquiring about the time for the third round of the competition to resume, she wiped the sweat from her brow and obediently prepared for her medicinal bath. With the sect leader's intervention, the esteemed Jiao Yu had no choice but to spare Qin Tian. The sect swiftly disclosed the truth, attributing the entire affair to Kong Gaofei. Upon receiving the news, Kong Gaofei's parents hurriedly brought their younger son to Qingxiao sect. Both were cultivators, albeit less gifted than their eldest son, which had led them to become scattered practitioners. Initially, they could scarcely believe that their son could commit such acts and sought an explanation from Qingxiao sect. However, after spending an hour in conversation with Qin Tian, they fell silent, no longer pursuing the truth behind Kong Gaofei's demise. They silently departed from the Qingxiao sect with the lifeless body of their eldest son, while their younger son, Kong Punyuan, chose to remain behind, ultimately becoming a disciple of Qin Tian. However, Qin Tian's elation was short-lived, as a decree soon arrived from the sect leader, stripping him of his titles as peak master and elder, sentencing him to seclusion within the Zhuling array. This unexpected command was accompanied by the enforcement team of the Qingxiao sect, and thus, Qin Tian was forcibly confined within the array, initiating a solitary confinement that would last for a century. The series of abrupt changes left the disciples with a tumultuous mix of emotions. Yet they quickly found themselves too preoccupied to dwell on these matters. The third round of the grand competition was set to commence anew. Chapter 42. The Leader, Xie Liuyin. As per the previous rules, this time, however, a considerable number of Foundation Establishment disciples had been assigned to guard the array. Should any disturbances arise during the trial, these disciples would promptly intervene, ensuring that the competition for their junior peers would remain unaffected. With the resumption of the trials, Xie Mingzhu undoubtedly felt the greatest joy. Previously, she had been deprived of all the demon cores by Xie Liuyin, ending the competition with a meager 2 cores to her name. Had the rankings been based on that performance, she would have found herself at the bottom. Fortunately, due to the chaos caused by the demonic beasts, the earlier competition was rendered void. Xie Mingzhu was both jubilant and regretful that Xie Liuyin had survived the claws of the Foundation Establishment demonic beast. However, she reassured herself that there would be ample time in the future. For now, she would keep Xie Liuyin close, allowing her to nurture a flawless golden core. Xie Mingzhu envisioned her plans beautifully, intending to employ her previous tactics of persuasion to acquire the demon cores from others. Yet this time, she would be more vigilant to avoid drawing Xie Liuyin's attention. However, what Xie Mingzhu never anticipated was that all her previous actions had been clearly observed by the sect leader and the elders. Once the disciples who had bestowed demon cores upon her departed from the grand formation, their masters promptly reprimanded them, gripping their ears in admonition. This was particularly true for the disciple who had generously given nearly half of his demon cores to Xie Mingzhu, who was thoroughly chastised by his master. After facing such discipline from their respective mentors, these disciples dared not exhibit kindness in such a crucial competition again. Consequently, when Xie Mingzhu encountered a few familiar faces and attempted to employ her previous tactics, those individuals, upon catching sight of her, fled with swiftness rivaling that of a rabbit, clearly afraid of being ensnared by her. Never before in her past or present had Xie Mingzhu experienced such disdain from others. Infuriated, she sought assistance from others. Yet the new disciples, already aware of her previous schemes, completely disregarded her. After several unsuccessful attempts to acquire the desired demon cores, she even had a bag of demon cores snatched from her. At this point, she utterly abandoned the notion of relying on others for help and, in frustration, prepared to hunt the demon beast herself. However, Xie Mingzhu had forgotten that she was no longer the divine lady who had once restored her damaged spiritual body using Xie Liuyin's golden elixir in her past life. Her innate talent had always been inferior to that of her elder sister, and after becoming a disciple of Xie Liuyin, she had consistently shirked her responsibilities, showing little dedication to her cultivation. Rather than urging Xie Mingzhu to practice diligently, her master would coddle her at the slightest hint of her distress, thus forgetting all notions of cultivation altogether. Originally, with Xie Mingzhu's cultivation, she could have smoothly advanced to the third round, but fortune favored her. Her previous opponents were either of lesser cultivation or encountered unforeseen mishaps. Meanwhile, Xie Liuyin faced no such obstacles and thrived exceptionally well. No one intentionally hindered her. And coupled with Xie Liuyin's excellent condition, she charged through the entrance of the formation into the depths of the forest, nearly penetrating the Qi refinement zone. The beasts and demonic plants she encountered along the way proved insufficient to challenge her. By the end, any creature that caught a whiff of her blood scent fled in terror, while the plants, in a desperate bid for survival, uprooted themselves to make way. Fortunately, the number of demon cores Xie Liuyin had amassed in the early stages was ample. Otherwise, she might have narrowly missed the position of champion. This grand competition solidified Xie Liuyin's name throughout the Qingxiao sect, as both outer and inner disciples came to remember that the esteemed Shizu Xian Yu had taken on a formidable sword cultivator as her disciple. Additionally, among this new cohort of disciples, the more exceptional ones were celebrated by their seniors. After the competition, Xie Liuyin's position as champion was firmly established. The top 3 disciples were Xie Liuyin, Hua Lingxue, and Su Wuyin. Previously favored, the single fire root disciple Xiao Ji ended up in 5th place. The 4th position was claimed by an unassuming female disciple named Yu Qingya, who is the granddaughter of Elder Du Luan. It is worth mentioning that due to Qin Tian's removal from the elder position, the esteemed Miayu Zhenjuan was promoted to the new 6th elder. Given the qualifications and cultivation of the other party, they should have been promoted to elder long ago. However, the position of elder had not been vacated until now, and the sect master of Kunshan preferred his younger disciple, Yi Zhaoyun, whom he promoted to the position of 10th elder ahead of time. This delay caused Miayu to be held back until she finally attained the position she rightfully deserved. With Miayu taking charge of Qi and Peak, the situation for Qin Tian's disciples has become increasingly precarious. Meanwhile, Feng Yilei, who had been sent off to Frostblade Windsword Cliff long ago, has naturally been overlooked. Currently, the focus of the disciples in the sect is on the new disciple leader, Xie Liuyin, and when she will enter the sword washing pool to seek a sword. Every disciple of Qingxiao sect is well aware of the uniqueness of the sword washing pool. Yet among 100 who have heard of this place, scarcely one has managed to step inside. Of those 10 who qualify to enter the sword washing pool, not a single one has successfully drawn a sword from within. According to the records of the sect chronicles, the last individual to bring forth a spiritual sword from the sword washing pool was none other than Xie Liuyin's master, Xian Yu. After learning of this from Hua Lingxue, Xie Liuyin hurried to her master to inquire, "Master, did you truly obtain a sword from the sword washing pool? Where is it? May I have a glimpse?" Caught off guard by this question, Xian Yu's expression slowly shifted, not displaying anger, but rather a sense of nostalgia and melancholy. After a moment of silence, Xian Yu finally spoke. "You will come to know where my sword lies in due time. For now, you should be concerned about where your own sword is." His swift response seemed to hint at a concern that Xie Liuyin might inadvertently jeopardize his sword. Xie Liuyin stifled her anger and then asked, "What trials did you face when you sought the sword, master?" Having experienced little, I simply plunged into the sword washing pool, instantly captivated by a sword that reciprocated my affection. I drew it forth, and thus we forged a bond. Xian Yu yawned, seemingly reluctant to elaborate further. She was undoubtedly aware of the events surrounding her, which appeared to pertain to a significant secret. For this reason, Xie Liuyin was willing to bide her time. However, before uncovering the secret that Xian Yu had deliberately concealed, Xie Liuyin was eager to welcome her destined sword. 2 days later, Chang Yu, the disciple of the Kunshan sect master, personally delivered a token granting Xie Liuyin access to the sword washing pool. She changed into attire suitable for entering the water and set off directly for Liuyin Island of the Qingxiao sect. Chapter 43. The Stirring of the Spirit Sword. Liuyin Island is arguably the most extraordinary location within the entire Qingxiao sect. It is a floating island situated atop the Moonheart Lake at the heart of the sect. The majority of the island is occupied by the sword washing pool, which is connected to the Moon Heart Lake below by a waterfall cascading from the island, resembling a white silk ribbon falling from the heavens. This spectacle, along with the radiant trials array on the back mountain and several other sites within the Qingxiao sect, is collectively referred to as the Four Great Beauties of Qingxiao. Xie Liuyin had the fortune of witnessing the other three beauties in her previous life. The Moonheart Lake holds a unique position. It is said that the largest spiritual vein of the Qingxiao sect is concealed beneath its depths. Consequently, formidable formations have been laid around the lake, and the law enforcement team patrols tirelessly day and night. Should anyone dare to approach carelessly, the law enforcement team is authorized to execute them without hesitation or inquiry. Thus, Xie Liuyin early in the morning hung her access card conspicuously at her waist, fearing that the law enforcement team might overlook it and hastily take her life. Fortunately, the sect leader had already informed the law enforcement team of her intention to enter the sword washing pool today. As she approached, she had no time to utter a word before the cultivators of the law enforcement team proactively cleared the path for her. Gratefully, Xie Liuyin thanked the two senior sisters who stepped aside for her. Then, with an excited heart, she stepped into the teleportation array leading to Liuyin Island. Suddenly, a blur enveloped her vision, leaving her somewhat dazed. By the time she regained her composure, the scene before her had transformed from a crescent-shaped lake to a vast water pool. There, the second elder, Jing Wenlan, garbed in white, floated above the water's surface, seemingly in a state of meditative tranquility. For reasons unknown, Xie Liuyin felt an inexplicable urge not to disturb this serene atmosphere. Fortunately, due to her formidable spiritual sense, the second elder had already detected Xie Liuyin's presence. After a moment of gentle adjustment, she emerged from her meditative state. The tall figure of the woman abruptly opened her eyes, and in the next instant, she materialized directly before Xie Liuyin from the center of the sword-washing pool. Jing Wenlan's appearance was not as delicate as that of the fifth elder, Feng Hongqiu. Rather, an inherent resoluteness befitting a sword cultivator graced her brow. "You must be Xie Liuyin, the newly accepted disciple of the moon-holding junior uncle," Jing Wenlan remarked, scrutinizing the young girl before her. Though merely a girl at the fourth level of qi refinement, Xie Liuyin exuded a faint aura of sword intent that caught Jing Wenlan's keen eye. Since assuming the weighty responsibility of guarding the sword-washing pool, Jing Wenlan had seldom left Liuyin Island. Although she had heard of the news regarding the moon's disciple before, she had never truly witnessed it. Today, upon meeting Jing Wenlan, she found herself harboring a greater fondness for Xie Liuyin. The ability to cultivate a strand of sword intent within just a few months suggested that her character as a cultivator was undoubtedly commendable. It was also Xie Liuyin's first encounter with the legendary sword sovereign of the Qingxiao sect. With utmost respect, she clasped her hands in greeting and said, "I have the honor of meeting you, second elder. I am Xie Liuyin. I am well aware of your purpose. Yet before you enter the sword pool to seek a sword, I must offer you a word of caution. The swords within have already developed sentience. They possess their own thoughts and will choose their masters. Should they be willing, even the sword of the founding ancestor can be taken. However, if they are unwilling, you must never force them." Xie Liuyin discerned the underlying advice in the elder's words and obediently acknowledged it. Taking a deep breath, she exhaled a cloud of turbid air before plunging decisively into the tranquil surface of the lake. Once submerged, her ceremonial robes swiftly activated, utilizing spiritual power to envelop her in a small bubble of air. As she opened her eyes and gazed towards the bottom of the pool, her heart was profoundly shaken. Beneath the placid water lay a vast and profound expanse, with a towering stone tablet standing upright in the center of the pool. Gazing beyond the rippling waves, she discerned the word Sword Tomb inscribed upon the tablet. Shifting her focus from the monument, Xie Liuyin quickly beheld the multitude of various spiritual swords densely scattered across the pool's floor. Suppressing the exhilaration within her, she channeled her spiritual energy and descended towards the bottom of the pool. Before arriving, Xie Liuyin had already contemplated the type of sword she wished to choose. However, upon her actual descent into the sword-washing pool, her conviction wavered. As she pondered which sword to charm first, a short sword suddenly leaped forth from the shadows, circling around her in a flurry of excitement. It appeared exceedingly animated, its hilt nudging against her in a manner that suggested an eager desire to accompany her. Xie Liuyin could hardly conceal her astonishment. She had anticipated a prolonged endeavor to win the favor of a sword, yet here she was, seemingly chosen so swiftly. Filled with delight, she reached out to grasp the short sword, only for it to be violently displaced by a hefty sword before her fingers could make contact. Xie Liuyin hesitated, observing that while the heavy sword was aesthetically pleasing, it was ill-suited for her. Pressing her lips together, she contemplated how to gracefully decline the offer when a flurry of other swords, third, fourth, fifth, and countless more, crowded around her. They seemed incensed that their chosen one was being usurped, and without inquiring about her preferences, they commenced a chaotic scuffle. The first short sword, in particular, became the target of the majority of the other swords' hostility, receiving a thorough beating and being relegated to a corner while desperately attempting to inch closer to Xie Liuyin. Among them was a crimson blade, seemingly the ringleader of the spiritual swords. It immediately sent several of the swords nearest to Xie Liuyin flying, assertively claiming the position at her right hand. Occasionally, it would nudge against the back of her hand, leading Xie Liuyin to feel as if it were urging her, "Human, what are you waiting for? Grasp me swiftly." The commotion caused by the spiritual swords clashing was quite considerable. Standing on the shore, Jing Wenlan observed as the previously tranquil surface of the water suddenly became animated, with waves rising and crashing. Were it not for the protective formation surrounding the sword-washing pool, the water might have splashed beyond the confines of Liuyin Island. Fortunately, Jing Wenlan was able to sense the movements of the spiritual swords within the pool. Otherwise, she might have suspected that Xie Liuyin had entered to wreak havoc. However, with so many spiritual swords simultaneously in a frenzy, Jing Wenlan realized that something was amiss. Her gaze fixated on the pool, her eyes shimmering with intensity. A cultivator's choice of a personal sword is not a matter of the individual selecting the sword, but rather the sword choosing the individual. Each person's spiritual roots and foundations are distinct, thus the swords that suit them vary accordingly. Generally speaking, even an exceptionally talented individual might only attract a handful of swords. The fact that so many swords were vying for dominance suggested the presence of someone capable of accommodating all varieties of swords. Such a person Jing Wenlan ceased her thoughts, suddenly reminded of a figure from the Qingxiao sect, who had once incited a similar uproar among countless spiritual swords. This individual was none other than the founding ancestor of their sect, renowned as the first innate sword bone in the history of the cultivation world. Chapter 44. The Ancestor's Sword Chooses Its Master. The battle at the bottom of the pool escalated in intensity. Although the lighting was poor, Xie Liuyin's exceptional senses allowed her to discern that an entire array of spiritual swords was engaged in this fierce skirmish. Among them were certainly a few troublemakers relishing the chaos, yet the combat was undeniably fierce. Xie Liuyin even noted that several sword hilts had been severed. Yet the swords continued their fierce duels as if nothing had occurred. She attempted to speak soothingly, hoping to quell the agitated spiritual swords and restore tranquility. However, these temperamental spirit swords would hardly heed her commands. She was merely a young girl favored by them, lacking the authority to command such formidable beings. As the situation escalated, Xie Liuyin prepared to leave the pool in search of the second elder for assistance. At that moment, an invisible yet overwhelming pressure suddenly emanated from the center of the pool's depths. Xie Liuyin felt as if an immense mountain weighed upon her, rendering her breathless. The only exception was the red spirit sword at her feet, which persistently brushed against her, clearly unwilling to relinquish its rare master. The pressure intensified, and the unseen sword energy stirred ripples in the water below. Xie Liuyin vaguely perceived cracks appearing on the towering stone tablet. As the waves in the water grew increasingly turbulent, the fissures multiplied and widened. Finally, accompanied by a wave capable of toppling Xie Liuyin, the water column of the sword-washing pool surged skyward, a terrifying sword howl resonating throughout the entire Qingxiao sect, inciting a frenzy among countless cultivator spirit swords. On Qingxiao Peak, the Kunshan sect master felt a twitch in his eyelid, hastily rushing towards the entrance, where he caught sight of the distant soaring water column. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he swiftly made his way toward Liuyin Island. Meanwhile, on Qian Peak, where the newly appointed master resided, the esteemed Miaoyu suppressed the tremors of her life sword, lifting her gaze to the water column, softly murmuring, "Today seems to be the day Xie Liuyin selects her sword." Numerous disciples of swordsmanship anxiously clutched their trembling spirit swords, while the training grounds echoed with cries of alarm. A male disciple exclaimed, "Which ancestor is angered this time?" The entire Qingxiao sect seemed to be under the influence of the sword's resonance, yet atop the daylight peak, no spirit sword stirred. Xian Yu sat beneath the towering radiant tree, helplessly sighing, "Alas, I must once again tidy up the mess left by that little girl." "This is not the case," Jing Wenlan replied, arms crossed, gazing serenely at the now tranquil surface of the water. It is merely that our venerable founder's sword has awakened, seeking a master. The Kunshin sect master gasped in astonishment as the stone tablet finally cracked open. Before Xie Liuyin's astonished eyes, a black longsword slowly emerged from within. To Xie Liuyin, the sword appeared utterly flawless. Not only was its hue striking, but the intricate patterns adorned upon it were exquisite. Its dimensions, from length to width, and the proportions of the hilt, were all perfectly harmonious. It surpassed even the most beautiful spirit sword she had envisioned in her dreams, resonating deeply with her desires. As the obsidian longsword took flight, the previously restless crimson spirit sword immediately became docile, no longer daring to nuzzle against Xie Liuyin. It withdrew and thrust itself into the ground at a distance, adopting a withdrawn demeanor. However, at that moment, Xie Liuyin could not spare a single thought for the red sword's actions. Her entire focus was captivated by the dark spirit sword gliding toward her. Ultimately, the spirit sword hovered before Xie Liuyin. Unlike other swords that would rush to her side, this one circled around her slowly, as if assessing whether she was worthy to become its master. Xie Liuyin dared not move, sensing that this sword possessed an extraordinary lineage. After a while, as if finally reaching a decision, the obsidian spirit sword slashed directly across Xie Liuyin's hand, instantly forging a pact with the blade stained by her blood. The entire event unfolded so abruptly and swiftly that Xie Liuyin had no time to intervene. Celestial golden light descended upon her from above. Simultaneously, it seemed as though something had been added to her mind, a contract binding her soul to the spirit sword before her. You call me senior? The final two syllables appeared to float into the air. Ahem. Clearing its throat, the voice quickly adjusted its tone. Yet Xie Liuyin keenly sensed a notable improvement in the other party's demeanor. Just call me Imo Quebec. Xie Liuyin was taken aback and gazed at the spirit sword hovering before her, tentatively inquiring, Senior, is it truly this sword? Indeed, I am the spirit of this sword. The sword spirit proclaimed with exuberance. I have chosen you, and from now on, you shall be my new servant. You must remember to polish me daily with the softest ice silkworm thread, and my resting place must be crafted from golden phoenix wood aged over 1,000 years. I require a bath every 3 days, and the water must be sourced from a spiritual spring. Listening to the lengthy list of demands presented by the sword spirit in her mind, Xie Liuyin raised her hand to massage her temples. She recalled that the founder of the Qingxiao sect possessed a sword named Mok, which, after the founder's ascension, had been left behind. Now, she felt she was beginning to uncover the reason. Furthermore, each time you touch me, you must bathe and burn incense. And your hands must be coated with sword-nourishing oil. And, wait. Xie Liuyin could no longer endure the situation. Senior, perhaps you should consider forming a contract with someone else? The previously cheerful voice faltered for a moment, quickly transforming into a furious outburst. What do you mean? Do you disdain me? I haven't looked down upon your meager cultivation or your lack of talent, yet you dare to disdain me? With the sword spirit's thunderous roar, the Mok sword unleashed a surge of sword energy. The spirit swords surrounding the bottom of the pool swiftly fled, each darting away with the swiftness of a rabbit. Completely disregarding their earlier affection for Xie Liuyin, the junior does not harbor any disdain. It's merely that I am quite impoverished and cannot meet your expectations. Why not wait a little longer for a cultivator of higher caliber, better talent, and greater wealth? Xie Liuyin tentatively inquired. The sword spirit, displeased, let out a huffy snort. I don't care. In any case, I have already formed a contract with you. You must take me out of this wretched place. I can no longer endure staying here. The Mok sword offered no chance for Xie Liuyin to refuse, immediately leaning into her embrace, adopting an obstinate posture. Chapter 45. Establishing your position. Xie Liuyin, feeling helpless, realized that this sword was indeed the master of the washing sword pool. As long as it was present, she would not be able to form a contract with any other spirit sword today. Fortunately, the Mok sword aligned well with her intentions, as it was the sword left behind by the founding ancestor. Xie Liuyin felt there was little to critique and simply embraced the sword as she departed from the washing sword pool. However, in a corner hidden from Xie Liuyin's view, a crimson spirit sword lingered behind a large rock, reluctantly watching her gradually fade into the distance. Although it had lost a rare natural sword bone as its master, it mattered not. After Mok departed, it would rightfully become the new master of the washing sword pool. The subtle machinations of the crimson spirit sword were lost on both Xie Liuyin and Mok. Ancestor, why have you emerged? The patriarch of the Kunsan sect inquired. Did not the Grandmaster instruct you to remain within the sword-washing pool? How absurd. A jet-black orb of light suddenly burst forth from the sword, its voice mirroring that of the youthful sword spirit. You distinctly told me to remain here to find myself a new master while keeping an eye on the Qingxiao sect. This was not the first time the sect leader had faced the ire of this ancestral spirit. Casting a glance at the bewildered Xie Liuyin, he lowered his voice once more, asking, So, you've chosen her? What is wrong with her? What kind of tone is that? The sword spirit retorted indignantly. She is my esteemed contractee, so you ought to show her some respect. The spirit was displeased, despite referring to Xie Liuyin as his servant. It did not mean that others could belittle his chosen master. She was the only one he had found agreeable after so many years. The Kunsan sect leader hastily offered his apologies, realizing that the decision made by Mok Jin was irrevocable. With a resigned sigh, he acknowledged the situation. The Mok Jin was immensely powerful and was, after all, the sword of the Grandmaster. The sect leader had originally intended for it to remain in the sword-washing pool as a mere ornament for eternity. He never anticipated that this young ancestral spirit would whimsically seek a master for itself. Yet, now that the matter had unfolded, even if the Kunsan sect leader was less than pleased with the outcome, there was no turning back. He reluctantly stated, Since you have made your decision, we, as your juniors, cannot hinder it. There is but one request I must make. Being the sword of the Grandmaster, you represent his image to the outside world. In the future, could you please be mindful of your words? The sword spirit, of course, was reluctant to acquiesce. The words were his to choose. Yet, he harbored concerns that should he refuse, the elderly man before him might obstruct his departure alongside Xie Liuyin. After a moment of contemplation, the sword spirit finally relented. Only then did the leader of Kunshan feel a sense of relief, gesturing for Xie Liuyin to take her leave. Jing Wenlan, evidently quite fond of this junior, observed as Xie Liuyin prepared to depart and presented her with a pass. Should you encounter difficulties in your cultivation in the future, feel free to consult me. Thank you. Second Elder, I shall remember this. Xie Liuyin exclaimed, her eyes alight with surprise at such an unexpected boon. Clutching the pass emblazoned with Jing Wenlan's insignia and cradling the incessantly chattering Mok sword, she returned home laden with treasures. Once Xie Liuyin had departed from Liuyin Island, Jing Wenlan turned her gaze towards the Kunshan leader. Junior brother, it appears you harbor some dissatisfaction with our junior sister Xie? Xie Liuyin was the disciple of their junior uncle, and by the hierarchy of their sect, Jing Wenlan was indeed obliged to refer to her as junior sister. Kunshan paused momentarily, replying, It is not that I am displeased with her, but this girl has consistently caused trouble since her initiation. First, my disciple faced punishment. Then there were issues with Qin Tian, and even a disciple lost his life. Junior brother, Jing Wenlan interjected impatiently, while I am unaware of other matters. I do know why Qin Tian encountered trouble. Before you cast blame upon junior sister Xie, have you considered that the incidents were provoked by their actions against her? Jing Wenlan continued, As a master and senior brother, it is natural to show favoritism. However, as the sect leader, you ought to maintain impartiality. Junior brother, you must recognize your position. Upon hearing the measured admonition from his esteemed senior sister, Kunshan's face flushed crimson. He hastily clasped his hands toward Jing Wenlan, acknowledging, Sister, your teachings are indeed just. At this moment, Kunshan couldn't help but reminisce about the time when his master, the previous sect leader, entrusted him with the heavy responsibilities of the Qingxiao sect. His master had explicitly conveyed that he held greater expectations for his uncle's disciple, Jing Wenlan, due to her wisdom, decisiveness, and clarity of thought. Should she ascend as the leader of the Qingxiao sect, it was believed she would guide the sect toward a more prosperous future. However, Jing Wenlan was devoted to the sword path and had taken over the sword washing pool from her uncle at an early stage. Ultimately, after careful deliberation among the disciples, his master chose Kunshan. Yet, in his final moments, his master expressed lingering concerns, summoning him to the bedside to impart a caution. Your nature is indecisive and prone to favoritism, yet you possess the redeeming quality of being able to acknowledge your mistakes. Kunshan, the sect leader, closed his eyes and sighed. From now on, I shall strive for impartiality. Xie Liuyin was unaware of the exchange that transpired between Jing Wenlan and the sect leader after her departure. So, how does my sword compare to the one you once possessed? She inquired. It's quite impressive, but to surpass your master, I still have a long way to go, came the reply. Xie Yu cast a nonchalant glance and let out a dismissive snort. The sword spirit, displeased by this, materialized from the inky mist. What are you trying to prove in front of me? Have you forgotten how you once pleaded for that spirit sword in the sword-washing pool? Xie was taken aback that such an event, which had occurred so long ago, was still remembered by Mokjian. He pressed his lips together, striving to suppress the warmth on his face. Has the senior truly been in slumber all these years? If I wish to sleep, I shall. And if I do not, I shan't. Young lad, from now on, your disciple shall be my contract partner. You must diligently instruct her to swiftly reach the golden core stage, lest I lose face when she ventures out. This goes without saying. Xie readily agreed, casting a glance at Xie Liuyin imbued with a hint of sympathy, affirming that the junior would indeed guide your contract partner well. As the focal point of discussion between the human and the sword spirit, Xie Liuyin suddenly felt a chill run down her spine. In the realm of the Moon Fox clan, within the Fox Emperor's palace, a pure white little fox, devoid of any blemish, found itself encircled by a group of exquisitely formed young men and women, who gently placed it upon a soft cushion woven from the silk of the snow moon spider. Our little prince has truly been wrong this time. That Xie celestial being is rather domineering. The little prince merely visited his peak. Yet he was forcibly detained as a spirit pet for such an extended duration. The Moon Fox Prince's foster mother lamented, wiping away her tears, as though their little prince had endured unspeakable hardships atop the daylight peak. However, upon hearing her words, the Moon Fox Emperor snorted coldly. What grievances has he suffered? In my opinion, Xie has been rather lenient. Allowing him to be a spirit pet while still enjoying daily feasts and comforts is far too indulgent. If it were up to me, he would have to endure significantly more trials. Listening to his father's unrelenting remarks, the little fox on the cushion let out a soft whimper, yet dared not retort. Chapter 46. At last, you can withstand my move. The Moon Fox Emperor has always cherished his youngest son, who possesses the highest innate talent. However, the son, being rather mischievous, cunningly deceived both his adoptive mother and the guards, secretly venturing beyond the clan's territory, where he narrowly escaped being captured by malevolent cultivators. The Moon Fox Emperor believed that it was imperative to impart a significant lesson to his son, otherwise, the boy would undoubtedly become increasingly audacious in the future. Do you comprehend that the two malevolent cultivators who sought to capture you harbored intentions of draining your blood and flaying your skin? Even if you sought refuge within the Qingxiao sect, those two were audacious enough to wait for you at the mountain gate for a full month. Had it not been for the celestial sovereign of the moon, who informed me of your whereabouts and insisted on keeping you at the daybreak peak to recuperate for a month, and subsequently sent someone to escort you, your life would have been forfeit the moment you dared to leave the Qingxiao sect. The Moon Fox Emperor grew increasingly incensed, and your discernment is appalling. You were easily coaxed by a female disciple into daring to steal from the daybreak peak. How many times have I warned you not to offend the celestial sovereign of the moon, not to provoke her? Why can you not remember? The small fox accepted the earlier reprimands, yet he felt a twinge of injustice. But father, when you first mentioned the celestial sovereign, you never told me she was named celestial sovereign of the moon or that she was the master of the daybreak peak in the Qingxiao sect. He coughed awkwardly to mask his embarrassment. Even if you were unaware of the sovereign's identity, that does not justify your reckless act of stealing from her. Is this how I have raised you? I was deceived as well, the small fox murmured, burying his head in his fluffy, large tail. The Moon Fox Emperor let out a cold snort, finally satisfied with his son's guilty expression. For the next few years, you are forbidden from going anywhere. We shall discuss your freedom once you have fully cultivated your human form and forged your demon core. The little fox opened his mouth, wishing to plead with his father. He longed to see the other again. However, the Moon Fox Emperor did not grant him the opportunity to resist, with a wave of his hand. He locked him away in the Moon Fox clan's secret training grounds. This sacred place was where countless ancestors of the Moon Fox had perished, allowing for extraordinary cultivation, to prevent his youngest son from seizing any chance to escape. The Moon Fox Emperor imposed a restriction upon him. He could only leave once he had successfully formed his demon core. Trapped, the little fox desperately attempted to break through the barrier that confined him. After several futile attempts, he found himself bruised and battered, yet the barrier remained unmoved. And the Moon Fox Emperor did not appear to offer any solace. The little fox finally understood that his father was determined to teach him a lesson this time. He curled up in silence, tears welling in his eyes. He had no idea how long he would be imprisoned there. All he wished was that before he could find his way back, Xie Liuyin would not forget him. Xie Liuyin, on the other hand, was uncertain whether possessing a fateful sword was a blessing or a curse. Get up quickly. How can you hope to be worthy of me in such a weak state? The inky spirit sword hovered before her, its spirit urging her to rise from the ground. Yet, Xie Liuyin had long since exhausted her strength. She had been pinned beneath the moke sword for several hours, and the wooden sword she usually wielded had been reduced to a mere handle. She bore numerous crimson marks on her body, inflicted by the blade of the moke sword, her limbs heavy and devoid of strength. It was a struggle just to speak, let alone rise to continue the battle. Yet the sword spirit persisted in its taunts. How can you possibly prevail? That old man could practice swordplay for 3 days straight without rest. Gritting her teeth, Xie Liuyin summoned her resolve and managed to rise from the ground. However, what awaited her was a relentless series of defeats. The moke sword, a spiritual blade that had accompanied her ancestral master from obscurity to ascension, proved its formidable prowess. Though she was not a sword cultivator, its wielder exhibited a mastery of the sword that surpassed that of many cultivators. Xie Liuyin prided herself on her foundational sword techniques, which had served her well in the trials, allowing her to dominate her opponents. Yet, when faced with the moke sword, even her simplest maneuvers were effortlessly countered, leaving her wooden sword disarmed. The sword spirit reprimanded her sternly. Are you truly a sword cultivator, or merely a practitioner of swordsmanship? For a sword cultivator, the sword is akin to one's very essence. If you can so easily relinquish that essence, what hope do you have of attaining immortality? Taking a deep breath, Xie Liuyin endeavored to calm her tumultuous thoughts. She recognized that her grip on the sword was sound. The disparity between her and the moke sword lay in technique and power. While these differences could lead to her defeat, they need not result in her losing her weapon. Yet, why did she consistently find herself disarmed? The chasm between her strength and that of the moke sword was vast, rendering their encounters brief and infrequent. Xie Liuyin focused all her attention on the moment when the two long swords clashed, once, twice. Suddenly, the moke sword altered its trajectory, lunging towards Xie Liuyin's wrist. In the next instant, her wooden sword was sent flying. As she recalled this moment, Xie Liuyin's brow furrowed slightly, as if she had come to a realization. At this juncture, she slowly opened her eyes. I understand now. It was my fear of injury that made me tremble before your might. So, whenever the threat of harm loomed, I would instinctively relinquish my grip on the sword. Ultimately, it boiled down to my unwillingness to truly engage with the moke sword, coupled with my doubt that the sword spirit would ensure my safety. Thus, the sword became a weapon I willingly discarded, rather than an extension of myself. Once more, Xie Liuyin called out to the moke sword. This time, she did not wait for it to strike. Instead, she boldly charged forward with her wooden sword in hand. In that moment, Xie Liuyin completely abandoned any notions of technique or swordplay. Her sole focus was to triumph over her opponent. She cast aside the constraints of sword techniques, employing every means at her disposal. Even the sword spirit had never witnessed such reckless abandon in combat. Several times, the spirit was compelled to yield, fearing that should it engage in earnest, Xie Liuyin might lose her head. Finally, as the sword spirit reversed its strike, about to collide with her wrist, she deftly twisted her wrist, positioning herself in an astonishing manner to parry the moke sword. Excellent, the sword spirit remarked, its tone imbued with delight. At last, you have managed to withstand one of my strikes. Chapter 47. The defection of Feng Yilei. The notion of receiving the next move was merely a consequence of the sword spirit granting Xie Liuyin her freedom. Xie Liuyin was acutely aware of this fact. Thus, rather than feeling elated, she became increasingly cognizant of the vast chasm that separated her from the sword spirit. During the subsequent 2 months, she did not stray a single step from the sunlight peak. Her days were consumed solely by sword practice, meals, and rest, leaving no room for any other pursuits. Consequently, she missed a significant commotion within the Qingxiao sect, Feng Yilei's defection. This incident unfolded half a month after Elder Qin Tian had been confined. A new disciple, who had previously maintained a good rapport with Feng Yilei, reminiscing about their past camaraderie, specifically visited him at the Frost Blade Windsword Cliff. During this visit, the disciple inadvertently let slip information regarding Elder Qin. Feng Yilei, already sensitive by nature, immediately pressed for details concerning Qin Tian's punishment. Upon learning that his master not only lost his position as an elder, but also that the Crimson Flame Peak had come under the dominion of the true monarch Miaoyu, he was further disheartened to discover that his master faced a century of confinement, while the other senior brothers and sisters had long lost their former glory. Unable to endure such a stark contrast, Feng Yilei, filled with resentment, not only incapacitated the visiting disciple, but also disguised himself in the guise of the new disciple, stealthily escaping from the Qingxiao sect. By the time the new disciple's senior sister sensed something amiss and traced her way to the Frostblade Windsword Cliff, Feng Yilei had already vanished without a trace. However, Feng Yilei had forgotten that upon joining the sect, he had left behind a soul lamp at Qingxiao sect. Utilizing this lamp, the investigator tasked with tracking Feng Yilei, Zhong Haoqi, swiftly located his whereabouts. Once included in this list, any disciple of the Qingxiao sect who encounters Feng Yilei must take action to capture and eliminate him, thereby purging the sect of traitors. However, this secret is known only to the sect master and a few elders. How is it? Is the wound still festering? The fourth elder, Wu Xiao, gazed at the ghastly wound on Zhong Haoqi's abdomen, his fists clenched in silent anguish. The third elder, Gu Fan, who possessed a pure with spiritual root and specialized in the healing arts, infused the last vestiges of his spiritual energy into the wound, finally exhaling in relief. For now, it has been staved off. To promote healing, however, we will require spirit spring water. The others present leaned in, and indeed, they observed the black energy within Zhong Haoqi's wound clashing with a verdant spiritual force, precariously maintaining a balance. What is the origin of this malevolent practitioner? Not only is his cultivation remarkably profound, but he also harbors such a dreadful spiritual poison. The eighth elder, Du Luan, could not help but exclaim. Speaking of this matter, Zhong Haoqi felt an overwhelming urge to vent his frustrations. He had anticipated that he would merely be confined for a while, perhaps tasked with some arduous duties for the Qingxiao sect, just like his master. Who would have thought that this young man had already allied himself with a nefarious practitioner? Upon encountering Zhong Haoqi, he had engaged in a series of deceptive antics, leading Zhong Haoqi into the trap of the dark practitioner through a moment of inattention. The malevolent figure possessed a spiritual poison, rendering Zhong Haoqi's abdominal wound perpetually unhealed, and instead, it was deteriorating. Fortunately, Gu Fan was an exceptionally skilled healer, managing to stabilize his injuries with pure with spiritual energy. Yet, to completely eradicate the spiritual poison afflicting Zhong Haoqi, spirit spring water was essential. This spirit spring water is not merely ordinary spring water infused with spiritual energy. It is a liquid formed from a highly concentrated essence of spiritual energy. The conditions for the formation of spiritual spring water are exceedingly stringent. Even a powerful sect like the Qingxiao sect possesses merely a small flask of it. Upon hearing Elder Gu Fan's words, the leader of the Kunchen sect dared not delay. He promptly summoned someone to open the sect's treasury, retrieving the violet jade gourd containing the spiritual spring water, and allowed Gu Fan to extract a few drops for use by Zhong Haoqi. The efficacy of the spiritual spring water proved to be miraculous. With just 3 drops, the formidable spiritual poison was instantaneously neutralized. The wound that initially left Elder Gu Fan at a loss was completely healed in the blink of an eye. After being helped up from the bed, Zhong Haoqi addressed the sect leader, inquiring about his intended course of action regarding the malevolent cultivator. The sect leader responded, stating that he would notify the leaders of other sects, urging them to exercise caution regarding this elusive and sinister figure. Without delay, within a day, the 36 other sects of the Bishu realm, along with the Loose Cultivators Alliance, received news concerning the mysterious malevolent cultivator. The Kunchen sect leader particularly highlighted the peculiar shape of the adversary's claws and the terrifying spiritual poison they bore. Upon receiving this information, the sects immediately relayed warnings to their disciples engaged in expeditions, advising them to exercise heightened vigilance. After all, Zhong Haoqi, a practitioner of the nascent soul stage, had fallen victim to the malevolent cultivator. Should their disciples encounter him, they would likely fare no better. The situation within the Loose Cultivators Alliance was even more intricate. The so-called alliance merely consisted of a selection of well-regarded and reasonably powerful individuals from among the Loose Cultivators, temporarily overseeing their affairs. The registered Loose Cultivators were vastly outnumbered by those who remained unregistered. The alliance's administrators, left with no alternative, could only disseminate the news as best as they could. As a gentle reminder, let these wandering cultivators strive to disseminate the news to as many people as possible, in hopes of saving a few innocent lives. However, several days after the news spread, some bodies of wandering cultivators were discovered in a certain valley, each one of them having succumbed to wounds tainted by spiritual poison. The reverberations of this incident sent ripples through the Baisu realm, Yet neither Xie Liuyin nor Xie Mingzhu, situated in the Qinshao sect, were aware of it. The former was deeply engrossed in her cultivation, indifferent to worldly matters, while the latter, due to a lack of reminders and her thoughts consumed by the plight of the soon-to-be imperiled young master Su He, paid no heed even to her own master, let alone the few deceased wandering cultivators. Xie Mingzhu calculated the days carefully and realized that in just 3 days, it would be the time when Su He Ji Ming, the young master of the Su He clan, would encounter danger. Last century, he had unexpectedly been saved by the vile Princess Luo, leading to a marriage engagement between them. This unfortunate circumstance caused Ji Ming to develop feelings for her. Yet he was compelled by the engagement to dote on Princess Luo, subjecting her to several grievances. In this new life, Xie Mingzhu resolved to rectify this regret. She intended to become Su He Ji Ming's savior, ensuring that he would completely belong to her. Chapter 48. The transformable spatial treasure not far from Yinhua town. In the wilderness, a cloud boat was leisurely making its way toward the Qingshao sect. Adorned with a distinctive emblem, the elegant medium-sized cloud boat, upon closer inspection, revealed the characters Su He. Within the most spacious and luxurious cabin of the boat, a boy, draped in a third-grade Xian fox fur cloak, was enveloped in its warmth. His features exquisite and his lips pale. His fingers, exposed beyond the cloak, were unsettlingly pale, resembling the glistening chill of snowflakes threatening to break free. The guard attending to the young master hastily presented a bowl filled with a dark, viscous concoction, kneeling to implore him to partake. However, upon sighting the bowl, the youth recoiled in revulsion, as if repulsed by the very notion of the medicine. "Quickly remove it. I cannot bear to look at that," he exclaimed, embodying the frustration that had long been harbored by Xie Mingzhu. The guard, caught in a quandary, instinctively sought the counsel of the middle-aged man beside him. The elder waved his hand dismissively, signaling the guard to lower the bowl and to exit the room. With that, the guard exhaled in relief, along with the other attendants, leaving the uncle and nephew in solitude. "Only you truly understand the state of your own health. Why continue this childish defiance against taking your medicine?" The middle-aged man sighed softly. Su Ji Ming furrowed his brow tightly. "I have consumed this remedy for over a decade, yet my condition remains deplorable. Whether I take the medicine or not, it seems inconsequential to me. This potion has been meticulously prepared by the renowned physician sage, and the precious herbs utilized are beyond count. To preserve its potency, it has not been fashioned into pills, but rather distilled into this liquid form," the elder countered. "Without this bowl of medicine, it is likely you would not have survived to see today." Su He Ji Ming coughed violently several times, struggling to regain his breath. "To live in such a state is worse than death itself," he lamented. His body had deteriorated to such an extent, after over a decade of care. There was still no sign of improvement. It seemed that for the remainder of his days, he would be condemned to endure the bitter companionship of this unpalatable concoction. Su and Ji Ming felt that they had endured enough of life. Perhaps death would offer a swifter release. "What nonsense," the middle-aged man admonished softly. "Our journey to the Qinshao sect is to seek a life-saving elixir for you. Trust your uncle. Once we acquire the spiritual spring water from the Qinshao sect, your ailment will be cured." However, Ji Ming had heard such reassurances numerous times before. Over the years, his uncle had taken him to various places, always insisting that consuming some miraculous herb would restore his health. Yet, after countless attempts, Ji Ming's condition showed no signs of improvement, and he had utterly lost faith in his uncle's words. Perhaps sensing his nephew's skepticism, his uncle, Yuan Tianwen, explained helplessly, "I have not deceived you. Although the elixirs you've taken seemed ineffective, they have been subtly enhancing your body all along. Once you consume the spiritual spring water, the medicinal properties of those herbs will be fully activated, and your body will truly heal." This was not mere rhetoric. It was a painstakingly devised solution that Yuan Tianwen and his sister had labored to uncover over many years. Upon hearing this explanation, Ji Ming's expression gradually softened. After a brief silence, he inquired, "Uncle, you truly haven't misled me? Once we obtain the spiritual spring water, can I truly return to being a normal person?" Upon hearing the final 3 words, Yuan Tianwen felt a surge of compassion. "Of course, you can. I assure you, you will regain your health." With this promise, Ji Ming ceased to speak further and, suppressing his nausea, swallowed the bowl of medicinal concoction in one gulp atop the Yari Peak. Having endured another day of torment from the Moke sword, Xie Liuyin continued her routine of soaking in a medicinal bath for an hour. However, the once agonizing experience had lost its sting for her, Azada informed her that the bath would be adjusted again in 2 days. Xie Liuyin calmly completed her soak, feeling her strength and spiritual energy replenished significantly. Before retiring for the night, she recalled that she had not visited her spatial treasure in several days, so she set the moke's sword aside and quietly slipped into her training room. Diving into the space, the realm appeared as it always had, though many spiritual fruits had fallen to the ground due to her prolonged absence. In the medicinal garden she had meticulously circled off, numerous new seedlings of spiritual plants had sprouted, and those she had previously planted were now flourishing. Instead of hastily gathering the spiritual fruits, Xie Liuyin first summoned the spring water to irrigate the garden. The area she designated for the medicinal garden was quite expansive, and she intended to plant even more spiritual herbs in the future if the opportunity arose. Did you really conceal a spatial treasure? A youthful voice suddenly rang out beside her, startling Xie Liuyin. She widened her eyes and turned to see a dark orb of light flying into her medicinal garden. Xie Liuyin hurried after it, exclaiming, "How did you get in here? Weren't you sleeping outside?" "Humph, I don't need sleep," the sword spirit replied. "I merely noticed that you seemed overly fatigued these past few days, so I decided to offer you a chance to rest." Though he did not articulate it directly, Xie Liuyin understood that he was concerned about disturbing her with his presence, thus feigning sleep to allow her a moment of tranquility. The benevolent intentions of the sword spirit went unnoticed by Xie Liuyin, who discreetly ventured into the training room. The sword spirit assumed that Xie Liuyin intended to cultivate secretly without his knowledge, and he could not permit such a thing. Upon following her, he discovered that she had directly entered a spatial realm. The moke sword and Xie Liuyin were bound by a soul contract, and this spatial treasure was also tethered to her soul, allowing him to follow her effortlessly without her awareness. "Do not wander recklessly. How did you even enter?" Xie Liuyin pondered, increasingly concerned that the sword spirit might damage the spiritual herbs she had planted, prompting her to hasten after him. The sword spirit explored the garden of herbs and the clear spring within the space, before finally exclaiming with a sense of wonder, "You are quite fortunate to have encountered a transformable spatial treasure. Such items are exceedingly rare. In my many years of existence, I have only come across 2. "What do you mean by transformable?" Seeing that he did not disturb the plants in the garden, Xie Liuyin felt reassured. After more than a month of companionship, the bond between the sword spirit and Xie Liuyin had grown increasingly intimate, leading him to be quite candid with her. He elaborated, "Transformable means that as long as you find suitable spiritual materials, your spatial treasure can evolve into something greater and more formidable. Not only can the spiritual plants you cultivate grow more rapidly, but even that clear spring may transform into a spiritual spring." Xie Liuyin's eyes sparkled with excitement. Without needing her encouragement, the sword spirit continued, "However, finding the appropriate spiritual materials is no simple task. To alter a spatial treasure, one requires 5 elements spiritual crystals. The formation of such crystals is quite arduous. It is rare to find even a single piece within a high-grade spiritual vein. Moreover, the quality of the spirit crystals must be of the finest caliber, possessing pure attributes, otherwise they would be of no use." The sword spirit meticulously conveyed these requirements to Xie Liuyin, ultimately stating, "Given your current abilities and financial resources, gathering the 5 elemental spirit crystals will take you at least several hundred years." His tone was earnest, sending a chill through Xie Liuyin's heart. Chapter 49. "I shall purchase them for you. The 5 elemental spirit crystals are exceedingly rare, and for Xie Liuyin to locate even a single piece would be a formidable challenge, let alone the necessity of acquiring 5. She could only wave her hand dismissively, saying, "Let us proceed step by step. Spirit crystals are still a distant goal for me." The sword spirit, aware of the difficulty in finding the 5 elemental spirit crystals, made no effort to hasten Xie Liuyin. After spending some time within, they realized that the hour was growing late, so they withdrew from the space to rest. The next morning, before the sun had even begun to rise, Xie Liuyin was awakened by the moke sword, urging her to practice swordsmanship. The sword spirit elaborated, "Practicing at dawn allows one to absorb a strand of the morning sun's essence, which can refine your golden spiritual root, rendering it ever more pure." Xie Liuyin had no objections. To her, any activity that could aid her cultivation was worth attempting. During a break, Xie Liuyin's sound unexpectedly chimed. Upon answering, she discovered that Hua Lingxue had finally managed to secure a day off and wished to visit Yinhua town, inviting her to join the following day. She agreed to this invitation and promptly informed it to Xie Liuyin was somewhat free-range under Xin Yu's care, as he seldom inquired about her daily activities. Even when Xie Liuyin immersed herself deeply in her cultivation, Xian Yu would occasionally advise her, concerned that her diligent apprentice might exhaust herself. Thus, when he heard that Xie Liuyin intended to take a stroll outside, he not only refrained from viewing her as indulgent, but also wholeheartedly supported her decision. With a sense of resignation, Xie Liuyin accepted this. After making arrangements for her outing, she once again devoted herself to the arduous path of cultivation. Having endured the relentless strikes from the MOK sword for quite some time, Xie Liuyin had now acquired the ability to withstand several blows from the sword spirit. However, she still found herself unable to last more than half an hour before being brought to the ground by her opponent. Recently, she sensed a subtle indication of progress in her cultivation. Moreover, she had begun to study the second layer of the Heartless Sword technique. While she had memorized the fundamental principles, her spiritual power seemed insufficient to execute this sword technique. Consequently, Xie Liuyin dedicated herself to her training, eager to enhance her abilities swiftly. Having already experienced the formidable strength of the first layer of the Heartless Sword, she eagerly anticipated the power of the second layer. Alu had prepared a water blue moonlight brocade dress for her outing the following day. Although there were matching accessories, Xie Liuyin found them overly cumbersome and opted for a single hairpin with defensive properties. When the next day arrived, Xie Liuyin changed out of the disciple's robe she had worn for several months. After Alu helped her with her appearance, she hurried to the agreed-upon meeting place with Hua Lingxue. Hua Lingxue had been waiting there, adorned in an exquisite snow-white embroidered gown. The intricate patterns on its hem shimmering with silver threads, creating a beautiful, ethereal glow. After exchanging a few casual pleasantries, the two set off toward the outskirts of Qingxiao Sect. The bustling town of Yinhua thrives, owing to its proximity to the Qingxiozong, whose formidable defensive array encompasses it within its protective bounds. Consequently, many seeking refuge have deliberately settled in Yinhua, transforming this once modest town into a locale rivaling grand cities. However, the townsfolk, accustomed to the name Yinhua, have chosen not to redefine it as a city. In the eastern district, 12 alleyways are lined with an array of shops, alongside numerous enterprises belonging to esteemed families. For instance, the renowned Suwa clan, famed for their craftsmanship and artifact forging throughout the Bishu realm, has established a Wanbao pavilion in Yinhua. It is rumored that within its walls, a dazzling assortment of magical instruments awaits, with every conceivable item available to those who seek it. Yet today, Hua Lingxue has not come to procure artifacts. Rather, she has reserved a magical garment at the Xianyi building and received word that it is now complete. Thus, she has invited Xie Liuyin to accompany her in inspecting the robe. One cannot deny that Hua Lingxue possesses exquisite taste. The garment is strikingly beautiful, crafted from robust materials. Upon a glance, Xie Liuyin notices the intricate formations etched within the crystalline beads adorning the robe. Should it face an attack, these formations will spring forth immediately, safeguarding their mistress, Hua Lingxue. The sword spirit, trailing behind Xie Liuyin, seizes the opportunity to admire the robe. Unable to suppress a gasp, is it true that female cultivators' attire has become so extravagant? In the past, the garments of cultivators were far less elaborate. Suddenly, the sword spirit falls silent, and just as Xie Liuyin assumes he disapproves of such attire, she hears him shyly inquire, "Is that really the case?" "Certainly. It is indeed true. At that time, I shall procure garments in various hues for you, allowing you to don a different one each day, ensuring a month of delightful variety." Hearing the anticipation in his tone, Xie Liuyin smiled and assured him. Hiki. The sword spirit could not contain his amusement and chuckled lightly. The craftsmanship at the Celestial Garment Pavilion was commendable, and both Hua Lingxue and Xie Liuyin were satisfied, promptly settling the remaining payment to take home the ethereal robe. Upon learning that this exquisite attire cost 1,000 spirit stones, the sword spirit hesitated for a moment before whispering to Xie Liuyin, "Why not purchase 2 for me instead? The prices here are exorbitant, akin to highway robbery." Meanwhile, far away on the daylight peak, Xian Yu inexplicably let out a vigorous sneeze. After browsing the Celestial Garment Pavilion once more without finding a suitable outfit, the two decided to leave and explore other locales. Xie Liuyin recalled the arena established by the affluent Qian family in Silverflower Town and urged Hua Lingxue to accompany her for a visit. She had long been intrigued by the arena and had contemplated participating in a few matches. However, the emergence of the MOK sword had temporarily quelled that desire. Hua Lingxue was well aware of her little master's fervor for cultivation and had also heard of the arena, so the two joyfully set off to partake in the excitement. As Xie Liuyin had previously heard, The arena was divided into 3 categories: Qi Refinement, Foundation Establishment, and Golden Core. The rule here was that as long as one possessed sufficient cultivation, they could ascend any of the 3 arenas by paying 10 spirit stones. However, winning a single match in the Qi Refinement arena would only yield 10 spirit stones, and the reigning champion could earn up to 500 in a day, provided they fought for at least 6 hours. Given that Xie Liuyin and Hua Lingxue did not have ample time on this outing, they decided to gather some information and return in a few days to try their hand at battling in the arena. Not long after stepping out of the arena, Xie Liuyin's peripheral vision suddenly caught sight of a familiar figure. She quickly turned her gaze to see Xie Mingzhu slipping into a narrow alley, seemingly following someone. After a moment's contemplation, Xie Liuyin decided to pursue her, urging Wallingxue to join her. Chapter 50. Here we are. Xie Mingzhu had not anticipated her good fortune. After leisurely wandering through Silver Flower Town twice, she inadvertently stumbled upon the predicament of Su He and Ji Ming. They were being subdued by 2 mysterious cultivators, rendered helpless as they were taken away. The perilous encounter faced by Su He and Ji Ming was something Xie Mingzhu had heard him mention numerous times in his past life. At that time, Su He and Ji Ming had accompanied his uncle to the Qingxiao sect in search of medicine. Yet he had been confined to a small room for so long that his family forbade him from venturing outside at will. Ultimately, Su He could no longer bear it and implored his uncle to allow him a brief stroll through Silver Flower Town. The numerous and conspicuous marks belonging to the Su family made it easy for the malevolent cultivators to spot him shortly after he set out. This group of nefarious cultivators was sizable and exceptionally skilled, with one possessing the ability to manipulate others. Unbeknownst to Su He, he fell under their control, and with the aid of the malevolent cultivators, he quietly evaded the watchful eyes of his guards, thus being whisked away by them. Initially, Xie Mingzhu hesitated to follow, acutely aware of the ruthless nature of these malevolent cultivators, who were rumored to have captured numerous cultivators in Silver Flower Town. Ultimately, aside from the fortunate escapees, Su He and Princess Luo, the rest of the cultivators met a grim fate at the hands of the malevolent ones. However, after careful consideration, Xie Mingzhu realized that if she did not dare to follow and personally risk her life to rescue Su and Ji Ming, how could they ever remember her kindness? Moreover, based on her previous life experiences, Princess Luo had already been captured by the malevolent cultivators at this moment. Just the thought of the other party using their status to make her life difficult ignited a fire of fury within her. This time, she would not allow that wretched person to save Ji Ming. She intended to sever Princess Luo's path to survival, ensuring that she perished alongside the group of evil cultivators. With such thoughts in mind, Xie Mingzhu tightly clutched the sword talisman given to her by Yu Chaowen and followed closely behind those malevolent beings, trailing them into an alley. Yet, after a turn, the individuals who had been ahead of her suddenly vanished. Xie Mingzhu hurried a few steps forward, but could not locate their whereabouts. The third one. I told you that there was a little mouse pursuing us, but you didn't believe it. Look, she has followed us all the way here. Suddenly, a strange male voice echoed from behind her. She whirled around to find 2 malevolent cultivators blocking her path. Instantly, Xie Mingzhu's complexion turned pale. She could no longer think of Su and Ji Ming and swiftly attempted to escape deeper into the alley to find a place to hide. However, after just a few steps, she collided head-on with 2 more malevolent cultivators. Meanwhile, Su and Ji Ming, whom she had been desperately concerned about, lay abandoned like mere puppets by the malevolent cultivators. At that moment, Xie Mingzhu comprehended fully. She had been played by these individuals, who had discovered her tracking them long ago. With this realization, fear gripped her heart even more, and she longed to flee, eager to escape this perilous situation. However, her cultivation was inherently limited, and she had come alone. Facing these malevolent practitioners was beyond her capabilities. Before Xie Mingzhu could even activate the sword talisman in her hand, she felt a void in her mind, and her entire body fell under the sway of an uncontrollable force. What a promising specimen indeed, willingly presenting herself. It was truly a rarity. The first of the assailants, a portly man, reached out to caress her fair face, his gaze unmistakably akin to that of a merchant appraising merchandise. Xie Mingzhu, terrified, felt tears welling in her eyes as she desperately tried to evade the man's hand. Yet her body remained paralyzed by the enchantment. In that moment, an overwhelming regret engulfed her for having followed. Had she known it would come to this, she would have allowed Princess Luo to claim her life-saving favor. After all, even though she was betrothed to Ji Ming, he had never regarded her with anything but indifference. Yet, No amount of regret could alter her fate now. The malevolent practitioners seized her storage pouch, leaving no stone unturned, even confiscating the sword talisman she clutched tightly. Upon recognizing the talisman, their expressions darkened. The third one cursed. This girl has a formidable practitioner backing her. We must hasten to remove her from Yinhua town. Should anyone notice her absence, it won't be long before the trail leads back to us. Ultimately, all that was required was blood and soul energy. The lives of these individuals were of no consequence. As these words sank in, Xie Mingzhu's dread deepened. She understood all too well what their intentions entailed. If she were truly taken, she might never see the light of day again. Yet, despite her profound despair and desperation, she remained ensnared by the puppet technique's grip. After the group of individuals exited the secluded alley, it was not long before two figures pursued them. Xie could hardly believe that such a remote place existed in Yinhua town. As she and Xie Liuyin navigated the winding paths, she couldn't help but exclaim her astonishment. Noticing that Xie Liuyin had suddenly halted, she inquired, "Little Master Uncle, shall we not continue the chase?" The peculiar aura emanating from those individuals suggested something amiss. It would be perilous for the two of them to recklessly pursue them. It would be wiser to first inform the city lord and the sect about the matter, Xie Liuyin replied. Xie, however, had not perceived anything unusual about the group. Her curiosity was merely piqued by witnessing Xie Mingzhu's furtive behavior, prompting her to follow along. Yet, she had always placed her trust in Xie Liuyin, and given that her little master uncle had a point, she resolved to heed her advice without question. After a brief discussion, they decided to split their efforts. The more proficient Xie Liuyin would trail the group from a distance, seeking an opportunity to discern their destination, while Xie would notify the city lord's residents and Qingxiao sect about the presence of malevolent practitioners in Yinhua town. Listening to Xie Liuyin's instructions, Xie felt a twinge of unease. Are those individuals truly malevolent practitioners? Will it be dangerous for you to follow them, little master uncle? Xie Liuyin assured her that they were indeed malevolent practitioners. This certainty stemmed from the information relayed by the sword spirit, the Moke sword, dedicated to eradicating evil. Would not misidentify such a crucial matter. Certainly, this statement was not a deceitful one. After all, with the protection of the Moke sword and the possession of a spatial treasure, Xie Liuyin could easily retreat into safety at any moment. Xie nodded in agreement and obediently followed Xie Liuyin's instructions to seek help. Once she departed, Xie Liuyin summoned the sword spirit, sensing the lingering aura left by the malevolent cultivators. Let us proceed. Guide me to their lair. Chapter 51. They have come. After being cast into the dungeon, Xie Mingzhu soon discovered that it was teeming with captives, several of whom were garbed in the robes of the Qingxiao sect. The more she observed, the more alarmed she became, realizing that these sinister cultivators were undoubtedly formidable. Controlled and led toward a corner of the dungeon, Xie Mingzhu caught sight of a familiar face, Princess Luo. Unlike the proud and enchanting visage she remembered, the princess now lay pallid and prostrate on the ground, cradled by a delicate maid who appeared exceedingly worried. Upon seeing Princess Luo, Xie Mingzhu felt a flicker of reassurance. It would be all right. In her past life, both Princess Luo and Suhi Jiming had managed to escape, and surely she too would find a way to flee in this lifetime. After repeating this comforting thought several times, Xie Mingzhu finally calmed herself somewhat. When Xie Mingzhu and Suhi Jiming were ultimately confined in the innermost dungeons, the restraints upon them were lifted. Suhi Jiming immediately collapsed to the ground. His frail body, already in a weakened state, required assistance even for daily movements. Having been controlled and dragged such a considerable distance in his current condition, he was utterly spent. With no medicine at hand, if this continued, his life would surely be in jeopardy. Come. Suhi and Jiming strained their voices, endeavoring to summon the malevolent cultivators. The maiden imprisoned in the adjacent cell immediately grasped his intent and retorted, "Do not call for them. It would only bring misfortune upon yourself. They care not for our lives. Should you find yourself on the brink of death, they will bypass those ahead of you and drag you away to be bled." The chill in the maid's voice sent a shiver down Suhi and Jiming's spine. He promptly pressed his lips together, refraining from making any further noise. Meanwhile, Xie Mingzhu, having overheard this exchange, felt an urge to counter, especially since the speaker was a handmaiden of Princess Luo. Yet, upon reflecting on her precarious situation, she sealed her lips, fearing that offending the princess and her entourage would jeopardize her own chances of escape. Outside the dungeon, 20 malevolent cultivators had finally gathered. Though vicious, this group conducted themselves with utmost caution. They had chosen individuals with unique bloodlines who lacked any substantial connections in Silver Blossom Town. As for the disciples of the Qingxiao sect, they were largely inconspicuous outer disciples, without masters and lacking the value of their inner counterparts. Their absence would go unnoticed for several days, thus preserving the secrecy of their operation. Initially, all proceeded smoothly. Given a few more days to amass 100 individuals and collect their blood, they could safely withdraw from Silver Blossom Town and continue their nefarious activities elsewhere. However, the unexpected return of the third member and the portly companion had unwittingly invited considerable trouble upon them. The accused third brother felt somewhat aggrieved. Second brother, we did not intend for this to happen. We never anticipated that the girl's identity would be so sensitive. Besides, she discovered the anomaly on her own and clandestinely followed us. In truth, both the third brother and the chubby companion had contemplated simply eliminating Xie Mingzhu on the spot. However, being outside, they were concerned that the scent of blood would attract the patrolling guards. Consequently, in recent days, the other party had arranged for numerous guards to patrol, aiming to uncover the truth behind the disappearance of the cultivators in town. Thus, the malevolent practitioners had become increasingly cautious, fearful of revealing any slip that might draw the attention of the guards. The second brother scoffed, wanting to say more. But the imposing man at the head of the group raised a hand to silence him. This man, robust in stature, bore a scar that cleaved his face, rendering him remarkably fierce. He cast a glance at the chubby fellow and the third brother, inquiring, "Did you just say that the girl followed you on her own?" "Indeed," the third brother replied, nodding obediently. "As we walked, we noticed she had been trailing us, so we simply captured her." The elder brother suppressed a smirk and commanded, "Pack your belongings. We must relocate." "Why should we change locations? Everything was fine," the third brother questioned, bewildered. The elder brother shot him a glare. "We have been discovered." "You fool." After reprimanding him, the elder brother disregarded the younger sibling, immediately instructing 5 individuals to gather their belongings and erase any traces left behind, while the remaining members accompanied him to the dungeon to retrieve the blood of those captives. No one dared to voice any dissent, promptly following the elder brother's orders. "Why? Do you still dare to inquire why?" The leader was nearly amused to the point of laughter by this younger brother's folly. That girl clearly was not an ordinary disciple. With her meager cultivation, she was able to detect something amiss and had followed us all the way. It was evident that the Qingxiao sect had taken notice of our irregularities. It is likely that she had gleaned information from some source, leading her to you, in hopes of uncovering our whereabouts through your guidance. The leader coldly articulated his conjecture, and in the flickering candlelight, his scarred visage appeared all the more menacing. "Had I not speculated, the Qingxiao sect would undoubtedly have already conspired with Yanhuizhen to exterminate us, the so-called evil cultivators." A note of derision tinged his tone, leaving one to wonder whether he mocked the Qingxiao sect or the term evil cultivators. Prompted by his elder brother's remarks, the third brother, who had been previously bewildered, turned pale as the implications sank in. There was no need for the leader to elaborate further. Once those dozen or so evil cultivators entered the dungeon, they immediately seized their captives and commenced the grisly act of throat-slitting. Yet, as their blade poised at a cultivator's neck before they could make a move, a fierce sword aura swept through, severing the evil cultivator's dagger in an instant. Chapter 52. Visitors from the Qingxiao sect. The dagger shattered into several fragments, the sharpest shard piercing the throat of the evil cultivator. Blood erupted forth violently, startling the drugged cultivators, whose limbs had turned feeble, causing them to cry out in terror. Not only were they taken aback, but the remaining evil cultivators were equally shaken by the horrifying scene. The leader's gaze sharpened instantly. He scanned the vicinity and soon spotted a dark-hued spirit sword soaring into the dungeon. "The disciples of Qingxiao sect have arrived. We must act swiftly." The leader felt a tightening in his chest upon seeing the spirit sword. The founding ancestor of Qingxiao sect was a master swordsman, and consequently, most of its disciples trained in the art of the sword. This spirit sword was evidently no ordinary weapon. It was undoubtedly summoned by someone of peak master status. Nevertheless, the leader was determined to fight back. He was unwilling to concede at the crucial moment. Drawing the knife from his waist, he charged toward the spirit sword. The other evil cultivators, inferior in strength to the leader, were momentarily stunned, prompting the more astute second-in-command to shout, "Why are you hesitating? This is the time our leader has bought for us." Instantly, the evil cultivators snapped to attention and sprang into action. However, they were unprepared for the sudden appearance of a wooden sword, which pierced the heart of one of their comrades. The evil cultivators were struck with horror. The second-in-command swiftly swung his blade toward the direction of the wooden sword, but the sword vanished more swiftly than he could react. Soon after, another evil cultivator was attacked. He did not even perceive the assailant's movement before the wooden sword had claimed his life with ruthless efficiency. The wooden sword then appeared as if possessed, continuously manifesting beside various evil cultivators, striking from angles they could not have fathomed. Had it not been for a few who glimpsed the hand wielding the sword, they might have doubted the sword's existence altogether. The leader, acutely aware of the unfolding disaster, was consumed with urgency as he witnessed his brothers fall one by one. One by one, the malevolent cultivators fell, though a few with greater prowess soon discerned that the wielder of the wooden sword seemed to lack sufficient strength, barely managing to fend off one or two attacks. Yet the adversary's movements were exceedingly elusive. Despite their diligent efforts to resist, they sustained considerable injuries. Third brother's wrist was also pierced, and upon realizing his superior cultivation, the opponent decisively shifted targets, striking repeatedly at his hand in an attempt to incapacitate his grip on the weapon. Second brother, witnessing the overwhelming tide of battle before him, felt an escalating dread. He too had been stabbed in the arm. Although he swallowed a medicinal pill to staunch the bleeding, the fear within him remained insatiable. Casting a furtive glance around, he observed that first brother was likewise entangled with the dark-hued spirit sword. Understanding that if he failed to make a decision soon, he would likely perish alongside them in this dungeon, second brother gritted his teeth and shouted, "Boss, I will go summon the other brothers for assistance. You all hold on for a moment." With that, he turned and fled the dungeon. The remaining malevolent cultivators, already paralyzed by fear, saw second brother's retreat and, lacking genuine camaraderie, began to entertain their own escape plans. They hastily followed in his wake, feigning a desire to exit the dungeon. Observing this, third brother urgently interjected. "What are you doing? One person calling for reinforcements is sufficient. The rest of you must join me in capturing this wooden sword wielder." However, the remaining 6 individuals ignored third brother's plea and, instead, quickened their pace to flee. Upon witnessing the scene, the third brother discerned the unmistakable intentions of these individuals. They were evidently attempting to betray him and his elder brother in a desperate bid to escape from the 2 invaders. This revelation ignited a fiery rage within him, for he was not known for his placid temperament. In a swift motion, he raised his blade with his left hand and severed the head of the last malevolent cultivator. He had anticipated that his threat would instill fear in these individuals, deterring them from fleeing. However, to his astonishment, the more ferocious he appeared, the faster they fled, terrified of being slain by him before they could be pierced by the wooden sword. The elder brother, ensnared by the moke's sword, witnessed this unsettling spectacle and firmly shut his eyes. The betrayal of these evil cultivators filled him with resentment. Yet he was taken aback by the foolish actions of his younger sibling. These cultivators were hardly virtuous. They had allied with the elder brother solely due to the lure of the spiritual stones he provided. Lacking any real capability, they were merely expendable aids. Their departure would not be a significant loss, yet the younger brother's decision to take violent action against them, resulting in a fatality, was utterly inexcusable. The already precarious situation had now devolved into infighting, diminishing any chance of these cultivators remaining to assist them. At this juncture, further deliberation was futile. The elder brother could only hope that he and his sibling would survive to leave the Silver Flower Town. In the dungeon, only the elder and the third brother remained. The latter possessed a unique ability to control others, which he intended to employ against the wielder of the wooden sword. Yet, as he extended his spiritual energy, he found nothing to grasp. Not only was he unable to exert control, but he could not even manage to touch the hem of the opponent's garment. At that moment, the invisible assailant wielding the wooden sword began to shatter the prison cell, intent on releasing the captives. Old San was taken aback once again and hurriedly rushed to intervene. But by the time he acted, it was already too late. With a resounding bang, one of the prison cell doors was shattered. It turned out that the imprisoned cultivator had quietly detoxified himself. He had merely refrained from acting earlier due to uncertainty about the situation outside. Now, witnessing someone come to his rescue and subduing the most formidable of the evil cultivators, he no longer pretended to be incapacitated. He broke free from his cell and joined the wielder of the wooden sword in liberating the others. Coincidentally, he was also a healer, possessing a considerable stash of detoxifying powder. He had previously concocted an antidote for himself, and upon gaining his freedom, he unleashed the powder without hesitation. The remaining imprisoned cultivators caught a whiff of the powder, and soon they felt invigorated. Thus, a cacophony of sounds erupted within the dungeon as those who had endured days of torment began to escape their confines, unceremoniously launching an assault on the last two remaining evil cultivators. Though the leader was formidable, he was continually restrained by the Moke Sword, which thwarted his attacks whenever he attempted to strike at other cultivators. After several encounters, he was left battered and bruised, while those surrounding him grew increasingly emboldened. Similarly unfortunate was his brother, Old San, whose abilities could only control one individual at a time. Some resilient cultivators willingly shielded their comrades, and once captured, the others swiftly employed a binding spell. In no time, the remaining cultivators pounced upon Old San, swiftly apprehending him. When the personnel from the Qingxiao Sect and the city lord's mansion arrived in haste, they were met with the astonishing sight of a throng of cultivators relentlessly beating the two evil practitioners. Chapter 53. The Savior. The dungeon was in utter chaos, with two nefarious cultivators scurrying about in a state of utter disarray. The leader of the guards, dispatched by the city lord for rescue, pointed at the two malevolent figures and inquired of Chang Yu, "Are these the ruthless cultivators and the suffering junior sister you spoke of?" Chang Yu opened his mouth, intending to respond, but ultimately succumbed to despair and fell silent. He turned to glance at Hualing Xue, who insisted on accompanying him for the rescue, and redirected the question to her. "Is this indeed the merciless cultivator and the tormented junior apprentice, Xie?" At that moment, Xie Liuyin had already emerged from her spatial artifact, wielding a wooden sword and relentlessly pursuing the third disciple, exhibiting a fierce determination to incapacitate him. Had it not been for the timely intervention of the guards, it was likely the third disciple's hands would have been severed by now. In response, he wept profusely as he cowered behind the guards, voicing his grievances. "You have finally arrived. Had you delayed any longer, these people would have beaten me to death. You dare to complain. Shouldn't you be punished? If it weren't for me and Mok Jian, the inhabitants of this dungeon would have perished at your hands long ago. The very fact that you are still alive to converse with us is an act of our mercy." Enraged, Xie Liuyin dragged the third disciple back out and delivered several forceful kicks. The other captured cultivators, witnessing this, rushed forward to join in the reprimanding. This scoundrel had exploited his puppet mastery to abduct and torment them for days. They could not bear to let him escape unscathed. The guards feigned intervention, yet they did not take any real action. They merely uttered a few words to deter the assault, lacking any true intent to protect the third disciple. Fortunately, the cultivators exercised restraint in their actions. They resorted only to brute force without employing their spiritual energy. Once the third brother had his jaw dislocated and his limbs rendered utterly immobile, they finally chose to release him. As for the first brother, his fate was even more dire, for he was the leader of the evil cultivators, and the pressure from the Moke Sword was overwhelming. When the guards managed to rescue him, every bone in his body was fractured, to prevent him from taking his own life. The medical practitioner administered a concoction of soporifics that he had prepared. Upon ingesting the drug, the first brother succumbed to utter disarray, unable to even maintain consciousness, let alone retaliate against them. As for the other evil cultivators, they were swiftly apprehended as soon as the guards and the disciples of the Qingxiao Sect burst onto the scene. Upon learning that all the evil cultivators had been captured, Xie Liuyin finally felt a sense of relief. However, compared to the two of them, Xie Mingzhu found herself in a less favorable position. After all, it was only by following her that Xie Liuyin and her companion discovered the presence of the evil cultivators. How, then, had Xie Mingzhu sensed that something was amiss? Had she not been a disciple of the Qingxiao Sect, and had she not proven her lack of involvement with that group of nefarious individuals, she might have faced rigorous interrogation. Nevertheless, Kunshin sternly admonished her, forbidding her from leaving the Qingxiao Sect indiscriminately and commanding her to diligently cultivate on Yunshuang Peak. Feeling humiliated, especially after being rescued by Xie Liuyin, whom she despised, Xie Mingzhu could not contain her anger and indignation. In a fit of rage, she reached out to her parents, venting her grievances against Xie Liuyin. At this moment, Xie Liuyin remained blissfully unaware that her rather troublesome younger sister had once again gone to report her. She was elated by the newfound applications of the spatial artifact she had discovered. While in the dungeon, Xie Liuyin had been singularly focused on rescuing others, entirely oblivious to the astounding capability she possessed to manipulate the spatial artifact. It was only after she calmed her mind that she recognized the significance of this revelation. Initially, She had not contemplated using the spatial artifact for rescue. It was only during her pursuit of a few malevolent cultivators that the monk's sword had mentioned, almost casually, that certain spatial artifacts could transport their bearers along with them. As long as the artifact's master remained concealed within the spatial realm, no one could possibly detect her presence. Instantly, an idea sparked in Xie Liuyin's mind, prompting her to attempt this venture. Given her relatively low cultivation level, she was fortunate that, due to the considerable distance and the concealment talisman affixed to her, she had thus far evaded the notice of the malevolent cultivators. However, once she stepped into their territory, the likelihood of capture would increase significantly should she attempt a rescue. To avoid the possibility of failing to save anyone and, in turn, endangering herself, Xie Liuyin sought a discreet location to conceal herself and the monk's sword within the spatial realm. Channeling all her spiritual energy and consciousness, she ardently communicated her desire for movement to the space. Whether it was sheer luck or the extraordinary nature of her spatial artifact, it began to shift in accordance with her will. Initially, the movement was sluggish, but as Xie Liuyin gradually acclimated to the sensation of the shifting space, its velocity surged dramatically. It was through this remarkable ability that Xie Liuyin was able to follow the monk's sword all the way to the stronghold of the malevolent cultivators, blending in with their ranks and ultimately entering the dungeon alongside them. Later, she relied on her spatial treasure and the technique of ghost shadow pursuit to swiftly teleport throughout the dungeon, vanquishing numerous malevolent cultivators. Through this chaotic battle, Xie Liuyin thoroughly mastered the usage of both the spatial artifact and ghost shadow pursuit. She intended to wield these as her secret weapons, ready to deploy when confronted with formidable foes. Her young disciple, having dispatched a considerable number of evil cultivators today, was likely fatigued, so it would be wise for her to rest early. However, halfway through her departure, she suddenly recalled something and turned to ask, "Master, I visited the arena in Silverflower Town today and noticed many young cultivators engaging in friendly sparring. May I join in the excitement?" Xie Liuyin was not concerned about her disciple's safety, as she would only be participating in the chi refining stage of the arena. The arena was quite orderly, with dedicated personnel stationed at one side and numerous formations laid out on the platform. Should either party resort to lethal moves, a barrier would automatically rise to separate them. Chapter 54. Lovers reunited from a past life in an ancient, elegant mansion. A young lady dressed in a butterfly-patterned gown made of azure silk stubbornly clung to a pillar, refusing to let go. Beside her stood a young maid clad in servant attire, who, while listening to the girl's wails, fed her pieces of spirit fruit with a golden fork. Just as the girl cried out in thirst, she opened her mouth wide for a bite. After swallowing the spirit fruit, she affectionately remarked to the maid, "Alon, you are truly wonderful. You are my favorite." The maid named Alon felt a sense of helplessness, knowing that her young mistress changed her favorite person several times a day. Half an hour ago, she had expressed her fondness for the disciple of the Qingxiao sect who had rescued her. Despite his persistent efforts to persuade the young lady, she remained unyielding. This young lady, known as Princess Luo, had long been the target of jealousy from Xie Mingzhu. Recently, following a quarrel with her mother's male companion, she found herself unsupported by her own mother. Having been pampered since childhood, Princess Luo could hardly tolerate this affront. She swiftly took her loyal maid and fled from Yuxing City. Fortunately, the steward of the city lord's residence discovered the princess's departure and reported it to Lord Luo Pinga. However, Fei Ling never anticipated that they would trace her to Yinhua Town, only to learn that she had been captured by malevolent cultivators before they could even see her. The news nearly caused the steward to faint. It was unimaginable how exhilarated Fei Ling felt upon sighting the perfectly fine Princess Luo. But the princess was resolute. She had run away to explore the world of cultivation. Yet, she had not yet satiated her desire for adventure, nor could she dismiss the memory of her savior from that day. At that time, Princess Luo had been drugged, utterly powerless and slumbering in her maid's embrace. However, the commotion caused by the malevolent cultivators storming the dungeon soon roused her from her slumber. It was then that she witnessed Xie Liuyin wielding a wooden sword, bravely battling through the throngs of malevolent cultivators with remarkable ferocity. Princess Luo felt a surge of excitement. Apart from her own mother, she had never encountered such a formidable female cultivator. In that moment, she resolved to become friends with this extraordinary woman. Regardless, I am resolute. I must see my benefactor and be with my dear sister. Princess Luo fully embraced her petulant demeanor. She was acutely aware that the servants dared not compel her. As long as she refused to leave, They were utterly powerless against her will. Indeed, this was the case. Seeing the unwavering determination of the young mistress, Feilin had no choice but to retreat and inform his lord of the developments. Far away in Yuxing City, Luo Pinga listened to his daughter's account with an unperturbed demeanor. As long as she was safe, he saw no issue in her desire to remain there. As for the young lady who had aided Xiao Luo, he instructed that a grand gift be prepared for her, to be personally delivered by Xiao Luo. Since his daughter was so eager to befriend that astute female cultivator, Luo Pinga was naturally inclined to fulfill her modest wish. Upon receiving the Lord's command, Feilin obediently set about his task. Upon hearing that she could indeed stay, Princess Luo joyfully seized her handmaiden Alan and made haste to visit King Xiuzong to express her gratitude to Xie Liuyin. Fortunately, Feilin intervened in a timely manner. Since that fairy, Xie, was the lifesaver of our young mistress, it would be only proper to prepare a gift. It would be rather discourteous for the young mistress to arrive empty-handed at King Xiuzong. In matters such as these, Princess Luo was quite compliant. She readily agreed, and once Feilin had arranged a substantial gift, she set off with her entourage to deliver the invitation to King Xiuzong. Alongside Princess Luo, Su and Jiming also prepared to thank their savior. Unlike Princess Luo, who idolized Xie Liuyin, Su and Jiming sincerely expressed their gratitude for the life-saving intervention. They were fully aware of the perilous nature of the situation they had faced. His health had always been frail, and that group of malevolent cultivators, driven to desperation, sought to drain the captured practitioners of their lifeblood. Had it not been for the timely intervention of Xie Liuyin, he would likely have already succumbed to death. Coincidentally, Suhi and Jiming intended to request medicinal herbs from the Qinxiao sect during this journey. Thus, 2 letters of homage were swiftly delivered to the desk of the Kunshan sect master. He perused them briefly before instructing his disciple to forward the letters to Xianyu for his discretion in handling them. However, the guard from the Suhi family subtly implied their desire to purchase spiritual spring water at a high price. The Suhi clan was a venerable lineage within the Bishu realm, wielding considerable influence in the realm of cultivation. After the guard's departure, he convened the other elders to deliberate on the matter. The consensus was that the decision to provide the spiritual spring water hinged on the quantity requested by the Suhi family. If only a few drops were sought, they could afford to part with some at a premium. However, should the demand be excessive, it would be prudent to decline with a plausible excuse. After all, the spiritual spring water was exceedingly rare. Their Qinxiao sect possessed merely a small flask, which was essential for emergencies and could not be distributed. Once they obtained permission from the Qinxiao sect, 2 groups arrived in a grand manner, bearing gifts. They first paid their respects to the sect master at Qinxiao Peak before proceeding to Yari Peak to express their gratitude to Xie Liuyin. Meanwhile, Suhi Jiming left his uncle, Yuan Tianwen, behind to negotiate with the Kunshan sect master regarding the spiritual spring water. Due to Suhi Jiming's delicate health, the Qinxiao sect, acknowledging their status as esteemed guests, specially dispatched several spirit cranes for their transport. As the 2 groups descended upon the mountain path of the Sun Peak, they unexpectedly encountered a girl clad in a white dress, her countenance filled with sorrow. Upon seeing Suhi and Jiming, tears suddenly streamed down her face, and she called out in a haunting voice, Jiming. Chapter 55. He flees, she pursues. Xie Mingzhu gazed at the familiar visage before her, her heart brimming with unuttered words she longed to convey. The past few days had been exceedingly arduous for her. Not only had she been interrogated by the city lord's guards, but she had also received a severe reprimand from the sect master. Her misfortunes had stemmed entirely from her desire to save Suhi and Jiming. Yet, the latter seemed completely indifferent to her plight and was now preparing to express gratitude to her nemesis, Xie Liuyin, alongside the despicable Princess Luo. A profound bitterness enveloped Xie Mingzhu, for Jiming had once treated her with such kindness in the past century, willing even to sacrifice himself for her. However, in this lifetime, he regarded her as a stranger. Even when she had attempted to approach him in the dungeon, he had donned an air of aloofness. Nevertheless, for the sake of their precious bond, Xie Mingzhu resolved to muster the courage to confront him once more. If Suhi and Jiming were willing to depart with her and solemnly vow to disregard Xie Liuyin and Princess Luo henceforth, she would readily grant him her forgiveness. Thus, Xie Mingzhu gathered her resolve and raced to the mountain path of the Sun Peak, determined to confront her former confidant from her past life. Her tone was imbued with melancholy as she looked upon Suhi and Jiming, her gaze unmistakably tinged with familiarity and intimacy. The ever-curious Princess Luo, oblivious to the history between them, inquired, "Do you know this young lady? Would you like to reminisce with her?" Just as she had hoped. She could take the initiative to meet her benefactor sister, perhaps truly forging a friendship with her. However, Suhi and Xie Ming furrowed their brows in confusion. He did not recognize this female cultivator at all. She had suddenly appeared yesterday and had been captured in a bewildering manner. At that moment, Suhi and Xie Ming found her peculiar, and later, he sought the guards of the city lord's mansion, expressing his concerns about Xie Mingzhu, urging them to examine her thoroughly. To his astonishment, she was released and now, with insatiable ambition, continued to approach him. Xie Ming recalled those who had learned of his identity in the past, always drawing near with ulterior motives. He cast a disdainful glance at Xie Mingzhu and said coldly, "I do not know her. There is no need to pay her any mind. Let us proceed up the mountain." With the young master's words, the guards and attendants accompanying Xie Ming immediately understood, stepping forward to obstruct Xie Mingzhu, escorting their young master up the mountain. Xie Mingzhu wished to draw closer to Xie Ming, yet the guards of the Su family were impenetrable, leaving her no opportunity to approach. Her heart sank further. Convinced that Xie Ming had been deceived by Xie Liuyin and Princess Luo, she hurriedly called out to his retreating figure, "Xie Ming, don't go. Xie Liuyin is not a good person. Do not let her deceive you. Though my words may sound strange now, we are truly friends, Xie Ming." Suddenly, Suhi and Xie Ming paused on the mountain path, and Xie Mingzhu, seeing this, believed she had moved him with her words. But before she could revel in her joy, she witnessed Suhi and Xie Ming suddenly take flight, their speed surpassing what it had been before, as if they longed to distance themselves from Xie Mingzhu as much as possible. This scene nearly shattered Xie Mingzhu's heart, and she wiped away a tear from the corner of her eye, just as she intended to chase after them to discover what they would say during this encounter. However, shortly after the sun had dipped below the horizon, a barrier abruptly rose, effectively sealing Xie Mingzhu outside. Filled with frustration, she recognized the handiwork of Xie Liuyin. Her narrow-minded sister was determined to prevent her from interacting with Xie Ming, thereby ensuring that Xie Liuyin alone could claim his life-saving grace. Suppressing the fury boiling within her, Xie Mingzhu clenched her teeth and turned to guard the mountain path. Although Xie Ming still resisted her during their meeting, she firmly believed that those who cherished her would not waver in their affection simply because they lacked memories of a past life. Just like her master Xie Liuyin and the little fox, their past fondness for her remained, subconsciously drawing them to her in this life as well. This time, her impatience led her to meddle without understanding the situation, not only placing herself in peril, but also provoking Xie Ming's misunderstandings. Henceforth, she resolved to let things unfold naturally, refraining from overtly seeking the company of her past confidants. However, she would not covet the debt of gratitude owed for saving her life. Instead, she might attempt to seize the opportunities belonging to others. As this thought emerged, a few faces she despised unconsciously surfaced in her mind. Xie Liuyin, unaware of the events transpiring on the mountain path, experienced a fleeting moment of disorientation upon seeing the faces of Suhi, Xie Ming, and Princess Luo. Suhi and Xie Ming, Xie Liuyin distinctly remembered this individual. This young man was the heir of the Suhi clan, and before Xie Mingzhu's demise, she had disclosed that his father had already perished. It appeared that Suhi Xie Ming was on the verge of assuming the mantle of clan leader. Among Xie Mingzhu's few close male friends, he was relatively rational, at least not the type to cause trouble upon seeing her shed tears. Nevertheless, Xie Liuyin harbored an exceedingly unfavorable impression of him. This was solely due to the fact that he had an engagement with a fiancée who had once saved his life. Yet, Suhi Xie Ming, enamored with Xie Mingzhu, had, at a critical moment, seized the life-saving medicine intended for his fiancée to aid the injured Xie Mingzhu, resulting in the untimely death of his betrothed. This led to a deep-seated enmity between the Suhi clan and Yuxing City, with both parties unwilling to relent. Intriguingly, the unfortunate fiancé, from whom Suhi Xie Ming had taken the vital elixir, was none other than the charming young lady currently gazing at Xie Liuyin with curiosity. Suppressing her thoughts, Xie Liuyin respectfully gestured to the group and said, "Welcome, esteemed friends, to Riyao Peak. Please, follow me inside for tea. By the way, my master has a propensity for drowsiness and is unable to greet guests in person. I hope you will understand." "It's all right, dear benefactor sister. I am not here to see your master. I have come to see you." Princess Luo hastily waved her hand, eager to clarify her intentions. Behind her, Alan felt a wave of darkness envelop her vision, unable to fathom what Xie Liuyin's reaction would be. Had she known, she would have advised the young lady not to speak so freely before entering the Qingxiao sect. It seems we are in a predicament. Could it be that this esteemed friend Xie might expel them outright? However, to Alan's surprise, Xie Liuyin not only refrained from anger, but instead smiled and said, "If you are not concerned, I shall be at ease. Please, come in and take a seat. Ada and the others have already prepared tea and snacks. You may rest inside." Observing her demeanor, Alan let out a sigh of relief. Princess Luo, completely oblivious to any possible missteps in her words, repeatedly exclaimed her approval and followed in Xie Liuyin's footsteps. Had she not worried that her exuberance might startle her benefactor, Princess Luo would have eagerly embraced her arm. In contrast, Su He and Ji Ming maintained a more composed demeanor. He clasped his hands in a gesture of respect towards Xie Liuyin and stated, "In that case, we shall respectfully comply." The atmosphere at Yaori Peak remained amicable, yet the situation atop Qingxiao Peak between the Lord of Kunshan and Yuan Tianwen was somewhat delicate. Chapter 56. Su He and Ji Ming, we are doomed. Having long been aware of the intentions of the Su He clan, the Lord of Kunshan did not decline Yuan Tianwen's request for a conversation. Both being adults, and given Yuan Tianwen's straightforward nature, they promptly delved into the matter at hand shortly after seating themselves. Yuan Tianwen explicitly stated their desire for a few drops of spirit spring water, and upon hearing a few drops, the Lord of Kunshan felt a significant weight lift from his heart. A mere few drops were manageable for Qingxiao sect. Acknowledging the clarity of the proposition, the Lord of Kunshan did not hesitate to inform them that the spirit spring water was indeed for sale, though it would come at a steep price. Yuan Tianwen, with an air of nonchalance, cautiously probed the base price set by the Lord of Kunshan, only to witness his countenance darken to that of a tarnished pot. This was not merely a high price, it was exorbitantly so. Yuan Tianwen endeavored to negotiate a lower price, yet the figure presented had been the result of deliberations among the Lord of Kunshan and the other elders, and they were adamant about not conceding an inch. Furthermore, he believed his demands were not unreasonable. The Suha clan had operated within the realm of cultivation for many years, amassing numerous lucrative enterprises throughout the Bishi realm. The modest sum he sought paled in comparison to the significance of the Suha family's name. However, what the Lord of Kunshan was unaware of was that although Suha Jiming lacked full-blooded siblings, he had many half-cousins. Were it not for the steadfast positions held by his parents, the chief and matriarch of the Hezi clan, Suha Jiming's frail condition would have precluded him from ever being considered as the chosen heir. As the years progressed, Suha Jiming was aging, possessing remarkable talent yet unable to cultivate. If this continued, the other children of the Suha clan would mature, while Suha Jiming remained a mere mortal. The clan elders would hardly be inclined to allow him to retain the title of heir. Instead, they had summoned Yuan Tianwen, the uncle, to seek a remedy solely to alleviate Suha Jiming's frail ailments. This time, Yuan Tianwen arrived with the accumulated savings of his sister and brother-in-law garnered over the years, which naturally could not meet the compensation demanded by the Lord of Kunshan. The atmosphere within the room became tense, and the Lord of Kunshan discerned something from Yuan Tianwen's dismal expression. Yuan Tianwen refrained from inquiring about the Lord of Kunshan's intentions, as he was still enveloped in his displeasure. The Master of Kunshan swiftly exited the reception room and promptly sought out several elders. Elucidating the stalemate, he found himself in with Yuan Tianwen. The remaining elders, who were either engrossed in their cultivation or merely interested in the spectacle, had never taken the time to comprehend the internal strife within the Suha clan. Thus, they were utterly perplexed by Yuan Tianwen's evident predicament. A few of the more hot-tempered elders exclaimed that if the Suha clan displayed such a lack of sincerity, they ought to forego the transaction altogether. The precious Lingquan water was a treasure they would hesitate to part with even for their own kin, let alone sell to outsiders. If the Suha clan could not even meet their most basic demands, what was the point of wasting time? At that moment, Xianyu, who typically shunned idle chatter with these elders, unexpectedly spoke up. They truly lack funds. The internal chaos within the Suha clan means not everyone is inclined to rescue this frail young master. This brief statement left the elders utterly astounded. How was it possible that Xianyu, their esteemed elder, was present in this conversation? They had previously engaged in disparaging remarks about him in this very chatroom. Had he seen all those comments? The elders hastily exited the chatroom, disregarding even what Xianyu had said. The Master of Kunshan was also somewhat taken aback. Yet he maintained his composure in the chat, always careful to uphold his image as the leader and never showing favoritism. Therefore, he managed to continue the dialogue with Xie. Once he grasped the essence of what his junior uncle had conveyed, the master of Kunshan quickly understood his intent. However, Xie had long since cast aside the sound scale, neglecting their messages. Having discerned the circumstances of Su He and Xie Ming, the leader of Kunshan's sect bore no intention to deliberately impose difficulties upon them. He resolutely eliminated the majority of his demands and instead sought a promise from Su He, the head of the family. Should the Qingshao sect encounter any challenges in the future, he requested Su He to extend assistance within the bounds of his capability. Yuan Tian, hesitant to make a unilateral decision, consulted his brother-in-law's thoughts before acquiescing. Thus, while accompanying Xie Liuyin and Princess Luo for tea, Xie Ming received the news. His eyelashes quivered slightly, and he endeavored to suppress his excitement. Finding a convenient excuse, he departed from the Daylight Peak with several attendants, intending to head to Qingshao Peak for medication. Along the way, he unexpectedly encountered Xie Mingzhu, who had been waiting for him on the mountain path. Upon seeing him, her face lit up with joy, and she approached, eager to converse. Yet, given Xie Ming's naturally unsociable demeanor, coupled with his urgency to reach Qingshao Peak, he darkened his expression and snapped, "Get lost." In that instant, the smile faded from Xie Mingzhu's face, and tears cascaded down her cheeks. She had never anticipated that the one she had longed for would treat her thus. Had Xie Liuyin and Princess Luo's influence over him been so profound? Heartbroken, she recalled their many cherished moments together and choked out, "Xie Ming, do you truly wish to treat me this way? You have wounded my heart today, and if you do not properly apologize, I shall never forgive you again." Su He and Xie Ming cast a bemused glance at Xie Mingzhu, exclaiming, "Madwoman." With that, he ordered his guards to usher her away. Not wishing for her to obstruct his path, the group departed from Dayo Peak in a flurry, leaving behind the tearful Xie Mingzhu, who collapsed by the roadside, weeping inconsolably. In her heart, she vowed never to forgive Su He and Xie Ming for their actions. Su He and Xie Ming, we are finished. At this moment, Su He and Xie Ming remained blissfully unaware that a relationship, yet to be ignited and unknown to them, had abruptly concluded. Whether he would ever harbor feelings for Xie Mingzhu was a mystery to the current Su He and Xie Ming, as his thoughts were entirely consumed by the spirit spring water. Upon his hasty arrival at Qingshao Peak, he found that the sect leader of Kunshan had already procured the spirit spring water. As soon as Su He and Xie Ming arrived, the two elders promptly directed him to a room for lodging and administered several drops of the spirit spring water. Immediately, the precious elixirs he had previously consumed activated their full potency, coursing through his veins. Thanks to the miraculous properties of the spirit spring water, the frailty that had accompanied him since birth was finally wholly cured. Chapter 57. Mental restrictions. Su He and Xie Ming had departed. Yet Princess Luo and Xie Liuyin continued their conversation. Princess Luo genuinely admired the female cultivator who had saved her life. And although Xie Liuyin had initially had little interaction with her, she found no aversion towards this somewhat headstrong, yet endearing young lady. After exchanging a few casual remarks, they discovered a remarkable rapport, prompting Princess Luo to seize the opportunity to cultivate a friendship with Xie Liuyin. Now, she no longer refers to Xie Liuyin as sister, but simply calls her Liuyin. Xie Liuyin does not object, and after a delightful feast, Princess Luo sighs and speaks, "Alas, I have long yearned for the valiant female cultivators who traverse the world with swords in hand, as depicted in tales. Initially, I had hoped to hone my skills while aiding the weak and combating the strong during this journey. Little did I expect that mere days after arriving in Yinhua town, I would become the target of malevolent cultivators. Fortunately, Liuyin intervened just in time. Otherwise, my life would surely have been lost. There's no need for such lamentation." Xie Liuyin counters. The city lord had already sensed that something was amiss, and the guards are actively searching for the missing cultivators. Even without my presence, they would likely have discovered your whereabouts. This statement holds merit, for in her previous life, Princess Luo and Su He Ming survived the onslaught of the wicked cultivators. Yet, Xie Liuyin recalls that thereafter, Princess Luo's loyal maid, Alan, mysteriously vanished, reflecting on the rumors from her past life, which spoke of a maid who shared a sisterly bond with Princess Luo. It appears that she met with an unfortunate fate. Xie Liuyin speculates that perhaps Alan devised a plan to create an opportunity for Princess Luo and Su He Ming to escape, only to suffer grave consequences. In light of these thoughts, Xie Liuyin suddenly perceives the profound significance of her rebirth. This second chance not only grants her the opportunity to ascend greater heights, but also provides a chance to alter the tragic fates of others. Though she remains unaware of the forces that enabled her resurrection, she feels compelled not to squander such a monumental opportunity. Perhaps she can leverage this chance to save even more lives. The idea gradually took root in Xie Liyuin's mind, while Princess Luo incessantly murmured in her ear, "Do you think my mother is being unreasonable? It's clearly that pretty boy's fault. Why should I apologize to him?" Princess Luo complained, nibbling on a pastry. By now, she had completely regarded Xie Liuyin as one of her own, freely divulging even her family matters. Standing nearby, Alan wished to silence her mistress, but seeing Xie Liuyin listening with keen interest, she refrained from intervening. Concerned that the princess might choke, Xie Liuyin poured her a cup of tea. "In truth, little Luo, you need not be so bothered by those male cultivators. They are merely transient guests in your home, destined to depart after a few days. If anyone truly makes you uncomfortable or dares to provoke you, simply inform Lord Luo, and he will dismiss them. After all, it is your own home. Surely you have a say in it." She intended to temper the princess's temperament, hoping that Princess Luo might come to understand and take matters into her own hands. However, Lord Luo likely never anticipated that his daughter, instead of grasping her meaning, would run away from home that very night with her maid. Princess Luo let out a soft huff but still looked at Xie Liuyin with a glimmer of hope. "Really? My mother would truly support me in driving them away?" "Of course," Xie Liuyin replied. "Lord Luo is your kin. The others are of no consequence." She refrained from elaborating further, believing it more appropriate for Lord Luo to offer guidance. Aware that this topic was not suitable for extensive discussion, she recognized the delicate balance of relationships, where superficial acquaintances should not delve into profound matters. She swiftly changed the subject. "Have you noticed that there is a fighting arena on East Street in Silverflower Town? I heard that one can earn spirit stones by participating. Xiao Luo, would you be interested in checking it out? I certainly would like to go." "Liuyin, do you wish to join?" Princess Luo inquired eagerly. Ever the social butterfly, she disregarded Alan's subtle gestures and readily agreed. After finalizing the plans, the two chatted for a while longer, and it was only after Alan urged her that the reluctant Princess Luo finally accompanied her out of the Sunlight Peak. However, before departing, Princess Luo kept waving at Xie Liuyin, calling out louder, "Sister Liuyin, do not forget our appointment for tomorrow." Xie Liuyin, feeling somewhat helpless, waved back at her, finally seeing her off. Just as Princess Luo left, a dark mist began to emanate from the Moke's sword. That little girl was insufferable. Why did you engage with her for so long? And you agreed to go out with her tomorrow. Are you not concerned about being driven mad by her chatter? The sword spirit detested children, particularly those who were excessively talkative. The appearance of Princess Luo had interrupted its training with Xie Liuyin, further aggravating its mood. Xie Liuyin, sensing its displeasure, attempted to soothe the sword spirit. "Do not be upset. She is quite charming in her own way. Rest assured, I will not allow my friendships to interfere with my cultivation." With that said, Xie Liuyin lifted her wooden sword again and began to spar with the Moke's sword. Ada and Alu had long grown accustomed to the incessant brawling tendencies of these two combat enthusiasts. Thus, they calmly approached to tidy up the fruit platter and teacups, lest a ferocious clash ensue and shatter their possessions. Meanwhile, the lord of the city intensified the interrogation of the several malevolent cultivators. Regrettably, most of these nefarious individuals had been lured by the big boss through promises of profit, leaving them utterly oblivious to the specifics of the big boss and the buyers lurking behind the bloodshed of the cultivators. Even when the guards employed soul-searching techniques on the wicked, they gleaned little of substance. The interrogation on the big boss's end proved to be even more arduous. He was a tough nut to crack. The Lord ordered them to proceed with soul-searching without restraint. Considering these malevolent cultivators had previously slain over a dozen cultivators and merited no sympathy, the guards dutifully complied. Yet they were unprepared for the outcome. As soon as the soul-searching was directed at the big boss's head, his dantian erupted. Not only did the malevolent cultivator perish, but several guards who had attempted the soul search also sustained significant injuries. Upon learning of this, the Lord's expression darkened instantly. Someone has placed a restriction within that big boss's mind. Concealing memories from us, she murmured softly. Chapter 58. The arena. The following day, Xie Liuyin was awakened by the incessant clamor of the ink blade spirit. As dawn broke on the eastern horizon, the sword spirit eagerly urged Xie Liuyin to rise. insisting she hasten her morning routine, for they were preparing to compete in the arena. With such a combative spirit at her side, Xie Liuyin found herself quite fatigued. Awakened from her slumber, Xie Liuyin seized the opportunity to venture out and absorb the invigorating energy of the morning sun, refining her spiritual roots in the process. This morning's sparring session had unfolded predictably, with Xie Liuyin once again succumbing to the formidable strikes of the Moke sword. Yet, amidst her defeats, a flicker of solace emerged. She had managed to withstand 3 maneuvers of the Moke sword. Moreover, Xie Liuyin sensed a potential advancement in her cultivation was imminent. After an hour of rigorous practice, she dedicated herself to exploring the second layer of the Heartless Sword technique. Throughout her recent confrontations with the Moke sword, her swordplay had become increasingly refined, prompting Shui to encourage her to delve into the Heartless Sword technique rather than squander time on fundamental moves. This technique, notoriously challenging to master, had eluded her grasp, leaving her in a state of vexation. As the appointed hour for their duel approached, Xie Liuyin, urged by her sword spirit, bid farewell to Ada and the others before stepping out. This time, Hua Lingxue awaited her at the mountain gate. Following their previous collaboration to apprehend the rogue cultivator, their bond had deepened, and they had become close friends. "Little Master Uncle, what is the temperament of that Princess Luo you mentioned?" Hua Lingxue inquired, her disposition toward forming friendships rather reserved. Her initial approach to Xie Liuyin had stemmed from admiration for her prowess. Upon hearing that others would accompany them today, Hua Lingxue felt a twinge of displeasure, as if someone were vying for her connection with Xie Liuyin. Unaware of the subtlety in Hua Lingxue's tone, Xie Liuyin reassured her. "Fear not. Though little Luo may be somewhat pampered, her character is not unkind. You both are admirable young ladies. Once you become familiar with one another, you will surely coexist harmoniously." As Hua Lingxue absorbed these words, she responded with a gracious smile, yet an inexplicable sense of trepidation churned within her. Her junior master had only known the enchanting Luo woman for less than a day, yet he held her in such high esteem. Hua Lingxue clenched her fists discreetly, resolving that she must present herself splendidly today, for she could not allow her junior master to favor just one person. With this clandestine thought in mind, Hua Lingxue finally encountered the fabled Princess Luo on East Street. Draped in a delicate pink gown, Princess Luo's attire was less ornate than usual, given her purpose of competing in the arena. Nevertheless, the exquisite embroidery on her outer garment dazzled Hua Lingxue's senses. Upon their initial meeting, the 2 female cultivators exchanged subtle glances, engaging in a silent contest of wills. Noticing Hua Lingxue clinging to Xie Liuyin's arm, Princess Luo promptly approached and embraced the other side. In this tableau, Xie Liuyin appeared as a flirtatious figure, caught in their dual affections. Perhaps due to her emotional obliviousness, Xie Liuyin remained blissfully unaware of any tension, kindly introducing the two. Hua Lingxue and Princess Luo exchanged forced smiles, offering casual greetings until they were out of Xie Liuyin's sight, whereupon their eyes clashed once more in a fierce confrontation. Oblivious to the undercurrents, Xie Liuyin approached the arena supervisor, requesting a registration form. The 2 women immediately donned smiles, feigning a harmonious demeanor as they shook their heads at Xie Liuyin. "No, let my junior master compete in a few matches first. I wish to witness her prowess," Hua Lingxue murmured softly. Princess Luo also chimed in, urging, "Sister Liuyin, hurry up. I want to see you become the champion." Xie Liuyin shook her head, sensing an inexplicable oddity about the two. However, she could not quite articulate what it was that felt amiss. Since they were not competing for the time being, Xie Liuyin completed her registration form and submitted it, accompanied by the requisite 10 spirit stones. After reviewing her registration and assessing her cultivation level, the supervisor reluctantly granted her permission to compete. However, upon noticing the wooden sword Xie Liuyin wielded, he called out to her, "Young lady, won't you consider changing your weapon? That wooden sword may not give you an advantage in the arena." Xie Liuyin smiled confidently, clutching her wooden sword. "There is no need for concern, supervisor. I can win even with this wooden sword." With unwavering determination, she turned and strode toward the arena, leaving the supervisor momentarily speechless. Youthful exuberance, he mused inwardly. Nonetheless, he had assigned her to face an opponent at the 3rd level of Qi cultivation, believing that even with a wooden sword, she would not suffer an embarrassing defeat. Indeed, he anticipated Xie Liuyin would lose, not merely due to her choice of weapon, but because it was evident she was a disciple of a sect. The major sects today were exceedingly protective of their disciples, rarely allowing them to endure harsh training. Moreover, the young lady appeared delicate and unassuming, not resembling a formidable practitioner. The challengers in the arena were typically rogue cultivators seeking to earn spirit stones. While these rogues might not possess the innate talent of Sect disciples, they were rich in combat experience. Furthermore, at the Qi refining stage, it was not yet a matter of competing based on innate abilities. The supervisor was exceedingly confident in his judgment and discreetly sent someone to place a bet at a nearby gambling den, wagering on the victory of the physical cultivator from the opposing side. Alas, he mused, he was poised to effortlessly pocket 100 spirit stones once again. The small gambling game set up near the arena caught the attention of Hua Lingxue and Princess Luo. Initially, they were uninterested, as neither of them was in want of spirit stones. However, upon discovering that the bet was placed for Xie Liuyin, their expressions shifted instantaneously, and they rushed forward to back the female cultivator wielding a wooden sword. The onlookers, a mix of wandering cultivators, erupted in laughter at their eagerness. Little girls, I advise you to choose another contender. You are unaware that this physical cultivator is renowned as the mighty king in our circles. Many have fallen to his prowess, one remarked. Indeed, do not be deceived by the mighty king's modest cultivation level. His strength is formidable, and he possesses remarkable fighting skills. Many at the 5th level of Qi refinement have been bested by him. Others chimed in, their words disheartening to the two girls. Infuriated, Princess Luo rolled up her sleeves and promptly retrieved 2 exquisite spirit stones from her storage pouch, slamming them onto the table. Hua Lingxue, unwilling to be outdone, produced 2 high-quality spirit stones, albeit with some reluctance, and tossed them before the crowd. I am betting on that female cultivator. No one can sway me today. Princess Luo declared defiantly. Protect the world's finest little master uncle. Hua Lingxue shouted passionately. Their voices resonated far and wide, reaching Xie Liuyin, who looked towards them with exasperation, already regretting bringing them along for this raucous affair. Chapter 59, Break My Sword? As the exquisite spirit stones and superior spirit stones emerged, the crowd gathered around the gambling booth was momentarily taken aback. However, they quickly regained their composure amidst the dazzling brilliance of the spirit stones, and one by one, they frantically began to wager their spirit stones on the name of the mighty king. Fortune was at hand. 2 naive girls, oblivious to the market trends, approached and placed a substantial bet on the seemingly doomed contender, convinced of their assured victory this time. This notion instantly sparked in the minds of the onlookers, and even many who had merely come to observe were unable to resist placing a few spirit stones on the table. Among them was a youthful lad, modestly attired and possessing an endearing countenance, who initially raised his spirit stones to bet on the mighty king. Yet, unbeknownst to him, someone pushed him from behind. Consequently, this nudge caused his hand, clutching the spirit stones, to land upon the betting board of Xie Liuyin. The boy let out a surprised sigh, scratching his head in confusion, before ultimately placing the 20 superior spirit stones he held upon the table. He shook his head, wearing an expression that conveyed an unspoken sentiment. The surrounding crowd found his actions perplexing, but upon hearing the gong ring out from the arena, they quickly lost interest in the boy and surged toward the base of the platform, eagerly anticipating the mighty king's swift resolution of his opponent to secure their victory in the wager. The boy followed suit, ready to join in the excitement, when he noticed Princess Luo, who had bet on Xie Liuyin, happily making her way over with Hua Lingxue. May I inquire as to your name, kind sir? I am Princess Luo, and this is Hua Lingxue, a disciple of the Qingxiao sect. We are here to support Sister Liuyin in her contest. Princess Luo, with her large, curious eyes, peered at the boy and asked, if I may, why did you choose to wager on my sister Liuyin instead of the seemingly formidable mighty king? Hua Lingxue silently nodded beside, seemingly intrigued by the youth's thoughts. After all, judging solely by the appearances of the two on the stage, Xie Liuyin appeared remarkably delicate, with little prospect of victory. The boy initially smiled shyly, scratching his head before speaking. My name is Qian Bucho. You may call me Xiao Qian. As for my wager on this female cultivator, before he could elaborate, the two combatants on the stage had already engaged in action. At that moment, Princess Luo and Hua Lingxue were completely captivated, prompting the boy to quietly close his mouth and focus attentively on the contest. The mighty king had been fighting on this stage for half a month. He had dared to ascend to the arena since he was merely at the 3rd level of Qi refinement, and to this day had even held the title of champion for several days. His inherent strength and stature were considerable, and as a body cultivator, It was no exaggeration to say he could easily overpower his peers at the same cultivation stage. Yet, the mighty king himself had not anticipated that he would encounter such an opponent today. Little girl, this is a fighting arena. Are you quite sure you haven't come to the wrong place? The mighty king chuckled. She regarded him coldly, her tone neither harsh nor gentle. I am quite certain I haven't erred in my destination. Rather, it is you who should refrain from idle chatter and instead go tell tales on West Street. The triumphant expression on the mighty king's face vanished in an instant, replaced by offense. Little girl, did your parents never teach you to speak respectfully to your elders? How could I have parents to teach me? She retorted. And you? Do you speak so rudely because you too lack parents? Xie Liuyin paid little heed to such matters, for in her eyes, she was indeed without parents. If others wish to use derogatory terms towards her, they are gravely mistaken. After exchanging insults a couple of times, Xie Liuyin found no further reason to squander her time with this individual. She boldly brandished her wooden sword, pointing it at her opponent, and declared, Do you wish to fight? Speak your mind. If you lack the courage to confront me, then best you withdraw promptly. The mighty king's expression darkened. He had initially assumed that Xie Liuyin, with her youthful appearance, was merely an inexperienced girl, easily intimidated by a few casual remarks. He believed that such tactics would ensure his victory without a fight, allowing him to claim a reward of spirit stones. However, it soon became apparent that this strategy was futile. Reluctantly, the mighty king began to loosen his muscles, intending to restrain his strength just enough to knock this girl off the stage with a single blow. The crowd below, familiar with the mighty king, erupted into laughter, their faces alight with the joy of impending winnings. They were all convinced that Xie Liuyin would surely be defeated this time. Yet, Xie Liuyin was determined to prove them wrong. The gong had long since sounded, yet the mighty king hesitated to make the first move, stalling for time. Seizing the initiative, Xie Liuyin charged forward, sweeping her wooden sword with precision. Her movements were swift and her strikes decisive. Initially, the mighty king had underestimated Xie Liuyin, but once they engaged in earnest, he felt the tremendous force behind her strikes, causing his demeanor to shift dramatically. Nevertheless, he quickly recalibrated his mindset, planning to seize Xie Liuyin and hurl her from the stage, denying her any chance to continue the fight. Yet, Xie Liuyin would not allow him to fulfill his intentions. She moved with the grace of a nimble swallow, continuously shifting her position on the arena thanks to the technique Ghost Shadow Pursuit, her wooden sword darting towards the mighty king with relentless precision. The mighty king, a cultivator at merely the third level of Qi refinement, had achieved little in the way of notable prowess. The wooden sword pierced him repeatedly, leaving a series of bloody punctures that caused him to grimace in pain. Unable to contain himself, he reached out to seize Xie Liuyin's sword, intending to wrest it from her grasp and shatter it, thereby teaching her a lesson. However, the sword in Xie Liuyin's hand was no ordinary wooden weapon. It was crafted from the rare Xiantai wood cultivated on the sunlit peak. This wood was exceptionally hard, making the sword sharper and more resilient than typical spiritual swords. Previously, it had been damaged in their encounters due to the powerful MOK sword she faced. For the mighty king, with his heavy build and sluggish movements, not only was it difficult to break Xie Liuyin's sword, but even to make contact with it proved to be a formidable challenge. Onlookers below could only witness Xie Liuyin transform into a streak of light, darting across the arena, unable to catch even a glimpse of her opponent. Suddenly, this streak of light came to a halt, and the crowd focused intently, seeing Xie Liuyin's sword tip poised against the mighty king's back, unmoving. What are you doing? Mighty king, attack her. It's just a wooden sword. What harm could it possibly do? Shouted a spectator who had wagered on the mighty king. Yet, Xie Liuyin, with a playful curiosity, inquired of the mighty king, So, will you heed his advice and attempt to break my sword? Chapter 60. Go ahead. Make a move if you dare. Among the sword cultivators, there exists an unwritten rule. Wielding a sword is akin to marrying a wife. When the sword shatters, it brings the same sorrow as losing a spouse. The group below openly mocked the mighty warrior for violating the sanctity of his wife. It is no surprise that Xie Liuyin was far from pleased. She coldly addressed the mighty warrior. Make a move, I dare you. Should you dare to touch my sword, in the next instant, my blade shall pierce your vital point, rendering your cultivation utterly crippled. At that moment, the mighty warrior had lost all his initial bravado. With a grim expression, he pleaded with Xie Liuyin, Fair maiden, what do you mean by that? You have already located my vital point. If I were to act recklessly, I would be courting my own demise. The mighty warrior was no fool. After uttering these words, he did not require further prompting from Xie Liuyin. He voluntarily signaled to the judge his concession. It was not a lack of courage that led him to concede. Rather, the fact that his vital point lay beneath Xie Liuyin's sword made any thought of retaliation futile. Losing this match would cost him merely 10 spirit stones. But should he engage in a struggle with Xie Liuyin, he would risk not only his cultivation but also his very life. However, to everyone's surprise, even after losing the match, he hesitated to leave the stage. After a moment of reluctance, he could not help but inquire, "May I ask, fair maiden, how did you discern that my vital point was located at my back?" Xie Liuyin raised an eyebrow, revealing no intent to conceal her initial strategy. From the moment she realized she was facing a physical cultivator, she began devising ways to overcome him. The practice of body cultivation initially begins with the external strengthening of muscles, bones, and skin. Hence, the formidable king of strength is difficult to injure with an ordinary sword. Even if he sustains a wound, it poses little threat to him. However, Xie Liuyin, having previously studied body cultivation techniques, understands that even the mightiest cultivators harbor a fatal weakness. Once this critical point is identified, it becomes remarkably easy to undermine the abilities of a body cultivator whose skills are inferior. Thus, after engaging in combat, Xie Liuyin skillfully maneuvered around the arena, probing the entirety of the King of Strength with her wooden sword in search of his vulnerable spot. Upon striking his back, she noticed a shift in his expression, revealing both tension and fear. It was in that moment she recognized something was amiss, prompting her to persist in her attacks on his back. When she inadvertently jabbed his heart once more, the King of Strength momentarily froze, akin to a cat whose tail has been stepped on. Such a conspicuous reaction left no room for doubt in Xie Liuyin's mind. Nevertheless, she exhibited a measure of restraint, opting not to publicly expose the king's weakness before the gathered crowd. Had she done so, future challengers would merely need to target that spot to ensure his defeat. It was only at this juncture that the spectators below the arena grasped the gravity of the situation. The King of Strength had lost, and with him, their precious spirit stones. They flaunted their treasures before the misguided cultivators, and had it not been for the vigilant guards from the Lord's manor nearby, it is likely that someone would have succumbed to the urge to strike them. Princess Luo, arriving just a moment too late, felt her face flush with anger and hurried over to attempt to displace Hua Lingxue. With a smile, Xie Liuyin watched the two engage in their playful scuffle. Yet her gaze inevitably drifted toward the youth standing nearby. "Who is this?" Xie Liuyin inquired with a hint of hesitation, addressing Hua Lingxue. Princess Luo took the initiative to speak, saying, "This is our newly acquainted friend, Qianbuqiu. He wagered on Sister Liuyin's victory alongside us, and he has earned quite a sum this time." As she spoke, Princess Luo playfully nudged the young man's shoulder. "Oh, by the way, I was so engrossed in the arena that I forgot to ask why you decided to bet on Sister Liuyin. Did you perceive the formidable strength hidden beneath her delicate exterior?" Qianbuqiu's face flushed crimson as he chuckled. That's not the case. I merely stumbled into a mistake and placed the wrong bet." With a hint of embarrassment, he chuckled again. Princess Luo's eyes brightened at this revelation, and she eagerly pressed on. "Have you always been this way since childhood? Do you always make the right choices?" "Always," Qianbuqiu replied with a wry smile. "Even when I intend to choose incorrectly, unforeseen circumstances seem to turn my decisions around." Princess Luo became even more animated. "Sister Liuyin, are you still competing?" "Yes. I have 2 more matches to complete," replied Xie Liuyin. She had already arranged with the supervisor to compete 3 times every afternoon without fail, and she would notify him to withdraw her matches whenever she ventured out for training. Hearing this, Princess Luo quickly grabbed Qianbuqiu and Hua Lingxue and urged, "Hurry, let us place our bets on Sister Liuyin and cheer her on for 3 consecutive victories." In the end, Xie Liuyin indeed triumphed in 3 successive matches. But it was not the luck bestowed by Qianbuqiu. Rather, the 2 subsequent opponents were merely testing their fortunes, and Xie Liuyin effortlessly defeated them without exerting much effort. Hua Lingxue and her companions thus reaped abundant rewards, eliciting envy from the onlookers. Perhaps they had never earned spirit stones so effortlessly before. Subsequently, Qianbuqiu even exchanged spirit power seals on the sound with Princess Luo and her companions. He urged them to inform him should Xie Liuyin emerge to compete again in the future. Princess Luo readily agreed, then reluctantly departed with Alan, who had come to escort her. After both parties had left, the arena supervisor, who had been quietly observing from the shadows, cautiously approached Qianbuqiu. "Young master, Have you decided on your target for sponsorship? The supervisor inquired. Indeed, the wealth of Qian Buqiu stemmed from Qian Duoduo, the wealthiest individual in the Bishu realm. Since their great-grandfather's time, the Qian family had established a custom. Once descendants reached the age of 12, they were to select a young cultivator to sponsor. If that cultivator managed to advance to the nascent soul stage with the support of the Qian family progeny, that descendant would be eligible to become the next head of the Qian family. Listening to the supervisor's question, Qian Buqiu stroked his chin and replied, "Let us observe a while longer. After all, there are quite a number of exceptional young cultivators in this generation." Chapter 61. The greater the pressure, the stronger the individual. Xie Liuyin felt no aversion to this notion. Rather, she harbored a faint longing for it. The competitions today had made her acutely aware that she was not only more agile than her fellow cultivators of similar rank, but also possessed a more exquisite swordsmanship. Moreover, she was tougher and stronger than those around her. Even from the outset, when facing the formidable Great Strength King, Xie Liuyin believed she would undoubtedly be unable to withstand his blows. Yet, when their attacks collided, she, who should have been sent flying, merely staggered back slightly. The Great Strength King was momentarily taken aback, utterly astonished that the slender and petite Xie Liuyin could match him in strength. It was at that moment that Xie Liuyin truly comprehended the benefits of the medicinal bath. It had fortified her physique to be as resilient as that of a body cultivator, enabling her to hone her swordsmanship more effectively. After finishing the medicinal bath and changing her attire, Xie Liuyin stepped out of the room to find the ever-patient Xian Yu waiting outside. Surprised at his presence, she mused. How curious. Why is Master not resting today? Is he here to discuss something with his disciple? Having discerned Xian Yu's character quite well by now, she knew he would not seek her out without reason. Indeed, upon hearing her inquiry, Xian Yu nodded and asked, "I heard you participated in the arena at Yinhua Town today. How did it go?" Relieved to learn that was the matter at hand, Xie Liuyin replied, "It was nothing significant. The cultivator I encountered today was of mediocre strength. If not for the purpose of gaining experience and engaging with several other cultivators, I would have preferred to remain on the peak, practicing alongside Mokjian. This was certainly the case, as most who entered the arena were primarily there to earn spirit stones. Such cultivators, typically lacking formal training, were often only at the Qi refinement stage and, when compared to ordinary Qi refinement practitioners, exhibited similar capabilities. However, the disparity became apparent when faced with her prowess. Shan Yue had indeed contemplated this matter long ago. Yet he believed that regardless of the quality of the arena, it was essential for his disciple to experience it firsthand. Now it was evident that the venue was not particularly suited for Xie Liuyin. Noticing the hesitation on her face, Shan Yue continued, "You need not develop a disdain for the arena. During the Qi refinement stage, you may not encounter suitable opponents, but once you reach the foundation establishment stage, participating in the arena may yield significant benefits. However, if you are inclined, you may continue to compete in the upcoming arena matches." His tone bore a sense of indulgence. In his view, his little disciple's daily practice on the daylight peak had already met the necessary standards. If she wished to venture out and engage in some arena matches for leisure, it was of little consequence. Understood, Shan Yue nodded. As long as you are aware of your own capabilities, once you have completed the arena matches, it will be time for you to advance to the second level of the sword array. Upon hearing those final words, a shiver ran down Xie Liuyin's spine, and a dull ache began to manifest throughout her body. She vividly recalled the countless times she had perished in the first layer of the sword array, the extent of her demise being quite pitiful. However, this fleeting trepidation quickly dissipated, replaced by a surge of battle fervor within her. It was worth noting that guarding the sword array was her grandmaster. The prospect of battling such a formidable individual left Xie Liuyin unable to contain her excitement. Yes, the disciple will faithfully adhere to the master's instructions. Xie Liuyin obediently replied, and was subsequently permitted by Shan Yue to take her leave for rest. Once Xie Liuyin departed, Ada, who had been following closely behind Shan Yue, curiously inquired, "Wasn't the master originally planning to wait until the young mistress advanced further in her cultivation before allowing her to enter the sword array for the second trial? I would indeed like to wait, but certain advantages do not afford the luxury of time." Xian Yu spoke in a calm tone, conveying that I have received news of a significant secret realm discovered in the Julan mountain range. The aura within this realm is remarkably dense, clearly indicating the presence of immense treasures. However, the secret realm is exceedingly fragile, only able to accommodate cultivators at the foundational stage and those in the Qi refinement phase. Consequently, numerous sects have clandestinely begun training suitable disciples, poised to send them into the realm to seek treasures once it fully opens in a few months. This news was intercepted by the Miaoyin Valley, located near the Julan mountain range, had it not been for Xie Yu's external incarnation traversing the vicinity. This critical information might have gone unnoticed. Nonetheless, Miaoyin Valley cannot conceal this for long. The emergence of a new secret realm is a matter that will inevitably come to the attention of other sections. Their actions are merely to buy time for their most exceptional disciple, Xie Yu. It is said that he is on the verge of breaking through to the 8th layer of Qi refinement. At this thought, Xie Yu felt a pang of sorrow. Had she known earlier that she was destined to have such a remarkable disciple, she would have brought him to the mountain to instruct him when Xie Liuyin had just turned 10. Otherwise, it would not have taken the child so long. Now, at 12 years old, he has only reached the 4th layer of Qi refinement. She has merely a few months to grow stronger. The extent of her potential breakthrough remains uncertain, yet one thing is clear. The greatest characteristic of the ruthless sword technique is that the more pressure one endures, the stronger one becomes. Thus, Xie Yu intends to apply the sword formation left by her master to test whether Xie Liuyin can elevate her strength. He does not expect Xie Liuyin to discover the so-called treasures within the secret realm. Rather, he merely hopes to provide her with a greater assurance of survival. One cannot assert that remaining within the sect for training would guarantee her safety. A fledgling eagle cannot soar high without training. For someone like Xie Liuyin, who is destined to stand among the strong, Xie Yu would never permit this disciple to become a fragile flower nurtured in a greenhouse. Xie Liuyin is meant to be a towering tree. Beneath the Julan mountain range, a broad waterfall cascades into the dark river below, accompanied by the thunderous roar of rushing waters. The sound resonates in the ears of the onlookers, while the splashing water, illuminated by the moonlight, glimmers like pearls and silver dew. Yet, none of those present have the inclination to admire this magnificent scene. Their sole focus is on the mysterious place concealed behind the waterfall. In a corner unnoticed by the dozen or so cultivators before the waterfall, a concealed formation effectively hides an elderly man and a middle-aged one. Are you certain that treasures are hidden in this secret realm? The elderly man inquired once more. Indeed, the middle-aged man replied, rubbing his hands together to suppress his anxiety. I have inquired thoroughly. On the day the secret realm emerged, radiant clouds illuminated the area, extraordinary and beautiful, signaling the presence of a treasure. Upon hearing this, the elderly man nodded. If that is the case, it is indeed possible. Very well, for now. I shall trust you. I am quite pleased with this news. Here are 1,000 spirit stones for you. The elderly man tossed a storage bag. The middle-aged man quickly reached out to catch it, fully aware that he was taking a significant risk by disclosing this secret to the elderly man, especially after the clear warning from Miaoyin Valley not to share such information, all for the sake of these spirit stones. However, having acquired this precious spirit stone, he must hasten to depart with his family from this place. Otherwise, should the Miaoyin Valley discover his breach of confidentiality, his family would undoubtedly face dire consequences. Chapter 62. The secret realm of Julan. Having secured the desired information, the elder did not linger any longer. He was originally an elder of the sword-holding sect, which, although somewhat distant from the Julan mountain range, was in close proximity to Miaoyin Valley. The proximity of the two sects inevitably fostered some friction. Comparisons were drawn, from the strength of the sects to the prosperity of their respective towns, and from the financial resources of the sects to the capabilities of their disciples. Coincidentally, a year ago, both sects simultaneously recruited new disciples, and among this batch emerged 2 exceptional talents. In Miaoyin Valley, Xie Yu ascended to the 7th level of Qi refinement within just a year of initiation. The sword-holding sect was not to be outdone, producing Yin Xiujuan, who, although at the 6th level of Qi refinement, possessed the prowess to combat opponents of higher levels as a formidable swordsman. However, the emergence of these 2 remarkable disciples intensified the rivalry between the 2 sects, creating an atmosphere of animosity. Even the disciples of both sects, when they crossed paths, exchanged barbs rather than engaging in cordial conversation. Recently, however, the sword-holding sect observed peculiar behavior from their long-standing adversary. First, Xie Yu, who frequently compared herself to their disciples, suddenly ceased her outings, adopting an appearance suggestive of retreating into seclusion for rigorous cultivation. Furthermore, Miaoyin Valley, known for their confrontational stance, had unexpectedly adopted a more subdued demeanor. On several occasions, when the sword-holding sect attempted to provoke a confrontation, their opponents' tempers, though clearly ignited, were inexplicably quelled at critical moments. Although Miaoying Valley is a sect dedicated to the art of sound cultivation, the temperament of its practitioners is not significantly more amiable than that of their sword-wielding counterparts. It is not uncommon for them to wield their musical instruments as weapons in fits of anger. What, then, has prompted this sudden shift in their disposition, leading them to embrace a path of tranquility? This intriguing change swiftly captured the attention of the sword-holding sect, whose members soon noticed that Miaoying Valley had begun sending individuals to the Zhulan mountain range. This range, a sprawling expanse of mountains near Miaoying Valley, is primarily populated with trees and, at most, a few spiritual herbs. It harbors no particularly rare resources for cultivation. Previously, despite the proximity of the Zhulan mountain range, disciples of Miaoying Valley seldom ventured there, often directing their daily practices towards the gates of the sword-holding sect, creating disturbances that hindered the sword cultivators' focus. With such a marked alteration in the behavior of their old adversary, the sword-holding sect felt compelled to investigate further. Thus, an elder was dispatched to uncover the secrets hidden within Miaoying Valley. This journey unexpectedly led him to encounter a middle-aged man who sought to exchange secrets for spiritual stones. This individual resided near a waterfall, and although Miaoying Valley had swiftly sealed off news of the newly discovered secret realm, the middle-aged man had already learned the truth. Upon hearing this revelation, Sect Master Fang Sheng leaped from his chair, exclaiming, "I knew that old woman would not change her demeanor without reason. It turns out she has stumbled upon something more advantageous and seeks to keep it hidden from us." The master of the sword-holding sect, a tall and robust cultivator wielding a heavy sword, bore a rugged and heroic visage, starkly contrasting with the elegant and fragrant presence of the Miaoying Valley's leader, who always appeared with an enchanting aura. Upon their first encounter, the two individuals began to exchange barbs, one disparaging the other's disheveled appearance as coarse and unattractive, while the latter retaliated by accusing her of being excessively meticulous and overly critical. The leaders of both factions were in vehement opposition, which only exacerbated the animosity felt by their respective disciples. "Master, what shall we do now? Should we disclose this matter?" an elder inquired, with a resounding voice. Master Fang Sheng declared, "Indeed, we of the sword-holding sect have always prided ourselves on integrity and honor, and we would never stoop to the shameless tactics employed by their melodious valley. I shall reach out to the masters of other sects immediately to inform them of the newly discovered hidden realm in the Zhulan mountain range." Listening to his leader's words, the elder found himself at a loss for words. Reflecting on the previous instance when the master had subtly tasked him with investigating the secrets of Melodious Valley, it seemed that the sword-holding sect was not without its own blemishes. Moreover, his inquiry was not intended to encourage the master to publicly announce the hard-won information, but rather to subtly remind him to nurture their own disciples in secrecy, much like their adversaries. After all, it appeared that the hidden realm would not be accessible for several months, during which the fluctuations in spiritual energy would become increasingly apparent, making it difficult for Melodious Valley to maintain their silence. If that were the case, the sword-holding sect could reap the benefits while remaining in the shadows, allowing Melodious Valley to bear the brunt of the other sect's reproach. Was that not a more advantageous position? Yet, Fang Sheng paid no heed to the elder's musings and promptly retrieved his sound measuring device to contact the other sect leaders. Observing this, the elder could only sigh in resignation, yet he felt a flicker of solace within. Although their master may have lacked a certain sagacity, his intentions remained pure. Unlike certain sects whose leaders have strayed from the righteous path, leading to a downward spiral of corruption, a once-esteemed sect has been reduced to the same level as malevolent forces. Indeed, the elder speaks of the Hahuan sect. Upon hearing recent tidings that the sect has acquired a male disciple with an innate enchanting physique, the elder could not suppress a frown. He sighed in resignation, lamenting the misfortune of the young disciple. Amidst the plethora of valuable spiritual bodies in the realm of cultivation, how unfortunate that he awakened such a trivial and beguiling nature. However, these thoughts merely flitted through the elder's mind, for he had always preferred to refrain from passing judgment on others, keeping such musings concealed within his heart. As the secret realm had yet to officially open, the fluctuations of spiritual energy were not overtly apparent, and many sects remained oblivious. When Fang Sheng elucidated the situation, these sects did not immediately accept his words, but instead dispatched their disciples to investigate. Several major sects simultaneously sent representatives to the Zhulan mountain range, prompting the Miaoyin Valley to take notice of this considerable commotion. Realizing that the hidden secret realm within the mountains might have been uncovered, the sect leader, Rongshi, sighed in regret. It was indeed a pity. They had anticipated that the other sects would not discover the realm until its complete unveiling. Alas, it seems that the schemes of Miaoyin Valley have ultimately come to naught. Hearing the leader's lament, a female cultivator seated opposite her retorted indignantly. It must be the work of that neighboring sect. We have concealed the secret realm so thoroughly that it is impossible for the other sects to have known. Surely, that old wretch has leaked this information, deliberately causing us trouble. The Lord of Rongshi had already surmised that it was undoubtedly the work of Feng Sheng, yet discussing it now served no purpose. Nevertheless, the other sects had dispatched individuals to investigate. He must handle the situation with care, ensuring no evidence of our concealment came to light. Otherwise, Miaoyin Valley would become the target of scorn, and our disciples might suffer the consequences. The Lord of Rongshi meticulously instructed his junior sister, Tingqin, who promptly exited to address the matter. 3 days later, all sects received word of the imminent emergence of a new secret realm, which would fully open in 3 months. Chapter 63. Let the children experience some hardships. With merely 3 months until the secret realm's unveiling, it was lamentable that such a grand domain permitted only those at the initial stage of foundation building and the Qi refining stage to enter. Alas, had we been privy to this news half a year earlier, we could have made more preparations. Within the council chamber of Kunshan sect, several elders sighed deeply upon receiving the news, regretting their failure to discover the existence of the secret realm sooner. In contrast, the Lord of Kunshan maintained a composed demeanor, waving his hand dismissively. Ultimately, all sects have come to this realization at the same time. Our lack of preparation mirrors that of others. Henceforth, let us focus on proper preparations and not dwell on what has transpired. In the ensuing 3 months, we must negotiate with other sects regarding the number of participants entering the secret realm and subsequently select suitable disciples from our sect for the exploration. These 2 matters are of utmost importance, and the Lord of Kunshan intended to entrust them to several elders to collaborate on. His disciple, Miaoyu, known for her forthright nature, would be involved in the selection of disciples. As for other decisions, the Lord of Kunshan planned to confer with the elders before reaching a conclusion. The same events concurrently transpired within other sects, particularly in the Hutsai sect, which had previously been the subject of covert scorn from an elder of the sword-holding sect. At this moment, their sect was abuzz with excitement. They were elated to possess a naturally charming disciple, a promising candidate for the cultivation of the Hutsai path, and had long been lamenting their inability to utilize her talents. With the emergence of the Zhulan secret realm, their joy knew no bounds. I have inquired, and among the 6 major sects and 8 principal cities of the Baisu realm, there are indeed several renowned female disciples, with the most formidable being a girl from the Qingshao sect who, at the 4th level of Qi refinement, has slain a foundational building demon beast. The leader of the Hutsai sect possesses an exceedingly alluring visage. His delicate frame and stunning beauty diminish the radiance of the female cultivators surrounding him merely by his presence. Although his reputation has never been particularly favorable within the realm of cultivation, what do those disparaging remarks matter when weighed against the tangible benefits he reaps? Duan Qing smiled at his remarkably beautiful young apprentice, instructing her to remember the name Xie Liuyin. Should fate allow, if you encounter this young lady within the secret realm, be sure to befriend her. The handsome youth seated beside him gradually infused his gaze with yearning as he heard these words. Within the sword-holding sect, a tall youth wielded his long sword amidst the wind and snow, the blade seeming to meld with his very being. As fierce sword energy radiated from him beneath the flurry of sword shadows. Xiujun, a voice called from afar. The newcomer, clad in a flowing blue robe and brandishing a long sword at his waist, exuded an imposing presence. Xiujun, you must have heard of the Zhulan secret realm. Have you not? The grand secret realm, discovered amidst the Zhulan mountain range, has officially been named the Zhulan secret realm. News of this remarkable domain has swept through the entire realm of cultivation, and even though Yin Xiujun is deeply immersed in his practice, oblivious to worldly affairs, he has nonetheless heard whispers of such occurrences. He genuinely wishes to counsel his disciple against embarking on this journey. Although Yin Xiujun has achieved an impressive level of cultivation at a young age, placing him among the elite of his peers as his master, He is acutely aware of his disciple's commendable talent in the sword arts. Yet, despite possessing a sword body and sword form, his disciple lacks the most crucial element of swordsmanship, the sword heart. This deficiency has resulted in a superficial understanding of the sword, while his power is formidable. It pales in comparison to that of true sword cultivators. The middle-aged man had initially intended for his disciple to practice for a few more years and venture forth only after establishing a solid foundation. However, he did not anticipate that an unexpected turn of events would unfold so swiftly, with the sect leader bypassing him to issue a direct command to his disciple. Left with no choice, he gently patted his disciple's head and sighed. On a towering mountain shrouded in mist, the sounds of bells and drum beats resonate, accompanied by the serene chants of Zen. The birds and small creatures within the forest show no signs of alarm. Instead, they are drawn to the sounds, scurrying to the Crimson Gate and listening intently to the recitations emanating from within. Inside the Golden Sutra Pavilion, several meditation rooms house young monks, their heads shaved and clad in monk robes. One such monk, momentarily pausing from his scripture recitation, glances toward a youth in white robes beside him, who seems to emanate a radiant glow in the sunlight. The young man holds a scripture, basking in the daylight, exuding an aura of tranquility intertwined with a hint of divinity. Upon witnessing such a scene, the young monk found himself unable to utter a word, choosing instead to remain silent. However, the youth perusing his scriptures seemed to sense something amiss and spoke up. "If you have any questions, do not hesitate to ask." "Brother Wudu, are you planning to venture into the Julan secret realm 3 months from now?" The young monk, having restrained himself for quite some time, could no longer contain his curiosity. Wudu closed the scripture he had finished reading and replied, "Indeed, I intend to go." "What of it?" Upon hearing this, the young monk's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Does this mean, as Brother Wu Yu and the others have said, that whoever among you and Brother Wuxin secures the treasure of the secret realm will be appointed as the bodhisattva of our golden scripture pavilion, becoming the next abbot?" Wudu, exasperated, lightly tapped the foolish disciple's head. "Do not heed the nonsensical ramblings of Wu Yu and the others. The selection of a bodhisattva is a matter of great significance. How could it be casually decided based on a so-called treasure from the secret realm? But why did the abbot suddenly summon you and Brother Wuxin for a discussion yesterday? Was it not to talk about the selection of the bodhisattva?" The young monk, cradling his head, pitifully pressed on with his inquiries. Yet, it turned out that the discussion was unrelated to the Julan secret realm. Rather, it pertained to their comprehension of the scriptures. Strangely enough, the abbot seemed to hold a more favorable view towards Wuxin assuming the position of bodhisattva. Nevertheless, Wudu was indifferent to such matters. He had little interest in them to begin with. Whether he became a bodhisattva or even a practitioner of Buddhism held no significance for him. He merely followed the currents of fate that led him to the Golden Scripture Pavilion, becoming a Buddhist practitioner here. As for where destiny would guide him in the future, Wudu himself remained uncertain. On this day, numerous sects in the 8 main cities were witnessing countless similar scenes, as a group of vibrant and youthful disciples gathered together, drawn by the allure of the Julan secret realm. No one could foresee the tremendous upheaval these still naive young disciples would unleash in the future of the Bishu realm. At this moment, they were diligently honing their skills under the watchful eyes of their respective masters. Chapter 64, Seizing Her Sword. Although the nature of the Julan secret realm was of little concern to Xie Liuyin at that moment, she was unaware that the news of the realm had yet to fully unfold as she prepared to participate in the second round of the competition. However, unlike others, she, possessing the memories of her previous life, was acutely aware of the impending revelations. From the subtle hints in Xian Yu's demeanor, she surmised that the Julan secret realm was likely on the verge of being unveiled. In her past life, this very secret realm was discovered around this time, leading to the Qingshao sect selecting suitable disciples for exploration. Xie Liuyin had initially been a contender for entry, and had she gained access to the Julan secret realm, it might have compensated for the missed opportunity of the future Nanshan secret realm. However, Yi Chaoyun intervened, withholding her spot and instead granting it to Xie Mingzhu, who was of lesser cultivation. The latter, upon receiving the spot, approached Xie Liuyin to boast, prompting the usually accommodating Xie Liuyin to finally retaliate. Just as she took action, Yi Chaoyun appeared, not only rescuing Xie Mingzhu but also delivering a severe reprimand to Xie Liuyin, confining her for 5 months. By the time Xie Liuyin was released, the Julan secret realm had long since sealed its gates. After entering the mysterious realm of Julan, Xie Mingzhu became acquainted with the prodigies of various sects, forging friendships with Yin Xiujuan of the sword-holding sect, Pei Xinyu of the Miaoying Valley, and Mei Yuyin of the Hahuan sect. Ultimately, the treasure of the secret realm transformed into an enigma, leaving everyone in the dark about its current possessor. Later, Xie Liuyin speculated that Xie Mingzhu was likely the one to have obtained the coveted object. However, the true nature of this treasure remained an unfathomable mystery to her. After being confined for 5 months, upon her release, Xie Liuyin found that all her former acquaintances had become friends of Xie Mingzhu. Those with whom she once shared a cordial rapport now greeted her with veiled sarcasm. Confused and unaware of her missteps, Xie Liuyin was inundated with a chorus of reproachful voices. She attempted to clarify her position, yet no one paid her any heed. Consequently, Xie Liuyin gradually withdrew into silence, ultimately becoming an invisible presence within the Qingxia sect. Memories of her past life flitted through her mind, but were swiftly relegated to the recesses of her memory. The past was the past. Since she had changed her master, this lifetime was entirely distinct. Junior uncle, Sister Liuyin. From afar, 2 overlapping voices called out to her. Imbued with warmth and familiarity, Xie Liuyin smiled and approached, having found new friends worthy of her trust. Sister Liuyin, come quickly. We are counting on you to win in the arena and earn some spirit stones. Princess Luo exclaimed excitedly, pulling her towards the vicinity of the arena. Xie Liuyin sighed in resignation. So, you summoned me here to earn money? Of course not. We believe Sister Liuyin is formidable and wish to witness you triumph over more opponents. Princess Luo quickly softened her voice to explain, appearing genuinely concerned that Xie Liuyin might take offense. Xie Liuyin affectionately ruffled her hair, fully trusting in the sincerity shared between them. Today, not only were the 2 of them waiting for her near the arena, but a young man named Qian Buqiu was also present. Upon learning from Ada that this individual was the son of the wealthiest man in the cultivation world, Xie Liuyin's perception of Qian Buqiu shifted slightly. Although she was uncertain of his intentions in approaching her, given that he had not exhibited any malice thus far, she decided to refrain from antagonizing him for the time being. Due to a previously established agreement with her supervisor, Xie Liuyin was scheduled for 3 matches today. Following an unexpected upset yesterday, where the once-renowned Dali Wang was defeated by an obscure young girl, news of this event had spread, prompting many to come and witness the girl who had bested Dali Wang. Furthermore, numerous cultivators expressed keen interest in facing Xie Liuyin in combat. Considering her youth, her supervisor had arranged for her to face opponents of relatively equal strength, though even so, the 3 contenders she would face today were formidable. One of them was a body cultivator, whose prowess surpassed that of Dali Wang by 2 levels, meaning he was even stronger than Xie Liuyin. The other 2 were a spell cultivator and a sword cultivator, both of comparable strength to Xie Liuyin, making it difficult to predict who might emerge victorious. Seeing this, Princess Luo and Hua Lingxue were utterly thrilled, akin to having stumbled upon a great fortune, as they eagerly placed their bets on Xie Liuyin. This time, they had learned from experience and wagered only the finest spirit stones, a considerable handful at that. The pile of exquisite spirit stones resembled a small mountain, captivating the onlookers and startling the vendor, who hastily set up an additional defensive array at his stall, fearful that someone might dare to seize the precious stones. Money, after all, was no concern. He had indeed staked a substantial amount of spirit stones on Xie Liuyin. Meanwhile, the copper gong on stage resonated once more. The physique cultivator before them appeared even more robust and imposing than the one they had encountered the previous day, his presence exuding a sense of solid strength. It is said that one can gauge a physique cultivator's progress by the impression they leave on others. If one seems light and airy, their cultivation is lacking, whereas a sense of substantial weightiness indicates mastery of their craft. Thus, the moment this physique cultivator took the stage, the audience erupted in admiration. Despite their vivid recollections of Xie Liuyin's triumphant 3 consecutive victories from the day prior, they felt certain that she might falter in her first match today. Not only the cultivators, but even Hua Lingxue felt an involuntary surge of anxiety. The physique cultivator seemed to possess a higher level of cultivation than her junior uncle, leaving her uncertain about his chances of victory. Princess Luo, upon hearing Hua Lingxue's words, immediately expressed her displeasure. What are you saying? Sister Liuyin is incredibly formidable. That physique cultivator is merely 1 tier above her. Sister Liuyin will undoubtedly bring him down in no time. The princess, having been rescued by Xie Liuyin, held a deep admiration for her strength. She was resolute in her belief that as long as her sister Liuyin took the stage, there was no possibility of defeat. Listening to the princess's unwavering confidence, Qianbuqiu felt a spark of intrigue ignite within him. Although he had discerned from his successful wager on Xie Liuyin that she was likely to triumph in this contest, the ever-curious Qianbu Ruo found himself intrigued by the manner of her victory. Thus, amidst a chorus of both skepticism and affirmation, Xie Liuyin raised her wooden sword. The moment ghostly shadows in pursuit was activated, the spectators barely glimpsed her form as it darted across the stage. In an instant, the physique cultivator was marked with numerous wounds, each glistening with droplets of blood. Despite the cultivator's toughened flesh, even the slightest of cuts had little effect on him. Yet, Xie Liuyin's relentless harassment was proving quite irksome. Compounding the challenge, this body cultivator was several times swifter than the mightiest of warriors. As Xie Liuyin launched yet another assault, he seized her sword with a firm grip. With her weapon captured, Xie Liuyin found herself unable to extricate it, and her footwork came to an abrupt halt. The crowd, witnessing the fleeting figure of Xie Liuyin materialize once more, assumed her defeat was imminent and erupted in jubilant cheers. The physique cultivator laughed heartily, feigning an intention to snap her sword in two. However, as he strained against the resilient blade, pain shot through his hand, yet the sword showed no signs of damage. Could it truly be a wooden sword? With his own strength, he could shatter not only a wooden sword but even an ordinary spiritual sword. Yet, this wooden sword had instead inflicted injury upon his own hand. As he felt the sting of broken skin, the cultivator silently marveled, concealing his astonishment behind a facade of confidence. He warned Xie Liuyin, "Little girl, I advise you to concede swiftly, otherwise I shall break your sword." The clamor of the physical cultivator was unmistakable, and the audience below could not help but hear it. Those who had wagered on the physical cultivator's victory erupted into boisterous cheers, with several individuals who had lost spirit stones to Xie Liuyin the previous day audaciously shouting, "Hurry up and concede, or you may very well lose your sword." Others, harboring resentment over their losses, urged the physical cultivator to swiftly break Xie Liuyin's sword, relishing the prospect of her suffering. Yet, unbeknownst to them, it was not the physical cultivator's reluctance to break the sword, but rather his utter inability to do so. Amidst the cacophony of insults, Hua Lingxue and Princess Luo's expressions gradually darkened. The two, who had previously regarded each other with disdain, now silently clasped each other's hands, as if this simple gesture could offer them some solace. "My little master uncle will surely triumph," Hua Lingxue whispered. Upon hearing her words, Princess Luo nodded fervently. Her benefactor sister would undoubtedly prevail. As if responding to the resolute declarations of the two young girls, Xie Liuyin on the stage lowered her brow, her gaze suddenly sharpened. "You wish to break my sword?" The physical cultivator, inexplicably intimidated by her fierce look, felt a flicker of fear. However, he quickly dispelled this feeling. After all, how could a man be afraid of a mere girl? "Indeed, if you do not concede soon, your sword shall be shattered," he threatened once more. To his surprise, Xie Liuyin merely smiled. "Very well, let me see if you possess the capability." As her words fell, a surge of spiritual energy coursed into the wooden sword. Instantly, the sword was enveloped in a radiant golden light, transforming its wooden form into that of exquisite iron. In an unexpected turn of events, the cultivator, gripping the sword's hilt, inadvertently inflicted two deep gashes upon his hands. The pain jolted him, prompting a startled cry as he hastily relinquished his long sword. Upon lowering his gaze, he beheld his hands drenched in blood, the wounds refusing to heal. What manner of sword is this, so exceedingly sharp? He pondered. On the arena, the consumption of medicinal pills was prohibited. Thus, the cultivator could only endure the agony and persist. Xie Liuyin offered a faint smile, revealing no intention of providing an explanation. As a cultivator of a singular gold spiritual root, she was inherently attuned to sharp instruments. Although the wooden sword was crafted from timber, it was still a sword. When infused with pure gold elemental spiritual energy, it could transform into a blade of iron. What initially could only graze the cultivator's skin had become sharp enough to sever flesh. Xie Liuyin, devoid of verbosity, seized the opportunity presented by her opponent's injured hands. Launching her assault without hesitation, she employed not the ruthless sword technique, but rather basic sword maneuvers, which she executed with such finesse that even her afterimages were difficult to discern. The cultivator, burdened by his own martial arts practice, lacked the agility to match Xie Liuyin's nimbleness. Faced with her tempestuous flurry of strikes, he found himself utterly defenseless, left to endure the onslaught. Fortunately, Xie Liuyin had retracted the gold spiritual energy from her sword. Otherwise, the cultivator would have been riddled with wounds. I concede. Ultimately, after a brief yet excruciating ordeal, the cultivator could no longer withstand the torment and promptly admitted defeat. The audience erupted in astonishment, as none had anticipated the downfall of their favored cultivator, especially in such a disheveled manner. Some, in a fit of anger, berated the martial artist, insisting, "You must not concede defeat. How can you surrender? Get up and continue fighting. To lose to a mere girl, do you not care for your dignity? Keep fighting. I have wagered all my spirit stones on you. If you lose, you must bear the blame." Yet, despite the vitriol hurled from the crowd, the martial artist found himself utterly unable to continue. He perceived the young girl before him as a veritable enigma, at her tender age and level of cultivation. How could she possibly wield such exquisite swordsmanship? Fearful that he might sustain irreparable injury should the battle persist, he resolved against further combat, regardless of the potential repercussions awaiting him after stepping down from the arena. With a raised hand, he conceded defeat, and upon witnessing this, Xie Liuyin displayed no intent to prolong the torment, lowering her sword in an act of mercy. The martial artist's certainty in his decision intensified, his voice declaring surrender growing more resolute. The referee, having witnessed 3 similar concessions just the day prior, found himself at a loss for words regarding the young maiden before him. To label her gentle would be misleading, for she had bested 4 opponents in succession, compelling each to cry out in defeat. Conversely, to describe her as ruthless would also be inaccurate, as she ceased her assault immediately upon her adversary's surrender, exuding an air of utmost decorum. Once it was confirmed that the martial artist indeed wished to concede, the referee promptly declared Xie Liuyin the victor of the match. As the martial artist descended from the stage, he was swiftly intercepted by a group of onlookers who proceeded to deliver a thorough thrashing. Fortunately, their strikes lacked the use of spiritual energy, rendering the blows akin to mere tickles for the martial artist. Xie Liuyin remained poised on the stage, awaiting her next adversary. Below, Princess Luo and Hua Lingxue, upon witnessing her victory, immediately embraced each other in exuberant celebration. However, once their excitement subsided, they exchanged glances and belatedly realized the awkwardness of their situation. How had they ended up in each other's arms? Quickly, they released their hold and distanced themselves, though the blush on their faces was stubbornly persistent. Fortunately, Xie Liuyin's next opponent ascended the stage without delay, prompting Hua Lingxue and Princess Luo to refocus their attention. They had already placed bets on Xie Liuyin achieving a consecutive 3 victories. Should they succeed, their winnings would surpass those from the previous day. Many spectators who had lost in the first round had learned from their mistakes, recognizing the peculiar prowess of this female cultivator, and speculated that she might indeed continue her winning streak. Yet, there remained a few who harbored grievances over their numerous losses to Xie Liuyin. They not only refrained from betting on her, but instead placed wagers on her opponent. They were resolute in their disbelief that Xie Liuyin could truly be so formidable as to remain undefeated. Chapter 66. A temporary separation. The truth proved that Xie Liuyin was indeed skilled enough to remain unscathed in her matches. In the subsequent 2 rounds, she effortlessly triumphed, with none of the stalemates that had characterized her previous bout. After exchanging a few blows, Xie Liuyin swiftly identified her opponent's weaknesses and decisively defeated them, leaving no opportunity for surrender. The audience remained unperturbed, only to witness one competitor being flung from the stage as the referee declared Xie Liuyin the victor. Those obstinate individuals who had persistently wagered against her wore expressions of sheer dismay, their frustration palpable, as if their resentment could take form. They are all well aware that this matter has nothing to do with Xie Liuyin. It is purely their own misfortune compounded by their obstinate temperaments that led to their significant losses of spirit stones. Thus, when Xie Liuyin finally stepped down from the stage, none of them dared to confront her. More importantly, they clearly recognized that one of the formidable female cultivator's companions was clad in the robes of the Qishao sect. Silver Flower Town is the territory of the Qingshao sect, and they would not dare to provoke a disciple of the sect here. After the competition concluded, the supervisor made a point to seek out Xie Liuyin, inquiring whether she wished to participate in future matches. Rest assured, I will ensure that your opponents possess skill levels comparable to yours. I will not make things difficult for you, the supervisor assured her. However, Xie Liuyin merely waved her hand in response. I appreciate your kindness, but I must enter seclusion for cultivation from now on. She spoke no falsehood. Last night, Xie Yu had sought her out, instructing her to prepare, as she would be spending the next few months within the sword formation. In fact, Ada had even provided Xie Liuyin with ample fasting elixirs and various provisions, anticipating her potential hunger while within the formation. Judging by Xie Yu's demeanor, it seemed she intended to keep her inside until the secret realm opened. Xie Liuyin had little to say on the matter, as she had long since resolved to seize the treasures of that secret realm. Yet, she understood that with her current strength, it would be challenging to suppress the numerous talents within the cultivation world. She must first master the second layer of the heartless sword technique to find peace of mind. Upon hearing Xie Liuyin's words, the supervisor's eyes revealed a glimmer of understanding. The Qian family is well informed, and they had naturally heard whispers regarding the Julan mountain range. It is likely that the young girl before him is preparing for this very purpose, and he naturally does not wish to hinder her future. In light of this, he decided to let it be. However, should the young friend find herself with some free time, she must certainly engage in more matches. The supervisor continued with a warm smile. Xie Liuyin nodded in agreement, absolutely. Once she had finished her conversation with the steward, Wallingswei and Princess Luo eagerly approached her. The two of them, as usual, were clutching a handful of spirit stones, their excitement akin to that of two little birds, circling around Xie Liuyin while showering her with compliments. Amused, Xie Liuyin finally patted their heads and remarked, "It is a pity that your lucrative venture must come to an end for now. I shall be entering seclusion at the Daylight Peak tomorrow to cultivate." "Oh, so it turns out Sister Liuyin cannot come out either," Princess Luo said, her face filled with regret. Xie Liuyin seized upon the key point. "Cannot?" Princess Luo, fond of playful antics, always indulged in purchasing numerous trinkets at every location she visited. Therefore, despite having stayed in Silver Flower Town for only a short while, her courtyard was already cluttered with various items. Alan had not accompanied them today, as she was helping the steward with the tidying up. If Princess Luo were to enter the Jade Blue secret realm, Xie Liuyin certainly did not wish to delay her opportunity. Princess Luo obediently acknowledged this, though she had begun to miss her mother after being away for some time. However, her fondness for Xie Liuyin, a newly acquainted friend, had made her reluctant to depart. Given that Princess Luo was set to leave the following day, Xie Liuyin chose to spend a little more time with her, even taking her to the treasure pavilion to purchase a bracelet she fancied to take back with her. As Princess Luo bid farewell to the two, her eyes brimmed with tears. The addition of the word felt overly contrived to Wallingswei, who silently scoffed. The sword spirit remained unappeased. "What is it about that little girl that warrants such a considerable sacrifice of your cultivation time to accompany her? However, I'm okay. There exists in this world more than mere cultivation." Xie Liuyin spoke earnestly. "My diligent practice aims not only to attain the Grand Tao, but also to forge genuine friendships in pursuit of longevity. A person whose heart is solely devoted to cultivation, neglecting all else, ultimately cannot realize the true essence of the Tao." The sword spirit seemed momentarily taken aback by her words, falling into a contemplative silence. Xie Liuyin did not rush him. Instead, she embraced her sword and instinctively found her way to the medicinal bath chamber. Listening to this, Xie Liuyin suddenly felt a wave of pain wash over her entire body. "Very well," she declared, shedding her outer garments. "Let us begin." She set aside the still fuming MOK sword and stepped into the large vat. The dark medicinal liquid swiftly engulfed her, and the anticipated pain surged forth. It felt as though every inch of her flesh had erupted, the searing agony nearly driving her to madness. Blood seeped from her tightly clenched fists, the result of her nails piercing her skin. Yet, under the influence of the medicinal liquid, those wounds healed swiftly, while the pain remained unabated. Though her entire body trembled from the torment, Xie Liuyin showed no inclination to flee. Thus, that night, she succumbed to a sleep fraught with unrelenting anguish. Chapter 67. A Marriage Proposal? The following day, when Xie Liuyin awoke, her body seemed to still bear the remnants of pain. With the slightest movement, a series of crisp cracks resonated through her bones, and her skin was engulfed by a sharp, tearing sensation. Yet, this discomfort was swiftly subdued by Xie Liuyin as she hastily donned her garments and rose to her feet. However, upon opening the door, she collided with the sword spirit. "Emo Quebec, how are you feeling now?" The sword spirit's tone carried a hint of awkwardness, suggesting that the impact of Xie Liuyin's words from the previous night still lingered in his mind. After a brief pause, he continued, "I have contemplated what you said yesterday. Hi. Xie Liuyin attempted to elucidate, but the sword spirit interrupted her. I was wrong. I apologize. I should not have obstructed your friendships in my eagerness to hasten your ascension and to bring me into the celestial realm to confront that old man. You were right. If a cultivator's mind is solely occupied with the pursuit of cultivation, they will inevitably fail to achieve true results. Previously, he had viewed Xie Liuyin merely as a means to enter the celestial domain, until her earnest words the night before awakened him to the realization that he was no longer merely the sword of that old man. He was Xie Liuyin's sword, destined to be her other half. It was unwise to force her growth, especially considering her age. Her current level of cultivation was already exceptional. As Xie Liuyin had pointed out, a cultivator who harbors only thoughts of the sword cannot hope to attain the great Tao. Listening to the sword spirit's apology, Xie Liuyin felt an indescribable mix of emotions. She could sense that, in comparison to herself, the sword spirit was far more concerned with his previous master. However, Xie Liuyin felt that there was nothing to be concerned about. Firstly, the founding master was indeed formidable. After all, they had accompanied one another for so many years, and it was only natural for the sword spirit to miss its counterpart. Secondly, her formal bond with the sword spirit had only recently been established, and matters of the heart are not easily nurtured. Thus, Xie Liuyin felt no jealousy. After all, the founding master had ascended long ago. The subsequent century, or even millennium, would be spent with her and the MOK sword together. She had ample time to cultivate her feelings with it. Listening to the sword spirit's voice filled with remorse, Xie Liuyin slowly exhaled. From the day we officially signed our contract, we became destined partners. I hope you will treat me as a true companion in times of adversity and triumph from now on. Xie Liuyin firmly grasped the hilt of the sword, knowing that from this moment forth, she and the MOK sword had become genuine allies. In the long years of cultivation that lay ahead, they would accompany each other through it all. Within Yuxing City, lanterns adorned the streets, creating a scene of vibrant festivity. A rather unassuming jade carriage navigated through the bustling alleys, turning several corners before finally entering the heavily guarded lord's residence. Princess Luo rubbed her sore waist and joyfully made her way towards her mother's courtyard. Her voice was loud enough to cause discomfort to Lord Luo from a distance. The good friend you mentioned, are you referring to Xie Liuyin from King Xiuzong? Lord Luo was quite aware of his daughter's affairs. When her mother inquired about it, Princess Luo did not hold back. She immediately recounted how she and Alan had been captured and how Xie Liuyin had come to their rescue, ultimately explaining how they had earned a considerable amount of spirit stones thanks to her abilities. At last, Princess Luo took out a wooden box that she had been cherishing close to her heart and presented a beautiful purple jade hairpin to her mother. This gift was purchased with the spirit stones she had earned herself. Do you like it? She asked eagerly, her eyes sparkling with excitement, urging her mother to adorn herself with the hairpin. Only then did the city lord of Luo finally reveal a hint of a smile, complying with her daughter's wishes and putting on the pin. Although this pin was the most modest piece among her collection of jewelry, the city lord showed no signs of disdain. Indeed, she remarked, nodding in satisfaction as she gazed at her reflection in the mirror. Soon after, she continued, "It seems that you have been getting along quite well with that Xie Liuyin." "Yes, Sister Liuyin takes great care of me." Princess Luo nodded vigorously, oblivious to the implications behind her mother's words. The city lord nodded in approval. "That's good. There are indeed two important matters to discuss. The first," she said, "is that a unique secret realm has been discovered in the Julan mountain range, which is perfectly suited for young talents like yourselves to explore. You should stay at home and cultivate diligently for the next few months before embarking on your journey to the Julan secret realm." Princess Luo's eyes lit up. "Will Sister Liuyin be joining us for such a wonderful opportunity?" The city lord couldn't help but chuckle. "Of course. Your Sister Liuyin is the most capable disciple of the Qingshao sect this generation. If she were excluded, then that old fellow from Kunshan should relinquish his position as sect leader." Only then did Princess Luo feel reassured. "And what is the second matter?" The city lord replied. "A few days ago, the Suha clan sent representatives, expressing their desire to form a marriage alliance with our family. What are your thoughts on this?" A mere utterance from the lord of the Luo city left the Luo princess utterly confounded. The smile that once graced her face vanished in an instant as she urgently tugged at her mother's sleeve, exclaiming, "What engagement? I refuse to accept it." The Suha clan, are they not referring to that frail individual named Suha Jiming? How can one even speak of such matters? The young master of the Suha clan has already received the elixir of life and has now fully recovered. The Suha clan is not without power. And I have seen Suha Jiming. He is a clever child, suitable for you. Before the Lord of Luo could finish her words, the Luo princess's expression soured immediately. Regardless of his health, I have no desire to be betrothed to him. I am destined to take over Yuxing City in the future. And if you casually agree to this matter, I shall continue my escapades from home. In that moment, the harmonious atmosphere that once enveloped them dissipated entirely. As the Luo princess stormed out of her mother's courtyard in a huff, the Lord of Luo watched her daughter's retreating figure and let out a resigned sigh. She understood her daughter's temperament and surmised that she would likely refuse. Yet, with the transformation period drawing ever closer, little Luo remained. The conditions proposed by the Suha clan were simply too compelling for the Lord of Luo to dismiss. Now, she could only hope that little Luo would complete her transformation before reaching adulthood. Otherwise, the Lord of Luo would be left with no choice but to take desperate measures. Chapter 68. The peril of greed. What the Luo princess did not realize was that she was not alone in her aversion to this marriage. At that very moment, within the Suha family estate, Suha Jiming wore a frown, his countenance reflecting his resistance to his father's proposal. The head of the Suha clan did not miss his son's expression, but maintaining a stern demeanor, he curtly remarked, "Do not be so hasty in your rejection. You are well aware of your own condition. Even though your health has significantly improved and you can practice normally now, you were born with a frail constitution, making your cultivation progress considerably slower than that of others. Xie Ming, are you aware that your elder cousin has already reached the mid-stage of foundation establishment?" Hearing these words, Su He and Xie Ming pressed their lips tightly together, their faces paling. Born weak, Xie Ming found mere survival to be a formidable challenge, and naturally, no one dared to encourage him to cultivate. Yet, while Su He and Xie Ming endured bitter medicine to strengthen his body, his cousin blossomed into a widely admired genius, continually advancing in his cultivation. Although Xie Ming's health has improved, he has fallen behind his cousin for many years, with even several younger cousins surpassing him in cultivation. Unfortunately, Xie Ming's innate talent for cultivation is not particularly remarkable, no matter how fervently he endeavors to catch up with his cousin. It seems an insurmountable task solely through his own efforts. Aware of this reality, Xie Ming's heart remains unwilling. But father, what does this have to do with my marriage to Princess Luo? He had encountered Princess Luo atop the daylight peak. She was not unattractive. One could even say she was quite lovely. However, her temperament was willful, suggesting she would not be easy to deal with. Xie Ming was not fond of such a girl. He preferred someone gentle, who would be dutifully compliant with him. Speaking of which, the female cultivator he encountered beneath daylight peak possessed a countenance that truly appealed to him. Had she not been a bit eccentric and had their meeting occurred under different circumstances, Xie Ming might have entertained the notion of engaging with her further. The thoughts in his mind flickered fleetingly as the voice of the Suha family head resonated once more. The wife we choose for you will undoubtedly be of great benefit to your cultivation. The women of the Luo clan inherit the ancient powers of the Feather clan, and forming a partnership with them will enhance your cultivation speed severalfold compared to the ordinary single spiritual route. Suha Jiming's eyelashes quivered slightly. Even though he harbored no affection for the Luo princess, he could not help but feel a twinge of excitement upon hearing this. Father, is what you say truly the case? If the women of the Luo clan possess such prowess, why are they not coveted by other cultivators? Suha Jiming felt a surge of agitation, yet doubt lingered in his heart. The family head replied, "This is precisely the cleverness of the Luo women. Their ancestors initially concealed this secret and subsequently constructed Featherstar City, establishing it as a sanctuary for them. It is unknown how the first city lord managed to build such a fortress, but as long as a Luo woman resides within its walls, none can harm her. However, there were those among the Luo women who, in a bid to win the affection of their beloved, inadvertently revealed this secret. She gained her heart's desire. Yet it brought calamity upon all the Luo women. While the Luo women themselves are formidable representatives, they ultimately fell to the overwhelming numbers of cultivators who besieged them, succumbing to their enemies. Nevertheless, as descendants of the Feather clan, they are inherently imbued with resilience and a yearning for freedom. Thus, when captured, the Luo women refused to succumb to the torment of their captors and chose to end their own lives at the earliest opportunity after being apprehended. As the women of the Luo clan continued to take their own lives, the cultivators were compelled to alter their strategies. They either attempted to persuade the Luo women with gentle words or resorted to other methods to incapacitate them. The former approach proved futile, resulting in yet another wave of suicides among the Luo women. The latter, while successful, yielded results far inferior to those rumored. Moreover, the lord of Yuxing City soon received word of the situation. She sealed the city gates and ventured forth with her sword to rescue her kin. The traitorous Luo woman who had leaked the secrets was the first to be apprehended by the city lord. Even though she was with child and pleaded desperately for mercy, the city lord showed no leniency and executed the disloyal woman on the spot. The remaining Luo women were systematically located and captured by the city lord through her unique methods. None of the cultivators who had abducted and imprisoned the Luo women escaped the wrath of her sword. That month was a terrifying and bloody time for the entire realm of cultivation. No one could have anticipated that a single woman would wield such immense power, not only decimating several prominent clans, but also claiming the lives of nearly 1,000 individuals within a matter of mere weeks. Among the deceased were numerous formidable figures, and even various factions that united to hunt down the city lord found themselves unable to inflict even a scratch upon her, ultimately leading to their own ruin. During that month, the very air of the cultivation world was tinged with a sense of bloodshed. The head of the Suha clan lamented, reflecting that had it not been for those cultivation families foolishly provoking the Luo women, their own clan would still be suppressed and would not have flourished to its current state. This massacre was referred to as the calamity of human greed, with all attributing this disaster to the insatiable desires of mankind. Luo Duanjin established the illustrious reputation of Yuxing City, rendering it impossible for anyone to dare lay a hand on the women of the Luo family. However, the already scarce Luo women suffered significant losses during this calamity, leaving them even more rare in the present day. Were it not for the possession of items essential for Luo Pinga, the head of the Suha family would not have dared to harbor intentions towards the Luo women. He mused that such a splendid opportunity, fortunate enough to fall upon his son, Suha Jiming, was a stroke of luck. Otherwise, it would never have landed in this young man's lap. Yet, the latter displayed an unwilling demeanor, infuriating the head of the Suha family. Consider well, he admonished. What holds greater significance? Your position as the head of the Suha family and your path to cultivation, or your personal preferences? With those words, the head of the Suha family patted his son's shoulder and turned away. Left in a state of turmoil, Suha Jiming's expression shifted continuously, revealing his inner struggles. Utterly unaware that the matter of this marriage was beyond his control, far away at Qingxiozong, Xie Liuyin remained oblivious to the intentions of her recently parted companion, who seemed to be treading the path of their former life. Grasping MOK, she stepped into the sword array, the entrance sealing behind her as if to prevent her escape. Xie Liuyin exhaled deeply and addressed the sword spirit. Let us go and engage in a few rounds with our esteemed ancestor. The MOK sword resonated with a hum, as though it had long awaited this moment. As time flowed, several months slipped away like water. The sword energy emanating from the array grew increasingly fierce, one wave after another. First, second, third. Each barrier fell before Xie Liuyin and the MOK sword, their speed of breaking through eliciting astonishment even from Alu, who stood guard outside the array. In the midst of such pressing cultivation, the mystical realm of Awakening Blue is set to officially commence. Chapter 69, Depart. The mystical realm of Awakening Blue is about to open, and various sects and other cultivational forces are beginning preparations to send their disciples to the Awakening Blue mountain range. On the eve of the Qingxiao sect's expedition, Xie Liuyin emerged from the sword array, having successfully navigated through 10 levels of the formation. Her aura now firmly stabilized at the 6th level of Qi transformation. Upon realizing this, even the ever-knowledgeable Xian Yu couldn't help but feel a surge of astonishment. It is noteworthy that the sword array left behind by his master consists of only 60 levels, and Xie Liuyin, having been a disciple for less than a year, has yet to reach the foundation establishment stage. Yet, under such circumstances, she managed to break through 10 levels of the sword array, an accomplishment beyond even Xian Yu's own feats back then, when he was praised by his master as the most qualified young man for ascension in the entire Bishu realm. Reflecting on these past events, Xian Yu's gaze flickered slightly, and his satisfaction with this disciple grew even deeper. Indeed, Xian Yu nodded at Xie Liuyin, inquiring about the current mastery of her unfeeling sword technique. Xian Yu's eyes sparkled anew. Given this, I trust you will be able to acquire treasures within the mystical realm of Awakening Blue. Xian Yu felt a smile tugging at his lips. Yet he understood that his disciple was not one to boast. Her confidence in making such a declaration indicated her assurance. Very well. Xian Yu presented a verdant jade talisman to Xie Liuyin. This is the entry token for the mystical realm of Awakening Blue. Go forth and bring back treasures for your master. Yes, disciple shall not disappoint master. Xie Liuyin accepted the admission decree, solemnly assuring Xian Yu. On the following day, a majestic cloud vessel floated serenely in the air above the plaza of Qingshao Peak, adorned with the characters Qingshao and the resounding banners depicting the sect's totem, stirring an inexplicable surge of fervor within a group of young disciples below. This time, the Qingshao sect dispatched only 50 disciples to the Julan secret realm, including Xie Liuyin. The stringent requirements for entry into the Julan secret realm posed a significant challenge, as any disciple exceeding the foundational stage, even slightly, was barred from entry. Hence, the Qingshao sect meticulously selected these 50 individuals from a pool of qualified disciples. However, Xie Liuyin's gaze shifted to her younger sister, Xie Mingzhu, who beamed at her with an exceptionally sweet smile, her almond-shaped eyes narrowing slightly. To her astonishment, Xie Mingzhu's cultivation had remarkably ascended to the 6th level of qi refinement within a few months. Could it be that her sister had encountered some fortuitous opportunity, allowing her to progress so swiftly? It seemed that any precious item, regardless of their initial lack of affinity, would inevitably find its way into Xie Mingzhu's hands. At times, Xie Liuyin even questioned whether her sister was truly the reincarnation of a celestial being, blessed with such divine favor. What thoughts occupied her elder sister's mind? That she would disregard her younger sibling? Noticing that Xie Liuyin had only cast a fleeting glance in her direction before averting her gaze, Xie Mingzhu felt a surge of discontent. Nothing irked her more than being overlooked by her sister, especially when it was evident that Xie Liuyin was faring better than herself. Clearly, she is the favored daughter of heaven in this new life. Why, then, does Xie Liuyin, who was suppressed to her demise in the last life, bask in greater glory? Suppressing the turmoil within her, Xie Mingzhu deliberately approached Xie Liuyin, stating, "Sister, look, my cultivation level is now on par with yours. It only took me 3 months." Pride adorned her face, while a hint of disdain lurked in her eyes. What if her cultivation surpassed mine? As long as she wished. Surpassing Xie Liuyin would be a mere trifle. Yet, upon hearing Xie Mingzhu's almost provocative remarks, Xie Liuyin felt no trace of anger. Congratulations indeed. I hope you continue to cultivate at such a rapid pace. I was worried that my swift advancement might leave you unable to even catch a glimpse of my hem. That need not trouble you, sister. I have heard rumors that the Julan secret realm conceals wondrous treasures. Pray tell, who do you think will be fortunate enough to obtain such treasures? A renewed smile graced Xie Mingzhu's face, her eyes glinting with an insatiable desire for the coveted riches. Possessing memories of her past life, Xie Liuyin understood the underlying implications of Xie Mingzhu's words. With a gentle smile, she replied, "I cannot speak for others, but I am certain you will not lay your hands on them." Xie Mingzhu's countenance darkened. "What do you mean by that, sister? Are you cursing me?" "I would never dare to curse you. I merely express my judgment. Would you care to make a wager? Let us bet on whether you can obtain that treasure." Xie Liuyin maintained her cold demeanor, yet the sharpness in her gaze seemed to pierce. Upon meeting her eyes, Xie Mingzhu felt a fleeting sense of trepidation. However, this emotion was swiftly dispelled by her. Xie Mingzhu steadied herself and boldly replied, "What do I have to fear? I merely inquire what wager you wish to propose." "Dear sister, let us stake a request as our wager. The one who loses shall concede to the other a demand that is entirely feasible. What do you say?" Xie Liuyin, seeing that she had taken the bait, eagerly continued. Xie Mingzhu pondered for a moment, confident that her recollections of the Julan secret realm remained intact. She was certain that she would undoubtedly acquire treasures, so she set aside her reservations and readily acquiesced. "Sister, do prepare well. My request shall not be trivial." Xie Mingzhu playfully winked at Xie Liuyin, before obediently joining the line at the call of the leading elder. As she watched her retreating figure, Xie Liuyin murmured softly, "Perfect. My request shall not be easily fulfilled either." In the distance, a voice called out to Xie Liuyin, prompting her to turn and join the group previously designated by the elders of the sect. Given the uncertainty surrounding the internal conditions of the Julan secret realm, this cohort of disciples was ostensibly on a treasure hunt, yet their primary task was to explore the secrets of the realm, to ensure the safety of the younger disciples. The sect had deliberately organized them into small teams of 5. Perhaps someone had made prior arrangements, for many familiar faces were present in the team to which Xie Liuyin was assigned, not to mention the waving Hua Lingxue, even Su Wuyin. with whom she had previously crossed paths in battle, was among them. The group was led by a senior brother in the foundation establishment stage, accompanied by a junior sister who had only recently reached the same stage as his aide. Both were well aware of Xie Liuyin's esteemed reputation and greeted her with a respectful Xie Xiao. After a brief introduction among the parties, they gained a rudimentary understanding of each other's information. At last, the celestial vessel in the sky was ready to embark. With 50 disciples and 3 leaders, the cloud boat was just about filled. As the enormous vessel finally set sail, a steady and powerful voice resonated from afar. Belonging to the Master of Kunshin, may all disciples travel safely. Chapter 70. The opening of the secret realm. The cloud boat moved with remarkable speed, and as it departed from the Qingxiao sect, it surged forward at a breathtaking pace. In no time, Xie Liuyin could no longer see the shadow of the sect. Observing her leaning over the railing of the deck, gazing into the distant white clouds, Hua Lingxue assumed that her junior master harbored some worries, prompting her to pull Su Wuyin over to express her concern. Upon hearing Hua Lingxue's words filled with genuine care, Xie Liuyin shook her head and smiled. I am not worried about the Julan secret realm. After all, if it truly harbored life-threatening dangers, the sect would not have sent us there. Moreover, based on Xie Liuyin's recollections, during her prior journey to the Julan secret realm, no disciples had perished. They merely encountered a few unforeseen incidents. It was during this time that Xie Mingzhu, her acquaintance from the demonic sect, had emerged, repeatedly targeting her and nearly costing her life. The thought of this stirred a cold glint in Xie Liuyin's eyes. I merely fear that some demonic cultivators may have taken an interest in the Julan secret realm and stealthily infiltrated it, she continued, leaving her thoughts unspoken. Hua Lingxue, upon hearing this, waved her hand dismissively. That cannot be possible. The outside of the secret realm is surrounded by our righteous sect's cloud boats, and there are so many elders and powerful beings guarding the periphery. The demonic cultivators would not dare to be so audacious. I merely mentioned it in passing, feeling a touch of unease within. I have heard that the elder, who is leading this expedition, possesses remarkable skills in crafting talismans. I intend to request a couple of demon-restraining talismans from him. Do you wish to join me? As Xie Liuyin spoke, she suddenly shifted the topic. Although Hua Lingxue and Su Wuyin were puzzled by their junior disciple's sudden concern, they naturally followed her lead upon hearing her words. Leaving aside other matters, the opportunity to request a talisman from the elder was indeed pleasing to them. Elder Wuxiu had always been gentle with younger disciples, and upon hearing Xie Liuyin's request, he did not perceive the youngster's worries as unfounded. After all, demon practitioners are hardly benevolent beings. The very mention of demon in their title suggests as much. It was only natural for these young ones to harbor a desire to confront the forces of evil, and Elder Wuxiu was more than willing to lend his support. He promptly retrieved his talisman brush and paper, focusing his mind as he crafted the demon-restraining talismans for them, even providing several extra, as though fearing they might not have enough. Do not hesitate. Should you require more talismans in the future, feel free to approach your elder uncle. Elder Wuxiu declared with a sweeping gesture of his hand, making a promise. The disciples expressed their gratitude to the elder. Xie Liuyin responded with a cheerful smile, contemplating that it would not be long before she would find herself at odds with the demon sect, and in the future, she would indeed have ample need for demon-restraining talismans. She hoped that by that time, Elder Wuxiu would not regret his words spoken today. Unbeknownst to him, Elder Wuxiu suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. As soon as the group departed, a strikingly handsome youth entered, inquiring, Master, who were you just entertaining? I noticed 3 figures leaving your presence. The youth, known as Shao Qi, is an apprentice of Wu Xiu and one of the cultivators selected to enter the enigmatic realm of Julan. Wu Xiu casually explained that it was his junior disciple, Xie Shishu, along with Ling Shui and Wu Yin, who, concerned about encountering demonic cultivators, specifically requested a few talismans to subdue evil spirits. Upon hearing this, Shao Qi disdainfully curled his lip, saying, How can Master assist that Xie Liuyin? I have heard she is arrogant and overbearing, bullying her own sister and showing disrespect to her parents. Such a person is hardly worthy of being accepted as a direct disciple by the esteemed Shirshu, nor deserving of being addressed as Shirshu by so many young disciples. Wu Xiu's expression, which had been relatively calm, suddenly shifted upon hearing his disciple's words. Where did you hear such baseless rumors? I would not dare to speak without evidence, Master. You must not be deceived by Xie Liuyin. Given her temperament, she is unlikely to thrive in the path of cultivation. A sharp crack echoed as Shao Qi's words were abruptly stifled, leaving him unable to utter another syllable. He gazed at his master in astonishment, never expecting such a sudden and forceful slap. "Master, why did you suddenly strike me?" Shao Qi felt a mix of sorrow and anger, his eyes wide as he looked at Wu Xiao. Wu Xiao, however, coldly retorted, "You ought to reflect on where you have erred. What kind of person Xie Liuyin is, I, as her senior brother, may not be fully aware, but how can you, who have never exchanged a word with her, presume to know better? This is a matter concerning their family. What business do you, as an outsider, have meddling in it? Do you truly believe yourself to be particularly just and noble?" Observing the bewildered expression on his disciple's face, Elder Wu grew increasingly irate. "The intricate relationship between Xie Liuyin and the Xie family is of no concern to you. Moreover, you have not made an effort to comprehend the situation thoroughly. Thus, your unwarranted conjectures are your first mistake. In terms of sect hierarchy, Xie Liuyin is your superior, even surpassing you in cultivation. You ought to show her the respect she deserves instead of casually addressing her by her name, which constitutes your second error." Shao Qi pressed his lips together, lowering his head in acquiescence. Yet his discontent simmered beneath the surface, particularly regarding his master's defense of Xie Liuyin. He believed his master to be misguided. It was precisely his understanding of the realities surrounding Xie Liuyin and the Xie family that fueled his disdain for her. Had he not fortuitously befriended Mingzhu and subsequently met her parents, from whom he had learned of Xie Liuyin's actions over the years, he too might have been deceived. However, he had awakened to the truth while his master remained oblivious. Nevertheless, Shao Qi was resolute. He would seize the opportunity to unmask Xie Liuyin, demonstrating to his master that he was indeed correct. Elder Wu remained unaware of his disciple's thoughts and feelings. He simply wished to avoid witnessing this pawn in someone else's game. He promptly expelled him from the room, instructing him to pursue his cultivation independently. Thus, amidst his master's stern reprimands, Shao Qi departed, brimming with resentment and indignation, all directed towards Xie Liuyin. Unbeknownst to her, a person who had never exchanged a single word with her had already harbored a deep-seated animosity, perceiving her as a formidable threat. The 5 days aboard the cloud vessel swiftly passed in cultivation, and it was only when sounds emanated from outside that Xie Liuyin realized they had arrived at the Julan mountain range. She immediately exited her chamber and, upon reaching the deck, beheld dozens of cloud vessels of varying sizes moored above a grand and magnificent waterfall, creating a dense cluster that seemed to eclipse even the sunlight. Beneath the cloud vessels, radiant rays of light erupted from the waterfall, accompanied by ethereal melodies that floated through the air. At that moment, everyone present understood that this extraordinary phenomenon heralded the official opening of the Julan secret realm. A surge of potent spiritual energy mingled with mist rushed toward them, while behind the expansive waterfall, vibrant hues of light danced. This mesmerizing scene left many young cultivators spellbound. It was their first encounter with the entrance to a secret realm. The mere sight of such a mysterious and extraordinary entrance led them to believe that the treasures concealed within the realm must be plentiful. With this thought in mind, excitement bubbled within numerous cultivators, and their gazes turned eagerly toward their respective leading elders, awaiting the command to plunge into the secret realm in search of coveted treasures. Faced with the fervent and yearning eyes of their disciples, the elders wasted no time. With a decisive wave of their hands, they instructed the disciples to line up in preparation for entering the realm. The order of entry had, of course, been predetermined by the elders of each sect. Fortunately for Xie Liuyin and her companions, they were fortunate enough to be placed in the third batch. The leading senior brother was named Jiang Shan, while the senior sister possessed an even more melodious name, Liu. Before their departure, the two individuals gathered Xie Liuyin and her companions. Although it was their first venture into the secret realm, they felt a sense of responsibility to care for their juniors, owing to their higher cultivation levels and earlier entry into the sect. However, the enigmatic nature of the blue secret realm posed a challenge. As unlike the southern mountain secret realm, which had maps circulating among practitioners, this one left them utterly disoriented. "Little Shi Shu and my fellow disciples," one of them instructed, "it is imperative that we act in unison within the secret realm. Should we encounter any spiritual herbs or celestial fruits, we shall collect them without hesitation and discuss distribution only after we have safely exited. If, by chance, we become separated, our admission tokens are inscribed with tracking symbols specifically designed by the sect to locate one another. We will first seek out the nearest companion and regroup before searching for the others. Jiang Shan meticulously recounted the vital precautions he had gleaned from his senior brother, ensuring that everyone absorbed the information. Once he was satisfied that they were all prepared, he led their quintet into the throng of sect members. Following the current of humanity, the five plunged into the azure vortex behind the waterfall. Xie Liuyin felt a wave of dizziness wash over her, and soon the scenery before her transformed entirely. The spiritual energy surrounding her intensified several-fold compared to what she had sensed before. With every breath, she inhaled a continuous stream of golden spiritual essence into her being. Exhaling a sigh of relief to dispel her inner turmoil, she quickly surveyed her surroundings in search of her companions. Fortunately, the admission tokens continued to function effectively, as the other members of her team were transported to locations not far from her side. As Hualing Shui and Su Wu quickly regained their composure, the group swiftly gathered before Jiang Shan, awaiting his forthcoming instructions. According to the seasoned seniors who had ventured into the secret realms on multiple occasions, as long as the environment remained relatively safe, it was permissible to explore the surroundings first. Jiang Shan retrieved a scroll he had meticulously prepared from his storage bag and handed it to Liu. He continued, "I shall take charge of vigilance and protection, while the task of mapping will be entrusted to you, junior sister Liu. Let us first investigate a few nearby areas rich in spiritual energy." The group had no objections to Jiang Shan's arrangement, though Xie Liuyin harbored some thoughts that she felt were inappropriate to voice at that moment. She was aware that in her previous life, the treasures of the secret realm had fallen into the hands of Xie Mingzhu, and in this new existence, she was determined to seize the opportunity to search for those treasures, ensuring that such a fortuitous chance would not be snatched away by others. Having never visited the Julan secret realm in her past life, Xie Liuyin undoubtedly possessed less knowledge about this place than Xie Mingzhu. Thus, she did not entertain the notion of aimlessly wandering about. Instead, she intended to locate Xie Mingzhu first and then follow her group discreetly. Playing the role of a cunning sparrow, Xie Mingzhu had always relished feigning closeness with her, so this time, Xie Liuyin resolved to enact a charming sisterly performance. With her mind made up, she trailed behind Jiang Shan, subtly forming hand seals. By sheer coincidence, the target of her pursuit was nearby. A subtle smile played on her lips as she quickened her pace to keep up with the group, heading towards the distant, spiritually abundant woodlands. Meanwhile, entering the Julan secret realm simultaneously was Xie Mingzhu's team, which, coincidentally, not only included Xie Mingzhu, but also the disdainful Xiaozhi, who held Xie Liuyin in utter contempt. In charge of the team was a young senior sister named Qiuyu, who, upon seeing that everyone had safely entered the secret realm, promptly called them to her side to discuss their forthcoming actions. Qiuyu, a practitioner with a singular water spirit root, possessed a remarkably gentle disposition. Given that none were particularly familiar with the Julan secret realm, she suggested that they first find a suitable place to settle, as they would be residing within the realm for a full 3 months. Under the uncertainty of the realm's safety, her suggestion was undoubtedly reasonable. However, Xie Mingzhu was consumed by thoughts of the treasure yet to be claimed, an exquisite item she had long desired. The wooden bracelet remained in her possession, and the moon fox prince she had endeavored to win over had been silent since his departure. Xie Mingzhu was acutely aware that she could not rely on him for now, and was resolute in her determination not to miss the treasures within the secret realm. Thus, as Qiuyu proposed to seek a cave to establish their camp in the west, Xie Mingzhu immediately interjected, "Senior sister, as practitioners, we ought to contend with fate itself. I believe we should not be so timid. Although the Julan secret realm is uncharted, does that not suggest it is rich in cultivation resources, undiscovered by others? Other sects will likely rush here to pursue treasures, and if we miss out on them due to setting up camp, it would indeed be a great pity." Xie Mingzhu's words momentarily halted the actions of the crowd, particularly the impetuous Xiaozhi, who had already regarded her as the object of his affections. He promptly voiced his agreement, saying, "Mingzhu is right. We cultivators should be bolder. Let us first search around. Perhaps we will stumble upon some precious spiritual plants or other treasures." Qiuyu, who had been labeled timid, appeared somewhat sullen. However, she was not one to engage in disputes and, despite her displeasure at Xie Mingzhu's remarks, merely pursed her lips and said, "Then we shall heed junior sister Xie's suggestion." Xie Mingzhu immediately flashed a smile at Xiaozhi, as if rewarding him for his support. "Then let us head over there," she proposed, pointing toward a distant hill. "I sense that the spiritual energy in that direction is quite abundant." The others, lacking any particular destination in mind, nodded in agreement upon hearing Xie Mingzhu's suggestion. Thus, the 5 of them quickly set off. Observing their obedience, Xie Mingzhu felt some of the frustration that had accumulated over the past few days dissipate. Contemplating the treasures hidden within the mountain, an eager anticipation welled up within her. Though these items might not compare to the treasures she had once acquired, they would still serve as valuable resources for cultivation. It was fortunate for this group to be assigned to her. They would benefit from her guidance. She hoped they would not turn ungrateful and squander her goodwill once they received their share of good fortune. With such hopes in her heart, Xie Mingzhu quickened her pace. Unbeknownst to her, her elder sister was also hastening towards this very location, intent on utilizing her as a treasure-seeking accomplice. Chapter 72. Not merely a fear of death. Here it is. Gazing at the familiar cave before her, Xie Mingzhu endeavored to suppress the excitement swelling within her. Observing that a few individuals behind her were cautiously surveying the surroundings, hesitant to enter, Xie urged, "The rich spiritual energy emanates from within. Surely there must be valuable treasures hidden inside. Let us hasten, lest others seize this fortunate opportunity." With that thought, Xie Mingzhu prepared to plunge into the cave. However, just as she took a step forward, Xie Liuyin called out to her, "Xie Junior sister, please wait. This cave appears quite profound, and we cannot ascertain what dangers may lurk inside. We should deliberate further." This was merely a kind-hearted caution from Xie Liuyin, yet unexpectedly, upon hearing it, Xie Mingzhu's eyes brimmed with tears that fell freely. "I am sorry, senior sister Xie. I merely wish for everyone to attain a fortunate opportunity. I did not mean to upset you. If my suggestion displeases you, we can certainly follow your lead," Xie Mingzhu said timidly. Xie Liuyin furrowed her brow at her words, ready to explain, but someone else interjected before she could. "Mingzhu, do not cry. This is not your fault. You have only been considering our opportunities, unlike some who, out of their own cowardice, would push you forward to take the brunt of it." The speaker was none other than Xiao Shi, who had been steadfastly by Xie Mingzhu's side. He initially held a favorable impression of the gentle-spoken senior sister, yet after witnessing her repeated confrontations with Mingzhu, a flicker of displeasure inevitably arose within Xiao Qi as the atmosphere grew increasingly awkward. The other members hastily intervened, fearing that their small team would disband before even venturing into the secret realm. Xiao Qi refrained from speaking out of turn. "Senior sister Xie is only looking out for our safety. Please do not misinterpret her intentions." Su Yu, a peer of Xiao Qi, discreetly tugged at his companion, urging him to silence his remarks. Tong Wenkong, the senior brother serving as the team leader's assistant, added, "We are all fellow disciples. There is no need to let trivial matters disrupt our camaraderie." Xie Yu pressed her lips together, striving to suppress her mounting frustration as she inquired of the two. "What do you say? Shall we remain or venture into the cave for adventure?" The hesitation in Su Yu and his companion, exchanging glances yet remaining reticent, did not escape Xie Yu's notice. It was evident that they had already been enchanted by the prospects spoken of by Xie Mingzhu. Taking a deep breath, Xie Yu declared, "Very well, since you all wish to explore the cave for treasures, I shall not hinder you. However, should danger arise within, I implore you not to lay the blame at my feet." Despite Xie Yu's gentle demeanor and aversion to conflict, she could not allow herself to be bullied to such an extent. She was not made of pliable dough. With her firm words, she resolved that she would no longer lead this team. As the situation escalated, Xie Mingzhu felt a surge of triumph, though her expression feigned innocence and pity. "Senior sister Xie, please do not be upset. This is all my fault. I promise not to make reckless suggestions in the future." As she teetered on the brink of tears, Xiaoji hastily consoled her. "Mingzhu, do not cry. This is not your fault. The ethereal energy emanating from the cave is undoubtedly a great treasure. Let us hasten inside before others seize the opportunity." Surrounded by the 3 male cultivators' comforting words, Xie Mingzhu finally managed to smile through her tears, and the group exchanged laughter as they ventured into the cave. At the rear, Xie Yu gripped the hilt of her sword tightly, a persistent unease gnawing at her. After a moment's contemplation, she decided to activate a defensive talisman, discreetly placing it over her heart before entering. The cave, indeed, was expansive. The 5 of them meandered forward, unaware of how long they had traveled until, suddenly, a glimmer of light pierced the darkness at the tunnel's end. They hurried toward the radiance, only to discover that the mountain's interior had opened up to reveal a vast, lofty cavern. A beam of white light streamed through the cave's entrance, illuminating the grand, yet desolate expanse before them. On one side of the cavern sat a colossal stone Buddha, its head conspicuously missing, enshrouded in clusters of moss that accentuated the profound desolation and solitude of this once majestic figure. The sunlight, cascading down, revealed intricate fissures adorning the Buddha's form, a sight that instilled awe within them. Yet, before they could fully absorb the grandeur of the scene, Xie Mingzhu's startled exclamation broke their reverie. "Oh, look over there. What is that?" Awakened by her voice, the others followed her gaze and were indeed captivated by a cluster of exquisite white flowers blooming at the Buddha's feet. The flowers, devoid of leaves, were elevated by their vibrant green stems, standing tall in striking contrast to their surroundings. In principle, such commonplace flowers should not even warrant a glance from the cultivators. However, upon discerning the true nature of the blossoms, the 5 individuals widened their eyes in astonishment. It was the corrupted bone orchid. So you could not help but exclaim. Tong Wenkong was the first to rush towards the cluster of flowers, visibly eager. His fervor was understandable to the others, for the corrupted bone orchid was indeed a rarity, the most challenging spiritual herb to cultivate in the realm of cultivation, and a crucial ingredient in the elixir for severed limbs. It was said that the current market price for a single corrupted bone orchid had soared to a staggering 100,000 spirit stones. With such a bounty before them, even a modest division among themselves would yield considerable profit. Realizing this, Shaoji shot a sidelong glance at the equally delighted Qiuyu, and his mischievous tongue could not refrain from commenting. Humph, some individuals were previously reluctant to enter the cave, citing concerns for our safety, when in truth, they were merely driven by fear of death. Were it not for Mingzhu's resolute insistence in bringing us here, this opportunity might have been seized by others. The implication of his words was unmistakable. Qiuyu's expression darkened instantaneously, her earlier joy evaporating. The other 2 mediators fell silent, their previous tacit support for Xie Mingzhu now overtly shifting towards the opposing side. Just then, Xie Mingzhu interjected once more. "Xie, please refrain from such remarks. My senior sister did not act with malice. Moreover, my cultivation is indeed inferior to hers, and I joined the sect later than she did. Her skepticism regarding my judgment is entirely warranted." Qiuyu opened her mouth, yearning to clarify her position. It was not that she distrusted Xie Mingzhu's judgment, nor did she intend to overshadow her with seniority. She genuinely believed that there was peril within the cavern. Qiuyu had always possessed keen perceptive abilities, which was precisely why her master had chosen her as a direct disciple despite her possessing only 3 spiritual roots. However, Shaoqi did not grant Qiuyu the opportunity to explain herself, once again cutting her off. "Mingzhu, do not defend her. We have all witnessed her envious behavior today. Once we exit this secret realm, we shall inform the elders of this matter, and they will determine the right from the wrong." With that, Shaoqi shot Qiuyu a disdainful glance. The 2 of them abandoned Qiuyu and hastened towards the cluster of decayed bones and stone orchids. Yet, before they could approach, a colossal shadow descended, enveloping the 4 individuals gathered around the stone orchids completely. In that instant, Qiuyu's terror reached its zenith. Chapter 73. Do not be devoured by the demon beast. A massive, jet-black demon beast appeared, as if conjured by malevolent spirits, lunging ferociously at Tong Wenkong, who was busy excavating the stone orchids. By the time they realized the impending danger, it was far too late. Tong Wenkong instinctively raised his hand to defend himself, but his left arm was bitten off in an instant, leaving him drenched in blood. Meanwhile, Xie Mingzhu and Shaoqi, witnessing Tong Wenkong's injury, swiftly fled towards the cave's exit, entirely disregarding the life of their comrade. Upon glimpsing the demon beast, Qiuyu's face drained of color. It was a creature comparable to those in the late Foundation establishment stage, far beyond her capabilities as a novice in Foundation establishment, or those of her fellow disciples in the Qi refinement stage. Ku Yin and Su Yu were trapped by the monstrous beast, unable to escape. Qiuyu cast a glance at the self-serving Xie Mingzhu and Shao Ji as they fled, and with a determined bite of her lip, she gripped her sword and charged forward. Though Qiuyu was not a seasoned sword cultivator and her proficiency with the blade was limited in that moment, the spiritual sword in her hand became her sole means of survival. As the beast gaped its maw once more to snatch at Tong Wenkong and Su Yu, Qiuyu leapt into action, piercing the creature's eye with a swift strike. The beast howled in agony, narrowly sparing Tong Wenkong from a fatal bite. Without a moment to spare, Qiuyu shouted to the pair, "Run." Throw out those corrupted bonestone orchids and escape the cave quickly. At her urgent call, Tong Wenkong's mind cleared. He leaned on Xie Yu for support and hastened towards the cave's entrance. The tunnel within the cave was exceedingly narrow, rendering it impossible for the beast to pursue them. Now enraged, the creature would surely not relent until they were dead, with one injured and the other lacking strength. Staying behind would only hinder Xie Yu's efforts. They had to flee swiftly to allow her the freedom to seek and escape. Yet, Tong Wenkong was not so shameless as to think only of his own survival. Trembling, he retrieved a defensive artifact from his storage pouch and tossed it back to Xie Yu. As she struggled to catch it, he shouted, "That is a piece of defensive spiritual armor, capable of withstanding a blow from a golden core beast. Thank you for today." With those brief words, the two men quickly vanished into the long tunnel, leaving Xie Yu behind. Xie Yu did not hesitate. She immediately activated her magical artifact, and in the next moment, her entire body was enveloped in a lightweight, thin armor. With this armor, Xie Yu felt that her life was finally afforded some semblance of protection. However, in the blink of an eye, she was violently hurled to the ground by the enraged beast, its tail striking her with ferocity. Despite the armor's defense, Xie Yu still tasted blood in her throat and coughed up a mouthful. Meanwhile, Xie Mingzhu, the first to dash into the passageway, dared not pause even for a moment. She had barely glimpsed the creature's form before being overwhelmed by the murderous aura emanating from it. Reflecting on the perilous moment, resentment welled up within her heart. If it were not for the incompetence of these individuals, unable even to defeat a foundational-level beast, she would not have found herself in such a dire escape, forced to relinquish so many corrupt bonestone orchids. Fortunately, before fleeing, Xie Mingzhu had managed to snatch a solitary orchid amidst the chaos and stash it away in her storage bag, ensuring that her journey was not in vain. As she secretly rejoiced, just as the two were about to exit the cave, they collided head-on with another group of individuals. At the forefront, Jiang Shan, accompanied by several junior disciples, approached the cave, yet before he could take further action, he suddenly spotted familiar figures rushing out from within. Recognizing them as disciples of the Qingxiao sect, Jiang Shan was about to inquire into their alarming predicament when he was first assailed by a pungent scent of blood. Immediately, Tong Wenkong and Xie Yu hurriedly followed behind Xie Mingzhu, but unlike her, upon seeing Jiang Shan and the others, Xie Yu urgently pleaded, "Senior brother Jiang, please help us. There is a late-stage foundation-building beast hiding in this cave. Sister Xie Yu stayed behind to save us. We implore you to rescue her. All three of you must quickly take the injured away. Liu, come with me to save her," Jiang Shan commanded without hesitation. Having noticed the injury on Tong Wenkong's arm, Xie Liuyin cast a glance at Xie Mingzhu, who was hiding behind Shao Qi, and easily discerned the fleeting guilt on her younger sister's face. She immediately realized that this matter was likely connected to Xie Mingzhu. However, with Jiang Shan issuing such orders, she feared that her reckless intrusion might complicate things further for them, so she decided to follow Jiang Shan's instructions for the time being. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise, she would adapt accordingly. With this thought in mind, Xie Liuyin promptly retrieved her medicinal pills and administered them to Tong Wenkong to staunch his bleeding. "This place remains perilous. Let us first find a secure location to settle," suggested Hua Lingxue, noticing the unusual state of Xie Yu and the others. Xie Liuyin nodded in agreement. "You all take senior brother Tong and leave first. I will wait here for senior brother Jiang. Rest assured, should anything unexpected occur, I will contact you at once." Hua Lingxue recognized her little junior uncle's strength and understood that she was likely the only one among them qualified to remain and assist Jiang Shan. She simply nodded at Xie Liuyin and then urged Su Wuyin and Xie Yu to hastily carry Tong Wenkong away. Before departing, Xie Mingzhu did not forget to provoke Xie Liuyin, deliberately approaching her to feign concern, saying, "Oh, dear sister, the ferocious beast inside is truly fearsome. You must be cautious while guarding here. Be careful not to be devoured by the beast." As she uttered the last sentence, Xie Mingzhu's tone grew more intense. Xie Liuyin tilted her head to glance at her, replying, "Rest assured, with you as my sister, I shall certainly survive." Their gazes briefly met before quickly averting. Hua Lingxue and the others swiftly distanced themselves from the small hill, yet Xie Liuyin remained behind, noticing that the spiritual energy within the cave had become increasingly turbulent. A fierce roar from the beast echoed through the long corridor, directed at Xie Liuyin. Just from that sound, she could already envision the beast's terrifying nature. However, Jiang Shan and his companions found themselves in a predicament far worse than Xie Liuyin could imagine. For it was only at this moment that they realized this was no mere late-stage Foundation establishment beast. The reason this creature had taken refuge in the cave, guarding the cluster of rotting bone orchids, was due to its injuries. One of its wings had been torn apart in a battle with other beasts, causing its cultivation to plummet. Yet prior to this, it had just advanced to the golden core stage. At this moment, as it was besieged by the three, the beast finally recognized that it was utterly incapable of eliminating these intruders. Its savage gaze swept over the trio before it turned to gnaw on several rotting bone orchids. As the medicinal essence flowed into its bloodstream, its previously damaged wing began to mend, little by little. Chapter 74. Killing this thing is quite easy. Roar. The menacing roar reverberated throughout the cavern, as the now-recovered wings of the beast stirred a tempest, rendering Jiang Shan and his companions unable to open their eyes, their footing faltering. The creature's strength was rapidly returning. Xie Yu was the first to react vocally. The other two quickly discerned the situation, for the wounds on the beast's wings had nearly healed, and its aura was rising to the brink of foundational pinnacle. The previously injured creature had already posed a formidable challenge. Should it regain its full strength, the trio would undoubtedly meet their demise within the cave. Realizing this, they spared no effort. The ever-alert Liu summoned his resolve and hurled an explosive talisman towards the remnants of the decaying bone orchid that the beast had yet to consume. The talisman detonated instantaneously under the infusion of spiritual energy, obliterating the already fragile orchid. However, before they could revel in their success, this act only served to infuriate the beast further. It violently lashed its powerful tail towards the trio. Xie Yu and her companions had no time to evade, and were struck by the sudden force, crashing to the ground. Jiang Shan and Liu could scarcely bear the impact, their bones feeling as though they had shattered, blood spurting from their mouths. Xie Yu was also racked with pain, yet she was fortunate to be clad in protective armor, sparing her vital organs from harm. As the enraged beast seemed poised to strike at Liu, Xie Yu had no choice but to grip her sword and confront it once more. Seizing the moment, she thrust her blade with all her might towards the creature's eye, but the beast closed its eyelids just in time, its thick lids absorbing the blow. Xie Yu's spiritual sword was insufficient in grade. While it sufficed for sparring with her fellow disciples, it proved utterly ineffective against the monstrous beasts. At this moment, an overwhelming sense of regret washed over Xie Yu. Had she known, she would have mustered the resolve to select the sword worth 1,000 spiritual stones. After being assaulted twice by the ant-like creature before her, the beast was evidently vexed. It abruptly lifted its claw and struck fiercely at Xie Yu. With a sharp crack, her sword shattered into two pieces. Witnessing this scene, despair crept across Jiang Shan's face. Gritting his teeth, he turned to Liu and urged, "You must leave. I will hold off this beast alongside Xie Yu. You must escape at once." After uttering those final words, Jiang Shan tore his storage pouch from his waist and tossed it to Liu, then summoned his spiritual energy, not permitting Liu the chance to refuse, and propelled him out of the cave. Having accomplished this, he retrieved his own spiritual sword and charged at the beast. The creature, seemingly aware that the female cultivator responsible for the destruction of the corpse bone stone orchid intended to flee, sought to rid itself of the two pesky insects, determined to eliminate her before allowing her to escape. Yet Jiang Shan was resolute in denying it the opportunity to pursue Liu. He positioned his sword before the beast, declaring, "Do not run amok. Your true adversary stands before you." His sword, meticulously crafted, was sharper and more resilient than Xie Yu's hastily acquired weapon. As the blade made contact with the beast's tough hide, it erupted in a dazzling shower of sparks, revealing the formidable nature of its scales. However, Jiang Shan refused to relent. With a mighty shout, he exerted even greater force, driving the blade deep into the creature's flesh. The beast howled in agony, its agile tail instinctively whipping around, intent on retaliating against Jiang Shan. However, this time, the well-prepared Xie Yu acted swiftly, seizing the beast's tail, unwilling to let such a promising situation be compromised. Relying on the protection of her soft armor, she clung tightly to the creature's tail, resolute in her determination, and shouted to Jiang Shan, "Continue. Kill it." Jiang Shan gritted his teeth, his sword already embedded in the beast's neck. If he could plunge it deeper, he would have the opportunity to sever the creature's head. Yet, just as he was about to act, the beast thrashed violently, with an irresistible force that sent both Jiang Shan and Xie Yu flying. Dislodging the tenacious ant clinging to it, the beast afforded Jiang Shan no chance to react. Almost as soon as he hit the ground, the creature's sharp fangs descended upon him. It was acutely aware that this was the very person who had inflicted such severe wounds upon it. A colossal shadow enveloped Jiang Shan entirely, the stench of the beast's breath filling his nostrils. In that moment, the tolling of death seemed to resonate in Jiang Shan's ears, an overwhelming sense of dread flooding his mind, compelling him to instinctively shut his eyes. The cries of Xie Liuyin intertwined with the beast's roars reached his ears, and Jiang Shan believed he was destined to perish here. But 1 second, 2 seconds, time trickled by, and the anticipated pain never came. Instead, something warm began to drip onto his face. Jiang Shan suddenly opened his eyes to behold an unforgettable scene. The enormous head of the beast loomed just above him, its razor-sharp teeth seemingly a hair's breadth away from severing his head. Yet, in this perilous moment, a sword pierced the beast's nostrils, successfully thwarting its assault. At that moment, Jiang Shan realized that the blood that had just splattered across his face belonged to the ferocious beast. "Senior brother, hurry up. I can hardly hold on." Above him, Xie Liuyin gritted her teeth, wielding her sword with great effort to fend off the creature's attacks. The beast, seemingly taken aback by the fact that these ants could inflict harm, hesitated momentarily before erupting into a frenzy once more. Fortunately, Jiang Shan had been forewarned by Xie Liuyin. He managed to roll and crawl away just before the beast lunged again. In the very next instant, as he regained his footing, Xie Liuyin drew her moke sword, while the beast savagely tore away a large chunk of earth. Had they not evaded in time, both of them might have ended up like the mud, crushed within the beast's maw. "What are you doing here? Were you not supposed to leave first?" Now that he had narrowly escaped, Jiang Shan found himself with the leisure to concern himself with Xie Liuyin. She replied without hesitation, "I instructed Hua Lingxue and the others to lead the group away. I waited at the cave's entrance to assist you, and by chance, I encountered Sister Liu as she fled. I heard you were in danger, possibly facing death here. So I came specifically to save you." As she spoke, Xie Liuyin leaped onto the back of the beast, thrusting her sword fiercely into its spine. Jiang Shan was deeply moved by her unwavering spirit, even amidst the chaos. But upon witnessing her audacity, he was struck with fear. "What are you doing here? Risking your life as a Qi refinement stage cultivator? Are you not afraid of dying here? If even we, at the foundation establishment stage, cannot handle it, how can you, as a Qi refinement stage practitioner, claim to save us? Are you joking?" Xie Liuyin's tone was flat, and her movements were astonishingly swift. "Do not worry. It is merely a foundation-building stage demon beast. I have slain one before. It is quite easy. Had it not been for that beast's brutal assault that left him coughing blood and nearly cost him his life, he might have genuinely believed her." However, Xie Liuyin swiftly demonstrated to Jiang Shan that she was not jesting. In Chapter 75, "I did not intend to contradict my sister," the sword, MOK, appeared to be an extension of Xie Liuyin's own being, agile and obedient. In the blink of an eye, the demon beast was pierced with several gaping holes. She certainly did not overlook the sword that Jiang Shan had previously driven into the beast's neck. After blinding the creature, Xie Liuyin deftly withdrew Jiang Shan's sword and reinserted MOK through the same openings. With both hands gripping the hilt, Xie Liuyin leaped forcefully. The sword, propelled by her own weight, spun within the flesh of the beast. Jiang Shan and Xie Liuyin watched in astonishment as the blade severed half of the demon beast's head, eliciting a pained roar that echoed through the air. Yet, in the next moment, Xie Liuyin swung her sword once more. This time, a golden sword aura swept across the cavern, descending directly along the beast's neck. Thud! Boom! The sound of the beast's head and body crashing to the ground reverberated through the space. At that instant, it seemed as though Xie Liuyin and Jiang Shan's senses had fully returned. Their eyes widened in disbelief as they approached to touch the warm corpse of the demon beast. Jiang Shan, who had nearly been slain by this creature, turned to scrutinize Xie Liuyin from head to toe, his voice tinged with awe. "How did you accomplish that?" The monstrous beast had left them in a state of utter disarray, with the three foundation establishment cultivators nearly succumbing to its might. Yet, upon the arrival of Xie Liuyin, it was as if the beast had encountered its ancestral foe. She dominated the confrontation, dispatching the creature with the ease of slicing vegetables. A mere 6th-tier Qi refining cultivator vanquished a late-stage foundation establishment beast, and had Xie Liuyin and the others not witnessed the battle in its entirety, they might have doubted the veracity of their experience. "Pray tell, how did you achieve such prowess?" Jiang Shan could not help but reiterate, leaning in closer to scrutinize Xie Liuyin. Be honest with your senior brother. Have you concealed your true cultivation level? Jiang Shan even speculated whether Master Xian Yu had imparted some secret technique to her for enhancing her abilities in critical moments. Otherwise, how could Xie Liuyin be so formidable? To this, Xie Liuyin remained unfazed. It is not my strength that is remarkable. Rather, it is the might of my sword. Though your cultivation is higher, your spiritual swords are ineffectual against that beast, rendering you powerless. As Xie Liuyin brandished her sword, Jiang Shan and his companion suddenly recalled that she had previously entered the sword washing pool, from which her fated sword was said to have emerged. Although Xie Liuyin had never disclosed the name or origin of her sword, it was reasonable to assume that a spiritual sword housed within the sword washing pool was of extraordinary caliber. This explanation was met with a mix of skepticism and acceptance from the two. Noticing their injuries, Xie Liuyin tossed them several vials of medicinal pills, instructing them to rest momentarily. She then approached the carcass of the beast, methodically harvesting any parts that could be sold for coin. The spirit of the sword was in a fit of temper within her mind. If you expect me to slay the beasts, that is one thing. But should you insist upon using me to carve those grotesque entities, I shall immediately sever my own blade. This threat truly alarmed Xie Liuyin, prompting her to pacify the irate spirit. She then opted for the spiritual sword stored within her personal ring, meticulously working to peel away the demonic beast's hardened hide. Fortunately, the creature was riddled with the punctures previously inflicted by her inked spear, allowing her to easily manipulate the skin. Meanwhile, Qiu Yu and Jiang Shan, who were resting nearby, swiftly consumed several spiritual pills. Once they felt the effects of the medicine taking hold, they finally relaxed. Earlier, when we discussed how to address one another, my junior uncle suggested we each refer to the other by our respective titles. She calls me senior brother, and I call her junior uncle, Jiang Shan explained, somewhat abashed. After Xie Liuyin extracted the beast's core, both Jiang Shan and Qiu Yu had sufficiently recuperated. Let us hasten to find Ling Shui and the others. This Julan's secret realm harbors numerous dangers. After all, the entity capable of injuring this late-stage Foundation establishment beast is likely no ordinary foe. At the thought of this, Qiu Yu's countenance darkened. She had anticipated that with so many fellow disciples present, their expedition would proceed smoothly. Little did she expect that within a mere day of entering the secret realm, they would find themselves embroiled in a life-and-death struggle. Xie Liuyin nodded and remarked, "While dealing with the carcass of the beast, I received news from Ling Shui's side, and I am aware of their current encampment. It is indeed the perfect time to seek them out." Upon hearing that she had already made contact with the main group, the expressions of Jiang Shan and his companion softened slightly. This particular demon beast, having previously advanced to the golden core stage, had formed a beast core within itself. Contrary to its fierce and terrifying exterior, this core appeared as a translucent gem, resembling a beautifully crafted crystal sphere, albeit somewhat larger than usual. How exquisite! This must be the beast core. Before their departure, the new disciples had been imparted with a wealth of knowledge regarding the secret realms, and Ling Shui was certainly familiar with the concept of beast cores. Noticing her intrigue, Xie Liuyin casually remarked, "Do you like it? I shall gift this to you." Ling Shui was overjoyed at her words and was about to express her gratitude when she heard a voice chattering in her ear. "Sister, this beast core is not something you obtained yourself. It seems rather inappropriate for you to dispose of it at will, does it not? Have you even consulted senior sister Qiu Yu or senior brother Jiang Shan before making such a unilateral decision?" Xie Liuyin turned to look, and upon meeting her gaze, Xie Mingzhu appeared startled and immediately lowered her head. "I apologize, sister. I did not mean to contradict you. I merely believe that it was no easy feat for senior brother and senior sister to defeat the demon beast, so it would be better not to casually give away the fruits of their labor." Hearing these words, Xie Liuyin slowly furrowed her brow. Upon witnessing her expression, Shaoqi assumed that Xie Liuyin was about to chastise her sister again, and quickly stepped forward to play the role of a protector. What does that expression imply? Mingzhu is not wrong. That demon beast was formidable. Senior brother Jiang Shan and senior sister Qiu Yu worked hard to defeat it. Why should such a significant treasure fall into your hands? Shaoqi voiced his dissatisfaction, expressing that the beast's core was of considerable value, capable of fetching several thousand spirit stones. When did I ever claim that the demon beast was defeated by me and Jiang Shan? Under Shaoqi's persistent inquiries, Qiu Yu responded coolly. Chapter 76, Lacking Character Like You. As Qiu Yu spoke, the expressions on Shaoqi and Xie Mingzhu's faces froze. Xie Mingzhu, who had remained hidden behind Xiao Qi, managed to conceal her changing expressions behind him. In contrast, Xiao Qi's momentary shock elicited a suppressed laugh from Xie Liuyin. Senior Sister Qiuyu, what do you mean? Even if Xie Liuyin has taken Master Xianyu as her mentor, there is no need to concoct such fabrications to elevate her. However, the astonishment was fleeting, as Xiao Qi quickly found a justification for himself. He could not believe that Xie Liuyin could slay such a formidable demon beast. Although he had only caught a fleeting glimpse, it had frightened him into fleeing. Nevertheless, he distinctly recognized that the demon beast was at least in the late Foundation establishment stage, while Xie Liuyin had previously experienced slaying Foundation establishment demon beasts. The gap between the early and late stages spanned several minor realms and could not be equated. The more Xiao Qi pondered, the more he felt justified. Turning to Jiang Shan and asking, Brother Jiang Shan, you wouldn't also lack the backbone like Senior Sister Qiuyu, forcibly relinquishing your own achievements, would you? His tone dripped with sarcasm, inciting ire from both Qiuyu and Jiang Shan. Jiang Shan scoffed, how amusing. If we speak the truth, we lack character. Yet when you two encounter danger and abandon your companions without a second thought, that is considered having character. On their way back to find them, Jiang Shan had already clarified how Qiuyu had provoked that monstrous beast. Upon learning that Qiuyu had sensed impending danger and was reluctant to venture into the cave, only to be coerced by the two into entering, Jiang Shan felt a growing dissatisfaction towards Xiao Qi and Xie Mingzhu. Just as he was about to reprimand them, unexpectedly, these two turned their ire towards Xie Liuyin. Thus, when Jiang Shan spoke, he decided to show no mercy. Xie Mingzhu, let me ask you, was it not your insistence to enter that cave, despite Qiuyu's attempts to dissuade you, after which you mocked her for her timidity? That is not it. Senior Brother Jiang Shan, please don't misunderstand, I did not mean it that way. Senior Sister Qiuyu blamed me for my lack of eloquence, which caused you distress. I apologize, but you cannot slander me like this. Tears streamed down Xie Mingzhu's face, resembling a string of broken pearls, evoking a sense of pity. Almost immediately, Xiao Qi could no longer bear it. You two should not press Mingzhu. It was I who insisted on entering the cave. If there is any blame, let it fall upon me. Senior Sister Qiuyu, I know you have never favored Mingzhu, but I did not expect you to fabricate such lies before Senior Brother Jiang Shan. The cave harbored a beast, and Mingzhu was unaware of it. She merely wished to assist us in seeking opportunities. Moreover, Mingzhu did not err. Indeed, there were treasures like the corrupted bone orchid within. Had you not been so inept, failing to eliminate the beast promptly, those corrupted bone orchids would have been ours for the taking. As their conversation unfolded, Xiao Qi audaciously attributed all transgressions to Qiuyu. Upon hearing this, Xie Liuyin could not restrain herself from applauding him, exclaiming, to distort right and wrong to such an extent, your audacity is truly remarkable. What do the affairs of our group have to do with you? Do not presume that I am unaware of your penchant for bullying Mingzhu since childhood. The sudden slander against her by Senior Sister Qiuyu and her companions is certainly not unrelated to you. Xiao Qi retorted angrily, his demeanor suggesting he was prepared to confront the world for Xie Mingzhu. This display only amused Xie Liuyin further. She would not allow Xiao Qi's words to provoke her. After all, it was they who had erred, not herself. You! Xiao Qi exclaimed in frustration, his fists clenched, seemingly eager to strike Xie Liuyin. Xie Liuyin, with her hand poised on the hilt of her sword, stood ready. If Xiao Qi dared to throw a punch, she would respond with the same decisive action she had once taken against the former protector of flowers, Feng Yilei, severing his tendons with a single stroke. However, at that crucial moment, Xie Mingzhu intervened, softly pleading, please, do not do this. After all, she is my sister, do not harm her. Xie Liuyin rolled her eyes at this, thinking that if a fight ensued, it would be uncertain who would spare whom. Humph. Xiao Qi's expression was one of disdain as he declared, for Mingzhu's sake, I shall let you off today. But should you dare to target her again in the future, I will not forgive you. Do not think that your connection with the ancestral master gives you carte blanche. Having delivered his stern warning, Xiao Qi turned his attention to Qiuyu, stating, since the demon beast has been vanquished, let us depart swiftly. Associating with those of dubious character may taint our fortunes. Who said they wanted to leave? Qiuyu furrowed her brows. Upon hearing this, Xiao Qi immediately expressed his dissatisfaction, saying, what else can we do if we do not leave? The decayed bones and stone orchids in that cave have all been destroyed by the members of that team. Staying here will yield no rewards. Qiuyu did not even glance at Xiao Qi and replied, Tong Wenkong is gravely injured and requires rest. The sky is already darkening. We need to find a safe campsite to rest. Wandering in the secret realm at such a late hour could be perilous. Tong Wenkong had lost an arm and had already bled profusely. He was still in a state of unconsciousness. Moreover, Xiao Yu's eyelashes trembled slightly. After experiencing this ordeal, she truly feared leaving with her companions, as she dreaded being led astray by them. She was concerned that if they lingered, Xie Liuyin's hostility towards Mingzhu would intensify. Just as Shao Qi was about to speak, Xie Mingzhu gently tugged at his sleeve and said, "Let us heed senior sister Xiao Yu's advice. It is indeed not safe in the secret realm after dark. Alas, Mingzhu, you are always so understanding. Then we shall follow your lead and stay for now. But rest assured, once senior brother Tong has recovered, we will promptly part ways with Xie Liuyin and the others," Shao Qi earnestly assured her. Xie Mingzhu smiled warmly at him, radiating trust. This expression only made Shao Qi's heart flutter more, as he felt an overwhelming urge to present the best of everything to Xie Mingzhu. Noticing that they had no intention of leaving, Xie Liuyin lost interest in the duo and turned her attention to assisting Jiang Shan and the others in setting up formations. The few Foundation establishment cultivators led by Jiang Shan had already begun to engage with the formation and had learned several simple defensive arrays. Moreover, for the sake of safety, their master bestowed upon them several formation plates. These artifacts, akin to talismans, require merely the infusion of spiritual energy to manifest the formation naturally. Once established, an invisible barrier swiftly enveloped the surroundings, safeguarding the 10 individuals within. As darkness descended upon the area, the cultivators found various spots to sit in quiet repose. The trio, Xiao Yu and his companions, who had sustained injuries earlier, seized the opportunity to recuperate their spiritual energy, lest they be unable to defend themselves against unforeseen dangers on the morrow. Having been warmly settled by Shao Ji, Xie Mingzhu discreetly surveyed the group. Realizing that no one was paying her any heed, only then did she quietly inscribe a message on her sound flute and promptly send it forth. In a nearby valley, a black-clad youth's sound flute quivered in response. Under the cool, silvery moonlight, the youth's visage was strikingly handsome, imbued with a hint of sharpness. Noticing the tremor of the flute, he pressed his lips together slightly, a flicker of amusement gracing his features. This smile elicited peculiar reactions from those around him. After all, they had accompanied the young master for quite some time and had never before witnessed such an expression. Oblivious to the bewilderment of his subordinates, the black-clad youth retreated to a corner, activating his flute. Instantly, he beheld the words from the girl he had long been preoccupied with. "I finally encountered my sister in the secret realm, but she seems rather reluctant to see me. Ah, you, do you think I should not have cultivated so rapidly, nor claimed this spot in the secret realm?" Reflecting upon the sister who had captured the girl's heart, yet continuously caused her harm, Xie Yu's eyes glimmered with a trace of coldness. A month ago, he met Xie Mingzhu in the town of Yinhua, where Xie Yu, under the command of his father, had come to assassinate a traitor from the demon sect. Little did he expect that the guards of Yinhua town would be so astute. Barely had he accomplished his task when those guards were already in pursuit. The leader of the guards, possessing considerable strength, injured Xie Yu upon their first encounter. Realizing he might not be able to overpower the opponent, Xie Yu fled, ultimately colliding with Xie Mingzhu, who intervened to save him. Had it not been for Mingzhu's benevolence in sheltering him, Xie Yu would have likely met his demise in Yinhua town. At that time, Xie Yu harbored significant resentment towards Xie Liuyin, and upon discovering that she was responsible for the punishment of Xie Mingzhu's master, he contemplated infiltrating the Qingxiao sect on several occasions to teach Xie Liuyin a lesson. However, Xie Mingzhu dissuaded him, citing her lingering affections for her sister. Moreover, Xie Yu lacked the skill to stealthily enter the Qingxiao sect. Otherwise, he would not have been detected by the guards of Yinhua town in the first place. Nevertheless, it was of little concern. While he could not locate Xie Liuyin then, this time she found herself in the same secret realm as he, accompanied by several Foundation establishment stage guards. After a brief silence, Xie Yu pointed in a direction and said, "Let us proceed there." The compass in his hand was guiding him towards Mingzhu's location. Xie Liuyin was awakened by her own sneeze. Uncertain if it was merely her imagination, she felt as though someone was discussing her behind her back. However, this sensation was fleeting and soon slipped from her mind. She had nearly completed her rest and was ready to rise and practice her swordplay beneath the first rays of sunlight. When the others concluded their meditation or awoke from their slumber, they beheld Xie Liuyin, bathed in morning light, practicing her sword techniques with pure dedication. Without the slightest use of spiritual power. Witnessing her diligence, Jiangshan and Xie Yu could not help but admire her. Hua Lingshue's gaze remained fixed on Xie Liuyin, delighted to see her little master aunt's swordsmanship becoming increasingly refined. Only Xiaozhi rolled his eyes in silent disdain, muttering, "What pretense is this? We're already in the secret realm, yet she's still practicing swordplay? Do not speak so of your sister. Perhaps she is merely revisiting her sword techniques after witnessing the dangers within the secret realm yesterday," Xie Mingzhu interjected thoughtfully. Upon hearing this, Xiaozhi scoffed. What use is there in entering the secret realm if one possesses no skill? If she is so afraid, she ought to have refrained from entering in the first place. It is laughable that she only seeks to scramble for knowledge at the last moment. Xiaozhi's words were not uttered in whispers. Many present overheard him. Xie Yu frowned, about to reprimand him, when Xie Liuyin acted swiftly, driving a spiritual sword directly into the ground beside Xiaozhi's foot. Had he not evaded quickly enough, he might have found his leg pierced by the blade. What? Is it permissible for you to insult me, your elder, while I cannot teach you a lesson in return? Xie Liuyin approached calmly, stating, "Do not attempt to wield sect rules against me. As a junior, you have offended your superior. I am merely allowing you to taste a bit of hardship. You ought to be grateful for my magnanimity." Xie Liuyin cast a cold glance at him as she retrieved the sword embedded in the earth. At her slightest movement, Xiaoqi was startled into retreat, as if fearing further aggression from her. Such cowardice, what kind of cultivation is this? Useless. The last two words, uttered lightly by Xie Liuyin, ignited a flush of embarrassment on Xiaoqi's face, not from shyness, but from indignation. After all, his recent retreat had left him devoid of any grounds for rebuttal. In that moment, Xiaoqi was overwhelmed with shame and anger, acutely aware of the mocking and derisive glances directed at him by the others, wishing fervently to escape the scene. Yet, he also understood that if Xie Yu and the other three did not accompany him and Mingzhu, his cultivation alone would prove inadequate to protect her. Gritting his teeth, Xiaoqi resolved to endure this humiliation for now, vowing to seek vengeance against Xie Liuyin for this affront at the first opportunity. "Sister, do not behave in such a manner. The master ancestor accepted you not to allow you to wield his status to oppress fellow disciples." Suddenly, Xie Mingzhu interjected. The moment she spoke, the previously subdued tension in the air seemed to reignite. The crowd turned their gazes towards Xie Liuyin, speculating whether this temperamental junior would also reprimand her own sister. However, Xie Liuyin appeared oblivious to Xie Mingzhu's remarks, turning instead to dismantle the formation and store away the array disk. "Let us proceed. It is time to explore other areas," she declared. Her prompting caused the others to momentarily forget the earlier incident, shifting their focus to the forthcoming itinerary. Among the many present, only Xiaoqi had the inclination to concern himself with Xie Mingzhu, while the rest paid them no mind whatsoever. Neglected and utterly disregarded, Xie Mingzhu lowered her head, her face hidden in the shadows, yet a fleeting moment of ferocity flickered across her features. She could not hear Xiaozhi's gentle coaxing. Her heart was consumed with resentment. "Xie Liuyin, you hold me in such contempt, but within this azure dream realm, I shall make you realize who the true chosen one is." Chapter 78. Fleeing. My specialty, the azure dream realm, is quite expansive. The route they traversed yesterday had been meticulously documented by Lu Yuzai, forming a map. As for today, the group planned to seek out areas rich in spiritual energy, hoping to uncover treasures. This decision also took into account Tong Wenkong's condition. Although the elixirs of the cultivation world are quite effective, Tong Wenkong had lost an arm and would require time to fully recuperate. Xie Mingzhu was aware of numerous locations that harbored treasures, yet she refrained from speaking out. After the harrowing experience in the cave, she had come to realize that her group lacked the strength to act recklessly within the realm. It was at this moment that she recalled that in her past life, Princess Luo had entered the realm accompanied by over a dozen Foundation establishment guards. Furthermore, having been humiliated by Xie Liuyin and others, she was reluctant to allow them any advantage. Those opportunities would be seized when Xie came to seek her out. She would lead him to the treasures. At that time, Xie Mingzhu could assert that her fortune was extraordinary, garnering even more attention from Xie. With her thoughts racing, Xie Mingzhu revealed not a hint of her intentions, continuing to follow the main group ahead, taking advantage of the jade dew grass. Jiangshan suggested that the group should move together, refraining from separating within the secret realm for the time being. This proposal received unanimous approval from Xie Yu and Su Yu, as their team was currently disunited, and Tong Wenkong was still severely injured. If they were to part ways with Jiang Shan's 5-member team, they could hardly predict the challenges that lay ahead, even for the sake of their own lives. They could not afford to split from Jiang Shan's group. Xiao Qi, however, expressed considerable discontent, but his words were largely ignored by the others. Only Xie Mingzhu, listening to his numerous complaints, felt increasingly vexed. Since they had resolved to act together, it was imperative to establish a rule. Should they encounter valuable items, they would seize them first and discuss distribution only after leaving the secret realm. Jiang Shan patiently reiterated their previous plans, to which the others nodded in agreement, disregarding the opinions of Xiao Qi and Xie Mingzhu. Once this matter was settled, Xie Liuyin temporarily collected the few unremarkable jade dew grasses. After spending considerable time in the Julan secret realm, they finally had some gains, which invigorated the group's spirits as they promptly set off towards their next destination. Guided by the emanating spiritual energy, they traversed the valley and, following the spiritual energy's direction, discovered a spring exuding an eerie chill. The spring water shimmered with a deep ice-blue hue, and a thin veil of mist enveloped the area above it. Surrounding the banks were clusters of dazzling ice crystals, appearing both beautiful and perilous. Xie Liuyin immediately spotted a striking crimson lotus flower in the center of the spring, its vibrant red hue starkly contrasting against the icy blue backdrop. Hiss! The rootless ice spring and the fiery red lotus. It seems that the lotus flower must be the fire lotus recorded in the compendium of herbs. Jiang Shan could not help but exclaim. The object that could evoke such excitement in Jiang Shan is undoubtedly a spirit herb that rivals the corpse bone stone orchid. The fire lotus is the principal ingredient for concocting the spirit cleansing pill, a remedy specifically designed for cultivators with non-single spirit roots. It is said that consuming a single spirit cleansing pill could provide the opportunity to cleanse away the impurities of mixed spirit roots. There have been instances where fortunate cultivators transitioned from 3 spirit roots to a single spirit root after consuming one. However, there are also tales of individuals who eradicated all their spirit roots, ultimately becoming ordinary mortals unable to cultivate. Regardless of the external rumors, the fire lotus is regarded as an exceedingly valuable herb in the eyes of alchemists. Upon glimpsing the fire lotus, the avarice and excitement in Xie Mingzhu's eyes were nearly uncontrollable. She recalled that in her previous life, the fire lotus was obtained by Yin Xiujuan of the sword-holding sect. After they became acquainted, Yin Xiujuan gifted her the fire lotus, allowing Xie Mingzhu to cleanse one of her spirit roots and evolve into a dual spirit root prodigy. Contemplating these memories, Xie Mingzhu instinctively glanced around, yet she did not spot that familiar figure. Could it be that Yin Xiujuan has yet to arrive here in this lifetime? A frown creased her brow as concern welled within her. If the fire lotus were to fall into someone else's possession, would she still have the chance to cleanse a spirit root? Unbeknownst to those present, Xie Mingzhu's thoughts remained concealed as they deliberated on how to obtain the fire lotus. Previously, there had been demonic beasts guarding the vicinity of the corpse bone stone orchid, and it was likely that procuring the fire lotus would not be an easy feat. Xie Liuyin furrowed her brow, expressing her concerns. In the depths of the secret realm, it is a well-known truth that precious treasures are invariably guarded by fearsome beasts. The terrifying creatures encountered in the previous cave still linger in the minds of the group, leaving them with an unsettling sense of apprehension. Yet, the allure of the blazing lotus before them is simply irresistible, and none of them wish to abandon their quest. After a moment of contemplation, Xie Liuyin took the initiative to propose, "How about this? I will serve as the bait and attempt to pluck the fire lotus. Should a beast truly dwell beneath the icy spring, the instant it reveals itself, we shall strike together to divert its attention. Once I have secured the lotus, we will retreat without hesitation, avoiding any unnecessary conflict." No. Jiang Shan was the first to voice his opposition. "How can we allow you, our junior disciple, to take such a perilous risk?" Xie Liuyin countered with reason. "You are all well aware of my abilities. If I cannot evade an ambush from a beast, then neither will you." Her words rang true and cut deeply. Both Xie Liuyin and Jiang Shan exchanged glances, their eyes revealing their discomfort at being saved by someone of lesser cultivation. "Moreover, I have trained in agile techniques and footwork when it comes to evasion. None of you can match my speed," Xie Liuyin continued to elucidate. Her decision was made after careful consideration. Xie Liuyin was not the type to take risks, and Xie Liuyin felt uneasy in trusting her safety as bait. Additionally, Jiang Shan's movements lacked agility, and he could not match her swiftness, something she had already observed in the cave the day prior. With Xie Liuyin's argument laid bare, Xiao Yu and Jiang Shan found themselves unable to refute her, especially as their desire for the fire lotus burned strong. However, just before Xie Liuyin could take action, Xiao Yu called out to her and handed over the soft armor that she had previously borrowed from Tong Wenkong. "Be careful, Junior Master," Xiao Yu warned her one last time. Xie Liuyin nodded in acknowledgement, then donned the soft armor and drew the Mok sword. With a swift incantation of a lightness technique, she soared toward the crimson lotus in the center of the icy spring. The spring, though modest in size, allowed Xie Liuyin to reach the area above the fire lotus in mere moments. Just as she was about to reach out to pluck the lotus, a formidable aura of malevolence surged from beneath her. In that instant, alarms blared in her mind. She could not afford to think of the lotus. The techniques ghostly shadow pursuit and windless trace activated simultaneously, enabling her to swiftly shift her position. The next moment, several ice pillars shot forth, narrowly missing her toes. Concurrently, the previously tranquil icy spring erupted into turmoil as an ice-blue beast slowly emerged, revealing its head. Chapter 79, Not easy to deal with, and neither am I. The beast had a round head and was cloaked in a layer of ice-blue scales, with two long, agile antennae waving menacingly, as if ready to strike Xie Liuyin at any moment. Upon witnessing the presence of this beast lurking beneath the icy spring, the onlookers on the shore immediately steeled themselves. Jiang Shan and Xiao Yu were the first to unleash their attacks, attempting to divert the creature's attention toward themselves. Several potent spiritual energy assaults struck the beast, which was not significantly stronger than Jiang Shan and Xiao Yu, causing it to feel the sting of pain. It abruptly dove back into the icy spring, rolling twice before emerging again, unleashing a volley of ice arrows aimed at the individuals on the shore. Fortunately, after enduring a previous battle within the cave, both Xiao Yu and Jiang Shan are now exceedingly vigilant against their adversaries, swiftly evading any attacks. Lu Yu, without hesitation, promptly deployed his defensive artifact, safeguarding several junior disciples behind him. Observing this, Xie Liuyin shifted her stance and extended her hand towards the fire lotus. However, the beast was far more astute than she had anticipated. As soon as Xie Liuyin made a move, the plump, carp-like creature violently thrashed its tail, sending a torrent of spring water cascading towards her. Xie Liuyin reacted swiftly, narrowly avoiding the onslaught. Yet, a corner of her garment inadvertently became drenched in the icy spring water, which instantly froze and shattered into tiny fragments. Witnessing this scene, Xie Liuyin's sense of caution soared to its peak. It appeared that the peril she faced was not solely from the beast, but also from the treacherous spring beneath her feet. This was untenable. The creature was astoundingly perceptive, and if this continued, her junior uncle would surely not endure for long. Jiang Shan clenched his jaw, striving to maintain his composure. Xiao Yu concurred, stating, "We must devise a method to subdue that beast. Otherwise, our junior uncle will have no opportunity to act." The two adversaries, the creature and the icy spring, were indeed a formidable pair, proving to be even more challenging than the creature encountered in the previous cave. Protected by Lu Yu, Xie Liuyin, after a moment of contemplation, spoke up. "I have a solution to divert the beast's attention from our junior uncle." Everyone turned their gaze towards her, and Hualing Shui's eyes glimmered with anticipation. "My technique can shroud individuals in mist, rendering them temporarily concealed, but its effect is fleeting, lasting only a quarter of an hour," Xie Liuyin elucidated. His voice resonated clearly. Reaching Xie Liuyin on the other side, she promptly declared, 15 minutes is sufficient. We shall proceed with this method." With her decisive proclamation, Xiao Yu and Jiang Shan, recognizing the absence of alternative options, nodded in agreement. This action inevitably caught the attention of the demon beast. Yet the plump carp merely presumed that these bipedal creatures were intimidated by its presence and had abandoned their intentions regarding the fiery lotus. Thus, it refrained from making a move and allowed Xie Liuyin to depart. Once they had retreated to a suitable position, Xie Liuyin, who had long been prepared, directed a palm strike towards Xie Liuyin. A unique spiritual energy, enveloped in a mist of gray and white, surged toward her, swiftly encasing her entirely. Xiao Yu and the others instinctively attempted to sense Xie Liuyin's condition with their spiritual awareness, only to be astonished by their inability to locate her presence. "My goodness, your technique is truly formidable," Xie Yu remarked, giving Xie Liuyin a thumbs up. "How can there be such a disparity among those sharing the Xu surname?" Xie Liuyin offered a faint smile in response, refraining from disclosing that the exertion had drained most of his spiritual energy within that brief span of time. As the mist approached the fiery lotus once more, the rotund carp exhibited no reaction, aware that its own abilities were proving effective. Only then did Xie Liuyin feel a sense of relief and seek a quiet spot to meditate and replenish his energy. Meanwhile, enveloped by the mist, Xie Liuyin experienced a uniquely profound sensation. Although she was uncertain how she appeared from the outside, she could distinctly perceive the external scenery, her vision wholly unobstructed. She attempted to approach the fire lotus, yet the beast did not attack her as it had previously. Xie Liuyin immediately grasped that this method proved effective. Observing that Jiang Shan and another were being overwhelmed by the beast on the shore, struggling greatly, she dared not delay. Swiftly, she employed her agility, gliding across the water's surface like a bird in flight. Just as her fingers brushed against the fire lotus and she was about to pluck it, a fierce eagle's shriek pierced the air, accompanied by several projectiles aimed at her. One of these narrowly missed her hand as it shot towards the fire lotus. Fortunately, the assailant had not discerned her exact position, merely attacking the misty cluster by instinct. Xie Liuyin deftly evaded all the incoming threats and successfully retrieved the fire lotus. After accomplishing this, she raised her gaze towards the direction from which the projectiles had come, only to witness a group clad in dark green disciple robes, accompanied by a pack of spirit beasts, rushing towards the ice spring. At the forefront was a youth appearing to be around 17 or 18, mounted upon a winged white tiger, with a golden feathered eagle circling above his head. Meanwhile, the beast in the ice spring had sensed the absence of the red lotus and, disregarding its skirmish with Qiu Yu and the others, plunged into the water, searching for any trace of the red lotus. This beast was astute. After swimming 2 laps within the spring, it seemed to realize that the red lotus had been taken. Enraged, it violently lashed its tail, creating towering waves that surged towards the 2 groups on the shore. "We have what we came for. Let us depart swiftly." Veiled in mist, Xie Liuyin hurriedly called out a brief warning before pulling Wallingswei and Liu along as they dashed toward the valley's exit. The terrifying ice spring had long been recognized by Qiu Yu and his companions, and upon hearing that the fire lotus had been acquired, they were naturally disinclined to further entangle themselves with the demon beasts. They quickly matched Xie Liuyin's pace and retreated hastily. Meanwhile, another group of individuals rushing toward them, upon witnessing the scene, managed to fend off the demon beasts for a brief moment before hastily following Xie Liuyin's party. Once both groups reached a secure area, the disciples clad in dark green robes wasted no time in launching an assault against Xie Liuyin and her companions. Each of them blew into the bone whistles adorning their chests, and in an instant, the previously docile spirit beasts accompanying them revealed their vicious forms, clawing and biting at Xie Liuyin and her comrades. The youth leading the charge remained motionless, yet the black eagle perched above him seemed to have singled out Xie Liuyin, diving straight toward the mist with claws gleaming like sharpened metal. This eagle was a formidable adversary. In her mind, the voice of the sword spirit echoed once more. Xie Liuyin calmly replied, "I am aware, but it is not the only challenge I face. I too am a force to be reckoned with." With that, she unsheathed her sword. Chapter 80. I, Xie Liuyin, await your arrival. The black eagle let out a piercing cry as it swooped down with incredible speed, stirring a whirlwind of dust. This spectacle left Jiang Shan and the others, who were entangled with other spirit beasts, filled with dread. Little martial uncle, Wallingswei, upon recognizing the black eagle's target, desperately attempted to rush to the rescue, only to be halted by a spirit serpent. Tong Wenkong wished to assist, yet he was still recuperating from his injuries. Even the previous encounter with the 3-tailed spirit fox required Su Yu's aid, leaving him unable to extend his hand to rescue others. As for Xie Mingzhu and Xiao Ji, it goes without saying that they were not inclined to save anyone. Rather, they were eager to take advantage of the situation. Had it not been for their own entanglement with 2 troublesome spirit beasts, Xie Mingzhu would have relished the misfortune of Xie Liuyin. Observing their adversaries ensnared by their own spirit beasts, the attackers wore smug expressions. "Huh, you dared to seize our young lord's fire lotus. Now you see the consequences." A male cultivator, standing beside the leading youth, taunted with a sense of triumph. They remained oblivious to the identity of the person concealed within the mist, but it mattered little, for the young lord's Philian would undoubtedly soon drag the individual out. As for whether the person would emerge alive or dead, that remained uncertain. Under their eager gazes, the black eagle charged directly into the mist. Just as they anticipated the creature would soon rend the person within to shreds, the sound of clashing weapons abruptly resonated, drowning out the black eagle's piercing cry. In the next moment, a golden light cleaved through the white mist, soaring toward the heavens, and crimson blood erupted forth, nearly staining the white fog a deep scarlet. Amidst the stunned stares of the onlookers, a slender, tall figure wielding a long sword gradually emerged from the dissipating mist. Her exquisitely beautiful face was splattered with droplets of blood, and at her feet lay a black eagle with a severed wing. "How dare you?" Upon seeing the black eagle in such a pitiful state, the youth's eyes widened in disbelief, and he gritted his teeth in furious condemnation. He raised his hand and struck the white tiger, which immediately lunged at Xie Liuyin, appearing intent on devouring her whole. Unfazed, Xie Liuyin had long wished to settle the score with this individual who had attacked her multiple times. The tiger's sharp claws swiftly approached her, but she raised her sword and struck, severing one of the beast's claws in an instant. A wave of immense pain washed over the white tiger, robbing it of its initial ferocity, and it collapsed to the ground. The boy riding on its back was also thrown off, and upon witnessing the grievous injury inflicted on his cherished spirit beast, his eyes blazed with fury. "Who are you to dare harm my spirit beast?" The boy's gaze, filled with hatred, fixated on Xie Liuyin, as if he wished to rend her apart. Yet, Xie Liuyin showed no sign of fear, coldly retorting, "If you lack the skill, you must accept your fate. Why is it permissible for you to ambush me, yet not for me to retaliate?" "You!" the boy exclaimed in a fit of rage. Xie Liuyin continued unapologetically, furthermore, before inquiring about other names. "Shouldn't a defeated foe first reveal their own identity? I am dantian, the young lord of the Beast King Sect. You have wounded 2 of my spirit beasts today, and I shall undoubtedly seek vengeance." The boy named dantian declared bitterly. Upon hearing this, Xie Liuyin arched an eyebrow. So, the one who was so audacious in the secret realm was none other than the young lord of the Beast King Sect, who had perished in the Julan secret realm in her previous life. It was said that the Beast King Sect tamed spirit beasts for their own use, securing a foothold in the Baisu realm, and their current young lord was a prodigious talent among his generation. At merely 2 years of age, she had forged a contract with a white tiger of immense potential. It was rumored that should this tiger thrive, it might be cultivated into a 12th-tier beast king. It was indeed peculiar that Xie Liuyin, lacking in experience, failed to recognize the disciple attire of the Beast King Sect at first glance. Nevertheless, in light of the current situation, Xie Liuyin exhibited no signs of trepidation towards the dantian, just as she was about to declare her name. Ensuring that the adversary would remember it for future vengeance, someone preemptively seized her words. "Sister, those 2 spirit beasts are so pitiable. Your actions were excessively harsh this time." The voice of Xie Mingzhu, filled with compassion, resonated from behind. Meeting the gazes of dantian and Xie Liuyin, her eyes flickered slightly as she continued, "Sister, your actions have jeopardized our future interactions with the Beast King Sect." She then turned to dantian, "Esteemed friend, please do not be angered. I am aware of the injuries inflicted upon your spirit beast, and I recognize the gravity of your loss. I am willing to assist my sister in compensating you. I am Xie Mingzhu, a disciple of the Qingxiao sect, and it is my sister, Xie Liuyin, who has wronged you. Rest assured, I shall ensure that this debt is repaid." Upon hearing this, Xie Liuyin shot a fierce glare at Xie Mingzhu. Truly, what a remarkable younger sister she had, so eager to disclose her identity, as if fearful that dantian might not find her for retribution in the future. "Mingzhu," Shaoqi hurriedly intervened, pulling Xie Mingzhu back. "Why are you stepping forward for a mess that you've created? Let her handle this herself. She is more than capable." Xie Mingzhu shook her head sorrowfully, saying, "No. This is my sister. Something has happened to her, and I must help." "Mingzhu, your kindness is truly touching. But how can I rest easy knowing you are alone in this?" With an exasperated sigh, Xie Liuyin interjected, "Enough of this. I cannot endure any longer." Shaoqi glared at her. "What nonsense are you spouting now? It is but a normal skirmish among cultivators, yet you frame it as a calamity. Very well. From now on, disciples of Qingxiao sect should refrain from bringing their magical tools when venturing out. After all, if we are to be assaulted without the means to retaliate, we might as well extend our necks and await our demise." Xie Liuyin's words were piercingly sharp, and even Shaoqi, who had nearly been swayed by Xie Mingzhu's pleas, began to sense the truth in them. Noticing his wavering resolve, Xie Mingzhu quickly resumed her tears. "But sister, Your methods are far too harsh. You bear not a single injury, while these spirit beasts have suffered broken wings and a severed leg. Initially, Dan Shihu had grown fond of Xie Mingzhu for her defense. Yet after Xie Liuyin's reprimand, he could not help but agree with her perspective despite his disdain for the female cultivator before him. Conversely, the one named Xie Mingzhu seemed hardly a proper cultivator. He met Xie Liuyin's gaze and spoke earnestly, word by word. Today, I may lack the skill, but mark my words, I shall cultivate formidable spirit beasts to defeat you. Very well, Xie Liuyin will await your challenge, she replied with a nod. Chapter 81. Inexpensive compassion. No matter how many harsh words were exchanged, the fate of the two spirit beasts, one with a severed wing and the other without its claws, was evident. Fortunately, the contracted spirit beasts of the other Beast King sect disciples were merely trapped and not slain on the spot. Otherwise, their expedition into the secret realm would have been utterly futile. Even though Dan Chihu's group had failed in their ambush, Xie Liuyin harbored no intentions of letting them off easily. Xie Liuyin had cultivated a newfound confidence. The repeated attacks from Dan Chihu had only harmed her spirit beasts, failing to quell her wrath. Accompanied by Hualing Shui and Su Wuyin, she seized all the spirit stones from this group of Beast King sect disciples. Those who were reluctant to part with their stones soon capitulated under the blades of Jiang Shan and Xiao Yu, submitting their storage bags without further protest. The Beast King sect was rather affluent. From their spoils, Xie Liuyin amassed several tens of thousands of spirit stones. Generous by nature, she promptly distributed the spirit stones among her own companions. However, aside from Shaoqi and Xie Mingzhu, none received anything. This caused Shaoqi to glare fiercely at Xie Liuyin several times, while Xie Mingzhu's eyes reddened, on the verge of tears. Yet, Xie Liuyin toyed with a spirit stone, remarking, "Sister, do you truly pity these disciples of the Beast King sect? How can you still bear to take their spirit stones? If you genuinely possess a kind heart, perhaps you should consider sharing some of your own spirit stones with them to alleviate their losses." Xie Mingzhu's expression stiffened as she dryly replied, "Sister, what do you mean by that? What impact can my meager supply of spirit stones have? It would be better for you to return the spirit stones to them. They truly appear pitiful." TSK. After all this time, is it that all you can do is express sympathy with mere words? Xie Liuyin shook her head, sighing, "Sister, you are indeed kind-hearted. Next time you encounter someone in distress, remember to call out pitiful a few more times. Perhaps then their suffering will vanish." Observing the mocking smile on Xie Liuyin's face, Xie Mingzhu silently clenched her fists, her nails digging into her flesh without her feeling any pain. After teaching the Beast King sect a lesson, Xie Liuyin and her companions sought another safe path to continue their exploration deeper into the secret realm. Meanwhile, the disciples of the Beast King sect, left behind without mercy, harbored deep resentment. Among them, one who frequently flattered the young sect master hastened to approach Dan Shihu, who was still mourning for the spirit beasts, and suggested with a venomous tone, "Young sect master, that female cultivator has humiliated us so. Once we leave the secret realm, you must speak to the sect master about this matter. We must seek out her master at the Qingxiao sect and demand an explanation." Silence. It should be noted that the young sect master usually relished hearing him speak, and whenever he opened his mouth, he could easily amuse the young lord. Thus, how could the young sect master possibly ask him to be quiet? He must have misheard. "I said, be silent." This time, Dan Chihu's indifferent gaze fell upon the disciple. Although the female cultivator exhibited a certain fierceness, she was right in saying that in the realm of cultivation, inadequacy in skill is the gravest of sins. He inexplicably recalled the words his father had spoken before his departure. "Chihu, you possess talent and are willing to strive, yet your pride is excessive. Remember, the Bishu realm is vast, and beyond it lies an even more expansive world, teeming with individuals far more gifted than yourself. Without the protection of your parents, you will inevitably find yourself overpowered by others. Thus, when you venture out, refrain from impulsiveness. If you lose, you must accept it." At that time, Dan Shihu had thought that his father was belittling him out of disdain. After all, he was already the most outstanding disciple among the younger generation of the Beast King sect, overshadowing all others. In hindsight, it was evident that he had overestimated himself. Silently, Dan Shihu gathered the claws of the white tiger and the wings of the black eagle, carefully placing them in a jade box meant for storing spiritual herbs. He resolved to cultivate diligently, aspiring to one day achieve mastery and seek vengeance against Xie Liuyin with honor. At this moment, Xie Liuyin was entirely unaware of Dan Shihu's thoughts, and even if she were to learn of them, she would not take them to heart. After all, Dan Shihu would grow, and she too would become stronger. Currently, she surpassed him, and henceforth, she would remain superior for a lifetime. The notion that this young man could ever surpass her was nothing short of a fantasy. Setting such matters aside, Xie Liuyin and her companions sought out a pristine water source, intending to rest there for a while. A recent altercation left Jiang Shan and his companions unscathed, yet their spiritual energy was considerably depleted. Should they fail to pause and recuperate, any subsequent encounter with peril could prove disastrous for them. Xie Liuyin, however, fared better. Since embarking on her cultivation journey, she had diligently indulged in medicinal baths every evening, even during her absence from the sword formation for several months. The benefits of her prior soaks were remarkably evident. The most notable improvement was the significant expansion of her meridians, and due to her practice of a celestial grade technique. Her dantian could harbor more spiritual energy than that of her peers, over double, in fact. Xie Liuyin speculated that if she continued her bathing regimen, by the time she established her foundation or achieved the golden core stage, her dantian could potentially contain 2 to 3 times the spiritual energy of others. Naturally, she had no intention of disclosing this information, preferring to keep it as her secret weapon for the time being. Thus, as the others settled into their meditation, Xie Liuyin sought a secure spot to sit cross-legged and breathe deeply. It was at this moment that a thunderous shout shattered the tranquility. Accompanied by the sound of hurried footsteps, a menacing voice declared, "I advise you to hand over your belongings quickly, or you may find yourselves paying with your lives today." Upon hearing this, Xie Liuyin furrowed her brow, gradually halting her cultivation and raising her consciousness to discern the source of the disturbance. In the distance, a group of male cultivators clad in the emblematic robes of Baiqiao City was rapidly pursuing a cluster of female cultivators towards their location. The harsh words had emanated from the leader of these male cultivators. Listening to their conversation, it was evident that both parties were embroiled in a dispute over a certain treasure. She instantly recognized the figure involved. It was none other than Princess Luo, whom she had not seen for several months. At that moment, Xie Liuyin could no longer remain composed. Chapter 82. I am your great aunt. You, with the surname Mei, must not overstep your bounds. That phoenix grass was first discovered by me, and I was the one to obtain it. Surely, you are acquainted with the principle of first come, first served in the realm of cultivation? To prevent any mishaps befalling his daughter in the secret realm, Lord Luo had specifically arranged for a dozen or so foundational-level female cultivators to protect Princess Luo. Fortuitously, on the second day after her entrance into the secret realm, Princess Luo stumbled upon the exceedingly rare medicinal herb, phoenix grass. This herb possesses the remarkable ability to heal the spiritual wounds of cultivators, making it extraordinarily valuable. However, this very herb attracted trouble for Princess Luo. While gathering the medicinal herb, she was observed by numerous individuals. Some, noticing the guards surrounding her, prudently quelled their ambitions. Yet the group pursuing her now was audacious, having secretly colluded with another faction to seize the phoenix grass from her, intending to split the spoils evenly. Thus, Princess Luo found herself besieged by the combined forces of 2 factions. The guards originally assigned to protect her valiantly attempted to fend off the attackers, urging Princess Luo to flee with the remaining guards. Little did they know that this cunning individual with the surname Mei had skillfully circumvented her allies and closed in on Princess Luo, cornering her into her current predicament. Realizing that her adversaries were not only more numerous, but also equally formidable as her own guards, Princess Luo understood that her situation was perilous. Yet she was not one to concede easily. Instead, she hurled insults at the fierce-looking young man before her, knowing my identity. How dare you target me in such a manner? Are you not afraid that I will emerge from this secret realm and report you to my mother, causing your Baiqiao City to suffer the consequences? She scoffed. Am I to fear you, Yuxing City? Speaking of which, our 2 cities share quite a connection. The young man, named Mei Liangxin, smirked, recalling that our former city lord married a lady of the Luo family as his partner. Had it not been for your first city lord's insistence on taking the bride away, you might still be calling me cousin. Disgusting. Vile. Princess Luo's eyes were filled with revulsion. While she was unaware of many details, she had certainly heard of the calamity of greed. She was also aware that the former city lord of Baiqiao had been one of those who persecuted the Luo women, ultimately meeting his end at the hands of his own great-grandmother, which led to the ascension of Mei Liangxin's grandfather. However, The Mei family's depravity surpassed that of the previous city lord. Over the years, they had expressed a desire for reconciliation with Yuxing City. Yet no city lord from Luo had acquiesced. To her dismay, this scoundrel now dared to bring up such matters to provoke her. Princess Luo felt an overwhelming urge to confront Mei Liangxin head-on. But at that crucial moment, her guards intervened. "Young mistress, do not act rashly. We are outnumbered. Our priority should be to escape." Observing their attempt to flee, Mei Liangxin sprang into action. The remaining members of Baizhou City swiftly encircled Princess Luo and her companions, leaving them no opportunity for escape. Mei Liang approached step by step, the triumph on his face growing increasingly evident. "So, will you surrender the phoenix grass now? If you do, I might spare your lives," he taunted. "Such a precious item is only truly valuable when taken in its entirety." However, Princess Luo resolutely replied, "In your dreams, even if I were to destroy the phoenix grass, I would never hand it over to you, you wretched man." Hearing her insult, Mei Liang's brows furrowed, and a wave of anger surged within him. "Refusing a toast and opting for punishment, are we? I shall make you witness how your beloved guards fall before you." With that menacing declaration, Mei Liang gestured to his subordinates, who immediately understood his intent and swiftly attacked Princess Luo and her companions. Armed with high-grade artifacts and outnumbering Princess Luo's group nearly 2-1. The outcome was painfully clear. As the battle raged on, it became apparent that they were at a disadvantage, with several of Princess Luo's guards on the verge of collapse. With her eyes aflame, she tightened her grip on the whip and lunged at Mei Liang. Yet, she overestimated her prowess, for he too was a Foundation establishment cultivator. Her strike not only failed to injure him, but also provided him the opportunity to seize her whip. Realizing the precariousness of her situation as he grasped her weapon, Princess Luo attempted to relinquish it. Unfortunately, her reflexes were a moment too slow. In the next instant, she was yanked towards him, and she could see his other hand reaching out, poised to grip her throat. She closed her eyes, having resolved in her heart to shatter the exquisite explosive talisman her mother had given her, choosing to perish alongside the person before her. Yet, swifter than Mei Liangxin's hand was another familiar sword. A blinding flash of sword light sliced past Princess Luo's eyelids, startling her into instinctively opening her eyes, only to witness Mei Liangxin's outstretched hand severed at the root. Warm blood splattered, with several drops landing upon Princess Luo's face, leaving her feeling quite nauseated. Who dares to harm me?" Mei Liangxin was nearly fainting from the pain, as this was the first time in his life he had sustained such a grievous injury. His sharp gaze scanned the surroundings, desperately seeking the one bold enough to sever his hand. However, in the next moment, several attacks surged from all directions toward the cultivators of Baizhou City, many of whom were caught off guard and immediately sent sprawling. The cultivators besieging Princess Luo bore the brunt of the assault, collapsing to the ground, lifeless. Recognizing the dire situation, Mei Liangxin, despite his unwillingness, could only grit his teeth and shout, "Retreat, quickly retreat." He had already lost several men. Had it been merely a confrontation with Princess Luo, there might have been a chance to fight back. But with unknown assailants lurking in the shadows, if they coordinated their attack with Princess Luo and her companions, they would be in grave danger. Realizing this, Mei Liangxin hastily withdrew, but before he could take more than a few steps, a dark long sword suddenly shot towards his face. Startled, Mei Liangxin quickly raised his hand to defend himself. The ancestral technique of the Mei family, the purple rose fist, when activated, rendered his hands as hard as mysterious iron, enabling him to successfully block the strike. "Who dares to act against our Baizhou City? If you possess the courage, step forward and let me behold your visage." As Mei Liangxin failed to seize the enigmatic ebony long sword, he bellowed angrily into the surrounding woods. No sooner had his words faded than a female cultivator emerged from the thicket, brandishing a long sword. "Very well, then allow me to show you my appearance, you insolent one." Chapter 83. The second young master's soul lantern is extinguished. Almost instantaneously upon Xie Liuyin's appearance, Princess Luo's eyes sparkled with excitement. She joyfully exclaimed, "Sister Liuyin." This cry did not escape Mei Liangxin's notice. His gaze, laden with malice, swept across Princess Luo's face as he ominously remarked, "So you are acquainted with that little girl? No wonder you dare to assist her." From a distance, Xie Liuyin nodded reassuringly at Princess Luo, signaling her to remain calm. Relieved, Princess Luo exhaled deeply. her earlier fears of having chased away a tiger only to be confronted by a pack of wolves dissipating. With Sister Liuyin by her side, she felt assured of her safety. Seeing that Xie Liuyin only interacted with Princess Luo and refused to cast even a glance in his direction, Mei Liangxin's anger intensified. Yet, the fear he initially harbored had long since vanished, for he had discerned that Xie Liuyin was merely a small cultivator at the 6th level of qi refinement, posing no real threat. As for the severed hand he had suffered, it was undoubtedly due to an unexpected ambush, coupled with his failure to react in time. However, one of his subordinates sensed something amiss and felt compelled to speak up. At this moment, Mei Liangxin found himself cornered, acutely aware that if he did not seize the opportunity to eliminate Princess Luo today, once she left the Julan secret realm alive, Lord Luo would undoubtedly exact vengeance upon anyone who dared to harm his daughter. Given his grandfather's heartlessness and his father's timidity, Mei Liangxin knew he would be treated as a mere pawn and handed over to Lord Luo. After all, defeat would mean death, and retreat would also lead to demise. Thus, he resolved to take a desperate gamble. Having come to this realization, Mei Liangxin was unwilling to flee any longer. Yet he did not forget to signal his subordinates to summon his allies. Completing this task, he immediately channeled his energy, enveloping his remaining fist in a shroud of spiritual power that shimmered with a metallic luster, charging towards Xie Liuyin. If it weren't for this insufferable girl, his plan would have succeeded moments ago. With immense force, his fist descended upon her, prompting Xie Liuyin to raise her ink-black sword in defense. Still, the impact forced her back several steps, nearly unbalancing her. Observing this, Mei Liangxin felt a surge of triumph. A mere 6th-tier qi refining practitioner dared to play the hero before him. Today, he would show her the extent of the might of the esteemed Lord Ma. With that, he lifted his fist once more, aiming a crushing blow at Xie Liuyin's head. However, she swiftly evaded, her form becoming almost ghostly in its agility. The technique she had mastered was of a significantly higher tier, and despite Mei Liangxin's superior cultivation, he could not discern her movements. His strike missed entirely, and in the next instant, a formidable force struck him from behind, sending him sprawling far away. Though I did not witness how many eyes the Duke of Ma possessed, I distinctly observed your clumsy fall, akin to a dog tumbling in filth. As Xie Liuyin coldly mocked, Mei Liangxin's stumble exacerbated his already injured hand, causing blood to flow profusely. He swiftly retrieved several medicinal pills and consumed them, waiting for the severed limb to heal and cease bleeding before gritting his teeth and re-engaging Xie Liuyin in combat. As a body cultivator, Mei Liangxin had mastered his family's Ziluo fist quite well. Even at the foundation establishment stage, he could barely withstand the MOK sword. Mei Liangxin strained to extract more spiritual energy from his dantian, enveloping his fist in it, preparing for an extended bout with Xie Liuyin. However, she had lost interest in continuing the fight. After parrying another of his punches with her sword, she asked with a hint of boredom, "Is this all you are capable of? Do you possess any other skills worth showcasing?" "What did you say?" Mei Liangxin failed to comprehend. "Is it you who cannot endure any longer? If so, you should kneel and beg for forgiveness. Perhaps I might spare your life." Just as Mei Liangxin believed Xie Liuyin was truly on the verge of capitulation, she suddenly twisted her wrist, her sword moving with the grace of her delicate fingers, effortlessly gliding before him. In a flash of sword light, Mei Liangxin felt excruciating pain in his remaining hand and looked down to discover it was gone as well. The subsequent chill at his neck came as a shock, and in his dazed state, he attempted to utter something, only to futilely spew forth a spray of blood, until Mei Liangxin collapsed to the ground, his eyes finally closing for good. He could not fathom how he had been defeated by a female cultivator in the qi refining stage. Yet, ultimately, Mei Liangxin would never uncover the truth. For even in his last breaths, all he could see was the blood-stained black longsword. Meanwhile, in a bustling city 1,000 miles away from the Julan secret realm, within a chamber housing the soul lamps of the Mei clan's direct descendants, the steward on guard dared not rest for even a moment, his gaze fixed intently on the dozens of soul lamps. At that moment, one of the lamps positioned near the center suddenly extinguished, causing the steward to break into a cold sweat as he stumbled out of the room in panic. "The second young master S soul lamp has gone out." In an instant, this brief announcement sent shockwaves through the entire city lord's mansion. The demise of Mei Liangxin stirred immense turmoil in Baizhou City. Yet far away in the Julan secret realm, Xie Liuyin remained blissfully unaware. Princess Luo, having witnessed the conclusion of the battle from a distance, hurried over to inspect the scene. Upon seeing Mei Liangxin, his throat slit by Xie Liuyin, lifeless beyond any doubt. She could not suppress her joy and kicked him twice. "Huh. This is for your earlier insolence towards me. Now you lie dead." Princess Luo couldn't help but utter a few more curses. Xie Liuyin allowed her to vent her frustrations before inquiring about the situation of Princess Luo and her entourage. Reminded by Xie Liuyin's question, Princess Luo's eyes widened in sudden realization. She had forgotten that a group of her guards had remained behind to fend off their pursuers, and their fates were still unknown. Quickly, she relayed the events to Xie Liuyin, pleading for her assistance in rescuing her remaining subordinates. Upon hearing the considerable number of pursuers after Princess Luo, Xie Liuyin immediately furrowed her brows. By the time they hurried to the scene, only 5 of the guards assigned by the city lord to protect his daughter remained alive. Witnessing the imminent collapse of the last few, Xie Liuyin halted the advancing Princess Luo and entrusted her sword sheath. "Hold this for me. It will be over soon." With those words, Xie Liuyin, amidst the perplexed gaze of the princess, raised the Moke sword high. After 3 months of rigorous training within the sword formation, she was now ready to reveal the second level of the ruthless sword technique. Chapter 84. A single sword to conquer thousands. With the Moke sword in hand, Xie Liuyin slowly closed her eyes as her spiritual energy surged rapidly, coursing through her meridians. The princess, standing by to support her sister with the sword sheath, felt a powerful current of air swirling around her, compelling her to step back. She sensed that remaining beside Xie Liuyin would soon leave her breathless. Concentrating her essence in the dantian, memories of the mundane world emerged in her mind. The mystical gateway gathered energy, transforming it into a current that flowed through her meridians and connected to her primordial spirit. From Taishang Wanqingju, the incantations of the ruthless sword technique resonated in Xie Liuyin's heart, and simultaneously, the long sword in her hand radiated an overwhelming brilliance. Initially fearing that she might miss out on the phoenix grass, fortune unexpectedly smiled upon her. It seemed the phoenix grass was destined to be hers. Just as a sense of pride began to swell within her, Wu Rinni prepared to strike down the guard obstructing his path, only to be suddenly blinded by a piercing light that illuminated the sky. The young female cultivator, with her graceful posture, swung her sword with great force, unleashing a fierce gale of sword energy that swept across the battlefield. The blades that were meant to strike the female guards shattered instantly upon contact. In the fleeting moment as the sword light extinguished, the severely injured guards of Yuxing City opened their eyes, only to behold the assailants who had once encircled them now sprawled several meters away, lying in a pitiful state, unaware of their fate. With a single sword, one can command a multitude of foes. At that moment, everyone present realized the profound truth. After this event, the name of Xie Liuyin would undoubtedly resonate throughout the realm of cultivation. Meanwhile, on a distant mountain several dozen miles away, Yin Xiujuan, who had just slain a monstrous beast that obstructed his path, suddenly heard the sound of a sword ringing in his ears. Following the sound, he glimpsed a flash of sword light appearing above the dense forest, only to vanish swiftly thereafter. Though he was unable to witness the sword's might up close, a sudden thrill surged within his heart, for reasons unknown. He felt an instinctive conviction that the wielder of that sword would emerge as his most formidable adversary in the future. Coincidentally, a handsome Buddhist cultivator, who was washing his hands in a nearby pond, seemed to sense an extraordinary aura. He abruptly lifted his gaze toward the sky, but from his distance, he could only faintly discern a glimmer of golden light. Wudu could not help but exclaim in admiration, "What an impressive sword! I wonder what the individual capable of cultivating such pure sword intent looks like." In contrast to Wu Du's innocent curiosity, a youth clad in translucent pink gauze gazed intently at the source of the sword light, a beguiling smile playing upon his lips. "I've found you." Upon finishing his words, he narrowed his enchanting fox-like eyes, disregarding his companions behind him, and hastily made his way towards the source of the sword's radiance. "Alas, Yuyin, where are you headed?" A youth bearing the mark of the Hehuan sect on his forehead called out in urgency upon witnessing this. Yet, the silk-clad youth paid no heed, resolutely pursuing his own destination. One astute observer discerned the intentions of the youth named Yuyin and scoffed, remarking, "Can you not see? He naturally seeks to ascend to greater heights. He is the favored disciple of the sect leader, who has undoubtedly already arranged a fitting target for him, unlike us, who must cautiously seek our own paths." Disciples of the Hehuan sect have been trained in the orthodox techniques of their art since childhood. with their strength derived from finding a remarkably gifted and fast-advancing practitioner to engage in mutual cultivation. By harmonizing their energies during this practice, not only can their own cultivation progress swiftly, but their partner also reaps significant benefits. Moreover, as the disciples of the Hehuan sect are universally striking in appearance and possess amiable dispositions, the practitioners they pursue rarely refuse, save for the obstinate followers of the Buddha. However, securing a suitable partner for mutual cultivation is no simple task. Those who have already achieved considerable mastery often dismiss the meager benefits they might offer. Conversely, candidates of similar cultivation levels may lack definitive futures. What if they appear promising now, but later find themselves ensnared in an unforeseen calamity? Thus, the quest for a new partner becomes arduous, compounded by the necessity of dissolving previous contracts. However, these are merely the trifling concerns of ordinary disciples. Take Xie Liuyin, for instance. He is the disciple of the sect master, undoubtedly a paragon of excellence in the eyes of his mentor. Upon contemplating this, someone could not resist expressing a tinge of envy. What if we were to follow him and discover whom Xie Liuyin has chosen? Perhaps we could seize that female cultivator for ourselves. At this suggestion, several disciples felt a stir of excitement. Yet, it wasn't long before another scoffed, "Compete with Xie Liuyin? Just look at his countenance, and then at yourself. Do you truly believe you stand a chance?" This remark struck a nerve, leaving the mocked individual speechless. Their face flushed with embarrassment. After all, he was someone who had caught the sect master's eye and been accepted as a disciple on the spot. Indeed, Xie Liuyin was among the most strikingly handsome of their cohort, if not the most alluring across several generations. Yet, even someone with such remarkable talent as Xie Liuyin is eager to associate with a genius. What kind of extraordinary being could that be? At this moment, Xie Liuyin remained unaware that her recent sword strike not only attracted a rival but also beckoned an unwelcome romantic entanglement. Eventually, they must return to their roots. After all was said and done, Princess Luo buried her head in Xie Liuyin's embrace, weeping uncontrollably. "It's all my fault. I shouldn't have plucked the phoenix grass. If I hadn't obtained it, Xiaoqiu and the others wouldn't have perished." Xie Liuyin sighed, gently stroking the princess's head. "I understand your sorrow, but how can you bear such guilt? If Mei Liangxin and his cohort had not deliberately pursued you, you would have faced no peril. If you must assign blame, then let it fall upon Mei Liangxin and Wu Rinni. You must strive to grow and cultivate diligently, ultimately becoming a formidable practitioner like your mother, so that no one dares to covet what you possess or offend those under your protection." Princess Luo bit her lip fiercely, determined not to weep aloud. Yet, her tears fell like scattered pearls, unceasing and sorrowful. With a resolute nod, she silently vowed to devote herself to her training, vowing never again to become a burden to others. At that moment, Xie Liuyin was blissfully unaware that Princess Luo had etched her comforting words deeply into her heart. Even when Princess Luo ascended to become the new lord of Yuxing City, elevating it to the foremost among the 8 major cities, she never once forgot those words. Chapter 85. The Pearl has been abducted. Having contemplated these truths, Xie Liuyin felt no fear. Taking advantage of the incapacitated cultivators on the ground, she decisively struck with her palm, shattering their dantians. As the leader, Wu Rinni, she severed the meridians in all 4 of his limbs. After completing this, Princess Luo cast a worried glance at Xie Liuyin and inquired, "Sister Liuyin, by helping me, have we incurred their wrath? Will there be repercussions?" This group had neither witnesses nor evidence. As long as she did not confess, who could ascertain that she had acted with malice merely based on their words? Furthermore, entering the secret realm inherently entailed mutual responsibility for life and death. If they were dissatisfied, they should first consider the innocent cultivators who had perished at their hands and whether they owed them a debt of life. Xie Liuyin replied coldly. Regardless of Xie Liuyin's assertions, Princess Luo remained steadfast in her belief. In addition, Xie Liuyin did not forget to take the spirit stones from these individuals. However, this time she left not a single one behind, bestowing them all upon Princess Luo. With her lips pressed together, the princess endeavored to contain her tears, nodding fervently. She vowed that this would be her final occasion weeping for her own frailty. Sister Liu, responsible for their care, explained, "Fortunately, we arrived in time, and they were not gravely injured. With a few spirit pills and some good rest, they shall recover well." Hearing this, Princess Luo sighed in relief and sincerely expressed her gratitude to Qiu Yu and the others. Had they not chosen to accompany Xie Liuyin to rescue them, her group would have likely perished within the depths of the Julan's secret realm. After a moment's contemplation, she ultimately retrieved the treasured phoenix grass. Sister Liuyin, thank you for saving so many of us. At present, I possess nothing else to offer you, save for this phoenix grass, which I acquired through my own efforts. I hope you will not disdain it. Sister Liuyin, regardless of the phoenix grass's value, it pales in comparison to the lives of us individuals. This spirit herb is not only for you, but also for Sister Qiu and the others. For their sake, I implore you to accept it. Princess Luo shook her head resolutely, pressing the jade box containing the phoenix grass into Xie Liuyin's embrace, her demeanor exceptionally earnest. However, Sister Qiu and Brother Jiangshan were mere acquaintances to Princess Luo. Should she refuse, it would feel as though she were also rejecting the benefits bestowed upon them. After careful consideration, Xie Liuyin ultimately accepted the phoenix grass. However, she resolved that when she obtained something valuable within the secret realm, she would also prepare a gift for Princess Luo. Lu Yu and the others naturally overheard their conversation, and seeing Xie Liuyin accept the phoenix grass, it would be disingenuous to claim they were not pleased. Even though Princess Luo was accompanied by several injured individuals, the number of foundational cultivators capable of action among them surpassed their own. The inclusion of Princess Luo's party undoubtedly enhanced the safety of their group. The few who had recently come to assist had already reached an agreement. As it was they who handled the matter, neither Shao Qi nor Xie Mingzhu had contributed. Thus the phoenix grass would not be counted as part of their share. Despite losing an arm, Tong Wenkong silently nodded. Having gained clarity after the ordeal in the cave yesterday, he realized that following junior sister Mingzhu might not yield benefits. But remaining with their master Xie would certainly not lead to any misfortune, for no other reason than to ensure a safe passage through the next 3 months in the secret realm. He was determined to stay closely aligned with junior sister Xie and not fall behind. Where have you all gone? Do you not realize that it is because you rushed off to save others that Mingzhu has been abducted? Shao Qi's words stunned everyone into silence. This was not due to Xie Liuyin's concern for her sister, but rather her belief that the one who had taken Xie Mingzhu was certainly formidable, likely one of her numerous admirers. Xie Liuyin vividly recalled the suffering inflicted upon her by those individuals in her past life. Listening to Xie Liuyin's urgent inquiries, Shao Ji coldly snorted. There is no need for your feigned concern. It is you who has caused Mingzhu to be in this predicament. Had you not taken it upon yourself to rescue those unrelated, Mingzhu would never have been abducted. This statement sounded rather harsh in the ears of Jiangshan and the others. Princess Luo, along with her junior uncle and junior sister Hua, were friends. It was only natural for them to lend a helping hand when a friend was in distress. Moreover, they had previously stated that Shao Ji and Xie Mingzhu could accompany them and merely observe, without engaging. It was those two who insisted on remaining behind, claiming they would protect themselves. Despite the efforts of Liu and others to dissuade them, they left behind defensive talismans before departing. Now, with Shao Ji and Xie Mingzhu lacking the ability to defend themselves and falling prey to capture, they were unjustly shifting the blame onto others? So you gritted his teeth, increasingly finding Shao Ji to be intolerable. Xie Liuyin further mocked. You lack the strength to safeguard your Mingzhu, and now you come to blame us? Perhaps next time we should tether you both to our belts, lest you fall into a pit and then accuse us of failing to support you in the restroom. Chapter 86. Do you think I am as foolish as you? You. Why do you speak so harshly? Shao Ji's face flushed a mix of green and red, revealing his evident anger. Yet, even in his agitated state, Xie Liuyin showed no intention of relenting. It was you who claimed to be able to protect Xie Mingzhu, and now it is also you who has allowed her to be abducted. We are so close in proximity, if danger truly arose. Did you not have a flare gun at your disposal? Why did you not utilize it? Could it be that he wishes to display his prowess before Xie Mingzhu, pretending to be a hero, which ultimately led to her abduction because he refused to use a distress signal? Shao Ji's face instantly drained of color, his mouth opening and closing without uttering a coherent word. Observing this, Xie Liuyin let out a cold laugh and remarked, Xie Mingzhu has been taken, yet you remain unscathed. If you truly cared for her, why did you not pursue those captors to rescue her? Perhaps you lacked the courage to confront them, thus opting to shift the blame onto us. Upon hearing these words, Lu Yu and the others, who had initially felt a twinge of guilt over Xie Mingzhu's abduction, suddenly had a change of heart. Indeed, it was not they who had taken Xie Mingzhu. Why then was Shao Ji not directing his anger towards the villains responsible for her capture, but rather laying blame at their feet? At this point, Shao Ji fell silent. no longer sparing a glance at Xie Yu and the others, as he turned to dash into the woods, exclaiming, "I will rescue Mingzhu. I will save her." "Is that sufficient?" Xie Liuyin rolled her eyes and grasped his collar, halting him in his tracks. "Ah, now that you've lost someone under your watch, you finally recognize the shame of it. You make such a ruckus now, but where was your sense of responsibility when the crisis arose?" She had no intention of indulging his shortcomings. Holding on to Xiaoji firmly, she pressed on. "What can you tell me about the individuals who abducted Xie Mingzhu? What are their numbers and distinguishing features? This is my final inquiry." Noticing Xie Liuyin's mounting impatience, Xiaoji felt the grip on his shoulder tightening painfully, as if it might shatter. He clenched his teeth and recounted everything he had witnessed with utmost honesty. "The origins of that group remained a mystery to me. I was merely conversing with Mingzhu when suddenly, a throng of individuals clad in black appeared and seized her, intent on taking her away. I attempted to intervene, but they were far too formidable. I was no match for them and was swiftly overpowered, left sprawled on the ground as Mingzhu was taken." As he concluded his account, Xiaoqi lowered his head, unable to meet the gazes of the others, acutely aware of his own inadequate performance. Yet, Xie Liuyin paid no heed to his embarrassment. Instead, she maintained a composed demeanor and inquired, what were their distinguishing features? "As for the number of assailants, I was too anxious at the time to count accurately, but I estimated there were about 5 or 6 of them. Moreover, I was uncertain if they had left any of their own behind in other locations." At this juncture, a flicker of dark intent flashed in Xie Liuyin's eyes. The crescent moon pattern was indeed the emblem of the demon sect. As she had anticipated, the one who abducted Xie Mingzhu was none other than her blue-eyed confidant. It could only be that young master of the demon sect, Xie Liuyin recalled how, in her previous life, she had resolutely refused to selflessly offer her hard-earned cultivation resources to Xie Mingzhu. In her distress, Mingzhu had sought solace from her own admirers, weeping to them. In their attempts to please the beauty, those men seized the opportunity to teach Xie Liuyin a lesson. Xie was the most direct. He commanded his subordinates to corner her, snatch her storage bag, and deliver a severe reprimand. That encounter nearly resulted in the destruction of Xie Liuyin's right hand. Closing her eyes, Xie Liuyin skillfully suppressed the resentment within her heart. She pondered whether the position of the young master of the demonic sect would remain secure if his hand were to be destroyed. "Liuyin, do you have any solutions?" Xie Yu inquired proactively. After enduring several perilous days, although Xie Yu and the others still bore the titles of senior sisters and brothers, they had silently begun to heed Xie Liuyin's arrangements. Xie Liuyin replied, "Sister need not worry. I possess a method to locate Xie Mingzhu." Upon hearing this, Xiaoji expressed his skepticism. "Do not think you can use the admission token to find her. Mingzhu's token has likely been tampered with by those individuals, and my token reveals nothing of her whereabouts. Do you believe I am as foolish as you?" Xie Liuyin retorted sharply, "Some things can be altered, but there is one that cannot be changed." "What do you mean?" Su Yu inquired with curiosity. Xie Liuyin responded, "Bloodline. I share a common bloodline with Xie Mingzhu. Tracking through bloodlines is one of the simplest and most infallible methods in the realm of cultivation. Particularly, the closer the blood relation, the more effective this technique becomes." They had been so focused on searching for her, and due to the strained relationship between Xie Liuyin and Xie Mingzhu, they nearly forgot that these two were meant to be the closest of sisters. With Xie Liuyin willing to offer a drop of her blood, the bloodline tracking technique quickly yielded results. A red thread, representing their kinship, extended from Xie Liuyin's body, stretching towards the east. However, this red thread was only visible to Xie Liuyin. Others could see nothing. From my understanding, the crescent moon pattern may serve as a mark of the demonic sect's practitioners. The other party is currently unaware of the number of people involved. I believe it is prudent for us to refrain from acting impulsively at the outset. Let us first assess the situation before making any calculations, proposed Xie Liuyin. This notion was met with unanimous agreement among the group, especially considering that the demonic cultivators from the demon sect are notorious for their ruthlessness, capable of committing murder without a flicker of hesitation. Should we act recklessly, we might find ourselves ensnared by them, which would spell disaster. Furthermore, with our large contingent, any commotion we create could easily attract unwanted attention. A few of our companions are still nursing their injuries, rendering them unfit for such an adventure. It would be wiser to split our group into 2 factions, one to remain here, awaiting news and recuperating, while the other ventures forth. Should any misfortune befall the latter, the remaining members would still be able to survive and convey the news from within the secret realm. Upon hearing this, Everyone nodded in agreement and swiftly organized the two groups. As the sole individual capable of perceiving the threads of bloodline, Xie Liuyin naturally opted to join the expedition. Among the disciples of Qingxiao Sect, Su Yu and Hua Lingxue were designated to stay behind, and Tong Wenkong, who had lost an arm, was also unable to accompany them. In Yuxing City, Princess Luo, lacking sufficient cultivation, was not permitted to join the venture. Subsequently, Xie Liuyin requested the company of 2 female guards of the Foundation establishment stage to accompany her, thus ensuring their numbers remained substantial. With this arrangement settled, and to prevent any unforeseen changes, the group quickly adorned themselves with concealment talismans and followed in Xie Liuyin's wake as they departed the encampment. Meanwhile, at a nearby grove, Xie Mingzhu was savoring the hospitality of Xie Yu, relishing the spirit chicken that had been roasted by his own hands. Chapter 87. Sister will no longer bully me. Xie Yu gazed at the beloved, who was savoring the spirit chicken he had roasted, his heart brimming with contentment. Noticing Xie Mingzhu's delight, he carefully tended to the fire while preparing to roast the spirit fish he had just captured, intending to provide her with an abundance of delectable treats. Xie Mingzhu was thoroughly charmed by Xie Yu's attentive gestures. Reclining comfortably on the exquisite beauty chair he had brought for her, draped in a soft veil of fish skin, she felt that life was even more indulgent than at the Qingxiao Sect. However, this fleeting thought was swiftly dismissed by Xie Mingzhu. She understood the necessity of remaining at the Qingxiao Sect. Only by securing her identity as a rightful disciple could she smoothly attain the title of goddess and acquire Xie Liuyin's golden elixir. Furthermore, with Yi Chaoyan present in the Qingxiao Sect, although he had been unable to protect her in this lifetime as he had in the past, she still recalled how he had once personally excavated Xie Liuyin's golden elixir for her. A person who consistently shielded her and so readily sacrificed even his most cherished disciple for her sake was not someone Xie Mingzhu could easily relinquish. While her thoughts swirled, Xie Mingzhu merely sighed softly, her exterior composed. After finishing the spirit chicken, she turned to Xie Yu with a gentle smile, saying, "Thank you, Brother Xie Yu, for coming to find me so swiftly upon receiving my message. Without you here, I cannot imagine how long I would have had to endure that suffocating environment." As she spoke, she let out a pitiful sigh, the sorrow evident on her face. Indeed, this abduction was not a mere whim of Xie Yusin, but rather the result of a careful discussion with Xie Mingzhu. After experiencing humiliation among her peers, Xie Mingzhu sought out Xie Yu to express her grievances. Subsequently, Xie Yu proposed the idea of taking her away from that loathsome group of fellow disciples. However, Xie Mingzhu, keen to preserve her image as a righteous disciple, was reluctant to simply accompany Xie Yu. Should she be seen mingling with the scion of the demonic sect, her reputation would undoubtedly suffer greatly. Thus, she resorted to tears and subtle hints, and after an elaborate exchange of sentiments, Xie Yu finally comprehended her concerns and voluntarily suggested the charade of abducting her. In this way, Xie Mingzhu could not only distance herself from Xie Liuyin and the others, but also ensure that Xie Liuyin would experience a setback. After all, it was her own reckless decision to rescue Princess Luo that had left her vulnerable and at the mercy of demonic cultivators. As long as she could hide away with Xie Yu, Shao Qi would be unable to locate her, which would only deepen his resentment towards Xie Liuyin and her companions. When the expedition to the secret realm concluded, he would undoubtedly seek out the leading elder to voice his grievances against them. It is worth noting that Xie Mingzhu's sister had a notoriously bad reputation within the Qingxiao sect in her previous life, yet in this incarnation, she garnered considerable favor from many young disciples due to her formidable prowess. This fact had long caused Xie Mingzhu to harbor unexpressed frustration. While internally devising such schemes, she outwardly remarked, "Do not speak of it in such a manner. It is indeed partly my fault for being so eager to help everyone find opportunities, which inadvertently led me to encounter such a formidable beast. Had it not been for my sister's timely intervention, I shudder to think what might have befallen senior sister Qiu Yu and the others." Through Xie Mingzhu's description, Xie Yu had long concluded that Xie Liuyin was an exceedingly hypocritical and malicious individual. The other disciples of the Qingxiao sect who entered the secret realm with her were equally incompetent and self-serving. He scoffed disdainfully, asserting, "This is clearly your good intention. And did you not also lead them to discover such a precious corrupted bonestone orchid? If they were not so utterly inept, how could that mere demonic beast pose a threat?" Xie Yu spoke with unwavering conviction. Their demonic cultivators practiced through the absorption of demonic energy, honing their skills in the path of slaughter. The more lives taken, the swifter their cultivation progressed, often without the burden of tribulation. It could be said that demonic cultivators ranked among the fastest in ascension within the realm of cultivation. However, this method of training was deemed contrary to the natural order. Although the speed of advancement was rapid, the majority ultimately perished in the tribulation of ascension. Consequently, the path of demonic cultivation was not regarded as a legitimate doctrine within the cultivation world, often dismissed as heretical. Xie Mingzhu did not intend to engage in further debate on the matter. She lowered her head and sighed softly. Ultimately, it is my own weakness that holds me back. If only I could advance my cultivation as swiftly as my sister. Xie yearned to offer assistance. For Xie Mingzhu's current attainment of the 6th layer of qi refinement was largely due to his guidance. However, the secret methods of the demonic sect, if employed for a brief duration, would yield minimal effect. Yet, should their use become frequent and her cultivation ascend significantly, she would be compelled to abandon spiritual cultivation in favor of the demonic path. Xie understood well that the young woman before him was reluctant to embrace demonic cultivation. Otherwise, when he had initially proposed to leave and invited her to accompany him, she would not have so resolutely declined. Upon contemplating this, Xie pressed his lips together, genuinely at a loss for how to console Xie Mingzhu. Noticing his lack of engagement, Xie Mingzhu furrowed her brows in dissatisfaction and continued, "It's all right. It doesn't matter if I can't catch up to my sister. As long as I treat her well, I believe she will eventually be moved by my sincerity. Cease her hostility towards me, and stop using her superior cultivation to bully me." The more she spoke, the more conflicted Xie felt within. After much deliberation, he resolutely decided to adopt a different approach to assist the one he cherished. Since that particular cultivation technique was unsuitable for Xie Mingzhu, he resolved to employ the method of transferring his own cultivation to her. This way, no one would detect anything amiss about Xie Mingzhu, thus sparing her from the malice of the venomous Xie Liuyin. Having made up his mind, Xie planned to reveal this promising news to Mingzhu once they had departed from the Julan secret realm. Unbeknownst to her, Xie Mingzhu felt increasingly exasperated by her blue-eyed confidant's apparent ineptitude. What she did not anticipate, however, was that Xie Liuyin and her companions had already followed the crimson thread of bloodline to locate their encampment. Chapter 88. She is acquainted with the demon cultivator? The crimson thread of bloodline extended deep into the forest, and to avoid alarming the prey, Xie Liuyin and her group moved with utmost caution, fearful of revealing even a hint of their unfamiliar presence. After traversing the forest for an indeterminate duration, Xie Liuyin finally heard human voices. She quickly halted, gesturing for the others to remain still and await her return as she ventured forth to assess the situation. Qiuyu, filled with concern for Xie Liuyin, could only watch silently as her little masteress' silhouette gradually faded into the distance. Circumventing a prominent mountain, Xie Liuyin followed the guidance of the crimson bloodline, and from a distance, she beheld a group of individuals clad in black garments. The most conspicuous among them were a man and a woman seated beside a flickering fire. Their postures were intimate, suggesting a familiarity that belied any recent acquaintance, as if they had known each other for ages. The young woman was none other than her dear sister, Xie Mingzhu, for whom Xie Liuyin had toiled tirelessly. The man, as she had anticipated, was none other than Xie, the young master of the demonic sect. Indeed, the two had mingled together. Xie Liuyin's gaze lingered on them for a moment before swiftly shifting to several disciples of the demonic sect in the distance. She counted them, realizing that only 4 individuals had entered the secret realm alongside Xie. It seemed that due to the limited quota for entry into the Kailon secret realm, which was insufficient even for the righteous sects, the demonic sect had only managed to secure this handful. Including Xie, they numbered merely 5. Yet, Xie Liuyin still hesitated to confront them directly. After all, demonic cultivators were inherently more formidable than ordinary practitioners. Although Qiuyu and the others were also foundational stage cultivators, they had only recently entered this stage and had yet to be assigned tasks for practical experience, thus lacking any significant combat experience. Xie Liuyin feared that they might not even be able to unleash the true power of foundational stage cultivators, rendering a confrontation with demonic practitioners exceedingly perilous. After some contemplation, Xie Liuyin quickly devised an alternative plan. She cautiously retrieved a recording talisman from her storage bag, an item she had discovered in the treasure vault of the Daybreak Peak and had deliberately brought into the secret realm. It was intended to capture crucial moments, ensuring she left behind vital evidence in case of any slander. Now, it was perfectly suited for the situation involving Xie Mingzhu. Xie Liuyin adjusted the angle of the magical artifact, capturing every moment of Xie Mingzhu's intimate interactions with Xie, including the vigilant figures of several demon cultivators nearby. Even when the artifact lay idle in the treasure vault, its quality was assured, and the recorded images were remarkably clear. The intricate patterns on their faces discernible despite the distance. Naturally, Xie Liuyin meticulously noted the crescent-shaped designs adorning the demon cultivators. After completing her task, she deftly utilized her footwork to depart without a sound. Upon her safe return, the group hurried to greet her. Xiao Yu, devoid of concern for Xie Mingzhu's fate, scrutinized Xie Liuyin from head to toe, only relaxing once she confirmed her safety. Little Shu, you were gone for so long. You worried us all terribly, Xiao Yu sighed, before suddenly recalling Xie Mingzhu, asking, by the way, what is the condition of Xie Shimi? Is she still alive? At this, even Zhang Shan felt an inward gasp. Xiao Yu truly harbored disdain for Xie Mingzhu. When inquiring about the little Shu, it was merely to ascertain any injuries. Yet when it came to Xie Mingzhu, the query was solely about her survival. Zhang Shan even suspected that, were it not for Xie Mingzhu being their fellow disciple and the little Shu personally coming to her aid, Xiao Yu might have been indifferent to her fate altogether. Xie Liuyin naturally discerned the double standards in Xiao Yu's words, yet she paid them no heed. After all, Xie Mingzhu had nearly brought Xiao Yu to ruin. Now that someone was willing to rescue her, Xie Mingzhu ought to show profound gratitude. She paused for a moment, adopting an expression of reluctance, and said, Alas, I truly do not know how to articulate this. In any case, you may observe for yourselves. With that, Xie Liuyin handed the recording artifact to Xiao Yu and retreated to a corner alone, seemingly sulking. Her demeanor left the others momentarily taken aback. Xiao Yu swiftly infused the artifact with spiritual energy, activating it. Suddenly, a luminous screen illuminated before them, revealing the footage Xie Liuyin had previously captured. They beheld a delicate young girl clad in a soft yellow dress, sitting side by side with a boy in black attire by the campfire. The two appeared to be sharing laughter and enjoying roasted spirit fish, embodying a sense of carefree tranquility. Not far from them, for cultivators bearing the insignia of the demon sect stood vigilant, scanning their surroundings. Xiao Yu and the others clearly discerned the prominent dark marks on their faces, unmistakably indicative of demonic practitioners. Upon witnessing this, the realization dawned upon everyone present. Their earlier concerns for junior sister Xie proved unfounded. She had not only avoided mistreatment at the hands of malevolent individuals, but had befriended them instead. Logically, they should have rejoiced at the safety of their fellow disciple. Yet upon recognizing that these individuals were disciples of the demon sect, their spirits dampened considerably. The only one present who had not been repulsed by Xie Mingzhu, Liu, kindly ventured to propose, could it be that junior sister Xie has been deceived by this group of demonic cultivators? Perhaps she is unaware that they are practitioners of the demon sect? As Liu continued, her voice dwindled, for even she found the explanation hard to believe. It mattered not that Xie Mingzhu failed to recognize the crescent moon patterns. How could she overlook the demonic marks etched upon these individuals' faces? In the present realm of cultivation, the foremost concerns for righteous practitioners are twofold: the omnipresent and astonishingly numerous demonic beasts, and the group of malevolent cultivators that occupy the far southern lands. The malevolent cultivators are indeed formidable, and the thought of losing one's painstakingly nurtured disciples to their hands is harrowing. Any disciple below the golden core stage is invariably advised by their mentors to steer clear of individuals adorned with black demonic markings. Even if Xie Mingzhu's master did not impart this wisdom, the manual distributed to every new disciple at Qingshao Sect clearly delineates the characteristics of these malevolent cultivators on its very first page. Surely, Xie Mingzhu must have perused it. Right? TSK, could it be that she has long been acquainted with that cloaked youth? Jiangshan furrowed his brow, speaking in a peculiar tone. The few individuals patrolling the vicinity were all at the foundation establishment stage, subtly exuding an air of authority led by the youth, indicating his distinguished status. Xie Mingzhu is no fool. It is illogical for her to suddenly befriend the very person who abducted her, and to share a convivial meal of grilled fish. Liu pursed her lips in silence. She did not wish to harbor malice towards her fellow disciple, yet the evidence was laid bare before her, leaving her at a loss for words. Suddenly, a female cultivator from Yuxing City, borrowed by Xie Liuyin, interjected. If the Xie Mingzhu you speak of has indeed known that youth for some time, and if they orchestrated this abduction together, then perhaps everything would fall into place. Chapter 89. The Yellow Sparrow Squad. The words of the female cultivator from Yuxing City awakened those in a stupor, and Xie Yu and the others quickly grasped the implication. I had thought it odd. Why would those malevolent cultivators target Xie Mingzhu, abducting her while sparing Shaoqi? Indeed, Xie Yu gritted her teeth. They truly believed that Xie Mingzhu had suffered an undeserved calamity, braving tremendous dangers to pursue her. Little did they know that this was all part of a premeditated scheme between Xie Mingzhu and that demonic cultivator. Yet, Liu hesitated for a moment before continuing to inquire why senior sister Xie would choose such a path. Wouldn't it be far better to stay with us rather than those few demonic cultivators? The response came from the female cultivator of Yuxing City who had previously spoken. Perhaps she has compelling reasons to depart. If she were to voice her intentions, you would undoubtedly prevent her from leaving. Jiangshan paused, realizing the truth in her words. After all, senior sister Xie was our fellow disciple. And this secret realm is fraught with peril. If she wished to leave alone, we certainly would not allow it. As the conversation unfolded, Jiangshan found himself increasingly perplexed. What could a Qi refinement cultivator possibly have that necessitated her departure? Suddenly, a thought struck Xie Yu, and her eyes sparkled with insight. Jiangshan, do you remember the incident where I nearly perished in the cave? With her lashes lowered, Xie Yu gradually articulated her thoughts. This matter is undoubtedly connected to Xie Mingzhu, for she was the one who led us to that cave. Throughout our journey, she had expressed her desire to seek opportunities for us, and indeed, she uncovered a place brimming with great fortune. Jiangshan froze, his eyes wide with astonishment as he gazed at Xie Yu. He had not anticipated that this seemingly unremarkable senior sister from his past life possessed such profound insight. Xie Liuyin silently committed this to memory, resolved to engage more with senior sister Xie Yu in the future. A practitioner with such keen insight is destined for remarkable achievements in the future. Jiangshan's expression was unmistakable, and Xie Yu certainly noticed it. She nodded in affirmation of Jiangshan's speculation, causing his demeanor to become increasingly peculiar. However, Li was oblivious to the subtle exchange between the senior brother and sister, and curiously inquired, "Sister, what are you two discussing? Since you've discerned the truth, please enlighten us. Even our junior uncle is intrigued." Upon hearing this, the group turned to glance at Xie Liuyin, who, suddenly mentioned, could only feign curiosity with a helpless expression. Xie Yu took the opportunity to elaborate. I suspect that Xie Mingzhu possesses the ability to sense fortuitous opportunities. The earlier chance in the cave was detected by her, prompting her to lead us there. Thus, her desire to depart is not for any other reason, but rather to seek opportunities on her own, or perhaps to avoid sharing her fortune with us. Xie Yu contemplated that initially, Xie Mingzhu might have intended to share the benefits with them. But after the incident in the cave, she had lost interest in their company, deciding instead to abandon them as burdens. At this thought, Xie Yu let out a cold snicker. Speaking of Xie Mingzhu's departure, it was indeed related to her. Yet, upon further reflection, this explanation seemed rather plausible. Liu quickly accepted Xie Yu's reasoning, nodding in agreement. So that is how it is. How could junior sister Xie behave in such a manner? It was precisely her reckless guidance that led you into the peril of the demon beast. It is unjust for her to abandon sister Xie and flee for her own safety, only to blame us now. She may have her talents, but we do not covet her abilities. Besides, she has become quite familiar with the demonic cultivators. Let us simply disregard her and depart. Liu grew increasingly agitated, almost wishing to turn and leave at that very moment. The others shared similar sentiments, feeling betrayed by Xie Mingzhu's collusion with the demonic cultivators. Noticing everyone's gaze upon her, Xie Liuyin spoke. Those currently allied with Xie Mingzhu are all demonic cultivators. If she possesses such formidable treasure-seeking skills, and if she leads those demonic cultivators to uncover the treasures within the Bi-Ju Lan's secret realm, would that not be tantamount to gifting opportunities to the demon sect? At this mention, disapproval was etched across everyone's faces. Regardless of other matters, we must ensure that the demon sect does not reap any benefits. Jiangshan inquired. What do you suggest we do, little martial uncle? How about we employ a strategy akin to the mantis stalking the cicada, with them leading the way in search of treasure while simultaneously neutralizing any dangers? In the end, we can emerge to reap the rewards. Xie Liuyin cautiously proposed. The eyes of the group widened in astonishment, and Liu clapped his hands in delight. Excellent. I adore this plan. Indeed. Why should the treasures of the secret realm be handed over to the demonic cultivators? Xie Mingzhu is one of our own from the Qin Shao sect. The demon sect has abducted our disciples, and we are merely pursuing them. If we inadvertently seize their possessions, what fault is that of ours? With a shift in perspective, Jiang Shan spoke with unwavering conviction. The female cultivator from Yuxing City quickly added, "Precisely. The demonic cultivators are treacherous and vile. They deserve to be eradicated. I contend that our actions do not constitute theft, but rather a righteous endeavor." They grew increasingly enthusiastic, planning the subsequent events without the need for Xie Liuyin to speak further. Xie Liuyin, who had been somewhat apprehensive about their potential refusal, now questioned her previous concerns, who said that disciples of righteous sects would not resort to cunning tactics. The group quickly reached a consensus, decisively determining to ensnare those demonic cultivators in a significant setback. Xie Liuyin and her companions promptly relayed the information to Hua Lingxue and the others stationed at the camp, elucidating the situation and earnestly advising Hua Lingxue to keep this matter from Shaoxi. This lad was but a loyal hound raised by Xie Mingzhu. If he were to learn of this, he would undoubtedly refuse to believe his innocent and virtuous Mingzhu could be involved in such machinations against them. He might even seek out Xie Mingzhu to inquire about the truth, potentially jeopardizing their meticulously devised plan to prevent any leaks. Those requiring recuperation were not informed of the situation, while the remaining few active female cultivators of the Foundation establishment stage were borrowed by Xie Liuyin to participate in their ruse. Meanwhile, Hua Lingxue and her group tended to the injured while keeping Shaoxi occupied. If necessary, they would not hesitate to subdue him and carry him away. Thus, the Yellow Sparrow Squad of the Julan Secret Realm was officially formed. Chapter 90. The first heist. Upon learning of Xie Liuyin's comprehensive scheme, Princess Luo was the first to express her support. As for Hua Lingxue and her companions, upon discovering that Xie Mingzhu was actually an acquaintance of the very demonic cultivators who had abducted her, and that this entire affair was merely a conspiracy between the two, they were instantly incensed. The remnants of goodwill that Su Wuyin and the others had harbored towards Xie Mingzhu evaporated, leaving them thoroughly disdainful of their junior sister. The remaining 4 female cultivators from Yuxing City, under the command of Princess Luo, equipped with the talismans and several defensive artifacts she provided, swiftly located Xie Liuyin, clearly optimistic about the Yellow Sparrow plan. As for Shaoqi, he persistently inundated Xie Liuyin with messages via her sound, incessantly inquiring whether she had discovered Xie Mingzhu. Xie Liuyin, however, was disinclined to engage with him, as she was preoccupied with tracking this group of demonic cultivators. Meanwhile, the female cultivators from Yuxing City, who had been instructed to ensure that Shaoqi remained oblivious to the truth, devised various strategies to divert his attention, repeatedly obstructing his attempts to approach Xie Liuyin and create chaos. Concurrently, the injured female cultivators diligently worked to recover from their wounds, lest they find themselves unprotected in the face of further danger. The arrival of 4 additional allies brought Xie Liuyin great joy. Yet, despite their numerical advantage over the demonic cultivators, overpowering the enemy and retreating after seizing their possessions remained a formidable challenge. Fortunately, in a bid to prevent her novice from perishing in the secret realm, Xianyu had bestowed upon her numerous valuable items, one of which was a binding array disc. This disc concealed an immobilization formation. Once activated and directed towards a target, the formation would affect the opponent, rendering them immobile for at least the duration of an incense stick's burn. However, this disc bore significant drawbacks. Firstly, it consumed a considerable amount of spiritual energy, making it impractical for even a Foundation establishment cultivator to use more than twice within a single day. Secondly, the formation was limited in its capacity to restrain individuals, capable of ensnaring no more than 10 at a time. Exceeding this number was unfeasible. The formation plate was intended for Xie Liuyin's protection during critical moments, yet he could never have anticipated that it would ultimately be wielded by his disciple as an instrument of robbery. Moreover, we must undertake a guise to ensure that neither the demonic cultivators nor Xie Mingzhu discern our true identities. Otherwise, once we emerge from the secret realm, the demon faction may very well turn against us, Xie Liuyin concluded. It was not that she feared the demon sect. After all, she had already slain the young master of Bizhu City, and defending another demon sect was hardly a concern. Her sole apprehension lay in the potential repercussions for others. The enigmatic movements of demonic cultivators were notorious, with many possessing exceptional skills in assassination. While Xie Liuyin could assure her own safety against a sudden ambush, the same could not be said for her companions. This proposal garnered unanimous agreement among the group. prompting them to rummage through their storage bags until they all donned black robes in unison. Coincidentally, within the storage bag of Mingzhu, which Xie Liuyin had confiscated earlier, were several peculiar masks functioning as magical artifacts. These items possessed both defensive and concealing properties, making them perfect for obscuring identities. Reflecting on this, Xie Liuyin speculated that Mingzhu had likely intended to disguise himself while engaging in nefarious deeds, thus bringing the masks along. Yet, he had not foreseen that he would ultimately be unable to use them himself. With a sigh of resignation, she distributed the masks among her companions, keeping for herself a grotesque mask resembling a white-furred raccoon with a gaping maw and blood-stained fangs, which was chillingly macabre. Due to the conspicuousness of the Mingzhu sword, Xie Liuyin felt compelled to apologize silently to the sword spirit in her mind and borrowed a blade from the female cultivator Yx City for her use. Upon witnessing her cast him into the spatial artifact, the sword spirit immediately began to protest in Xie Liuyin's mind. Did you not claim that I would be your sole companion on the path of cultivation? What is this? Then, Xie Liuyin rubbed her nose, replying, it was an unforeseen circumstance. Unfaithful woman, fickle and disloyal. Has it only been a short while? And you have already replaced the old sword with a new blade? The sword spirit's voice rose in pitch, causing Xie Liuyin's head to throb in response. Hearing the sword spirit on the verge of tears, she hastened to offer comfort. Please do not be upset. It is merely that you shine too brightly. I cannot risk revealing my identity by using you. The sword spirit was not easily appeased. After Xie Liuyin spoke many kind words and promised to find a beautiful tassel for the MOK sword, it begrudgingly acquiesced. With everything in place, it was opportune that Xie and his group simultaneously discovered a fortuitous encounter. This opportunity, indeed, was also uncovered by Xie Mingzhu, and it lay within a stone cave at the bottom of a pond, appearing quite elusive. Furthermore, a water-type demon beast lurked within the cave, clearly a formidable foe. After several demonic cultivators bravely dispatched the beast and retrieved a piece of water star stone from the underwater cavern, Qiu and her companions widened their eyes in astonishment. Not only was the water star stone an exceptional material for crafting water element artifacts, thus immensely valuable, but this scene also wholly validated Qiu's hypothesis. Although the others had believed her conjecture prior, the absence of concrete evidence had left them uncertain. Now, following these demonic cultivators, they could indeed uncover remarkable treasures. Now, witnessing them obtain the treasure under Xie Mingzhu's command, what could they possibly misunderstand? In an instant, the initial wariness and fear in the onlookers' gazes towards the demonic cultivators dissipated, leaving only the exhilaration of observing the imminent struggle. As the treasure made its appearance, Xie Liuyin and her companions silently donned their masks. Are you ready? Let us act now. At Xie Liuyin's command, Liu hurled an explosive talisman towards the demonic cultivators. With a resounding boom, amidst the rising smoke, the group charged towards their targeted adversaries. Xie Liuyin quickly set her sights on Xie, fully aware that Xie Mingzhu was merely a fade, rarely engaging in combat along the way. Therefore, disregarding the frantic cries of Xie Mingzhu, she focused solely on Xie. Without the Moke sword, Xie Liuyin's attack power had significantly diminished. Her dagger could not penetrate the soft armor beneath Xie's robes. However, her strength was formidable and her movements agile. Even though Xie's cultivation level surpassed hers, they managed to hold their ground in a stalemate. The other demonic cultivators, initially caught off guard by the ambush, soon regained their composure and began to counterattack. Realizing that their side was gradually being overwhelmed, Xie Liuyin sounded the whistle as agreed, prompting the group to retreat immediately. A few demonic cultivators instinctively attempted to pursue, but Xie Liuyin had already activated the formation disc, casting it forth. The immobilization array enveloped Xie and the others in an instant, and Xie, who had been ready to capture the attackers and eliminate them, suddenly froze, rendered powerless against the unexpected assault. Chapter 91. Success. The few individuals of Xie stood frozen in place, unable to move even a muscle or blink an eye. Upon realizing that this was the handiwork of the assailants, Xie's expression darkened significantly. He desperately channeled his magical energy, disregarding the potential backlash from the formation, in a futile attempt to break free from its constraints. However, the artifact provided by Xianyu was of such quality that it was beyond the capabilities of someone at the initial stage of foundation establishment to dismantle. Having initially distanced themselves, Xie Liuyin and her companions, upon witnessing that Xie Yu was indeed immobilized, swiftly approached and seized his storage ring. Xie Yu's eyes widened. His gaze fixated intensely upon Xie Liuyin. If looks could kill, she would have perished 100 times over by now. Regrettably, the formation continued to operate, rendering him powerless to act, and he could only helplessly watch as they pilfered their storage artifacts. Moreover, Xie Liuyin, seemingly unsatisfied with the severity of his predicament, took advantage of her masked artifact to mock him in an entirely unfamiliar tone. Is this the young master of the demon sect? It appears the sect is truly on the decline. Even the most inconsequential individuals are deemed worthy of the title. After delivering this taunting remark, Xie Liuyin's gaze lingered on Xie Yu's wrists and ankles for a moment. Upon reflection, she deemed it prudent to leave him with his limbs intact, as the blue secret realm still harbored numerous treasures, allowing her the opportunity for further plundering. Subsequently, she turned her attention to snatch Xie Mingzhu's storage pouch. And amidst the latter's panicked and furious stare, she and her companions hastily made their escape. Once they had reached a sufficient distance, the formation's effect abruptly ceased. Fuming with rage, Xie was unwilling to let go of those who dared to plot against him, particularly after the scathing ridicule from Xie Liuyin that had pierced his heart, inciting boundless resentment towards this unfamiliar cultivator. After all, he was not the sole offspring of his father. Had it not been for his impeccable execution of the tasks assigned by his father during the previous succession struggle, he would not have been in contention for the position of the young master. The more one lacks something, the more one cherishes it. Xie Yu was acutely aware of the precariousness of his position as young master, which is precisely why he was so perturbed by Xie Liuyin's remarks. Furthermore, Xie Liuyin had seized his storage ring, which contained numerous valuable items, including a list of the dark agents planted by the demon sect and other sects. Should this information be exposed, Xie Yu would not only lose his position as young master, but he might even jeopardize his very life. A group of demon cultivators immediately pursued, moving at a speed that left Xie Mingzhu struggling to keep up. Fortunately, Xie Yu genuinely cared for her. Even in such a critical moment, he did not forget to look after his beloved. Seeing Xie Mingzhu lagging further behind, he hurriedly scooped her up onto his back and dashed towards the direction where the masked cultivators had fled. However, Xie Liuyin had anticipated this turn of events. Thus, midway through their escape, he and Xie Yu had relocated to a secluded pond to hide. The pond effectively concealed their presence, and given that Xie Yu and his companions had been trapped for far too long, they merely ran a short distance before losing all trace of them. Xie Yu, seething with anger, clenched his teeth, wishing fervently that Xie Mingzhu and the others were within his grasp, so he could sink his teeth into their necks. However, it is futile to speak of such matters now. The individuals have vanished without a trace, and there is no way for him to locate them and exact his vengeance. Observing the darkening expression of Xie Yu, Xie Mingzhu found herself momentarily at a loss for words. Yet, she too felt a pang of sorrow. For her storage bag contained treasures painstakingly gathered from her various blue-eyed confidants since her rebirth. The loss was profoundly heartbreaking for Xie Mingzhu. Young master, what shall we do now? Even the usually lively Yi Xing among the few demonic cultivators could not muster a smile at this moment. Xie took a deep breath, striving to regain his composure. After a moment of contemplation, he addressed the group. Fortunately, we still possess our magical artifacts. They did not seize those from us. Now that they have gained an advantage, they are likely to flee far away, and it is doubtful we can pursue them. Let us set aside today's events for now. Once we exit the secret realm, I shall dispatch individuals to investigate the origins of those masked figures. Should we uncover their identities, I will ensure they face dire consequences. Xie Yu's words were laced with determination, his fist clenched tightly, producing a creaking sound. The others present recognized his fury and wisely refrained from provoking him further. After exhaling a heavy sigh, Xie Yu reluctantly led the group in search of a safer encampment. Fortunately, the lair of a fierce beast, known for its formidable rank, deterred other creatures from intruding, allowing Xie Yu and his companions a moment of respite. On the other side, having narrowly escaped disaster, Xie Liuyin and her companions did not hasten to unravel the mysteries of the storage bags. Instead, they resolved to seek a secure place behind them to erase the marks and examine the contents within. For convenience, Xie Liuyin directly tossed both Xie Yu's storage ring and Xie Mingzhu's storage bag into her spatial artifact, allowing the monk's sword to play with them. Having played the role of the clever bird for the first time, they were elated with such a satisfactory outcome. excitedly recounting the dismal expressions on the faces of the demonic cultivators once ensnared by the formation. Naturally, Xie Liuyin felt a surge of joy. Yet she understood that their success in seizing the treasures was entirely attributed to the formation provided by Xianyu. Without it, or should Xiyu and his companions discover items capable of counteracting the formation, their endeavors would be severely hampered. Thus, after some contemplation, Xie Liuyin gathered Xiu, Jiang Shan, and the others to deliberate on new strategies. There was indeed an art to being the clever bird. Their previous method could be employed only once more. And thereafter, their adversaries would certainly become adept, preventing them from easily obtaining treasures again. Xie Liuyin asserted this notion, and her companions nodded in agreement. Jiang Shan concurred with a nod, yet added, "That may be true, but if we can seize opportunities, we should. Little martial uncle, please share your ideas. We shall certainly heed your counsel." Upon hearing this, the others vigorously nodded in unison, echoing Jiang Shan's sentiments. This was precisely the attitude Xie Liuyin desired. With a beckoning gesture, she urged them to draw closer, indicating that they should carefully listen to her plan. After a day's rest, the somewhat rejuvenated Xiyu, prompted by Xie Mingzhu, led several subordinates to a new location in search of treasures. On the way, Xiyu remarked, "Mingzhu, I am truly grateful for your presence. Otherwise, I shudder to think of the losses we might have incurred on this expedition into the secret realm." Xie Mingzhu, flushed with the compliment, smiled shyly and chose not to respond. Nevertheless, an undercurrent of ambiguity flowed between them, causing the several demonic cultivators to exchange knowing glances. However, their light-hearted atmosphere was short-lived. After yet another treasure was uncovered, a familiar formation enveloped them once more. Chapter 92. A relentless pursuit the moment Xiyu's hand brushed against the coveted Su Gu tongue. Painstakingly harvested from the steep cliff, an all-too-familiar rigidity swept through his body. The smile on his face froze at the corners, and his mind swiftly recognized that this formation was identical to the one they had encountered during their previous ambush. A spark of fury ignited in his eyes, and as the menacing raccoon mask loomed before him, Xiyu found himself filled with a profound resentment for his inability to vocalize his thoughts. Were he able to speak, he would unleash the most venomous curses upon this wretched group. Yet, the masked figure seemed acutely aware of his current turmoil, deliberately swaying before his eyes with an air of defiance, as if determined to provoke him further. "Ah, we meet again, young master," Xie Liuyin taunted, circling around Xiyu before extending a hand, meticulously wrapped in black cloth. With a deliberate ease, she began to snap his fingers one by one, nonchalantly seizing the invaluable Su Gu tongue from him. The continuation vine is indeed a precious item, serving as the most crucial ingredient in the concoction of the bone recovery pill. Although Xie Liuyin was unaware of the current market price for the continuation vine, she had heard in her past life of an auction house selling a single vine for a staggering 5 million spirit stones. That particular vine was merely 1,000 years old, yet the one she possessed had aged over 10,000 years. One can only imagine the substantial benefits they would reap should this treasure be sold. Just the thought of it caused a broad smile to spread across Xie Liuyin's face. Her gratitude extended to Xie Mingzhu and Xiyu. She was exceedingly thankful for their benevolent actions. With a playful bow, she declared, "We shall graciously accept this continuation vine." As she turned to leave, she smiled at them amidst their fierce gazes, saying her farewells. In a bid to evade Xiyu and his companions, she skillfully erased her footprints and swiftly darted into a nearby ravine. By the time the formation dissipated and a furious Xiyu emerged, they had already vanished without a trace. Even Cuy's attempt to utilize the lingering essence from his severed finger to employ a tracking technique proved futile. This was due to Xie Liuyin having cleverly rubbed a handful of foul herbs onto the black cloth before their encounter. Thus, the tracking method led Xiyu and his companions to a patch of unpleasant herbs, yet there was no sign of Xie Liuyin or her companions. Upon realizing he had been outsmarted, Xiyu felt a surge of rage that threatened to explode from his chest. Never before had he endured such humiliation. Even during the fierce competition for the position of junior sect leader among his siblings, their exchanges had merely consisted of harmless taunts. Who could have anticipated that Xiyu would unexpectedly encounter such a shameless group of individuals in the secret realm? Previously, it was always the demon cultivators who schemed against others, and this was the first instance in which they themselves were ensnared by fellow cultivators. No, I cannot let this grievance go unavenged. I shall not swallow this humiliation. Xiyu raised his hand to destroy the foul grass, furiously proclaiming this sentiment. Little did he expect that while the foul grass continued to grow, the moment it was destroyed, the stench hidden within its sap would erupt like an explosion. Filling the air, the grass shavings rained down upon their heads, and the unbearable odor instantaneously assaulted their nostrils. Xie could no longer afford to make threats. He immediately followed Xie Mingzhu and several subordinates, hastily covering their noses as they fled in panic. However, the potency of the foul grass did not end there. Once its sap contaminated anything, the stench would linger for days and nights without dissipating. Xie Liuyin had dared to toy with Xie precisely because she understood this characteristic of the foul grass. Thus, they remained in a state of foulness for several days, with Xie Mingzhu breaking into tears numerous times. It is worth noting that she had never endured such indignity, even during the most challenging times of her past life. Fortunately, her malodorous appearance was not witnessed by other close companions, for otherwise, Xie Mingzhu genuinely feared that her bond with them would be severed upon their first encounter. He had already deduced that the masked cultivators were likely scheming to have them venture ahead in search of treasures while they quietly reaped the benefits from behind. It was evident that this group had set their sights on them. They had already gained advantages twice from their interactions and were unlikely to let them slip away easily. Perhaps it would be wise to turn the tables and use this to ensnare them? A glint of malice flickered in Xie eyes. Upon hearing this, Xie Mingzhu hurriedly inquired, have you devised a plan? Please share it with us promptly. She was not inherently magnanimous. After being toyed with repeatedly, she had long desired to capture that group of masked cultivators, compelling them to atone with their lives. Xie replied, we shall feign our continued treasure hunting to lure them out, then set a trap to ensnare them all. Yi Xing furrowed his brow, expressing concern, but, young Sect master, we possess nothing but our life-bound artifacts. We truly cannot decipher their peculiar formation. We need not unravel the formation. We merely need to tamper with the counterfeit treasure. Xie elaborated his strategy to the group. He intended to first locate an object imbued with rich spiritual energy, then engrave upon it a small trapping formation that would activate at intervals. When the masked cultivators emerged to seize the inscribed object, the formation would soon trigger, ensnaring them entirely. They could then wait for the formation to dissipate before following the object's residual aura to apprehend them. This scheme struck the others as exceedingly clever. For Xie had always exhibited remarkable talent in formation arts and had received commendations from the Sect master. Given his current cultivation level, it would not be a formidable task to condense a spiritual brush and inscribe a trapping formation to temporarily confine several foundation establishment cultivators. As for what to inscribe the trapping formation upon, that would require your assistance, Mingzhu. Xie turned to Xie Mingzhu for support. Upon hearing his intention, Xie Mingzhu immediately understood and nodded in agreement. Rest assured, I shall promptly seek out a first-rate spiritual artifact for our endeavor. I will undoubtedly assist you in realizing this plan. Fortunately, their luck had not entirely soured. Xie Mingzhu rummaged through her memories from a previous life and indeed recalled a valley not far from their location, wherein lay a spiritual crystal. This item could be considered a second-tier spiritual artifact, and it seemed likely that the masked cultivators would find it appealing. Subsequently, when the new disciples of their sect re-entered the secret realm, they excavated a low-grade spiritual vein at the site where the spiritual crystal was hidden. Upon hearing this news, Xie Mingzhu felt a twinge of regret that it was not she who had discovered the vein. However, this time, the spiritual vein would undoubtedly belong to her. Chapter 93. The plan fails with Xie Mingzhu's guidance. The deeply buried spiritual crystal was swiftly unearthed. It was an attribute-less spiritual crystal, regarded as one of the highest quality among such artifacts. Xie made 2 attempts and successfully inscribed a timed confinement array upon the crystal. He set the array to activate after 1 hour and then led his subordinates along with Xie Mingzhu to channel the spiritual energy from the crystal. They sought out a cave where demonic beasts lay in hiding, feigning a treasure hunt within. They acted convincingly, portraying a struggle as they vanquished the beasts. Then, in a fit of excitement, Xie unearthed the spiritual crystal, and the faces of his companions immediately lit up with delight at having discovered a treasure. Once they confirmed that the crystal's spiritual energy was unapologetically dissipating, Xie and his companions tensed their bodies, awaiting the arrival of the masked cultivators to seize the coveted prize. Just a second, 2 seconds, over a dozen breaths passed, and the cave remained enveloped in silence, as if nothing had transpired. Xie found it peculiar, yet feared that Xie Liuyin might be lurking nearby. So he raised the spirit crystal high and exclaimed, "What a magnificent 5-element spirit crystal! To discover such a pure specimen is truly a fortuitous blessing. After uttering these words, he discreetly signaled to a few subordinates. The demon cultivators, not lacking in wits, immediately grasped the meaning of their young master and began to extol the uniqueness and marvel of the spirit crystal. Even Xie Mingzhu, noticing the commotion, seized the opportunity to interject a few compliments, hoping to attract Xie Liuyin and her companions to snatch the crystal away. However, regardless of how loud their voices grew or how exaggerated their expressions of delight became, no one approached the cave, nor did any immobilizing formations ensnare them. After a prolonged wait, Xie Yu's disappointment finally set in. He surmised that the masked cultivators likely dared not return, and in a fit of frustration, he cast the spirit crystal aside. "Young master, it appears that those individuals will not be making an appearance today," Yixing remarked after observing Xie Yu's demeanor. "Shall we continue with our performance?" "Perform what? If there is no one present, who are we entertaining?" Xie Yu retorted irritably. He had initially believed his plan to be foolproof, yet he never anticipated that the group would simply choose not to appear. The vast blue secret realm was vast, and without knowledge of their appearances or identities, encountering them within the realm seemed improbable. Once they departed, tracing their whereabouts would prove even more challenging. Upon contemplating this, Xie Yu felt a surge of frustration swelling within him. "What shall we do next, esteemed young master?" inquired another demonic cultivator, Bian. Observing Xie Yu's despondent demeanor, Xie Mingzhu, although herself disheartened by the plan's failure, stepped forward at an opportune moment to play the role of a comforting muse. "It matters not that our plan has faltered. Is it not preferable that they no longer trail us? This way, we can freely seek the treasures hidden within the secret realm and claim all the exquisite items therein." The trifling possessions acquired by those masked thieves were merely the most inconspicuous of resources. We shall surely uncover greater riches to compensate for our prior losses. Xie Mingzhu possessed a remarkable talent for soothing words, and under her gentle persuasion, Xie Yu's expression transformed from one of grim resolve to a more vibrant hue. He gazed at Xie Mingzhu with affectionate eyes and softly remarked, "I am grateful for your presence, Mingzhu. Otherwise, I would be utterly at a loss." Xie Mingzhu playfully scrunched her nose at him, her charming demeanor eliciting a knowing smile from Xie Yu. Having regained some spirit, he inquired, "Mingzhu, are you still able to sense any treasures nearby? I recall you mentioning the 5-element spirit crystal. I happen to know of a location that conceals a fire spirit crystal." Xie Mingzhu's eyes brightened suddenly, as if recollecting something significant. The fire spirit crystal, unlike the attribute-less spirit crystals, was not merely a slightly superior form of spirit stone derived from mineral deposits. Rather, it was cultivated from an entire vein of fire attribute ore, embodying immense spiritual energy. In the realm of cultivation, pure attribute spirit stone mines are already scarce, and such spirit crystals can only be born from high-quality pure attribute veins. This rarity renders the 5-element spirit crystals exceedingly precious, coveted by all in the cultivation world. The fire spirit crystal that Xie Mingzhu mentioned is hidden beneath a lava spring located to the west of the secret realm. Originally, there lay a high-grade spirit stone vein, which, over time, nurtured the emergence of an exceptionally high-quality fire spirit crystal, ultimately draining the spiritual energy from the entire vein. After the birth of the fire spirit crystal, that area gradually transformed into the lava spring we see today. However, such a perilous place poses little threat to foundation-building cultivators. Furthermore, given the quality of the robes worn by Xie Yu, even without the protection of spiritual energy, he could leap directly into the lava spring without sustaining any harm. Xie Mingzhu was well aware of this, which is why she proactively mentioned the fire spirit crystal. As expected, upon hearing her words, the eyes of Xie Yu and his companions lit up, clearly intrigued by the exceedingly rare fire spirit crystal. After confirming that the lava spring was not far from their current location, the group promptly set out toward their newfound objective. Before departing, Yixing inquired whether they should take the spirit crystal inscribed with the confinement array. However, upon seeing that crystal, Xie Yu was reminded of his own foolishness in preparing for so long only to await nothing in return. Frustration welled within him, and he had no desire to even glance at the spirit crystal again, let alone bring it along. "Let it be. I have plenty of spirit crystals in my treasury," he scoffed. With that, the group decisively exited the cave. Xie Liuyin had long set her sights on the spirit crystal held aloft by Xie Yu. Although the distance was considerable and she could not discern its true nature, her, concealed within her spatial treasure, was far from oblivious. "This sword spirit," having once accompanied their venerable ancestor, had encountered numerous extraordinary artifacts. It could effortlessly recognize whether the crystal in Xie Yu's grasp was a 5-element spirit crystal. Furthermore, given the overtly deliberate demeanor of Xie Yu and his companions, Xie Liuyin, already on guard against them, was unlikely to be deceived. However, having witnessed Xie Yu discarding the spirit crystal from her hidden vantage point, her curiosity about its contents compelled her to scavenge for it. Upon closer inspection, Xie Liuyin immediately identified the time-locked trapping array inscribed upon the crystal. It must be noted that Xie Yu indeed possessed considerable skill, at the very least. His array formation was commendable. Grasping this unique spirit crystal, a plethora of thoughts surged through Xie Liuyin's mind. Silently, she stowed away the crystal and turned to lead her companions in pursuit of Xie Yu. Chapter 94. Uninvited guest. Just as Xie Mingzhu had indicated, the location of the lava spring was indeed not far. Within merely an hour, Xie Yu and his party arrived at their destination. The lava spring was situated in a valley, suffused with an abundance of fire's spiritual energy. The rising heat from the spring enveloped the surroundings in an unbearable scorching warmth. Even clad in ceremonial robes, they felt as if the heat permeated through, relentlessly assailing them. The surrounding cliffs glowed a fiery red, and the rocks were slowly melting, indicating that as long as the lava spring persisted, this place would inevitably transform into a molten lake. It was indeed a locale capable of yielding fire spirit crystals, for the concentration of fire spiritual energy here was extraordinarily dense. The atmosphere was so thick it was almost suffocating, thought Xie Yu. Xie Mingzhu felt a surge of exhilaration. In her previous life, she had not acquired the fire spirit crystal but had seen it claimed by a Buddhist practitioner endowed with the fire spirit root. Later, upon learning from Wuxin that the Julan secret realm harbored the 5 elemental spirit crystals, she had privately lamented for quite some time, fixating on the desire to possess the spiritual crystal herself. Regrettably, that Buddhist practitioner was not like Wuxin, displaying an unusual coldness towards her. Remembering those past events, a twinge of dissatisfaction stirred within Xie Mingzhu. It was said that the Buddhist practitioner had once contended with Wuxin for the position of the Buddhist sun at the Golden Scripture Pavilion. Perhaps she should devise a way to keep him forever within the Julan secret realm. Xie Mingzhu silently contemplated, while no one knew the thoughts that occupied her mind. Meanwhile, Xie Yu was filled with excitement. Once he confirmed the unmistakable aura of spiritual energy emanating from below, the group instantly became invigorated. If they could obtain this fire spirit crystal, the storage bags they had previously lost would pale in comparison. Young master, allow me to descend and take a look. Yixing was the first to speak up. Xie Yu, trusting his loquacious subordinate, readily acquiesced without hesitation. With permission granted, Yixing first enveloped himself in demonic energy before leaping into the lava spring, attempting to feel for the spiritual crystal within. However, the depth of the lava spring was daunting. After nearly a quarter of an hour of searching, Yixing finally grasped something. Yet, before he could revel in his discovery, the object he had touched suddenly shifted, and an attack struck him, shattering his protective demonic energy on the spot. Yixing was taken aback, but fortunately, the robe he wore bore protective properties, preventing him from being scorched by the molten lava. However, he quickly deduced that a beast likely lurked within the lava spring. Upon hearing that a creature was concealed in the molten depths, Xie Yu instinctively furrowed his brow. Based on Yixing's description, the beast was evidently small in stature, making it difficult to locate within the fiery spring. Luckily, fortune favored him. With no beast to disrupt him, Xie Yu swiftly submerged into the lava spring, locating a stunning crimson crystal amidst the boiling magma. Tentatively, he reached out to grasp it, and upon realizing he had not sustained any burns, he was filled with exhilaration as he seized the fire spirit crystal and hurriedly surfaced. Almost instantaneously, as the fire spirit crystal was removed from the lava spring, the once intensely heated molten lava began to cool gradually from the bottom. By the time Xie Yu completely emerged, the lava spring exhibited signs of solidification. He opened his palm, presenting the fire spirit crystal for all to behold. Truly, it was a 5-element spirit crystal, and such a diminutive gem possessed such formidable power. Xie Mingzhu gazed at the exquisite crystal, her eyes brimming with avarice. She attempted to reach out and touch it, but just as her fingers were about to make contact with the fire spirit crystal, she froze in place. Realizing she could no longer move, Xie Mingzhu struggled to comprehend what had transpired. Meanwhile, Xie Yu, equally immobilized, felt a surge of frustration. Had he been able to move, he would have likely bitten his lip in anger. Masked thieves. Once again, it was them. Just as this thought crossed Xie Yu's mind, a hand wrapped in cloth deftly snatched the dazzling fire spirit crystal from his grasp. Thank you, dear friend, for your arduous efforts in procuring the spirit crystal for us. To be honest, had it not been for your guidance, we would have remained oblivious to such treasures hidden within the secret realm. With a cheerful demeanor, Xie Liuyin approached Xie Yu, lavishing him with praise. Yet, feeling that her gratitude was insufficient, she deliberately waved the fire spirit crystal before Xie Yu and Xie Mingzhu, teasingly stating, "You desire this, don't you? What a pity, the fire spirit crystal now belongs to us." After uttering these words, Xie Liuyin swiftly tucked the precious gem away, fearful of losing such an invaluable treasure. With a playful wave, she bid them farewell, saying, "Until we meet again, this time truly goodbye. We shall no longer intrude upon you." With that, the masked cultivators channeled their spiritual energy and soared into the air, vanishing completely in the blink of an eye. Xie Yu harbored a deep-seated resentment towards these masked individuals, vowing silently that he would not allow himself to be deceived again. Even if it meant turning the entire Julan secret realm upside down, he was determined to track down those who dared to mock him. As time flowed slowly by, the effects of the formation began to wane, and Xie Yu and his companions finally regained control over their bodies. Instinctively, he was about to command his subordinates to pursue the masked thieves, but before he could utter a word, the spirit crystal in his hand glimmered with a flash of white light. By the time they realized what was happening, the formation on the crystal had activated once more, ensnaring them anew. At this moment, Xie Yu felt an overwhelming sense of regret for having discarded the spirit crystal inscribed with the formation due to his anger. He had never anticipated that those audacious masked thieves would shamelessly turn the very formation he devised to counter them against him. Yet, it was too late for lamentation. The formation had already activated, and they were left in uncertainty regarding how long they would remain ensnared within it. Meanwhile, Xie Liuyin had not deceived Xie Yu and the others this time. Chapter 95. Where is the bright pearl? My young master uncle is truly remarkable. The thought of the stunned expressions on those malevolent cultivators' faces upon encountering us brings a smile to my lips. On the journey back, Liu was in high spirits, unable to contain his laughter, astonished that they could toy with those seemingly vicious demon cultivators. After a moment's reflection, Liu continued, "However, young master uncle, will we have another opportunity to seize items from that demon sect's young master? We have certainly offended him gravely, and I fear that those demon cultivators will pursue us like rabid dogs." Liu felt a twinge of fear. Should their identities be unveiled by the demon cultivators, it might invite considerable trouble. Xiao Yu, with a worried expression, inquired, "But young master uncle, what if Xie Mingzhu realizes that following the demon cultivators yields no benefits and seeks to leave?" Previously, if Xie Mingzhu had wished to depart, Xie would likely have been willing to let her go, but the circumstances had changed. Xie Liuyin's lips curled into a confident smile, her eyes brimming with certainty. Despite Xie Yu's sweet words and apparent fondness for Xie Mingzhu, the paramount concern in his heart remained his position as the young sect master. In the current circumstances, the only expedient means to remedy this situation is to procure more precious treasures through Xie Mingzhu. As long as the items ultimately presented by Xie Yu are sufficiently valuable to quell his father's wrath, he will have successfully navigated this challenge. Given the significance of his future prospects and his awareness of Xie Mingzhu's extraordinary abilities, Xie Yu is resolute in not permitting her to depart until she has led him to the coveted treasures of the secret realm. Yet, Xie Mingzhu is no fool. Having obtained a treasure in her previous life, she is determined to possess the treasures of the secret realm as her own in this life. Even if her close confidant attempts to seize her belongings, Xie Mingzhu would regard them as an adversary. Hence, Xie Liuyin confidently took her leave, unconcerned that Xie Mingzhu would prematurely seek the treasures of the secret realm. After all, they had thoroughly outmaneuvered Xie Yu and his companions this time, and it was likely that the words she left behind would not be taken seriously. Xie Liuyin resolved to allow Xie Yu a few days of reprieve, planning to strike when their guard was down and seize their newly acquired treasures in one decisive move. By then, Xie Yu's expression would surely be a sight to behold. They changed out of their black garb and masks, concealing their loot securely, ensuring no telltale signs remained before hastening towards the camp. Meanwhile, within the camp, Princess Luo and Hua Lingxue tended to the injured guards while surreptitiously observing the young man who stubbornly refused to leave. He had been there for 2 days, adamant in his insistence on waiting for Xie Liuyin before he would depart. Princess Luo and Hua Lingxue were inclined to take action to drive him away. Yet the other party neither attacked nor departed. Although they harbored a disdain for strangers, the individual in question hailed from a reputable lineage, and the Hahuan sect could be considered a prestigious faction. Thus, it would be inappropriate for them to strike without provocation, leaving them no choice but to allow this young man, Mei Yuyin, to remain temporarily. Setting aside other matters, despite his stubborn disposition, he was undeniably handsome. Princess Luo, having been influenced by her mother, had encountered many striking gentlemen, yet even the praises sung by the entire lord's residence paled in comparison to Mei Yuyin's allure. He had yet to fully blossom, and one could only imagine how breathtaking he would become once he matured completely. Why then? Was he so insistent on meeting Sister Liuyin? Could it be that he and Sister Liuyin shared a past acquaintance? Princess Luo mused, her curiosity piqued. In contrast to her innocent inquisitiveness, Hua Lingshue's gaze towards the young man was laced with hostility. With a dismissive snort, she remarked, "Impossible. Since entering the sect, my little master uncle has seldom left. There is no way he could know someone like Mei Yuyin. Furthermore, if he were truly a friend of my little master uncle, why would he not contact him directly rather than wait idly here?" Princess Luo nodded in agreement. "That makes sense. But I can't shake the feeling that you don't particularly like him." Hua Lingxue remained silent, yet her expression spoke volumes about her sentiments. After all, Mei Yuyin was a disciple of the Hahuan sect, and his fervent desire to meet her little master uncle could only suggest ulterior motives beyond mere friendship, perhaps even intentions of dual cultivation. Although Mei Yuyin possesses an enchanting appearance, Hua Lingxue cannot shake the belief that she is utterly unworthy of her little master uncle. The mere thought of this youth approaching her little master uncle to curry favor fills Hua Lingxue with disdain. Hua Lingxue and Princess Luo swiftly approached, thoroughly examining the individuals to ensure that they had not sustained any injuries, which brought them a sense of relief. Just as Princess Luo was about to inquire about their recent experiences, considering the perils associated with seizing items from demonic cultivators, Shaoqi glanced behind the group. Yet he could not find the figure he longed for. Unable to restrain himself, he questioned Xie Liuyin, "You do not harbor feelings for Mingzhu, so there is no urgency for you. Xie Liuyin, speak the truth, did you ever genuinely seek out Mingzhu, or has she been taken by the demonic cultivators, and you are simply afraid to confront them, hence neglecting to rescue her?" After waiting in vain for many days, Shaoqi could no longer contain his frustration. At that moment, someone interjected before others could speak, defending Xie Liuyin. What a preposterous statement. This young lady possesses integrity and a righteous demeanor, clearly not the type to engage in such nefarious deeds. Captivated by the voice, Xie Liuyin instinctively turned her gaze. A striking young man clad in pink, exuding an aura of determination, met her eyes with a gentle and charming smile. "Isn't that right, Miss Xie?" It seemed that Shaoqi had struck a chord. As Xie Liuyin pondered, her, a paragon of virtue? Xie Liuyin's gaze lingered upon the youth for a fleeting moment, captivated by his striking appearance. Indeed, he possessed a beauty that transcended gender, making it difficult to forget him after just one glance. However, Xie Liuyin had encountered an even more exquisite visage before. After all, in her past life, there was the enchanting Mei Yuyin, the future leader of the Hahuan sect, who had captured the hearts of many female cultivators. Moreover, in her previous existence, when Xie Mingzhu was revealed to be the reincarnation of a divine maiden, Mei Yuyin had attempted to approach her. Unfortunately for him, Xie Mingzhu was surrounded by numerous devoted male confidants, and Mei Yuyin's striking looks only added to the challenge. To prevent Xie Mingzhu from developing feelings for him, Xie and a few others united to ensure that Mei Yuyin had no opportunity to engage with her. Recognizing the formidable rivals surrounding Xie Mingzhu, Mei Yuyin, ever astute, withdrew gracefully, unwilling to pursue further entanglement. Prior to the incident involving Xie Liuyin, the Hahuan sect had just conferred the position of future leader upon Mei Yuyin, though she remained uncertain whether he had truly ascended to that role. Her mind was awash with thoughts, yet outwardly, after a brief moment of contemplation on Mei Yuyin, Xie Liuyin averted her eyes. Observing this exchange, Mei Yuyin furrowed his brow in quiet intrigue. Xie Liyuin's reaction deviated from his expectations, yet it only heightened his curiosity and desire to draw nearer. Who was she, and how did she find her way into our camp? Upon spotting the unfamiliar face, Sister Qiuyu immediately adopted a vigilant stance. Having traversed this mysterious realm, Qiuyu had long shed her initial gentle demeanor, now perceiving ill intentions in everyone she encountered. Hua Lingxue hastily intervened to clarify, "This is Mei Yuyin, a friend from the Hehuan sect. He is here in search of our little master uncle. Searching for me? Yet, I am not well acquainted with this esteemed friend, and I am uncertain as to the purpose of your visit, Xie Liuyin confessed, genuinely perplexed, as she had never crossed paths with Mei Yuyin in her previous life. Upon hearing this, Mei Yuyin responded with a gentle smile directed at Xie Liuyin, his expression unwittingly imbued with a hint of allure. Miss Xie, while you may not be familiar with me, I have long been aware of your esteemed reputation. My master is the leader of the Hehuan sect, and he previously mentioned a young sword cultivator genius from the Qingxiao sect, renowned as an extraordinary individual. Since then, I have held a deep admiration for you and desired to forge a friendship with you. Regrettably, my prior commitments to cultivation have hindered my ability to visit the Qingxiao sect. Now that I have this rare opportunity to enter the Julan secret realm alongside you, I felt compelled to seize the moment to make your acquaintance. As he concluded, Mei Yuyin wore an expression of bashfulness. Not long ago, I noticed a fierce sword aura emanating from this direction and speculated that it might be you, Miss Xie, prompting me to seek you out. I hope you do not take offense. Should you feel displeased, I shall depart immediately. Huang Xue's eyes brightened at this remark, poised to suggest that he should leave at once. However, to her surprise, Mei Yuyin abruptly shifted his tone. Yet, in my eagerness to find you, I parted ways with my fellow disciples. Now, they are unaware of where they have gone, and if I leave, I do not know if I will ever find them again. This sentiment is expressed with great poignancy. Hearing this, Princess Luo and a few others, who mean him no harm, voluntarily say, "It is all right. We are all fellow cultivators. There is no harm in your staying here. Besides, you are alone at present. And if you cannot find your companions, what will you do if you encounter danger upon leaving?" They speak with sincerity, and after 2 hesitant refusals, Mei Yuyin turns to Xie Liuyin with an expectant look. "So, Miss Xie, do you think I should stay?" Xie Liuyin finds this amusing. It is her first encounter with someone deliberately trying to get closer to her. She dismissively waves her hand, saying, "It is up to you. This matter does not concern me. In any case, she and Xiao Yu are merely passing through the camp for a short while before they continue their pursuit of Xie Mingzhu. Even if Mei Yuyin decides to stay, they will have little time to engage with each other. The more Xie Liuyin resists his advances, the more it signifies that when she does genuinely develop feelings for him, she will not easily cast him aside. Thus, Mei Yuyin remains optimistic, smiling as he declares, "Then I shall stay, since Miss Xie is here as well." His intentions are quite clear, and upon hearing this, Xie Yu exchanges knowing glances with Su Wuyin. Su Wuyin shakes his head in resignation, not that he is being unreasonable. He simply feels that Mei Yuyin is likely wasting his efforts, to say nothing of it. Just observing their junior uncle's indifferent demeanor makes it evident that he harbors no interest in him. It would be best for them not to stir up unnecessary commotion. With Mei Yuyin's interruption, Xiaoxi's inquiries were effectively halted. However, once the crowd dispersed, he sought out Jiang Shan to inquire about Xie Mingzhu. In Xiaoxi's estimation, the others either harbored grievances against Xie Mingzhu or were unreliable female cultivators. Thus, he deemed Jiang Shan, as a fellow male cultivator, to be a more trustworthy source. Upon hearing Xiaoxi's words, Jiang Shan furrowed his brow. "I had thought you to be a good person, one who would not deceive me like Xie Liuyin and her peers. I did not anticipate that you would resort to such evasive responses." Disheartened, Xiaoxi declared, "I shall seek Mingzhu on my own. You all are a bunch of unreliable individuals, not genuinely assisting me in my search for her." After saying this, he indeed grasped his magical artifact, prepared to depart from the encampment. Xie Liuyin had been attentively observing them from a distance upon witnessing Xiaoxi's intentions to cause trouble. She could not allow it to unfold. Without hesitation, she cast a slumber spell upon him, and subsequently, Xiao Yu and Lu Yu approached to bind him. The others, seeing this unfold, did not intervene. Even Su Yu and Tong Wukong feigned ignorance, actively handing ropes to Jiang Shan as he restrained Xiaoxi. Unbeknownst to Xiaoxi, they were well aware of the stakes. This time, the junior martial uncle led their senior brothers and sisters to seize numerous treasures from the demon cultivators, all of which would be converted into spirit stones to be distributed among them once they exited the secret realm. If Xiaoxi were to jeopardize such a promising opportunity, it would surely incite their ire. After these events, Princess Luo, still feeling apprehensive, directly handed over a vial of bewitching elixir and a vial of fasting pill to Su Yu and his companion, who were entrusted with overseeing Xiaoxi. "Entrusting the matter to you. 2 pills a day shall undoubtedly ensure that he sleeps soundly until the secret realm closes." Su Yu, clutching the vial of pills, felt a chill run down his spine, and his resolve to heed his junior master grew ever more steadfast. Otherwise, Shaoqi's fate today would be his own tomorrow. Chapter 97. The mysterious palaces Xie Liuyin had surmised. They were first immobilized by her formation and subsequently obstructed by their own entrapment. By the time the effects of the formations dissipated, day had long surrendered to night. Fortunately for Xie Yu and his companions, they encountered neither formidable beasts nor ill-intentioned cultivators. Otherwise, their very lives would have been at stake. Freed from the constraints of the formations, Xie Mingzhu instantly crumpled to the ground, unable to rise. Xie Yu and the other demonic cultivators fared little better. Xie Yu, having succumbed to an excess of anger, now felt a sharp pang in his heart. "Young master, should we pursue those masked thieves now?" Yixing inquired. Xie Yu's expression was as dark as a pot's bottom. After a moment of fierce contemplation, he replied, "There is no rush. Let us first devise a strategy to counter the peculiar immobilization formations wielded by those cultivators, and then we shall consider our next steps." Having been deceived by Xie Liuyin, he harbored no trust in her words spoken before her departure. He was convinced that the masked thieves were still lurking in some hidden corner, attempting once more to seize treasures from them without exerting any effort. However, Xie Yu would never again act so foolishly. His comprehension of formations was considerable, given time. He was confident he could craft a formation plate capable of resisting Xie Liuyin's bizarre array. Merely the fact that Xie Yu is determined to oppose Xie Liuyin has left Xie Mingzhu somewhat dissatisfied. She has endeavored to enter the secret realm with the singular purpose of treasure hunting. Yet now, she has not only failed to secure a single treasure, but has also squandered an inordinate amount of time. It is worth noting that at this very moment in her previous life, Xie Mingzhu had already acquired over 10 treasures and had established connections with the young prodigies of the cultivation world. As the days draw nearer to the closure of the Julan secret realm, she finds herself with absolutely no gains. At this juncture, Xie Mingzhu deeply regrets her initial choice to accompany Xie Yu, suspecting that his identity as a demonic cultivator has attracted enemies, thereby implicating her in their conflicts. After some contemplation, Xie Mingzhu resolves to depart from their group, armed with the memories of her past life. She is the only one privy to the whereabouts of the treasures within the secret realm. It can be said that as long as she finds a suitable ally, she need not fear the prospect of securing her own benefits. After much deliberation, she concludes that she should seek out Xie Liuyin. He is the most gifted new disciple of the sword-holding sect in recent centuries, and his combat prowess ranks among the best within the current confines of the Julan secret realm. If Xie Mingzhu can manage to meet him, it is merely a matter of time before this talented swordsman succumbs to her allure once more. Moreover, in her previous life, Xie Liuyin was exceedingly fond of her, willingly offering her whatever she desired. Reflecting on these thoughts, Xie Mingzhu cannot help but reminisce about the days when she was the center of attention, surrounded by admirers. Alas! Never mind, let it be so once more. Those men shall ultimately remain within her grasp. Xie Mingzhu's intent to leave was unmistakably evident. She was not particularly skilled in the art of pretense, and the man before her, Xie Yu, was once someone who cherished her deeply. Thus, in his presence, Xie Mingzhu could not help but act with a certain abandon. Yet she had forgotten that the Xie Yu in her memories was a man who had endured many trials alongside her, ultimately falling sincerely in love with her. The Xie Yu before her now harbored only a mild affection for Xie Mingzhu, which had not yet blossomed into profound love. Moreover, Xie Yu found himself in a precarious situation, desperately needing Xie Mingzhu's capabilities to salvage his circumstances. How could he possibly allow this treasure-seeking mouse to depart? "Why do you wish to leave, Mingzhu? Did you not once express that you felt bullied within that group and wished to sever ties with them? How is it that you have changed so swiftly?" Xie Yu's tone bore an unmistakable hint of reproach, which left Xie Mingzhu somewhat displeased. Nevertheless, she maintained a gentle facade. "Ah Yu, please do not misunderstand. I simply feel that I have been away for too long, and I worry that my senior brothers and sisters might be concerned for my well-being. Moreover, you are well aware of my sister's temperament. She is prone to quarrels. Should something unfortunate occur in my absence, and I, as her sister, fail to assist, I would be tormented by regret for the rest of my life." At that moment, it was as though a fog had lifted from Xie Yu's mind. The warmth and tenderness that once colored his gaze towards Xie Mingzhu vanished, replaced by scrutiny and contemplation. For an instant, Xie Mingzhu's expression twisted in discomfort. She yearned to voice her discontent. Yet an inexplicable sense of danger enveloped her heart, prompting Xie Mingzhu to keenly sense that the situation had taken a turn for the worse. She no longer resolutely expressed her desire to depart. Instead, she obediently nodded in agreement to remain. Yet, in the unseen recesses of the corner, Xie Mingzhu's expression twisted for a fleeting moment, and her feelings for Xie dissipated considerably. She needed to leave this place. She could no longer allow herself to be burdened by Xie. In that instant, Xie Mingzhu became acutely aware of this fact. Xie was no longer dependable. However, at present, she could not fathom a way to escape. She could only linger here, seeking an opportunity to depart. As for Xie, he understood that Xie Mingzhu likely still wished to leave, but it mattered little. She was now under his watchful gaze. And as long as he did not acquiesce, she would not be able to escape. On the other hand, Xie Liuyin and the others were also preparing to vacate the campsite. After resting in the encampment for several days, the injured cultivators had mostly recovered. Tong Wenkong's hand had yet to regenerate, yet he had gradually adapted to wielding his sword with one hand, regaining much of his combat capability. The group deliberated and decided it would be safer to act together, so they resolved to explore deeper into the dense forest. Drawn by the rich spiritual energy emanating from that direction, without hesitation, they made a simple plan, swiftly gathered their belongings, and began their slow march towards the designated path. They were unfamiliar with this dense woodland and were apprehensive that formidable beasts might be lurking within. Moreover, the towering trees and their lush foliage rendered the use of flying artifacts inconvenient, necessitating a careful and gradual advance. However, this was not entirely a misfortune. At least they had unearthed a few rare spiritual herbs in the dense forest, which could be deemed an unexpected gain. Along the way, they encountered several ferocious beasts, whose nature was exceedingly vicious. Fortunately, their numbers allowed them to unite and vanquish the beasts without sustaining any casualties. As they ventured deeper, the frequency of these encounters increased, leading Xie Liuyin to realize that the depths of the forest might indeed conceal some grand treasure. After 2 full days of travel, a magnificent white palace suddenly came into view, towering majestically before them. Chapter 98. Unworthy of the Sword. The palace resembled a colossal beast in repose, exuding an overwhelming aura. As Xie Liuyin and her companions caught sight of the palace's indistinct form from a distance, a surge of excitement welled within them. It was clear that such a place harbored great opportunities, and without further ado, they hastened toward the palace. However, their fortune was not particularly favorable. For upon reaching the palace, they discovered that a considerable number of individuals were already present in the vicinity. Xie Liuyin swiftly scanned the crowd, recognizing several disciples from Miaoyin Valley, the sword-holding sect, and the Golden Scripture Pavilion by their insignias and appearances. The remaining few appeared to be independent cultivators. Indeed, the opposition exhibited considerable talent in the sword arts, at least by the time of her untimely demise in her previous life. One among them had already been regarded as the foremost young swordsman of his generation. Not only was Xie Liuyin discreetly assessing Xie, but he too was quietly observing her. He had witnessed her astonishing sword strike earlier, and he could not help but acknowledge that the momentum of that blow was something he could not rival, even now. Yet he did not perceive himself as inferior to the lady before him. His sword was not weaker than anyone else's. Xie Liuyin was acutely aware of Xie gaze directed towards her. This individual, in her previous life, was among the relatively rational suitors of Xie Mingzhu, who had been driven mad. Nevertheless, during the martial competition among the disciples of the Qinyan ranking, he deliberately damaged her sword and brazenly declared before the multitude, "Those with unworthy intentions are unfit to wield a sword." In that fleeting moment, his words trampled upon Xie Liuyin's dignity. Following that incident, her already tenuous relationships deteriorated further. As Xie was a celebrated genius in the sword arts, devoid of any notorious reputation. Thus, upon his utterance, nearly everyone presumed that Xie Liuyin possessed questionable character. This indirectly contributed to the outcome of her being stripped of her golden core, with no one willing to advocate on her behalf. The general consensus was that to extract the golden core from someone deemed malicious, in order to save the reincarnation of a divine maiden, was an exceedingly advantageous transaction. Xie Liuyin silently tightened her grip on the hilt of her sword, while the monk sword whispered gently in her mind, "Do you detest that swordsman?" Xie, fully aware of the profound impact his casual remarks could wield, chose to heed only Xie Mingzhu's account, neglecting to ascertain the truth, and with a single statement cast her into the abyss. Such self-righteous hypocrites, who masquerade as just, are far more repugnant to Xie Liuyin than outright villains like Xie. Xie Liuyin gently curved her lips upon hearing the words. Not only would she bring Xie under her heel, But she also aimed to become the other's lifelong nightmare. Those who had once wronged her would not escape unscathed. Xie Liuyin silently calmed her excited heart, while Qiu Yu and others huddled together to discuss. TSK. Aside from the Beast King sect, all major sects have gathered here. What kind of place is this that draws so many of us? Liu pointed to a young man carrying a guqin and inquired, Senior sister, who is that? Before arriving, he had familiarized himself with the disciples likely to be dispatched by various sects. And the one who instilled the most dread in Jiangshan was Pei Xinyu from the myriad Melody Valley. It is known that he is a master of sound cultivation. Once he plays the guqin, it is feared that no one could withstand it. Jiangshan then pointed to a bald youth and said, That is Wudu from the Golden Scripture Pavilion, a practitioner of Buddhism. It is said that alongside him, there is another named Wuxi, who is the prime candidate to become the next Buddha. If all goes according to plan, the title of Buddha will likely be chosen between the two of them. Upon hearing this, Xie Liuyin couldn't help but glance curiously at the Buddhist practitioner named Wudu. In her previous life, she had never heard this name. She only knew that shortly after the conclusion of the Julan Secret Realm expedition, the Golden Scripture Pavilion announced Wuxin as the current Buddha. As for Wudu, no news had ever surfaced about him. Contemplating this, Xie Liuyin furrowed her brows. Logically, the competition for the title of Buddha should not have concluded so quietly. Since Wudu is capable of contending for the position of the Buddha's disciple against Wuxin, he must be no ordinary character. How could it be that there has been no news of him since then? Could it be that Wudu perished within the depths of the Julan Secret Realm, prompting the Jinjing Pavilion to hastily announce a new Buddhist disciple? The more Xie Liuyin contemplated, the more she found her conjecture to be highly plausible. Indeed, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Although the relationship between Wudu and Wuxin remained unclear, Wuxin, as one of Xie Mingzhu's closest confidants, surely would not wish for Wudu to ascend to the position of Buddha, thus providing assistance to Xie Mingzhu. Therefore, Xie Liuyin resolved to safeguard Wudu's life. And if she could assist him in becoming the Buddha's disciple, that would be even more splendid. As Xie Liuyin immersed herself in her thoughts, a gentle voice pierced her reverie. Miss Xie, whom are you observing? Might I have the privilege to see as well? Miss Xie had never shown such keen interest in an individual before, which piqued my curiosity. The youthful voice was melodious and pleasant, tinged with a hint of bitterness, yet not off-putting. Xie Liuyin stepped back a few paces, raising her hand to gently rub her ear as she replied, I am not watching anyone in particular. I merely find that particular Dao friend from the Buddha sect quite appealing and wish to make his acquaintance. The speaker, Meiyu, cast a sidelong glance at Wudu, allowing her gaze to linger on his visage for a brief moment. It must be said that the young monk possessed a certain charm. Although his features did not rival her own exquisite beauty, he exuded a unique aura that was undeniably captivating. Xie Liuyin's indifference toward her own striking appearance led her to wonder if she might indeed be drawn to the young monk's type. At that moment, Meiyu's wariness reached its zenith. He squinted his eyes, determined to create a disturbance and deny Xie Liuyin and the young monk a moment of solitude together. As they waited, the palace before them finally showed signs of change. Accompanied by the persistent creaking sound, the once tightly shut palace doors at last swung open.